The July sun burned like fire, and the sound of cicadas tore through the heavy, hot air. Song Yuelon walked home along the scorching dirt road, sweat slowly forming on her forehead. Just as she reached the gate, she heard loud voices coming from inside. Her cousin Huaji from her uncle's family squeezed out through the door. Seeing Yuelon, she quickly pulled her aside and whispered, "You won't believe it. Grandpa's old comrade sent someone to propose a marriage." Propose a marriage? Yuelon's fingers unconsciously rubbed the patch on her collar. "They said they want to marry you, May. The whole family is in an uproar." Huaji lowered her voice. "I'm going to Chunni's place to do homework. Maybe you should." Before she could finish, Huazi had already disappeared into the alley. Yuelon understood what she meant. It wasn't a good time to go home. It would be better to stay outside for a while. Besides, her mind was already filled with other thoughts, and she didn't want to bother with family matters. She turned and walked to the back of the house. The old locust tree there gave off a faint, soothing fragrance. She climbed up to her usual branch with ease. The envelope in her arms had grown slightly warm and damp from her body heat. When she opened it, a thin sheet of paper slipped out. She read it softly, word by word. "Student Song Yuelon, after review, you have been accepted too." The inked words trembled slightly between her fingers. This admission letter, stamped with a red seal, was the future she had worked so hard for. She remembered her parents' recent conversation in the inner room. "The second girl is quiet. She can stay home and find a job nearby. The eldest is bright. She should go to college and see the world." It had been half a year since she woke up in this world, becoming the second daughter of the Song family in the 1980s. She had no special powers, living an ordinary life like everyone else. Yuelon knew that studying was her only way forward. For the past 6 months, she had devoted all her time to her books. But no matter how hard she tried, in her parents' eyes, she could never compare to her older sister or younger brother. Her sister, 2 years older, was the first child her parents had longed for, sweet and clever, always making them smile. Her brother was the only boy in the family, precious beyond words. Her parents even delayed her schooling for a year so she could study with him and help take care of him. If it weren't for her good grades, which allowed her to tutor her brother, she might not have been able to attend high school at all. She didn't have deep feelings for the parents of this body and was usually quiet and unnoticed at home. She never expected her parents to be so biased. They actually wanted her older sister to take her place and go to college. Since filling out her college application, she had been keeping an eye on the school's updates. Every day, the school received some admission letters. She didn't tell anyone but went to the school daily to check if hers had arrived. Today, she was lucky. Her admission letter came just as she arrived. Song Yuelon secretly brought it home. She didn't dare let her parents know she had been accepted, afraid they would really send her sister to college instead. She had been in this world for half a year, and it was now 1984. The economy was growing fast, and some bold people had already become quite wealthy through the reforms. Of course, that had little to do with her family. Her parents both worked at a textile factory, but the factory still hadn't given them a house. So the whole family lived with her grandparents. Her grandparents had 4 sons. Her father was the third, with 2 older brothers and a younger sister. Among the 3 brothers, only her father didn't have a house, so after getting married, he continued living with the elders. At that time, college didn't require tuition, only living expenses and small fees. Song Yuelon took out a small handkerchief from her pocket, neatly wrapped with the money she had saved over the years. 1 yuan and 20 cents from selling waste paper, 20 cents from copying notes for others, and a food coupon with a corner chewed off by mice. Altogether, just 3 or 4 yuan, not even enough for her travel expenses to the university. But money wasn't the biggest problem. To attend college, she needed to transfer her household registration and get an introduction letter. That alone was difficult. How could she do it without her parents finding out? In those days, if a family firmly refused to let a child go to college, the child usually couldn't go. A man from a nearby village had once been accepted to college too. But his stepmother made a scene, and stopped him from going. In the end, he never went, and Song Yuelon sometimes still saw him working in the fields. He had always been quiet, but now he hardly spoke at all. Song Huaji's eyes were dull and lifeless. No matter what, Song Yuelon was determined to go to college. She bit her lip hard. This was her only chance to change her fate. If she didn't continue her studies, her parents would soon make her marry someone in exchange for a bride price. She was still thinking about how to convince her family to let her go. "Hey, do you think old Song would really give up his granddaughter?" A voice suddenly came from under the tree. Song Yuelon held her breath and hid among the leaves. It was too late to climb down now. Jumping down directly would be too awkward, so she decided to stay quiet. Two tall figures walked into the shade. Next to the young man in a white shirt was another man wearing sunglasses, kicking at a stone. "If Grandma hadn't forced me." "Let's just take a look," the man in the white shirt replied. His voice was cool and calm, like water from a deep well. Song Yuelon thought for a moment. These two must be the men Huaji mentioned, the ones coming to propose marriage. Getting married to someone you've never even met. The man in sunglasses muttered unhappily. She remembered hearing about this before. The engagement was supposed to be for her eldest sister, Song Yomei. Her grandfather, Song Fusheng, had once been a soldier. Years ago, his life was saved by a comrade on the battlefield. Back then, the two men promised that their families would one day be joined by marriage. But as time passed, they lost contact. 10 years ago, they reconnected. Both of their children were already married, so they talked again about their old promise. Since their own children couldn't marry, they decided to let the younger generation fulfill the agreement. Song Fusheng didn't refuse. After all, his comrade had once saved his life. The comrade's grandson was 4 years older than Song Yomei, which seemed like a good match. So the engagement was set. A few years later, news came that the old comrade had passed away. At that time, Song Fusheng was ill, so he sent his eldest son to attend the funeral. After that, with the comrade gone and the two families living far apart, they gradually lost touch again. The engagement was slowly forgotten. No one expected someone to suddenly come today to discuss marriage again. The first thought that came to Song Yuelon's mind was, if her sister Song Yomei got married, maybe she could finally go to college. But then she frowned. Lately, Song Yomei had been seeing Zhao Shuisheng, the deputy factory director's son. Her parents already knew, and the whole family had been in a cheerful mood lately. Their daughter was dating the deputy factory director's son, and everyone at the factory looked at the two of them with admiration. Her parents even encouraged her to apply to the same university as Zhao Shuisheng. Looking back now, it seemed they had planned for her older sister to attend college in her place. But later, she secretly changed her application to the school she truly wanted to go to. Would Song Yomei marry the grandson of her grandfather's old comrade? Judging by the situation, it was very unlikely. "Brother, if someone could pretend to marry you for a while, at least Grandma would stop worrying," said the man in sunglasses, sounding excited about his idea. He had been reading a lot of martial arts novels recently, and one of them had a story about a pretend marriage. That wild idea suddenly popped into his mind. Would something like that ever happen? The man in the white shirt said calmly. Sitting on a tree branch, Song Yuelon straightened up when she heard the words pretend marriage. She felt nervous, gripping the branch tightly until her hand was scratched, but she didn't even feel the pain. Marriage? Right, if they got married, then she could easily move her household registration, she thought. Once that idea appeared, it grew wildly in her mind, taking over all her thoughts. The crisp sound of a lighter broke the brief silence around them. The man in the white shirt took a few steps toward the tree. Song Yuelon couldn't help but lower her head, wanting to hear more of their conversation. Just then, the man in the white shirt suddenly looked up for some reason, and their eyes met. In that instant, his gaze felt like the morning mist, cold and deep, sending a chill through her body. His amber eyes held a distant, indifferent look. He stared at Song Yuelon calmly but coldly, his expression shadowed with gloom. His sharp jawline and high nose made him stand out from ordinary people. Song Yuelon's heart gave a sudden jolt. Her body swayed uncontrollably, and she almost fell from the branch. She quickly reached out to grab another branch for support. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it might leap out of her chest. Because she was too nervous, her knuckles turned pale as she gripped the branch tightly. Song Yuelon was surprised. A foreigner? A minority? Or someone of mixed heritage? The man lowered his head slightly, lighting a cigarette between his lips. Then, in a cold voice, he said, "Let's go." Qin Yan noticed Song Yuelon, but he didn't care. To him, she was like a stray kitten passing by, something that might catch one's eye for a moment, but not enough to make him stop. The man wearing sunglasses kept muttering, "If someone really agreed to a fake marriage with you, you could finally deal with your grandmother's pressure." Song Yuelon sat on the tree branch, staring blankly at the two figures walking away. The words fake marriage echoed in her mind, making her heartbeat quicken like a drum. Maybe this could be a rare opportunity. Thinking of that, she couldn't hold back her impulse any longer. Gathering her courage, she shouted, "Wait." The two men had already walked a few meters away. The man in sunglasses jumped in surprise and exclaimed, "There's someone in the tree." He looked up and saw a young girl hiding among the branches. She jumped down neatly. Her small, pale face made her look delicate, and her large eyes were striking. She seemed to be around 17 or 18. Qin Yi had come today with his cousin to discuss a marriage proposal. He could tell that his grandfather's old friend was surprised by their visit and not very welcoming. It made him feel uneasy. In his opinion, his cousin was talented, successful, and definitely a fine young man who deserved someone equally outstanding. Yet now, his cousin had traveled all this way to discuss marriage with a girl he had never even met. It was hard to understand. The more Qin Yi thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it, young lady?" Song Yuelon took a deep breath and said firmly, "What you said about a fake marriage. Was that true?" Before they could answer, she quickly added, "I'm Song Fuxing's granddaughter. Do you think I could do it?" Qin Yi glanced at his cousin Qin Yan, whose expression remained calm and unreadable.
Vigny similet.
"You look so young. Are you even an adult yet?" Song Yuelon blushed slightly and said softly, "I'll be 20 in 2 months. 20, the legal age for marriage." Qin Yan tapped the ash from his cigarette, his eyes half hidden behind the smoke. "In that case, tell me what you want." Song Yuelon took a deep breath. "I want to go to college." She briefly told them about her situation. She no longer cared about being laughed at. As long as she could study, she was willing to do any hard work, even agree to a fake marriage. When Qin Yi heard that Song Yuelon's parents wanted her older sister to take her place at college, he couldn't help but curse. What terrible parents. He had sisters too, and every one of them was treated like a treasure. He couldn't believe a girl like Song Yuelon had to go through something like this. Feeling frustrated, Qin Yi scratched his head and turned to his older brother. "Brother, should we help her? You could even go through with that fake marriage." Qin Yan nodded. "What should I do?" Song Yuelon asked quietly, "Did my grandfather say that Song Yueme should marry you?"
Injani plaid. No.
He said he needed to discuss it further. Song Yuelon felt a bit relieved and thought carefully. "If my family tries to cancel the engagement, you must refuse to agree. My older sister probably won't want to marry you. She already likes someone else. My family will have to give you an explanation. They'll probably ask me to take her place," Song Yuelon reasoned. Song Fuxing had only 3 granddaughters. Song Huaji was just 16, so besides Song Yueme, only Song Yuelon was suitable. Most likely, the Song family would push her to marry in her sister's place. After all, they never planned to let her go to college anyway. Qin Yi turned to look at his cousin Qin Yan. He thought this could solve 2 problems at once. If their grandmother hadn't suddenly fallen ill and insisted that Qin Yan marry the granddaughter of her old comrade, they wouldn't even be here now. The girl wanted to change her household registration to attend college, and his cousin needed to marry someone from the Song family to ease their grandmother's worries. Qin Yan's gaze stayed fixed on Song Yuelon. She was wearing a blue and white sailor-style shirt. The once bright colors had faded after many washes, and the corners of the clothes were patched. The collar had turned slightly white. It was clear that her life at home was not easy. Her face was pale, and the most striking thing about her were her eyes. Bright, yet innocent. The navy shirt looked loose and oversized on her. "All right," Qin Yen said. That single word eased Song Yuelan's anxious heart a little. At least, her plan had taken its first successful step. Half of her goal was complete. Qin Yen lowered his eyes slightly and said softly, "I'll come again the day after tomorrow. I hope by then you can convince them." Song Yuelan nodded and replied, "Thank you." Song Yuelan gently pushed open the door to her home. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw her uncles and aunt. No one spoke, and the atmosphere in the room felt tense. Her grandparents looked uneasy and uncertain. On the other side, her sister Song Yume sat quietly on a stool, tear marks still visible on her face. Their mother, Li Ping, stood beside her, speaking softly. "Yume, your grandfather said he would discuss it. Don't worry." Hearing this, Song Yume sniffed hard, her emotions rising.
Why?
"When you made these decisions, did anyone ask what I thought?"
She cried.
Then, with tears in her eyes, she continued, "Our family owes them a favor, but does that mean I have to give up my happiness to repay it?" Her voice grew louder as her feelings overwhelmed her. Grandfather Song Fuxing coughed twice and said, "Wame, that's not the right way to say it. What do you mean by giving up your happiness to repay a debt?" He paused, then added, "It's true we owe the Qin family, but what's wrong with Qin Yen? He's a good young man. Why wouldn't he be a good match for you?" Her aunt quickly agreed, "That's right, Yume. Look at Qin Yen, he's handsome and well-educated." Unable to hold back any longer, Song Yume rolled her eyes dramatically. "Humph, I don't care about any of that. If you like him so much, why don't you marry him yourself?" As soon as she said that, her aunt was furious. The woman glared at Song Yume and scolded angrily, "How can you talk to your elders like that? What's the use of being pretty if it doesn't help at all?" Song Yume thought bitterly. 2 months ago, Song Yume realized she had been reborn. In her previous life, she had listened to her family and given up on Shueisheng, marrying Qin Yen instead. On their wedding night, Qin Yen found the letters she had exchanged with Shueisheng. Feeling wronged, she cried and told him she had been forced into the marriage. Qin Yen didn't get angry or say harsh words. After that night, he never tried to get close to her again. They lived together politely, but distantly for half a year. Later, Song Yume began to see him differently. Qin Yen was handsome, a researcher with a respectable job. She wanted to build a real marriage with him, but no matter how kind she tried to be, he remained distant. One night, she tried to show her feelings openly, but Qin Yen quietly turned and left. Ashamed and upset, she asked him, "Do you really not care about me at all?" Qin Yen said nothing. At that moment, Song Yume felt her world collapse. She couldn't believe her fate, married, yet living like a stranger. Later, she met Shueisheng again, and their old feelings returned. She asked Qin Yen for a divorce, and he gave her some money before letting her go. But soon after, she found out Shueisheng had married another woman. Shueisheng cried and told her he still loved her, but his family had forced him to marry. Song Yume could only blame herself. After all, she had married someone else first. Shueisheng's business soon flourished, and he became a wealthy man. During those years, she and his wife were constantly at odds, fighting openly and secretly, exhausting her spirit. She even had 2 children, yet never gained a proper place in his life. Filled with regret, she hated herself for marrying Qin Yen so easily. If she could live her life again, she swore she would choose Shueisheng without hesitation and never repeat the same mistake. In her past life, she had made too many mistakes, and in this one, she was determined not to repeat them. Lately, Song Yume had been spending a lot of time with Shueisheng, growing closer and deepening their feelings for each other. Their relationship was progressing much faster than it had in her previous life. They had already secretly shared a moment of deep affection. No matter what, she wanted to become Shueisheng's rightful and honorable wife. Song Fusheng spoke in a hoarse voice. Since the Qin family has sent someone, we must give them an answer. I made a promise to my old comrade back then. I can't go back on my word. Qin Yan's grandmother is ill. Your marriage can't be delayed any longer. It must be settled soon. Hearing her grandfather's words, Song Yuemei grew anxious. She suddenly lifted her head and shouted, I've told you so many times already I won't marry him. If you keep forcing me to marry Qin Yan, I'd rather die right now. Before she finished speaking, she turned and rushed toward the door. Seeing this, her mother, Li Ping, quickly grabbed her arm and held her tightly. Turning to Song Fusheng, she said anxiously, Father, do you really want to push Yuemei to such despair? If she doesn't want to marry Qin Yan, there must be another way to repay the kindness we owe. Song Fusheng's face turned red with anger, the veins on his forehead standing out. Then tell me, what makes Qin Yan unworthy of you? Without thinking, Song Yuemei blurted out, he's not.
Well.
The moment the words left her mouth, she realized she had said something wrong. The room fell silent, so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone turned to look at her, their faces filled with shock, confusion, and embarrassment. Li Ping, both angry and flustered, pinched her daughter's arm and scolded in a low voice. What nonsense are you saying? Such words, if heard by outsiders, could ruin a young woman's reputation. Song Yuemei instantly regretted it and wished she could disappear. But since it was too late to take it back, she quickly tried to explain. I meant his leg isn't well, she stammered. He was injured, and he'll probably limp for the rest of his life. I don't want to marry someone who's disabled. This matter wasn't something she made up. Qin Yan's right leg really was injured. Normally, if one didn't look carefully, it was hard to notice the slight difference in the way he walked compared to others. Before they got married, Qin Yan had told her that his leg had been hurt. But since she didn't see anything unusual at the time, she didn't think much of it. Life is unpredictable. About 5 or 6 years after their divorce, she met Qin Yan again. That time, he was sitting in a wheelchair. She couldn't help but feel relieved that she had divorced early and didn't have to take care of someone with a disability. At that moment, Song Yuemei's father, Song Jingwo, also seemed to remember something. That young man did seem to have a bit of trouble walking when he came in. Everyone had been paying attention to Qin Yan's face and height, so no one really noticed his leg injury. Song Yuemei threw herself into Li Ping's arms, crying, Mom. Song Fusheng's chest rose and fell with anger, but he forced himself to stay calm. He raised his voice and said, Then tell me, what should we do now? He couldn't bring himself to personally cancel the engagement. That would be too humiliating. Back in the day, if his old squad leader hadn't risked his life to save him, he wouldn't even be alive now. That was a debt of gratitude he could never repay. So no matter what, he couldn't do something so ungrateful. If people found out that he was the one who broke off the engagement, how could he ever show his face again? Song Fusheng took a deep drag from his pipe. After a moment of silence, he finally made up his mind and said, If Yuemei doesn't want to marry him, then forget about dividing the family property. Hearing this, Song Jingwo immediately became anxious. He stared wide-eyed at his father, completely shocked.
Dad, what do you mean by that?
Didn't we already agree on this before? There were 4 siblings in total, and Song Jingwo was the third. He had always felt that he was the least favored child. His eldest brother had taken over their father's job and secured a stable position. His second brother had gone to college and later got a respectable government job. Only he, though helped by the family to find work, was still just a temporary worker. He had worked hard in the cotton mill for 7 or 8 years before finally becoming a full-time employee instead of a temporary worker. Because he became permanent too late, his family was never on the list when the factory distributed housing. Even now, they still had to squeeze into the old, shabby house with his parents, and their household registration had never been separated. His son was about to go to college, and in a few years he would be getting married. The factory was about to distribute houses again, and this time, he was determined to get one. But since the family hadn't officially separated, and his father was still the head of the household, they didn't meet the requirements. His father had promised to divide the household in 2 days, but now he had changed his mind. Song Jangwo was furious. He suddenly stood up from his chair. Dad, you can't be so unfair. Among all the brothers and sisters, I'm the only one without a house. You can't refuse to let me have one just because Yume doesn't want to get married. Song Fushing shouted angrily. Unfair? Wasn't it the family who paid to get you that job? Your 2 older brothers used to give money to the family every month, and they saved up for their own weddings.
But you?
You were a temporary worker, and we never asked you to give a cent to the family. Your mother and I spent more than 200 yuan on your wedding. Have you forgotten that? Your brothers didn't have your mother helping with their children, but your 3 kids were all raised by her. Jangwo, how can you say your father is unfair? Don't you have a conscience? There were still things Song Fushing didn't say, afraid his 2 older sons might think he was taking sides. During the years Jangwo worked as a temporary worker and complained about his low pay, he and his wife secretly gave him 40 yuan every month to help out. And now Jangwo dared to say they were unfair. Jangwo fell silent. He only blamed himself for being too young back then. If he had taken over his father's job like his eldest brother, would he have been a temporary worker for so many years? He would have gotten a house long ago. Besides, since he lived with his parents, wasn't it natural for them to help look after the children? Li Ping glared at her husband. Dad, we know how much you've done for us, she said. But if the child doesn't want to get married, forcing her won't make her happy. Song Yuelon stood quietly in the corner, saying nothing, watching the room fall into chaos. At that moment, Song Yume turned her head and saw Song Yuelon standing quietly nearby. An idea came to her. Mom, let Yuelon go instead. Everyone's attention finally shifted to Song Yuelon. They had almost forgotten that Song Jangwo had a second daughter. She was always so quiet that people barely noticed her. The more Song Yume thought about it, the more she liked the idea. Anyway, the Qin family just wants a daughter from our family. Why can't it be Yuelon? Li Ping began to consider it seriously. After all, her eldest daughter had always been thoughtful and sensible. And right now, the most important thing was that the eldest was seeing the deputy factory director's son. If she were married off in a hurry, Li Ping would feel reluctant. Besides, with the deputy director's connection, getting a good apartment during the housing allocation would be much easier. Although Qin Yan was handsome, he lived far away, and they didn't really know much about his family background. But the benefits of the deputy director's family were right in front of them. Compared to that, Yuelon was quiet and withdrawn, rarely speaking a word. If she married into the Qin family, they could at least receive some bride price, so it wouldn't be a total loss. The only concern was whether her university admission letter had arrived yet. If Yuelon didn't get in, Yume could go to college instead, which would make her a better match for Shueisheng. The teachers were always praising Yuelon for her good grades. Her younger brother, Song Xian, had already received his admission letter. But Yuelon still hadn't heard anything. Li Ping gently patted Yume's back, signaling her to stay calm. Yuelon, has your admission letter arrived yet? Yuelon slowly shook her head and said softly, not
Yet.
Li Ping's face darkened immediately. She said sharply, Don't tell me you didn't get into college at all? Then those 3 years of high school were for nothing. Honestly, if you can't even study well, you might as well get married early. At least that way, you won't keep wasting money at home. Look at your brother. He already has his admission letter. And then look at you. Why can't you be more ambitious? If I had known things would turn out like this, I should have made you leave school earlier to find a job. At least you could have earned some money to help the family. Li Ping kept muttering, not even trying to hide her favoritism. Song Yume had taken the college entrance exam 3 times. Even though she still failed in the end, Li Ping always comforted her, saying it was just bad luck. Song Yuelon wasn't disappointed. After living here for half a year, she already understood her place in this family. Song Jangwo and Li Ping both worked at a textile factory. With a monthly allowance from Song Fushing, the family wasn't struggling too much. But the meat at home never reached her plate, and all her clothes were hand-me-downs from Song Yume. She was always the one doing the laundry and cooking. Even in her final year of high school, she came home after class to cook before going back for evening study. After that, she returned home again to finish the chores. She slept less than 5 hours a night and still had to get up early to prepare breakfast for everyone. Only lunch was easier, since the factory had a cafeteria. In a clear voice, Song Yuelon said, "I won't get married." Although college tuition was free now, there were still many other expenses over 4 years. She had to think for herself. To protect her future, she had agreed with Qin Yen to have a fake marriage, but she wanted to take a small amount of money with her. Her mother had prepared 800 yuan as a dowry for her older sister. She only wanted 200. With that money, she could at least cover some basic expenses at the start of college. If she ran short later, she could work part-time to make up for it. So she couldn't agree too easily. She had to refuse first. Before Li Ping could speak, Song Yuemei rushed up to her and pointed at her. "Song Yuelon, why shouldn't you get married? We're both daughters of the Song family. What makes you so special? If I get married, you can go to college, right?"
Dream on.
Li Ping didn't expect her usually quiet second daughter to suddenly talk back. "You have to get married. College? You haven't even received the admission letter yet. To tell you the truth, we don't have the money to send you to college." Song Yuelon looked up at everyone in the room. When their eyes met hers, they all quickly looked away. No one spoke up for her. Song Fusheng tapped his tobacco pipe. "Yuelon, you should go. I think that boy Qin Yen is a good one. You won't suffer if you marry him." Song Yuelon gave a faint smile. "If it's such a good thing, why doesn't my sister go instead?" Li Ping raised her hand, wanting to slap her. "You ungrateful girl. I regret giving birth to you." When she was pregnant with her second child, she had a hard time. At 8 months, she accidentally fell. The baby came early, and she suffered a lot. She had hoped for a son, but it was another daughter. She never fed the baby herself, believing the old saying that doing so would help her get pregnant again sooner. Her husband had 2 older brothers and both had sons. Only their family had 2 daughters. She felt ashamed even walking down the street, and her sister-in-law often mocked her. So she grew to dislike this unwanted second daughter even more. The next year, she finally gave birth to a son and life slowly improved. The second daughter was quiet and plain, always working or reading. She did the most chores in the house, but her mother still didn't like her. Fingers are never the same length. Liking or not liking someone can't be forced. Parents always have favorites. So they decided to marry Song Yuelon off. Song Yuelon looked at Song Jiangwo. "Dad, do you think so too?" He said nothing, just turned his head away. Yuelon wasn't surprised. "Dad, please let me keep studying. I'll take good care of you and Mom in the future." After all, Song Jiangwo and Li Ping were her parents. But Song Jiangwo stayed silent. In his heart, a house was more important than his daughter's happiness, especially this unwanted second daughter. Sadly, they felt no real affection for her. Li Ping frowned. "Song Yuelon, don't ask your father. Your brother is going to college this year too. We can't afford 2 college students." Song Yuemei interrupted. "You don't need to worry about taking care of our parents. I'll do that. Qin Yen just has a steady research job, but Shueishan will do big business and make lots of money." Without warning, Song Yuelon changed the subject, her eyes fixed on Li Ping. "Do you still remember the 18th day of last December? At that time, I was feeling really sick. Why didn't you take me to see a doctor?" Li Ping was stunned by her daughter's sudden question. She frowned and tried hard to remember, but her mind was blank. She couldn't recall anything like that. After all, it had already been more than half a year since the 18th day of the last lunar month. Life passed by so quickly. Who could remember such small things from so long ago? Hearing Song Yuelon's words and seeing her stubborn expression, Li Ping started to feel angry. She vaguely remembered something. That morning, the girl hadn't even made breakfast, which almost caused her and Jiangwo to be late for work and lose part of their pay. When she came home after work, she was already upset. Seeing Song Yuelon lying stiffly on the bed like she had no energy made her even angrier, and she scolded her harshly without thinking. But to her surprise, Song Yuelan didn't respond at all and just kept lying there quietly. If Li Ping hadn't been in a hurry to go out that evening to watch a movie, she would have pulled the girl out of bed and given her a serious lecture for being lazy and careless all the time. Thinking of this made Li Ping even more irritated. She snapped at Song Yuelan, "What's wrong now? Do you really think you were treated so unfairly? Look at you, you're fine now, aren't you? Were you really that sick?" A wave of sadness rose in Song Yuelan's heart, and a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Because this was the exact day she had crossed into this strange world. The real Song Yuelan had been lying alone in bed with a high fever. What hurt most was that no one in the family had shown her any care or concern. No one had even given her basic medicine to bring down the fever. She never woke up again. At that moment, by some twist of fate, another version of her from a different time had taken her place. Song Yuelan quickly raised her hand and gently wiped away the tear at the corner of her eye. In that instant, she suddenly felt her body grow lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. Perhaps this was the last trace of the original soul's attachment in this body, finally fading away. Song Yuelan let out a soft sigh. The faint bond of family affection left in her heart completely broke apart. She said coldly, "The admission letters haven't even all been sent out yet, and you already think I failed the exam? So if I refuse to get married, are you really planning to tie me up and force me to go through with it?" At this point, Song Yuelan paused, the corners of her lips lifting slightly into a mocking smile. "If I go to the factory and tell everyone about this, aren't you afraid of losing face?" Hearing that, Li Ping immediately shouted angrily, "Don't you dare." It was the crucial time for housing allocation. If others found out that their family was forcing their daughter into marriage, it would cause a huge scandal and endless trouble. There were many people but few houses, and everyone was watching closely. Those without a house were all trying to pull strings to get one. If Song Yuelan made a scene and things got out of hand, their family's chance of getting a house would be ruined. Song Fuxing sighed and said, "Yuelan, what will it take for you to agree to marry Qinyan?
Tell us."
"We know we've wronged you, and I'll try to make it up to you." Song Yuelan replied, "Since I'm getting married, I should at least have a proper dowry. I'm not asking for much, 2,000 yuan will do." Of course, she knew Li Ping would never agree to that amount. To avoid rejection, sometimes you have to start with an unreasonable request. Li Ping shrieked, "You wish. You're about to get married, and instead of giving money to the family, you have the nerve to ask us for it? How shameless can you be?" She glared at Song Yuelan, her voice sharp and angry. "You feel wronged because we won't let you go to college? Look at the girl next door. She started working right after middle school to help her family. Why can't you be like her?" Then she raised her voice even more. "Your father and I have already done our duty by supporting you through high school. Even if you go to the police, we as your parents are still in the right." Song Yuelan nodded. "That's right. The police can't stop me from going to school, but they can stop you from forcing your daughter into marriage. That's against the law. Either give me the money, or I'll go to the police." Seeing how firm Yuelan was, Li Ping trembled with anger and raised her hand as if to slap her. But Yuelan stood still, not moving at all, her eyes fixed coldly on Li Ping. It was the first time Li Ping had seen such stubbornness and calm in Yuelan's eyes. She froze for a moment, her raised hand pausing in midair. After a brief hesitation, she gritted her teeth and swung her arm down again. But before her hand could reach Yuelan's face, Yuelan quickly caught her wrist. She pushed her hand away. "You'd better think this through." Song Fuxing sighed. "Enough, enough. Give it to her." Hearing his father's words, Song Jiangwo became anxious and shouted, "Dad, what are you talking about? How much did Yuelan want?"
2,000 yuan.
He and Li Ping together earned only 200 yuan a month at the textile factory. That girl was asking for a whole year's salary. What a joke. Song Fuxing coughed twice. "I'll give 600. Then he looked at his eldest and second sons. "You two should also contribute. This isn't just Yuelan's matter." The two brothers didn't object. Whether it was Yuelan or Yueme getting married, as uncles they would have to give money anyway. They whispered to each other, "Dad, We'll each give 40. Since their father had already said Yuelon was doing this to repay his kindness, they felt they should give a bit more than usual. Then Song Fuxing turned to Li Ping and Song Jiangwo. Li Ping had nothing more to say. Her father-in-law and brothers-in-law had already given money. She couldn't refuse to give anything. With a dark expression, she said, "I'll give 40. Yuelon gave a faint smile. "Mom, did you hear me wrong? I said 2,000. Although she had reached her goal, Yuelon didn't want to sound too eager. The younger aunt joined in, saying, "That's right. Her uncles are giving 40 each, but as her parents, you're only giving 42. Isn't that a bit stingy?" Song Yuelon shook her head. "Forget it, I won't get married." Song Fuxing said loudly, "Liping, give the child 400 yuan. Then he added, "Yuelon's marriage is also a way for me to repay a favor. So, I'll make the decision here. After you marry and move far away, you don't need to worry about taking care of your parents in their old age." In that time, families with a preference for sons often left all their property to the boys. Although they said daughters didn't need to take care of their parents, when the parents fell ill, it was still the daughters who ended up helping. What Song Fuxing meant was that once Yuelon got married, she wouldn't have to look after her parents anymore. At this moment, Song Yuemei couldn't wait for Yuelon to get married quickly. She didn't care about a few hundred yuan. In a few years, she would live a good life with Shueisheng. They would have tens of thousands, maybe even more, so this small amount meant nothing to her. Song Yuemei said, "Grandpa, you said it yourself. Let's write an agreement. Once Yuelon takes the money, she can't go back on it. Their parents' retirement wouldn't be a problem, since they had pensions. If they could cut ties with Yuelon completely, that would be even better." She was worried that Yuelon might come back one day to fight over the house. After all, in her previous life, when their parents passed away suddenly, Yuelon had received part of the house and money. Song Yuemei held Liping's arm and said sweetly, "Mom, just give her the money. I'll tell Shueisheng to leave us a big, sunny apartment." Liping knew the house was the most important thing. Their family had been waiting for years. She had lived with her in-laws for more than 20 years. Their 4 small rooms were so crowded that there was barely space for guests. When her relatives came, there wasn't even a place for them to sit. Her co-workers often showed off their homes, saying they had their own kitchens and bathrooms. Now the factory was building new apartments with large living spaces. Those 70 square meter, 3-bedroom apartments were so spacious. Based on her and Jiangwo's years of work and the size of their family, they could get a subsidy of 1,000 yuan for a 3-bedroom apartment. She had never planned for Song Yuelon to live with them, so she had already set her sights on that 3-bedroom home. She and her husband shared one room, while the eldest and the 3rd child each had their own. As for Song Yuelon, it was fine for her to keep living with the elders. Li Ping raised her eyebrows and said firmly, "Then tomorrow we'll divide the family property. After we register at the factory and sign the papers, I'll give you the money." When someone got married, their household registration had to be moved. Before the girl left, it was best to settle the house and compensation. Song Yuelon nodded. She hadn't expected Song Fuxing to help her get rid of a big problem. Cutting ties with the Song family was worth far more to her than a few hundred yuan. In this house, Song Yuelon didn't have her own bedroom. A small space had been divided from the kitchen for her to sleep in. She began packing her things. She had very few belongings, just a few sets of clothes and some books from high school. After sorting everything, she decided not to take the books with her. She planned to sell them. Even a small amount of money was still something. In the corner, there were some cardboard boxes. Besides studying and doing housework, she used her spare time to make paper boxes to earn a little extra money for the family. Each month, she could make a few yuan. Most of the time, Li Ping would take that money without hesitation. Li Ping set a monthly quota for her. If she didn't hand in enough money, she wasn't allowed to rest. Even during the busy days before her college entrance exams, Li Ping never eased up. Whenever Song Yuelon showed the slightest reluctance, Li Ping would scold her, "Don't you eat and wear what the family provides?" Because of all the work she did for the family, Song Yuelon never felt guilty asking Li Ping for money. At that moment, her grandmother came in. Song Yuelon stood up.
"Grandma,
Her grandmother didn't have much say in the family. Most decisions were made by her husband and sons. The old woman handed her 600 yuan and a small, unrecognizable object.
Take this, she said.
Song Yuelon looked surprised. What is it? This is a keepsake that Qin Yan's grandfather once gave our family, her grandmother explained. She added, now that you and Qin Yan are about to get married, this keepsake should naturally be passed on to you. The old man had been worried that Song Yuelon might suddenly change her mind and refuse to marry Qin Yan. That was why she had specially asked her husband to send the money and the keepsake to Song Yuelon. They had already done all they could for this granddaughter. Once she was married, her future, whether good or bad, would no longer concern the Song family. Full of curiosity, Song Yuelon took the keepsake and examined it carefully in her hands. She realized it was made of copper. Years of wear had dulled its color, and it felt quite heavy in her palm. It looked like a copper lock, but only half of one. Its dull, gray surface made it seem worthless, something no one would bother to pick up if it were lying on the ground. Her grandmother left the room, leaving Song Yuelon sitting alone by the bed. She picked up the half-lock again and studied it closely. But she accidentally lost her grip, and it slipped under the bed. She quickly bent down to look for it. Her hand brushed against a sewing basket nearby, and a sharp needle suddenly pricked her finger. A sting of pain shot through her hand. She instinctively pulled back, and a drop of blood welled up on her fingertip, falling straight onto the copper lock below. A bright white light flashed, so dazzling that she could hardly open her eyes. When she finally looked again, she was shocked to find herself in a strange, empty place. Everything around her was blank and bare, giving off a cold, quiet feeling. Still, Song Yuelon didn't panic. In her previous life, she had read many novels, so she wasn't unfamiliar with mysterious spaces like this. She calmed herself and began to look around carefully. After some observation, she estimated the space to be about 7 or 8 square meters in size. What caught her attention most was a small pool of water in the corner. It was tiny, about the size of a bowl. Song Yuelon walked closer and looked down. There was only a thin layer of water inside, barely enough to fill a teacup. Staring at the little pool, she hesitated. She knew that anything appearing in such a space was unlikely to be ordinary. But since she didn't yet understand what it was or what it could do, she didn't dare to try drinking it. She didn't know how to get out of this place. At that thought, Song Yuelon focused her mind, and suddenly her body felt light. In the next moment, she had already left the space successfully. Back in the real world, she quickly looked down to check her condition. Other than a faint pink mark on her shoulder, there was nothing unusual. After trying to enter and leave the space a few more times, Song Yuelon soon became skilled at using it. The space could recognize its owner. Even if someone took away the bronze lock in her hand, the space would still stay connected to her and never leave. The pool of water inside also obeyed her command and could flow out at will. In the corner of her room, there was a very small flower pot with a nearly withered plant that was hard to identify. Song Yuelon dropped some of the spring water from the space into the pot. After watching for a while, she didn't see much change. Maybe the spring water wasn't that special, but having such a space was already a great surprise for her. It was the 1980s, a time of rapid economic growth. As long as she used the space wisely, she would never have to worry about making money. Song Yuelon woke up very early, but she didn't move. Usually, she was the one who got up first to cook. Since she was about to leave this home, she didn't bother pretending anymore. She looked down at the little plant she had watered with the spring water. The leaves that had been dry yesterday now had a small, tender green sprout. That meant the water from the space really worked. Song Yuelon also drank a little of the spring water herself. The cool, refreshing taste eased the dryness in her mouth and made her feel clear-headed and comfortable. She wondered what changes might happen after drinking it. When Li Ping got up and saw that Song Yuelon hadn't started cooking, she became very upset. She chopped on the cutting board loudly, the noise waking up Song Xian. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he grumbled, "Mom, can you be quieter? I can't sleep with all that noise." Hearing her son's complaint, Li Ping finally slowed down a bit. She had barely slept the night before. The reason was simple: she couldn't stop thinking about the money she had to give Song Yuelon. It was such a large amount that it made her heart ache. Although she felt unwilling, she didn't dare to offend Song Yuelon easily. Last night, Song Yuemei spent the whole evening patiently persuading her. She said they must not lose something big for a small reason and should hurry to get Song Yuelon married. She promised that Shueishan would help them get a bright and spacious new house. Song Yuemei even swore to Li Ping that Qin Yan would one day become disabled. To avoid him becoming a burden to the family, it was best to follow grandfather's advice and cut off family ties. Since Song Yuemei had lived through this once before, she clearly remembered her sister's fate. In her previous life, Song Yuelon failed to get into college. She remained unmarried until nearly 40 and became the subject of people's gossip and ridicule. When their parents passed away, they left no will, so Song Yuelon still received one room from the family house. This time, she must not be allowed to take advantage again. The house could be shared with their younger brother, but giving even a small part to Song Yuelon was out of the question. For Song Yuemei, marrying Song Yuelon to Qin Yan would serve two purposes. First, it would fulfill the family's marriage duty and repay their grandfather's kindness. Second, once the family ties were cut, Song Yuelon would no longer have any claim to the family property. In this life, Song Yuelon would marry Qin Yan, who had a leg injury. Not only would he have trouble moving around, but he also couldn't have children, which meant her future life would likely be difficult. Thinking back to her past life, Song Yuemei had completely crushed Song Yuelon. Now, in this life, she believed things would be the same. The thought filled her with pride as she imagined Song Yuelon's miserable future. To avoid any delays, early the next morning, Song Jingwo got up quickly, washed, ate a few bites of breakfast, and hurried out to handle the household registration paperwork. He completed all the procedures smoothly and registered for housing at the factory. He even thoughtfully helped transfer Song Yuelon's household record. Song Yuelon quietly accepted her copy of the registration document. She immediately wrote the letter to end family ties as agreed. Li Ping angrily threw 400 yuan onto the ground. Song Yuelon didn't care about her attitude. She picked up all the money. Now she was only one step away from freedom. She put the money and her household registration papers into her own space. Then she went out. No one knew yet that she had been accepted to a university. She still needed to go to school to get an introduction letter. At that time, going to college required both an admission notice and an introduction letter. Yesterday, when she went to get her admission notice, only her homeroom teacher, Ms. Huang, knew about it. After thinking for a moment, Song Yuelon took out 10 cents and bought some grapes from a street vendor to bring to school. Her teacher, Ms. Huang, was a woman in her early 40s. When she saw Song Yuelon, she smiled. "Yuelon, your mother must be overjoyed. 2 college students in one family." This year, Song Yuelon had been accepted to a university and her younger brother to a technical college. Their school didn't have a high acceptance rate, and several students had been admitted to college this year. Ms. Huang's class had the best results in the whole school, so she was especially kind to good students like Song Yuelon. Song Yuelon smiled. "Teacher, please have some fruit." She placed the grapes on Ms. Huang's desk. A little shyly, she said, "Ms. Huang, could you please not tell anyone yet that I got into college?" Ms. Huang looked surprised. "Why not? That's wonderful news." Song Yuelon lowered her head slightly and said softly, "My mother's birthday is in a few days. I want to tell her then, as a surprise." Ms. Huang sighed with emotion. "You're such a thoughtful girl. Your mother is lucky to have you." "All right, I'll keep it a secret for now." Then Ms. Huang contacted the school office to help her get the introduction letter. Only after receiving it did Song Yuelon feel relieved. This was a small town where news spread quickly. As long as Ms. Huang kept her secret, by the time Li Ping found out, she would already be far away from this troublesome place. After leaving the school, Song Yuelon didn't go home right away. She stopped at a wonton stall and ordered a bowl. Since arriving in this world half a year ago, she had never eaten her fill. After taking a sip of the warm soup, her stomach felt cozy and full. She now looked somewhat like she did in her previous life, but years of poor nutrition had left her thin and frail. Health is the foundation of everything. After leaving this place, she planned to take good care of herself and stay healthy. Song Yuan thought for a moment and bought a few more buns. Holding the buns, she walked to the place she often visited. Before she could call out, a black dog came out from the corner. A few months ago, when she passed by, she had seen this little dog injured by someone. It had been lying on the ground, crying softly. It was so small and weak that it looked like it wouldn't survive. Hearing its cries, Song Yuan couldn't bear to ignore it. She secretly spent some money to buy medicine and bandaged its wounds. The little one was strong and soon recovered. Her family wouldn't allow her to keep a dog, so she only came to visit it from time to time. Since being hurt, the dog had always been cautious around people. But now it ran towards Song Yuan, rubbing its head affectionately against her leg. It had grown from a puppy into a half-grown dog. Song Yuan took out a meat bun and fed it bit by bit. "Xiaohei, I'll be leaving tomorrow," she said softly. "I might not come back for a long time. You must take care of yourself." She gently patted its head. Xiaohei seemed to understand her words and stopped eating. It buried its head in her arms and whimpered. Song Yuan felt sad too, but she couldn't take Xiaohei with her. "If I ever get the chance, I'll come back to see you. You must stay well." She dropped a little spring water into her palm and fed it to the dog. Xiaohei seemed to sense it was something special and carefully licked it all up. They stayed together until the sun went down. Only then did Song Yuan say goodbye and head home. "Sis, are all these things for me?" Song Yuan nodded. "Yes, they're all yours." Song Huazi happily took the study materials from her. The notes were detailed, which made them very useful. Among her family, Song Huazi was the one who treated her the best and sometimes talked with her, so Song Yuan decided to give her the materials. After thinking for a moment, Song Yuan said, "Huazi, if anyone asks about me, just tell them the truth." Someone would surely notice her absence and ask where she had gone. This was a small town, not very big, so whenever something happened in any family, the whole town would soon know about it. She was leaving, still upset about how Li Ping and Song Jiangwo had treated her. If people talked about it, at least it would make them lose face. Her family wanted to use Song Yuanmei and Zhao Shuixing's connection to get a good apartment. She wanted to see if a family that stopped their daughter from going to college and made her get married instead could still get that apartment. Song Huazi held her books. "Sister, are you worried your classmates won't find you?" I'll tell them you got married and moved away," she said. Today was the day Song Yuan and Qin Yan had agreed to meet. The Qin family and the Song family lived far apart, one in the south and one in the north. Even by train, the trip took more than 50 hours. When a woman got married, her family usually prepared a dowry for her. But Song Yuan's luggage was pitifully small, just a dusty little pile on the floor, with a small flower pot beside it. Li Ping hadn't prepared anything for her. She just stood there with a cold face. She had already given Song Yuan some money and refused to give a bit more. Her sister-in-law couldn't stand it. "It's such an important day for the child, and you didn't even buy her anything. You're being far too unfair." After all, Song Yuan was marrying far away and might not come home even once a year. She really couldn't stand her third sister-in-law, who seemed to have no kindness at all. Song Jiangwo looked at his daughter, feeling uneasy that they hadn't given her anything. He wanted to take some money out of his pocket, but when Li Ping coughed, he stopped. Song Yuan didn't care. When she wrote the letter cutting ties with them, she had already stopped thinking of them as family. There was a knock at the door. Qin Yan and Qin Yi had arrived on the agreed day. Qin Yan was still wearing a white shirt. This was the second time Song Yuan had seen him. The first time, her mind had been full of thoughts about going to college, and she only remembered that his eyes were cold. Now, looking again, she saw that Qin Yan was indeed very handsome. He was over 185 centimeters tall, and she had to look up to see his face. His amber-colored eyes were rare, and his distant expression gave off a quiet sense of pressure. Even though it was summer, his shirt was perfectly neat, every fold looking as if it had been carefully measured. This reminded Song Yuelan of the elegant and intellectual style that became popular later, refined yet reserved, giving off a sense of quiet purity. She herself was thin and small, like a bamboo stick. Even if they stood side by side, everything about them seemed to say, "We don't match." Fortunately, it was only a fake marriage. When Qin Yan no longer needed her in the future, she would cooperate fully. Qin Yan wasn't a talkative person, so Qin Yi kept finding topics to chat about, making the atmosphere at home finally a bit lighter. Qin Yan immediately noticed Song Yuelan. Her braided hair hung down to her waist. Though she looked slim and delicate, her hair was thick and shiny, swaying gently as she moved, adding a touch of grace and liveliness to her appearance. When she looked at him, her eyes brightened slightly, reminding Qin Yan of the cat that often sat on his wall, cautious yet quietly curious. He lowered his gaze to the luggage beside her. It was clear she was smart and knew what she wanted. He liked dealing with intelligent people. No one except Qin Yi knew that the two of them had met before. Song Fuxing had been worried that Qin Yan might question the last-minute change of people, but fortunately, he didn't seem to mind. After some polite conversation, the atmosphere eased a little. Qin Yan took out a yellow envelope from his bag. He spoke slowly, "Grandpa Song, thank you for trusting me with Yuelan. I promise that for the rest of my life, I will treat her with care and never let her suffer." After a short pause, he added, "I came here in a hurry and didn't prepare everything properly. Please forgive me." Although Qin Yan modestly said the money wasn't much, the thick envelope was still quite tempting. Even Li Ping, who had been standing quietly by the side, suddenly became more alert. She unconsciously took a small step forward, wanting to reach for the envelope. Before she could move, Qin Yi quickly extended his hand and gently nudged Song Yuelan forward with a smile. "Yuelan, you should take it," he said cheerfully. "Think of this as a small gift from the Qin family to you. Normally, the bride price should be given to the bride's parents." Qin Yi and Qin Yan had already discussed this in private. They decided it would be better to give the money directly to Song Yuelan herself. After all, she was about to start college and would need quite a bit of money. More importantly, Qin Yi truly looked down on Song Yuelan's parents. They strongly favored sons over daughters, to an extreme degree. Just thinking about giving them the money made Qin Yi feel uncomfortable and unwilling to accept it. Before anyone could react, Qin Yan naturally handed the yellow envelope, thick with cash, to Song Yuelan's slender hands. She accepted it calmly. She couldn't let Li Ping take the money, but she planned to return it to Qin Yan later. Song Fuxing waved his hand. "If it weren't for my old squad leader saving me back then." He didn't care who received the bride price. A life-saving favor shouldn't be repaid with money, so giving it to Song Yuelan was fine. Since the journey was long and Qin Yan's grandmother was still ill, they needed to leave soon. Qin Yan bent down to pick up Song Yuelan's luggage. "Let's go." Song Yuelan said goodbye to her family once more. She turned to look at the house and the people inside. She had a feeling she wouldn't be coming back for a long time. Song Yuemei smiled smugly. "Yuelan, you'd better live well with your husband." It sounded like a blessing, but her tone carried clear malice. Song Yuemei was certain that after marrying Qin Yan, Yuelan would never rise again. Marrying a man with weak legs who couldn't have children, Song Yuemei believed Yuelan would always be beneath her. Yuelan understood her meaning but didn't care. She turned and said, "Seriously, I will. I hope you can also marry Shuisheng as you wish." Song Yuemei's face stiffened at the mention of her sore spot. She gritted her teeth.
"You don't need to worry about me."
"I will." Only then did Song Yuelan notice that Qin Yi and Qin Yan had come by car. The alley to her house was too narrow, so they had parked outside. The green Jeep was quite a rare sight in those days. After getting into the car, Song Yuelan finally felt relaxed. She was about to start a new life. Qin Yi was driving, with Qin Yan in the passenger seat and Song Yuelan sitting in the back. Qin Yi smiled and said, "You can take a nap if you want. It'll take another 2 or 3 hours to reach the train station." Song Yuelan's home was in a small town, and they needed to go to the city to catch the train. But the car hadn't gone far when Qin Yi suddenly hit the brakes. "Oh no. Where did that dog come from?" he said, still startled. A half-grown black dog stood in the middle of the road, staring at the car. Chin-yi was about to honk the horn to scare it away. Song Yuelon quickly sat up. I know that dog. Let me talk to it for a moment. Qin Yen didn't turn around, just gave a small nod. With his permission, Song Yuelon jumped out of the car. Qin-yi turned to his brother with a grin. So, how does it feel to be getting married soon? Even if it's just a pretend marriage, it must feel a little strange, right? Qin Yen stayed silent, as usual. Qin-yi was used to it. He knew his brother too well, quiet, calm, and serious. Since childhood, Qin Yen had been the model everyone looked up to. If he had only been a little better than the others, maybe they would have tried to catch up. But the gap between him and everyone else was so wide that no one even thought about surpassing him. It would only wear them out. Qin Yan's studies had always gone smoothly. With his talent, he skipped grades and got into a top university. He did so well in school that he even earned a scholarship to study abroad. After returning, he went straight to work at a research institute. In short, he was a science genius. Qin-yi raised an eyebrow, watching the girl ahead. That little one is quite interesting. The black dog was biting the edge of Song Yuelon's coat, whining softly, clearly unwilling to let her go. Qin-yi clicked his tongue. She's too thin, though. Look at her, like she's never had a full meal. If you hugged her, you'd probably feel her bones. Hearing that he had gone too far, Qin Yen turned his head lazily and said, Watch your words. That's your sister-in-law. Qin-yi almost choked on his own saliva. Brother, you can't really be interested in that girl, can you? When Qin Yen had just graduated, many people came to his family to propose matches for him. It wasn't just because of his stable job, his good looks also played a big part. If he really wanted to get married, there were plenty of choices. If their grandmother hadn't insisted that he marry his comrade's granddaughter, they wouldn't have traveled so far. She was such a thin, quiet girl. He didn't believe Qin Yen would fall for her after meeting only twice. Qin Yan's eyes darkened. Of course not. You're just too noisy. Qin-yi rubbed his nose awkwardly. All right then. Song Yuelon patted Little Black's big head. Thank you for coming to see me off. Little Black seemed to understand her words. It rubbed against her leg and made soft whining sounds, showing how much it didn't want her to leave. Song Yuelon took a piece of milk candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and put it into Little Black's mouth. She lifted the little dog and gave it a gentle shake. The more she did, the more she wanted to take it with her. But she could barely take care of herself now, and didn't want to trouble anyone else. So she put Little Black down.
I'm sorry.
With a heavy heart, she got into the car again. The engine started. Little Black barked and ran after the car. But a dog's speed couldn't match that of a car. As the car went faster and faster, Little Black stumbled and rolled several times trying to keep up. Through the rear window, Song Yuelon looked back, her heart aching. Qin-yi unconsciously slowed down. He actually liked dogs too. Qin Yen spoke. Let's take it with us. Song Yuelon turned to him in disbelief. Really, Mr. Qin? Qin-yi stepped on the brake. Sure, let's bring it. It's a fine dog. Song Yuelon's eyes lit up. Thank you. You're both so kind. She jumped out of the car again and brought Little Black inside. Once in the car, Little Black stayed quietly by her feet, calm and obedient. Along with the luggage, a small green plant sat beside it. After 3 hours on the road, they finally arrived at the train station. Qin-yi said casually, Brother, I'll drop you and your wife off here. Song Yuelon was surprised by the way he called her sister-in-law. She glanced at Qin Yen, but he didn't seem to react to the title. Qin Yen nodded. Thanks for your help. When you get home, I'll treat you to a meal.
Vin Yigrinnet.
Then I won't be polite. I want hot pot. Qin-yi was in the army and had taken leave to help his cousin with a marriage proposal. Now that the task was done, he had to return to his unit. After Qin-yi drove away, Qin Yen turned to her. Wait here for a moment. I'll go buy the tickets. Song Yuelon nodded and handed him her letter of introduction. There weren't many people at the platform. Vendors were calling out, selling food and snacks. Thinking about the long train ride ahead, Song Yuelon bought some fruit and buns. Little Hay, the the small dog, looked around curiously with its round eyes. It lay quietly by her feet. Still, Song Yuelon felt a bit worried. Taking a pet on a train wasn't easy, and she wasn't sure if it was even allowed at that time. Before long, Qin Yen returned. Their train would depart in half an hour. Song Yuelon looked down at the dog. "Little Hay." Qin Yen reassured her, "Don't worry, it can come with us." She didn't know how he managed it, but she immediately felt relieved. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." When Song Yuelon followed Qin Yen into the train car, she was surprised to see that he had bought first-class sleeper tickets. These were much harder to get than regular sleeper tickets. Not only were they very expensive, but they also required strict identity checks. Money alone wasn't enough to buy them. As a researcher who had received awards for his scientific work, Qin Yen qualified to purchase them. At that time, there were no clear rules against bringing pets on trains. Since Qin Yen had booked a private sleeper cabin, the small dog could stay inside without bothering other passengers, so it was allowed on board. Song Yuelon looked around the cabin curiously. The high-quality soft sleeper car is truly worth its reputation, much better than the ordinary hard seats she used to sit in before. Inside the small compartment, there are 2 single beds, a small sofa, and a tiny table. Qin Yen put away his luggage. Since they are in such a small space together, Song Yuelon feels a bit nervous. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Qin Yen replied, "You're welcome. You also helped me. After we go back, please don't call me Mr. Qin anymore. Since they are about to get married, this way of addressing each other feels a bit distant." Song Yuelon thought for a moment and tentatively asked, "How about calling you Brother Yen?" Considering that he is a bit older than her, calling Brother Yen directly might be too close. The term, Brother Yen, seems more appropriate, showing respect without feeling too distant. Qin Yen nodded without objection. The journey was very long. Being alone in this small space made Song Yuelon feel a little nervous. Sitting across from her, Qin Yen spoke. "This is our second meeting. Let me introduce myself first." Song Yuelon immediately sat up straight, showing she was listening carefully. After all, since they are pretending to be married, it wouldn't make sense if they didn't know much about each other. Qin Yen is 26 years old and works at a research institute in Jinghai City. His parents are divorced, and his father passed away 6 years ago. "Oh, and there's one more thing I need to tell you. I have an injury on my right leg," Qin Yen said calmly, as if it wasn't a big deal. Then he added, "But don't worry, I can still manage for a while." He doesn't plan to pretend to be married for too long. Hearing this, Song Yuelon's heart suddenly trembled because she remembered that Song Yueme had once told her that Qin Yen had injured his leg. She wanted to ask him kindly how he got hurt, but then she thought, since they just met, it might seem rude or abrupt to ask so directly. Anyway, they will have more time to get to know each other later, so there's no need to rush to find out everything now. After Qin Yen finished his introduction, Song Yuelon also began to share her basic information. She is simpler than Qin Yen. She was born in that small town and worked hard to get into university. "I am applying to Jinghai Xinglin Medical College for traditional Chinese medicine." In her previous life, her grandfather was a highly respected and skilled traditional Chinese doctor. Since she was very young, she often followed her grandfather to identify various medicinal herbs. Through this, she naturally gained some knowledge and understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. In her past life, she also studied a related field in university. Therefore, when choosing a major this time, she chose the same field without hesitation. Compared to other unfamiliar subjects, studying traditional Chinese medicine was clearly easier and more comfortable for her. Qin Yen nodded slightly and said in agreement, "Yes, that school is good." Hearing this, Song Yuelon became a bit excited and raised her voice slightly. "I remember reading in the newspaper before that Professor Hua teaches at that school. This master-level figure in traditional Chinese medicine was like a legend in her previous life. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. Song Yuelon was born at a time when she never had the chance to meet this legendary person. Fortunately, in the 1980s, Professor Hua was still teaching at Jinghai Xinglin Medical College. Thinking about the possibility of seeing this industry legend in person made Song Yuelon feel excited. I wonder if I will have the chance to attend Professor Hua's classes. Qin Yan confidently said, "You'll have the chance." He took out some papers from his bag and handed them to Song Yuelon, speaking softly. "Take a look first. If you think anything needs to be added or improved, just tell me. After all, we are getting married. It's better to agree on some things in advance, so it will be easier to handle things later." This was a marriage agreement. Qin Yan carefully and neatly wrote each clause into the contract. Soon, she realized that her requests were not many at all. During the marriage, when the two of us appear in public together, we must not let others suspect anything. Most of the other clauses were clearly very beneficial to her. For example, the man should cover all expenses during the marriage, including university tuition, daily living costs, and other necessary expenses, and this clause, the man must honestly report his monthly salary to be used for their shared household expenses. After 1 year of marriage according to their agreement, the woman has the right to request ending the marriage. Finally, it clearly states, if they divorce, the man will give the woman 10,000 yuan and a house as financial compensation. After reading this agreement, it's clear that Qin Yan has no intention of taking advantage of her. She gently lifts her head and says, "Yan, you don't have to do this. For me, just having the chance to go to university is enough." Although Qin Yan studied abroad, he is still somewhat conservative by nature. He believes that a husband should provide material support for his wife. Even though their marriage is a bit different from others, he still believes he should fulfill his duties. In this era, a girl's reputation is very important. If they divorce in the future and Song Yuelon remarries, it might not be good for her. So, he wants to give her some material support. Song Yuelon suddenly seems to remember something and says, "But I think we should add a few more things to the agreement." Qin Yan hands her the pen. She quickly writes a line on the paper. The woman is responsible for cooking and household chores. After finishing, she puts down the pen and explains, "Yan, I genuinely enjoy cooking. Besides, you've helped me so much. I should do something to thank you." She looks at Qin Yan with a cautious expression. He wants to refuse, but somehow swallows his words. He nods gently and says, "Okay, refusing might cause her emotional stress, and he doesn't want that." Seeing Qin Yan agree, Song Yuelon finally relaxes. Qin Yan takes out his notebook from his bag. "I still have some work to do," he says. Even when resting, Qin Yan always makes time for work. Song Yuelon immediately said, "Then I will read a book." The two of them stayed in a small space, neither speaking. They quietly read their books. Xiaohe lowered his head, happily eating the bun that Song Yuelon handed him, almost silent in his chewing. The atmosphere was unexpectedly peaceful. After a while, Song Yuelon finally finished reading the novel in her hands. She gently put down her book, stretched her stiff neck. Her gaze casually fell on Qin Yan, who was busy writing. He was quickly moving his pen across the notebook, writing a series of dense data and symbols she couldn't understand. A ray of sunset light shone through the car window. The light reflected off the glass, passing over Qin Yan's smooth jawline. His normally stern face looked softer at this moment. Seeing Qin Yan focused on his work, Song Yuelon couldn't help but feel moved. Suddenly, she realized that he wasn't as cold as he seemed on the surface. In fact, he was quiet but very thoughtful. She was truly grateful for Qin Yan's timely appearance, even though they had to pretend to be married. In the end, he helped her escape that family, and she would do her best to play her role. There was a dining car on the train. Qin Yan took Song Yuelon to eat. To Song Yuelon's surprise, there was a chef in the dining car. Many dishes were made fresh upon order, and they tasted very good. Qin Yan seemed still immersed in his work and didn't speak. Song Yuelon also ate quietly, without saying much. However, they attracted the attention of the people in the dining car. The waiter knew Qin Yan was a guest in a luxury sleeper car and was very polite. This warm and attentive service reminded Song Yuelon of the indifferent attitude of the clerks at the supply and marketing cooperative she used to visit. There was a huge difference. Professor Qin, a woman in a yellow dress in her 20s, interrupted their meal. She immediately started talking enthusiastically. The woman in the yellow dress paused, then said, "Professor Qin, I am a student at Jinghai University." She wanted to join the two of them and smiled as she asked, May I sit here? The dining car usually has 4 seats per row, and sometimes people squeeze together when there aren't enough seats. But now, after mealtime, there were many empty spots around. Qin Yan slightly frowned, almost unnoticed. Song Yuelon saw his expression and looked up, smiling politely as she declined. It's not very convenient. The woman in the yellow dress was surprised. She didn't expect such a straightforward refusal from her. And she was just a modest young girl. Feeling a bit embarrassed, the woman said, "Then I won't bother you anymore, Professor Qin." Huang Wenfei was on summer break and had recently gone back to her hometown for a while. A few days ago, she was on a train heading back to Jinghai when she overheard 2 train attendants gossiping quietly. They said that a handsome guest had arrived in the luxury soft sleeper car, even more attractive than a movie star. Curious, Huang Wenfei sneaked over to the dining car and immediately saw Qin Yan. Her uncle was also a professor at Jinghai University, so she was somewhat familiar with Qin Yan. She knew more about him than most others. He had skipped grades to enter Jinghai University, completed all his credits in less than 2 years, studied abroad for 2 years on a scholarship, and graduated and returned to work at just 20. By 26, he had become a full professor, a true example of a young talent. She had seen Qin Yan twice on campus before, but each time he hurried past, and they never spoke. Today, seeing him up close, her heart fluttered. His features looked even more attractive in detail. She remembered her uncle saying Qin Yan was not married. Despite being rejected earlier, Huang Wenfei didn't feel discouraged. Instead, she felt a bit excited. Song Yuelon glanced at Qin Yan, noticing he wasn't affected by the earlier incident. But she had observed him during the trip and knew he was a person with strong boundaries. She suspected he might even have some cleanliness habits. From the contract they signed for their arranged marriage, it was clear he wasn't someone who avoided responsibility, but he also didn't like others invading his space. When someone approached to talk to him just now, it confirmed her suspicions. In the future, she decided she would keep her distance and not cross any boundaries with him. Song Yuelon now considers Qin Yan her boss. As a diligent employee, she not only works hard to complete her tasks, but also provides some emotional support when needed. Back in the soft sleeper, Qin Yan continues working on his tasks. Song Yuelon takes out a peach she bought and peels it. "Brother Yan, have some peaches." She places the sliced peaches in front of him. Qin Yan finally notices that it's already late at night. He frowns slightly and says, "Thank you." He casually picks up a piece of peach with a toothpick.
Song Yuelon also eats a piece.
It's a bit sour. It's far less sweet than the peaches from her previous life. Her biggest complaint about this place is the fruit. Because transportation isn't well developed, fresh fruit that was easy to find in her past life is now hard to get. She's a fruit lover and used to eat fruit as a main meal. Qin Yan looks at the somewhat tired Song Yuelon and says, "You should rest now." She nods and replies, "Brother Yan, you should rest early too." Qin Yan gently adjusts the desk lamp to the lowest brightness, casting a warm yellow glow over the table. His mind is still filled with unfinished calculations and data. Little Black has quietly crawled into the bed's corner, curling up comfortably. Song Yuelon turns her back to Qin Yan and lies down. She hears the scratching sound of Qin Yan's pen on paper, along with the rhythmic rocking and faint rumbling of the train.
She slowly falls asleep.
Song Yuelon wakes up gently, rubs her eyes, and instinctively looks beside her. It's already fully daylight. Qin Yan has woken up earlier and is fully focused on his work. Like yesterday, he seems completely immersed in the data and documents. No wonder he's a researcher. She can't help but think to herself. When she took the college entrance exam, she also tried her best. But compared to Qin Yan, she felt like a small fish in a big pond. After the exam, she immediately relaxed, and her previous hard work disappeared completely. At that moment, the train slowly pulls into the station. Song Yuelon decided to get off the train with Little Black for a walk and to buy some breakfast on the way back. This time, they stopped at a larger station, so they stayed longer. As soon as they got off, Song Yuelon was drawn in by the lively scene in front of her. Many people around were selling their goods, and the variety of items was overwhelming. There were not only different kinds of food but also colorful, stylish clothes and various daily necessities. Song Yuan noticed a stall nearby with a big pile of socks. Curious, she walked over to look. The socks were bright-colored, and some were very trendy. The socks she usually wore at the Song family were patched repeatedly. She looked down and asked, "How much are these socks?" The man at the stall, busy organizing his goods, replied without looking up, 60 cents a pair. Knowing the price from shopping before, she realized that in later years, socks had become very cheap, with many online stores selling 9 yuan 95 cents for a pair with free delivery. But now, it wasn't considered cheap. Fashionable socks in stores cost 2 or 3 yuan a pair. Even simple white socks cost about 1 yuan 80 per pair. Some frugal people only buy 2 pairs of socks a year. These socks are much cheaper than in stores. Since this is a wealthy coastal city and a sock-producing area, prices are lower here than elsewhere. Thinking about it, Song Yuan considered that Qin Yan's family in Jinghai City, a big city, would have higher prices, so socks there would be more expensive. The socks at the stall didn't look like many. She had enough money, and an idea suddenly came to her. Why not buy all these socks and try selling them? She looked at the socks on the stall and casually asked the man, "Boss, I want all these socks. How much for everything?" Hearing this, the man who had been organizing his goods finally looked up. He studied her carefully with a slightly doubtful look. "Little girl, you can't just say things like that. I just got my new stock today. Look at this, over 600 pairs of socks. Do you think you can buy them all at once?" Song Yuan said seriously, "Who are you joking with? How much do you want in total?" The boss thought for a moment. Usually, he sold these socks at his stall. Even when business was good, it took him more than half a month to sell over 600 pairs and clear his stock. Now, someone was willing to buy them all at once, which was a very good thing for him. The uncle pointed to a number with his finger and then smiled at Song Yuan, saying, "How about this? 55 cents a pair, is that okay?" Actually, he bought these socks for only 40 cents a pair. Selling them at this price to Song Yuan, he would still make a profit. But Song Yuan didn't agree immediately. She frowned slightly and countered, 50 cents then. "This price shouldn't hurt you." Hearing this, the uncle hesitated a bit. Song Yuan anxiously said, "The bus is about to leave, and I need to go now. If I miss this bus, it will be troublesome." Hearing this, the uncle was worried the deal might fall through. He quickly nodded and said, "All right, 55 cents a pair, deal." Thinking that he could earn over 40 yuan just by flipping the stock was much better than working hard at a job. Plus, his cousin was a manager at the factory, so he could just buy a new batch tomorrow. Just as Song Yuan was about to pay and leave, the uncle suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Wait, miss. I also have some stockings here. Do you want to take a look? Maybe you'll like them." Song Yuan opened the package and checked the quality of the stockings. She tugged at them. The elasticity was good. The boss looked proud and said, "These elastic stockings are much better than ordinary ones. They fit snugly and don't slip easily." Nowadays, stockings are fashionable and expensive, costing 20 or 30 yuan a pair. Imported stockings can sell for over 100 yuan, which most people can't afford. Regular stockings are almost as expensive as a week's salary for an average person, so they are considered luxury items. In movies and TV shows, actresses often wear stockings with their dresses, making stockings very popular and in high demand. This year, their sock factory even spent a lot of money importing a machine to make stockings. Currently, only their factory has this machine, which makes their own stockings much cheaper than imported ones. Song Yuan was very interested. These stockings would definitely earn more money than regular socks. She remembered that Song Yuan was still upset because Li Ping refused to buy her stockings. The stores in their area sold each pair for over 20 yuan and often ran out of stock. Li Ping was reluctant to spend that money and refused to buy them. Song Yuan threw a big tantrum at home. Song Yuan asked, "How much?" The shop owner replied, 5 yuan a pair. "I have 150 pairs. Song Yuan thought for a moment. "I'll buy all of them. Just give me 2 more cents per pair, so 4 yuan 80 per pair." The owner hesitated but agreed, saying, "All right, girl. If you're happy, I am too. So for yuan 80 per pair, Although stockings were hard to get, his cousin had just become the manager of a sock factory. So, it was easier for him to get stock than others. Including regular socks and stockings, the total was over 900 pairs. Song Yuelon quickly spent almost all her cash, leaving only a few dozen yuan. But she didn't mind. In this era, being cautious and afraid of risks meant she wouldn't make money. She asked carefully, "Can you give me your contact info? Maybe she would need it later." Since there were no mobile phones, the uncle left an address. Song Yuelon repeated it twice to remember it. Over 600 pairs of socks looked like a lot, but when she picked them up, they were just a big bundle. At the busy train station, the bundle didn't look special. Song Yuelon carried the socks and Xiaohei back to the carriage. She first went to the bathroom and put the socks into her space. After returning to the soft sleeper compartment, she wrote down the uncle's address in her notebook. She also noted how much she spent on the stock. No matter what, her first priority after arriving in Jinghai City was to make money. On the third day, they were about to get off the train. For breakfast, Song Yuelon bought 2 baked buns at the station platform. She took a bite of the bun. A rough texture immediately filled her mouth. It was a plain, hard bun with little elasticity or aroma, and it didn't taste very good. She struggled to chew, feeling her cheeks ache from the tough bread. Meanwhile, Qin Yan ate his bun completely, leaving no crumbs behind. Song Yuelon looked curious and asked, "Brother Yan, do you really like eating this kind of pastry?" Usually, few people ask Qin Yan about his food preferences. For Qin Yan, almost all food is the same, just enough to fill his stomach and keep his body alive. Taste doesn't matter much to him. Qin Yan replied, "Actually, I wouldn't say I like or dislike it." Hearing this, Song Yuelon didn't get discouraged. Instead, her interest grew even more. "When we get home, I will make baked flatbreads for you." She excitedly counted on her fingers and described, "I can make plain sugar flatbreads and spice salt flatbreads. If you want meat, I also know how to make crispy meat-filled flatbreads, preserved vegetable flatbreads, and flaky pastry flatbreads." As she spoke, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Life at the Song family was very hard for her. Since crossing over, she had hardly eaten any meat. It wasn't that the Song family didn't cook meat, but she never got her share. Not just meat, she didn't get eggs or milk either. She worked hard but ate little, and long-term malnutrition made her weaker and thinner. It was as if a gust of wind cut her over. After leaving the Song family, Song Yuelon's biggest wishes were to go to school, earn money, and cook. Food could heal the soul, that was her belief. When stressed, she went out to eat. When happy, she went out to eat. She wasn't interested in luxury bags or clothes, but she never hesitated to indulge in good food. Not only did she love eating, but she also knew how to cook delicious dishes. Her cooking skills came from her grandmother. In her previous life, her grandmother ran a small restaurant that was popular among neighbors. As a child, she would stay at her grandparents' house during holidays. In the evenings, she learned acupuncture from her grandfather. During the day, she would go to the market with her grandmother to buy ingredients. Back home, she helped her grandmother pick, wash, and cook food. Over time, she learned many cooking skills and developed a strong interest in cooking. There was a time when Song Yuelon was a food blogger, sharing her recipes and cooking tips online. Now, she was animatedly explaining how to make baked flatbreads. Qin Yan was touched by Song Yuelon's emotions. He suddenly wanted to taste what those burnt pancakes she mentioned actually tasted like. After a long and bumpy journey by train, the two finally arrived in Jinghai. When the train slowly stopped at Jinghai Station, the doors opened. A large crowd of passengers poured out like a tide, more than anyone expected. The busy crowd moved back and forth on the platform, making the already crowded space feel even tighter and noisier. Song Yuelon carefully followed the flow of people. She was worried that the hurried pedestrians might accidentally step on Xiaohei, so she held him in her arms. As soon as they stepped out of the station entrance, Song Yuelon saw someone waving vigorously in their direction, not far ahead. As they got closer, they realized it was a kind-looking middle-aged man in his 40s. Qin Yan spoke first, second uncle. This man was Qin Yan's second uncle, Qin Jiqiang, who had come to meet his nephew and niece-in-law. Qin Jiqiang quickly approached, his eyes falling on Song Yulan, and he smiled, saying, "This must be Uncle Song's granddaughter." Song Yulan politely replied, "Hello, second uncle.
My name is Song Yulan.
Qin Jiqiang suddenly asked with interest, "Little girl, are you an adult now?"
Song Yulan was surprised.
It seemed like more than one person had asked her that recently. Qin Yan said, "Yulan will be 20 in 2 months." Qin Jiqiang laughed loudly, patting Qin Yan on the shoulder and saying, "Just joking. I know you wouldn't do anything illegal." After laughing, he turned to look at Song Yulan with concern and said, "You must be exhausted after the trip." He added, "Later, I'll trouble you to go to the hospital and visit my mother." Song Yulan knew Qin Yan was also pretending to be married to deal with his grandmother. "It's no trouble, it's what I should do," Song Yulan replied. Qin Yan had helped her, so she also wanted to do her best to act well for him. Qin Jiqiang drove a truck to pick them up. He was a truck driver. He used to work for a company, but he loved traveling around the country. After a reform, he quit his job and became an independent driver. Now, an independent driver earns 10 times what a regular worker makes each month. Qin Jiqiang has a cheerful personality and keeps telling Song Yulan about the nearby sights as they go along. Song Yulan, for her part, is seeing the city of Jinghai for the first time and feels full of curiosity and excitement. "Hey, when we have more time in the future, there will be plenty of chances. Then let Qin Yan take you around to see everything," he says. Qin Jiqiang speaks as he carefully parks the car in front of a building. He explains, "Your grandma just said she wants to eat noodles. I'll go home quickly and make some for her. Later, we can go to the hospital together." Talking about Qin Yan's grandmother, she is a very impressive person. Long ago, her husband served in the army for a long time, and she had to bear all the family responsibilities herself. She managed to raise 4 children on her own with her own hard work. Even when life was tough, she never let any of her children go hungry. She also found ways to make sure each child could go to school and learn to read, supporting the whole family. Because of this, her 4 sons deeply respect her. Recently, she has been in the hospital because of health issues. Although the hospital food is decent, it still can't compare to the delicious meals at home. So, the brothers take turns cooking and bringing food to their mother. This morning, when Qin Jiqiang visited her in the hospital, he overheard her mentioning she wanted noodles. Since lunch was coming soon, he hurried home to prepare some, so she could eat quickly. Qin Jiqiang is divorced and lives alone. He drops the keys on the sofa and says, "Yulan and Qin Yan, feel free to sit. No need to be polite. I'll be done soon." He then walks into the kitchen. Usually, he eats out most of the time and doesn't cook often. Suddenly, a bowl falls in the kitchen. Clang, the sound of a knife dropping. Song Yulan can't sit still and walks to the kitchen door, peeking in. "Second uncle, let me do it." Qin Jiqiang looks a bit embarrassed. "You can cook, Yulan," she nods. "A little," he says, "then I'll help you." She shakes her head. "No need. I can do it myself. Making noodles is easy. She can handle it herself." Song Yulan looked at the ingredients in the kitchen. There was only a piece of pork belly, a few eggs, and some tomatoes. In the corner there were a few dried shiitake mushrooms. But the seasonings were all quite complete. Song Yulan rolled up her sleeves, quickly started kneading the dough, then cut the pork into small pieces. She prepared 2 types of braised dishes, one with meat and one vegetarian, so the elderly lady could choose. Soon, Qin Jiqiang and Qin Yan smelled the delicious aroma. Qin Jiqiang sniffed eagerly, turning his head to look at Qin Yan with envy, saying, "Wow, you're really lucky to marry such a caring wife who can cook so well." Qin Yan looked indifferent, only glancing at the kitchen for a moment. Only Qin Yi knows about his fake marriage with Song Yulan. No one else does. Qin Jiqiang remembered his own failed marriage. He couldn't help but speak earnestly to Qin Yan, "Since you've decided to get married and start a family, you need to treat your wife well. Don't end up like your second uncle and me." He sighed deeply. He liked to travel and explore, but his wife preferred a stable life. Over time, he neglected his wife and children, and eventually, they drifted apart. He didn't remarry. His ex-wife raised their 2 children alone. He sent most of his salary to her every month, but still felt guilty. The boiling water was filled with white noodles. Song Yuelan scooped out the noodles, added the braised dishes, and packed 3 full lunchboxes. Qin Jiqiang sat in the living room, feeling restless. The smell was so tempting it made him a bit dizzy. His stomach also started to growl. Song Yuelan came out of the kitchen. "All right, we can go see Grandma now." Qin Jiqiang cleared his throat. "Yuelan, what kind of noodles did you make? They smelled so good." Song Yuelan replied, "I made 2 kinds of braised dishes, shiitake mushroom with meat sauce and tomato with eggs." Qin Jiqiang felt a bit shy and asked, "Can I try some?" He had eaten hand-pulled noodles before, so maybe he was just very hungry. After visiting his mother, he planned to take them out for a nice meal. A hot pot of lamb to enjoy to the fullest. Before the group reached the door of the hospital room, they could hear the lively laughter of the elderly lady from afar. Outside the room, a doctor in a white coat was standing. When he saw Qin Yan and the others approaching, he immediately smiled. "Second brother, you're here." Grandma has been waiting anxiously. This doctor was Qin Yan's third uncle, Qin Jijun, the chief physician of the hospital. Qin Yan and Song Yulan greeted Qin Jijun. Qin Jijun opened his mouth as if to speak, but didn't say anything yet. Qin Jiqiang quickly answered, "Yulan is an adult now." The caught-off-guard Qin Jijun mumbled softly, "I was just curious." But when he looked at Song Yulan again, his eyes showed more concern. This young girl was very thin and fragile, as if a gust of wind could knock her over. She might even be undernourished. He thought he should tell Qin Yan to make her eat more. When they pushed open the door, they immediately saw the elderly lady chatting happily with a patient next to her. She looked healthy, energetic, and didn't seem seriously ill at all. Qin Jijun felt a bit awkward and quietly said to Qin Yan, "I'll explain later." Song Yulan naturally overheard this and quickly understood the reason. It turned out that this elderly lady was pretending to be sick to trick her grandson into getting married. Song Yulan couldn't help but think how creative the elders' ways to push for marriage were these days, more varied than in later times. Qin Yan still looked very calm and didn't react at all. Song Yulan thought it might not be necessary to pursue it further, since their marriage was fake anyway. Qin Jijun and Qin Jiqiang exchanged glances. Qin Yan had always been like this since he was young, hard to read. But facing their mother's stubbornness, they didn't dare to oppose her. So, they just had to let this nephew be for now. On the bright side, it was a good thing that the nephew brought his wife home. Recently, the elderly lady had been eagerly waiting to bring her granddaughter-in-law back home. Suddenly, the elderly lady, who had been smiling happily, saw the group entering the room in a line. Her smile froze, revealing a look of embarrassment as if she had been caught. She looked up, and her gaze immediately fell on Song Yulan among the group. The old lady happily said, "Oh, this must be Song Fuxing's granddaughter. She looks so clever and well-behaved." Song Yulan smiled and stepped forward softly, saying, "Hello, Grandma. I am Song Yulan." The old lady's face lit up with a smile. She quickly reached out and held Song Yulan's hand. After examining her from head to toe, she nodded in approval. "Yes, you are truly a lucky and good child." Her eyes shifted slightly and looked at Qin Yan standing in the back, showing a hint of tenderness and guilt. "Xiaoyan, please don't blame Grandma." Qin Yan replied, "No, Grandma." Among her many children and grandchildren, the one she worried about and cared for the most was Qin Yan. Qin Yan had been separated from her mother before she was 5 years old, had not married, and her father had sadly passed away. Since childhood, Qin Yan had developed a distant and cold personality. Among all the children in the family, she was the most outstanding in her studies. She skipped grades to enter university and, during college, was recommended by her school to study abroad. In terms of material life, Qin Yan had no worries. But what truly worried her was her personal relationships. She had asked about this many times, but it seemed Qin Yan had never thought about settling down. She watched helplessly as Qin Yan, who graduated at 20, remained single, now at 25. Seeing the little grandson of the Liu family next door running around happily, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Recently, she had a dream about her husband. In the dream, she was talking to him about the family life over the years. She mentioned that her most cherished child was Qin Yen. But her husband didn't say anything, only drew a character, Song, on the ground. When she woke up, she remembered clearly. It seemed her husband had arranged a marriage with a family named Song. Could this be his way of giving her a sign? She immediately pretended to be sick, anxiously telling Qin Yen to go find a girl from the Song family. Qin Yen brought back a daughter-in-law for herself. Her late husband was quite reliable. The old lady held Song Yulan's hand and said a lot of things. When she heard that Song Yulan had also studied at the medical college in Jinghai City, she was even more pleased. Her grandson studies well, and these two are truly a perfect match. Looking closely at the girl's features, she has nice features, but she is too thin. People might overlook her appearance because of that. Eating more nutritious food and supplements will help her grow, and she has experience in that. Qin Jiqiang opened the lunchbox. Mom, don't just talk, try this hand-pulled noodles. Moonmon made it herself. As soon as he opened the lid, a delicious aroma filled the entire hospital room. Everyone's eyes focused on the hand-pulled noodles. The elderly lady was a bit surprised. Moonmon, you can cook too? Song Moonmon modestly said, just a little. To prevent the noodles from sticking together, she served them separately. The brownish mushroom and meat sauce was full of meat pieces. Bright red tomatoes had been cooked until soft, and golden chunks of egg soaked up the sauce. Just looking at it made the elderly lady feel hungry. She quickly used a spoon to scoop a generous amount of mushroom and meat sauce onto the noodles. The savory meat sauce coated the chewy noodles, and when she took a bite, her eyes narrowed in satisfaction. The meat pieces weren't dry at all, and she could occasionally taste tender, fragrant mushroom bits. Qin Jiqiang was curious. Mom, how does it taste? The elderly lady didn't bother to answer, just giving a thumbs up. It was clear she liked it very much. Halfway through eating, she remembered the tomato and egg dish. She scooped another spoonful of tomato and egg into the noodles. The sweet and sour tomatoes still had a soft, slightly chunky texture, and the eggs were soft and tender with a slightly crispy edge. For hot summer days, this tangy and sweet dish was very appetizing. The two sauces competed for the best flavor. The portion of hand-pulled noodles was quite large. To avoid waste, the elderly lady carefully set aside some. There was still a lot of noodles left in the big bowl. She sighed happily. Moonlon, your cooking is really good. I haven't had such tasty food in a long time. Qin Jiqiang picked up a pair of chopsticks. I'm a bit hungry too. He was very curious about how Moonlan's hand-pulled noodles would taste. When she was cooking earlier, his stomach was already growling. The homemade hand-pulled noodles tasted completely different from store-bought dried noodles. The chewy, smooth noodles paired perfectly with the meat sauce. Qin Jiqiang eagerly slurped the noodles. Seeing that second brother was about to finish the remaining noodles, Qin Jijun became curious and said, "What flavor is it? Let me try some." Qin Jijun also picked up chopsticks and reached into second brother's bowl. When he took a bite, his eyes showed a hint of surprise. Wow, Moonlan's cooking skills are really good. This braised dish uses a lot of noodles. I've never tasted such fragrant hand-pulled noodles before. Qin Jiqiang was a bit unhappy about sharing food with his brother. You just said you ate at the cafeteria earlier, he said. Qin Jijun confidently replied, not full yet, Qin Jijun. Qin Yen refused Qin Jiqiang's suggestion to go for hot pot. They had lunch on the train, and now needed rest. Song Yulan also agreed, saying she needed a shower and a good sleep. Qin Jiqiang took them home. Qin Yen lives in a family apartment building at Jinghai University. He mentioned their luggage and explained, "This is my father's house. He used to be a teacher at Jinghai University. The school allocated this to him." Looking around, they saw that most of the small Western-style houses in the area looked modern and stylish. Soon, they arrived in front of a 3-story small Western-style house. The most eye-catching feature was the wall covered with wild roses. The roses intertwined and climbed layer after layer on the wall. Their fragrance filled the air as they pushed open the gate. Song Yulan entered the yard and found it much larger than she expected. Qin Yan explained, after my father was assigned a house, he bought the one next door. The two small houses were connected, making the place quite spacious. In the yard, besides the beautiful roses, there were two lush green trees. Although they grew very thickly, a closer look showed they hadn't been carefully maintained for a long time. The branches spread freely, and weeds grew under the trees, making the yard look a bit messy. Qin Yan usually stayed at the research institute and only came home occasionally for one night. Song Yulan put down Xiaohei. Xiaohei happily ran around the yard, clearly very pleased with the place. Qin Yan explained the layout of the house to Song Yulan. Qin Yan calmly said, I moved here when I was 5 years old. Now I live on the first floor. You live in the room with the balcony on the second floor. You can use everything in the house, no need to ask me. It was evening now, and the sunset glow spilled into the balcony, spreading into the room. Qin Yan walked ahead, and Song Yulan followed behind. When she opened the door to the second-floor bedroom, she was surprised by how beautiful the room was. She liked it at first sight. The green wooden windows, the brown wooden floor, and outside the window, she could see the big tree in the yard, all fresh green. The room even had a private bathroom, which was very convenient for a girl. Qin Yan thought carefully about everything. However, the bedsheet on the bed looked used, and a few clothes were hanging inside the wardrobe. Even the bathroom had toiletries. Qin Yan said he lived alone here, so she wondered who the things in this room belonged to. Song Yulan felt a little awkward. Qin Yan came back with clean sheets and blankets in his hand. He thought that since no one had lived in this room for a long time and Song Yulan had come in a hurry, she might not have prepared anything. She didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. She took the bedding and said, there seemed to be other people's things in the room. Qin Yan was slightly surprised. The things in the room might belong to Aunt Wu. Just keep them and give them to her later. Song Yulan packed away Aunt Wu's belongings and also cleaned the room thoroughly. It was July, the hottest time of the year. After all this busy work, Song Yulan felt completely soaked. She went to the kitchen, boiled some hot water for herself, took a shower, and finally felt refreshed. There was no food or even spices in the kitchen. It was true, without rice, you can't cook a meal. Song Yulan took some money and planned to go for a walk nearby. She said goodbye to Qin Yan. He was in his bedroom, replying through the door. He seemed to have just woken up, and his voice carried a hint of sleepiness. Xiaohei saw Song Yulan come out and immediately followed her. Song Yulan thought for a moment, found a piece of cloth, and tied it around Xiaohei. Although the management now isn't as strict as in later times, it's still better to walk dogs on a leash. Little Black doesn't mind being tied with a leash at all. As long as Song Yulan gently tightens the leash, it understands her meaning and immediately slows down to stay close to her. Not far ahead, she sees a lively market gathering spontaneously. After the reform, setting up stalls became a popular way for people to earn a living. There are stalls with vegetables grown by local farmers, such as green peppers and eggplants, all in season. Sometimes, you can see brooms tied with rope and metal water jugs. Nearby, an older woman is skillfully weaving a bamboo mat. Song Yulan remembers the socks she collected at the train station. She finds a quiet spot, takes out dozens of socks from her bag. She lays down a cloth on the ground. Then, she arranges the socks neatly by color, from dark to light. Not long after, the factory workers' shift change bell rings nearby. A wave of women in blue work uniforms rushes in. They are very familiar with the street, and they come here after work to buy fresh vegetables for dinner. Wow, these colors are quite nice. A curly-haired woman crouches down to pick out socks. How much for each pair? Song Yulan estimates the socks cost about 5 cents each, but she hasn't checked the prices here. She feels unsure and tentatively offers 1 yuan 5. She figures she can bargain. If her price is too high, she can lower it later. The woman immediately smiles happily. I'll take 4 pairs of green and 2 pairs of pink. She pulls out money from her pocket to pay. Socks in department stores cost about 2 yuan 50 per pair, and these are much prettier. They're a good deal. The women nearby hear the price and quickly gather around. Hearing Song Yuelan's offer, some hesitate, but still come forward to choose.
Soon, many people are at the small stall.
Since it's her first time selling and she's unfamiliar with the place, she didn't bring many socks. Only about 30 or 40 pairs. She roughly estimates that she has made about 40 yuan from these socks. In less than 10 minutes, all the stockings on the stall are sold out. An older woman who didn't get any socks asks eagerly, "Miss, will you come again tomorrow?" Song Yuelan nodded with a smile and said, "Coming, same time tomorrow." Looking at the thick stack of ration coupons in her hand, she felt that in this era, doing a little business could easily make money. As the supply and marketing cooperative was about to close, Song Yuelan packed up her things and planned to go for a walk. Now, in 1984, with reforms underway, ration coupons had not yet been phased out. You could still buy ration grains with coupons, which were slightly more expensive. Most vegetables and daily necessities no longer required coupons. However, more valuable industrial products like bicycles and televisions still needed coupons. Song Yuelan bought 10 jin of flour and some daily essentials like rice, oil, salt, and soy sauce. At the corner of the counter, a pair of elastic stockings lay quietly under a glass cover. She saw the stockings inside and asked, "How much are these stockings?" She looked closely at the price tag that read 32 yuan. That was about a week's salary for an average worker. The clerk noticed her stopping and waved dismissively, "No stock of samples. If you're interested, go line up at the Friendship store and try your luck." At this time, stockings were a valuable currency for women. Due to limited transportation, Song Yuelan had just passed through a city, where a machine for making stockings had recently been introduced, causing the prices there to drop. But in Jinghai, the price of stockings had not yet been affected. So, there was a chance to earn a profit from the price difference. Song Yuelan didn't care about the clerk's attitude. She was just a bit excited. These stockings cost only 4.8 yuan a pair to buy, and selling them at 20 yuan a pair meant earning several times the profit. In those days, which woman didn't envy those thin, elastic stockings as light as cicada wings? Song Yuelan returned home, full of goods. As soon as she got back, she hurriedly tidied up the kitchen. The kitchen was a bit messy and cold. Although Qin Yan occasionally came back to stay for a while, it was obvious he rarely ate here. The stove, cabinets, and even the surfaces were covered with a thin layer of dust. Song Yuelan hummed an off-tune song as she cleaned the kitchen. She had a small quirk. She loved doing housework. What others saw as a heavy burden, she found to be a way to relieve stress. Especially when she felt overwhelmed, cleaning made her feel very healing. In her eyes, cleaning is not just a daily task. Housework is something that provides immediate satisfaction. Seeing the once messy kitchen become clean, bright, and fresh through her efforts, she feels a deep sense of achievement and happiness that words can't fully express. Song Yuelan wipes the stove thoroughly, arranging all the spices in a neat order from small to large, almost like a perfectionist. No wonder they already use a gas stove in the big city. Back at her hometown, they still use traditional stoves. Sometimes, Song Yuelan and her cousin would go to the countryside to gather firewood. After tidying up, she begins preparing dinner. In her past life, Song Yuelan was a blogger. She took photos and made videos every day, which gave her many skills. Her mother forced her to learn dance from a young age, and she kept practicing through college, developing a great figure that others admired. Her grandfather taught her acupuncture, as her mother, an only child, never learned it. Her grandfather was worried the skill might be lost, so he started teaching her when she was young. She learned painting as an adult. Once, she visited a female artist and made friends instantly. Her friend taught her many painting techniques. Eventually, she gained millions of followers online and was called a treasure blogger by her fans. By her early 20s, she had achieved financial freedom. She remembered telling Qin Yan on the train that she was good at making delicious pancakes. She planned to make crispy meat pies, and Song Yuelan even added a little spring water into the cooking water. Although her health didn't show many changes, the small green plant on her windowsill proved that the spring water was effective. She chopped the meat into filling, mixed in green onions and garlic with water, then added salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings. After preparing the filling, she let the dough rest. She brushed oil on the dough, scooped a large spoonful of meat filling, and wrapped it inside. Finally, she rolled the dough into a pancake shape. The thin crust revealed the meat filling underneath. She placed it into hot oil, and instantly, the kitchen filled with the aroma of the meat pies. Song Yuelan kept pressing the pies with a spoon. Soon, both sides turned golden and started to color. The crispy, golden crust made a crunchy sound when touched with a spatula. It was easy to imagine how crispy and delicious the pies would be. Unconsciously, Song Yuelan swallowed hard. During the half-year she traveled through time, she hardly ever ate meat. Now that she has the ability to earn money, she is determined to eat well in the future. She wants to take good care of her health. When Qin Yan put down his chrome-plated pen, the cap made a clear tap sound on the walnut desk. He rubbed his forehead, trying to ease the tension caused by long hours of focus. Recently, the project he is responsible for is about to start testing. But there are still a few data points that are unclear, so he needs to calculate them quickly. He has been working on this project for over a year. As the deadline approaches, he knows he can't relax. Qin Yan looked up at the window again. Unknowingly, it was getting dark outside. His life seems to be dominated by endless data. To others, such days might seem boring and dull. But for him, every set of data and each calculation is a step toward success. After working so long, he started to feel hungry. Just as the door opened, a strong aroma wafted in. It passed through the living room, around the corner, and finally reached the kitchen door. In the kitchen, Song Yuelan was tying an apron and busying herself in front of the stove. The sound of sizzling came from the pot, and steam filled the air, making the kitchen warm and full of the smell of home cooking. Although they are only nominally husband and wife, he has never taken for granted everything she does for this family. Qin Yan softly asked, "Do you need help with anything?" Song Yuelan was surprised, almost dropping the spatula she was holding. She turned around and showed a shy smile. "Brother Yan, no need. You can sit and rest for a few minutes. The food will be ready in a few minutes." Qin Yan is a scientist. His hands are better suited for research. Besides, she wants to repay him properly, so she naturally doesn't need his help in the kitchen. Song Yuelan scooped some millet pumpkin porridge from the pot. She also stacked a few meat pies on a plate. She cut some pickled vegetables bought from the supply store into strips to eat with them.
Try it.
Do you like it? Song Yuelan took the initiative to place a meat pie on his plate. Qin Yan took a bite of the meat pie. The crispy outer shell encloses juicy meat filling. The aroma of the meat fills the entire mouth. Because the meat pie was still a bit hot, he couldn't help but take a breath, but he couldn't resist the delicious taste and took another bite. After finishing a whole pie, Qin Yan looked up at Song Yuelan and said, "Seriously, the pie is very tasty." Song Yuelan looked at his focused expression and felt a little shy. Qin Yan's eyes are really beautiful, a shade lighter than most people's. Looking into his eyes makes one's face feel warm. Hastily, Song Yuelan lowered her head and took a sip of pumpkin porridge. "Haha, Brother Yan, I'm glad you like it." This pumpkin was bought from her old stall since she was young. It was cooked until soft and melted in her mouth, sweet and very pleasant to drink. Song Yuelan drank more than half a bowl in one go. She also took a bite of the freshly cooked crispy meat pie, and just one bite surprised her. Had her cooking skills improved again? To compare, her previous cooking was quite good, but now her skills had doubled, reaching a level of 20. This meat pie was just too delicious. Thinking quickly, she realized it must be the effect of the spiritual spring. It turns out that cooking with spiritual spring makes food especially tasty. From now on, she would save a little spiritual spring every day for cooking. Her appetite wasn't big. After eating half a pie, she couldn't eat more. Song Yuelan could only watch Qin Yan eat. He finished 4 pies, clearly really liking the taste, which made her feel very proud. She also noticed Qin Yan's hands. His knuckles were prominent, his palms large, and the faint blue veins showed strength. Starting tomorrow, she would begin training. "Shuisheng, even though it's a holiday, you're not staying home to spend more time with me. What are you doing outside every day?" Zhou Jia called her son. Zhao Shuisheng turned back. Mom, I'm meeting friends at the library to read. Zhou Jie sneered. Your friends? I think they're your boyfriend. Zhao Shuisheng gave a flattering smile. Mom, seeing her son's expression, Zhou Jie knew what was going on. Don't call me Mom. I'm not your mother. Today, she went shopping and was stopped by an old classmate. Zhou Jie, you're so lucky. Are we about to have a wedding celebration? My old classmate was surprised and said, Didn't Shuisheng tell you? He's dating Song Jiangwo's eldest daughter from your factory. At that moment, Zhou Jie was confused. She responded briefly to her old classmate and then headed home. She knows Song Jiangwo. He and his wife are ordinary workers at the textile factory. In the past, Song Jiangwo often gave gifts to old Zhao's family to help him get promoted. Now, his family is quite capable, and they managed to get Song Yume to date Shuisheng. Thinking about it made her very angry. That Song family still doesn't own a house. There's nothing impressive about them. Song Yume failed to get into university 3 times and became a joke at the factory. She also doesn't have a steady job now. Zhou Jie angrily patted her son and said, You little brat, someone sells you, and you're still counting money. Zhao Shuisheng touched his head and said, Yume is pretty good, Mom. Zhou Jie rolled her eyes and replied, Good for nothing. What does her family have? They all live in that broken house, and Yume never got into university. You're now a university student. What kind of girl can't you find? You insist on looking for someone like Yume, whose family might help you in the future. Li Ping is so clever. She might end up taking over our family someday. Your dad has been trying to improve things these years. You better keep your heart steady. If you're looking, at least don't drag the family down. Hearing his mother's nagging, Zhao Shuisheng's face turned red. Mom, Yume isn't as bad as you say. Right now, he and Yume were in the most passionate stage of their relationship. When Zhou Jie heard this, she immediately jumped up. Zhao Shuisheng, get your thoughts straight. Your dad's factory is about to split the housing, and I believe Yume will definitely try to get special treatment from you. Zhao Shuisheng was usually a bit afraid of his mother. Hearing her say this, he hesitated. Mom, Yume isn't like that. I give her things, but she doesn't want them. Zhou Jie pointed at her son's nose. She's just trying to lure you. Let's make a bet. Zhao Shuisheng quickly held Song Yume's soft, delicate hand tightly. He apologized sincerely, saying, Yesterday, I was helping my mom with some chores, so I didn't have time. The young couple couldn't bear to be apart for even a day. After some tender whispers and sweet words, Song Yume leaned on Zhao Shuisheng's broad, strong shoulder and asked, Brother Shuisheng, there's going to be a house division at the factory soon. Have you heard any news? Zhao Shuisheng's mind, which had been slightly heated from close contact, suddenly cleared a lot. What's going on? Song Yume pouted and pretended to be shy. Our family is also dividing the house this year. Zhao Shuisheng's hand, which had been resting on Song Yume's shoulder, subtly loosened. He responded calmly, I haven't heard anything from my dad recently. Song Yume was not willing to give up. Really nothing at all, Zhao Shuisheng said. Why would I lie to you? Song Yume insisted. I don't care about this matter. You have to help me. Would you not want to help with something like this? Zhao Shuisheng raised his voice. Of course I want to. As soon as I hear anything, I'll tell you right away. But inside, his heart sank a little. The words his mother told him made him believe only part of it. Li Ping finished work and was walking home, chatting and laughing with her colleagues. Recently, her son and daughter had become her proudest topics. Her son got into university, and her daughter recently found a good partner. These double blessings made her walk more happily these days. Hey, I remember your second child took the college entrance exam this year too. Why haven't you received any notice yet? This was Lulu, the leader of their team and Li Ping's rival. Lulu's situation was similar to Li Ping's, but her family also had a university student this year. Her eldest child, Song Yuelan and Song Xian were in the same class. Teacher Huang often praised Song Yuelan, but she didn't like hearing it. That girl was so shy she hardly spoke all day. Li Ping didn't like hearing her bragging, especially since Song Yume had failed the college entrance exam 3 times. Her son, Song Xian, got into a vocational college, while her eldest was studying for a bachelor's degree. Lulu deliberately poked at Li Ping's sore spot. Li Ping's face immediately turned cold. This year, she didn't perform well. Lulu then asked, "Why haven't we seen her out for several days?" The child didn't do well on the exam, but she shouldn't stay at home all the time. She should go out and relax her mind. As they were talking, Song Yulan's homeroom teacher, Teacher Huang, came over from her parents' house heading home. The group immediately greeted her. Teacher Huang is an experienced teacher. Since this is only a high school, everyone knows each other well. Lulu smiled warmly and said enthusiastically, "Teacher Huang, our eldest child's college success is partly thanks to you." Teacher Huang smiled modestly and replied, "It's because the child is talented." Lulu nodded in agreement but then added, "Yes, it also depends a lot on the child's own intelligence. I've often heard you praise Song Yulan for her good grades. She got into college easily." Teacher Huang was a bit surprised and said instinctively, "How is that possible?" "Song Yulan is actually the top scorer in our school this year. She was admitted to Xinglin Medical College in Jinghai." Lulu was clearly stunned by Teacher Huang's reaction and froze in place. Standing nearby, Li Ping exclaimed loudly, "What did you say?" Teacher Huang looked apologetic and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I accidentally let it slip. Yulan planned to tell you on your birthday." She also praised Li Ping with admiration, saying, "Sister Li, you are truly lucky. Look at how obedient, sensible, and capable your daughter is." When Song Yulan was in her third year of high school, her busiest time academically, she still went home every day after school. Later, she learned that even with such a heavy workload, the girl still had to cook and do chores at home. A daughter who is both obedient and filial like this is really rare. Unfortunately, she was born into the Li family. Li Ping was too favoritist toward her younger son. Hearing Teacher Huang's words, Li Ping's face instantly darkened. People around them congratulated her and expressed their envy of her good fortune, especially since her daughter was accepted into Jinghai University. Jinghai holds a special place in their hearts. For their small town, it seemed almost impossible to reach. It was truly impressive that Song Yulan managed to get into that university, showing just how talented and capable she was. Although Li Ping felt very unhappy, she still forced a smile and politely responded to everyone's congratulations. Then she turned to Teacher Huang and asked calmly, "Teacher Huang, may I ask when Yulan told you about this?" Teacher Huang thought for a moment and replied, "I think it was on the 18th. Hearing that date, Li Ping's expression grew even darker. She clearly remembered that the 18th was the day after the Qin family's young man came to propose. It seemed that this stubborn girl had already made up her mind back then. Li Ping was so angry that her whole body trembled. If Yulan went to Jinghai with Qin Yan, didn't that mean she was going to college there? That university should have been meant for Song Yuan. After saying a few polite words, Li Ping left without even buying any groceries. The others were surprised. What's wrong with Li Ping? Her daughter got into college, but she doesn't seem happy. Sigh. She really has a wonderful daughter. She's just a bit too biased, that's all. News of Song Yuan being accepted into a university in Jinghai spread quickly. But soon, people noticed that Song Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Li Ping and Song Zhengwo refused to say where she had gone. Someone curiously asked Song Huaji, "Huaji, where did your cousin Song Yuan go?" Song Huaji answered honestly, "She got married." Many people were shocked when they heard that. Getting into college was something to be proud of. How could she give that up to get married? Li Ping and Song Zhengwo both worked at the factory, and their family wasn't doing badly. College didn't even require tuition anymore, and after graduation, the state would assign jobs. Since Song Yuan got into a university in Jinghai, she would most likely be assigned to work there. That meant she would become part of a big city. She could easily earn much more than people in their small town. If Li Ping asked her to send money home, would she refuse? How could those two be so short-sighted? After dinner, Song Yuan squatted in the yard to feed Little Black. She had specially mixed some plain meat scraps into the food, without adding any seasoning. Upon smelling the aroma of food, Little Black ran out from the corner of the yard. Its black fur was a bit muddy, and it rubbed against its owner's leg. Only after Song Yuelon said, "Dinner," did it lower its head and start eating eagerly. Perhaps because it had been a stray, Little Black was very good at reading people's expressions. It didn't bark or jump around and quickly understood Song Yuelon's commands. Qin Yan held out an envelope to Song Yuelon. "This is my salary for this month, for household expenses." Song Yuelon looked up, took the envelope, which felt a bit thick in her hand. When she opened it, there was over 370 yuan inside. Qin Yan was now a senior researcher, earning much more than regular staff. She looked up and asked, "Brother Yan, should I manage this money for you? Do you want to keep some as your own pocket money?" Qin Yan's eyelashes cast a shadow under his eyes. "No need.
Just use it as you see fit."
You don't have to tell me." Seeing a solid wood 5-drawer cabinet in the living room, Song Yuelon said, "I'll put the money inside. If anyone needs to use some, they can just take it." Since the money belonged to Qin Yan anyway, if she kept it in her room, he might want to use it and ask her for it. It was better to put it in the drawer in the living room, which was more convenient for everyone. She tidied up the money and placed it in the drawer. She also found a notebook to record her daily expenses, keeping it together with the money for easy bookkeeping. Although Qin Yan told her to handle it herself, Song Yuelon didn't want to take advantage. Back in the bedroom, she watered the small green plant on the windowsill with some spiritual spring water. This plant was brought from the Song family. It looked like a dying at first. Now it had changed completely, with many new tender leaves sprouting, looking lush and green. She tidied up the socks and stockings inside the room. Suddenly, she remembered the bride price Qin Yan had given her last time, and she found the envelope. Inside, besides the bride price money, there were several rare tickets. Bicycle tickets, TV tickets, refrigerator tickets. Song Yuelon's eyes widened in surprise. There were so many. She went downstairs and knocked on Qin Yan's door. Qin Yan had just finished his shower. His hair was a bit damp, with water droplets sliding down his hair and onto his neck. "I don't think this is a good time to bother the other person." Song Yuelon blushed a little. "Brother Yan, you gave me too much bride price last time." Qin Yan looked at her with a slight smile, afraid to meet her eyes. "Consider it your tuition fee." Song Yuelon hesitated. "But," Qin Yan asked, "too little?" She quickly shook her head. "No, it's too much." Qin Yan's eyes showed rare amusement.
"Keep it."
"Do you want to break the agreement?" "No, I don't." In the end, she didn't return the money to Qin Yan. Holding the money, Song Yuelon felt it was a bit hot in her hand. Maybe she shouldn't use it right now. She felt a little embarrassed to spend Qin Yan's money. Tomorrow, she planned to quickly set up a stall and exchange her goods for money. Today was her first day living at Qin Yan's house. Lying on the soft bed, Song Yuelon rarely felt a little insomnia. Besides setting up the stall, she also wanted to buy a few books in advance, especially about acupuncture needles, if she could find them nearby. She planned to buy these things early, since she would need them for school. She rolled around on the bed twice before gradually feeling sleepy and falling asleep. A sharp sound suddenly pulled Song Yuelon from her dream back to reality. She groggily opened her eyes, her mind feeling like it was wrapped in glue, completely confused. A woman in her 50s, slightly overweight, was glaring at her angrily, muttering something under her breath. Song Yuelon tried to focus. Slowly, she realized this woman was scolding her. "How can you do this, sleeping in someone else's bed?" The woman shouted loudly, her voice high and sharp, making Song Yuelon's ears ring. She rubbed her eyes. This must be Aunt Wu, the one Qin Yan mentioned before. She couldn't help but yawn. "This is my room." Hearing this, Aunt Wu's face instantly turned red. She immediately shouted, "How can this be your room? This house is only for a man to live in. You're just a young girl, and moving in is so embarrassing." Aunt Wu's eyes darted around as if she suddenly remembered something. She continued shouting, "And what about my things? Where did all my things go?" Aunt Wu is the housekeeper hired by Qin Yan's family. She used to take care of Qin Yan's father daily. Since Qin Yan's father passed away, Qin Yan asked her to come twice a week to help clean the house. Aunt Wu often takes advantage of Qin Yan's indifference to small household matters and sometimes slacks off. She only comes to clean once every 2 or 3 weeks. Recently, she also took on a part-time nanny job at a different home. She only stays here when she has free time. This is because this place is close to her work, so she doesn't have to travel far. Qinyan doesn't come home often, so they rarely see each other. Today, Aunt Wu happened to be on her day off. To her surprise, she found someone living in her usual room. Even if you're a nanny, you shouldn't be so shameless as to live in such a nice room. This wasn't just her guess. She had heard Qinyan's grandmother say before that Qinyan was very lonely and ate at the company cafeteria every day. The grandmother wanted to find a cook nanny for Qinyan, but Qinyan refused. When Aunt Wu returned this time, she saw a young girl living in her room and immediately realized she was probably a new nanny Qinyan's grandmother had hired. A feeling of resentment rose in her stomach. Such a young nanny living in a young man's house was trouble. Even if Qinyan had no intentions, a young girl might try to climb higher. Aunt Wu had seen many such girls. Aunt Wu had a daughter of marriageable age. She had long planned for her daughter to marry Qinyan. Qinyan had a good job and a good family background. She even arranged for her daughter to meet him. Her daughter fell in love at first sight and was very happy, so she was very pleased with this marriage proposal. She now considered herself almost Qinyan's future mother-in-law. But Song Yuelan was clearly very unhappy. Aunt Wu muttered, "Young and naive. Why be a nanny? You're up to no good." Song Yuelan finally came to her senses. "You're the nanny. I am the lady of this house." Aunt Wu looked at the other person in disbelief. "You little girl, what are you talking about? Since Song Yuelan is the lady of the house, her daughter is someone special. Moreover, she hasn't heard that Qinyan is married." Aunt Wu felt a sudden sense of danger after hearing Song Yuelan's words. This blonde girl wants to marry Qinyan. How is that possible? No. She must find a way to send this girl away. She wanted to say more, but Song Yuelan was too lazy to listen. Yesterday, Song Yuelan had already wrapped all her belongings in Aunt Wu's sheets. She shoved Aunt Wu's things into her arms and said, "These are your things." Qinyan should have gone out. No one was at home. After saying that, Song Yuelan went downstairs to feed Xiaohei. Aunt Wu couldn't accept this. She immediately followed Song Yuelan, starting to complain. Basically, she was saying that such a blonde girl couldn't possibly marry into the Qin family. Her tone wasn't very kind. Seeing how someone was treating her owner, Xiaohei immediately stopped eating and barked at Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu was a bit afraid of dogs, so she stopped in her tracks. Song Yuelan smiled and patted Xiaohei's head. "Good boy." Then she gave Xiaohei a piece of meat. Aunt Wu immediately followed, saying, "Spoiled brat, giving meat to the dog." Nowadays, everyone's life was not very wealthy. Raising a dog was a waste of food. In the city, few people kept dogs, let alone giving them meat. It was too luxurious. After all, people couldn't eat meat all the time. In her heart, Aunt Wu had already regarded Qinyan as her future son-in-law, so she thought Song Yuelan's wastefulness was just wasting her own family's things. Just then, with a creak, the courtyard gate was pushed open. An elderly woman, along with Qin Jiqiang and Qin Jijun, arrived. The grandmother had been in the hospital for many days. This time, her grandson brought his wife back. Her illness had mostly improved, and she was eager to leave the hospital immediately. Qinyan had gone to work in the morning and had specifically stopped by the hospital to see his grandmother. But she was stopped by the grandmother. "Where is Yuelan?" Learning that her grandson was going to work and didn't bring Song Yuelan along, the grandmother complained. "You child, you just brought her home, and now you want to go to work. Which girl could tolerate that? Love is something you find through experience. After getting married, I will go back to work. Since Qinyan started working, he hasn't taken a day off. He doesn't even remember how many days off he's saved over the years. These days, he is taking a good rest to strengthen his relationship with Song Yuelan." A few days ago, Qinyan's boss, Director Zhu, came to visit her. Hearing the old lady say that Qinyan was able to bring his wife home made her very happy. Director Zhu sighed. "Little Qin, you've worked so hard over the years. You should think about your personal life. You can't just focus on your career and neglect yourself. Bring your wife home and spend more time at home." Qin Yan's work is well known, and sometimes he even advises others to rest more and balance work and life. Now, with director Zhu's words, the old lady is even more convinced. She insists that Qin Yan not go to work for a few days. She understands that a marriage without love can't last long. Qin Yan had no choice but to surrender. I'll go to the office to ask for leave first, then come home. Hearing that Qin Yan was going to ask for leave, the old lady finally let him go. He had just been discharged from the hospital, and the old lady's family hadn't returned yet. She took her 2 sons and hurried to Qin Yan's house. She firmly believed that Song Yulan was chosen by her husband for her grandson and liked her very much. Last time at the hospital, she hadn't spoken properly to the girl. This time, she decided to talk more with her. Aunt Wu saw the old lady arrive and immediately went to support her. Old lady, long time no see. I don't know where this girl came from. She says she's Qin Yan's girlfriend. She smiled. This girl has quite a temper. Aunt Wu looked at Song Yulan, who was small and thin, and believed Qin Yan wouldn't be interested in such a young girl. She tried to persuade the old lady, doubting she could be interested in such a girl. Song Yulan smiled and greeted, Grandma, second uncle, third uncle. Little Black at some point bit the item Aunt Wu left in the living room and dragged it outside. Aunt Wu's belongings were all wrapped in her bedsheets. Seeing Little Black biting her bedsheet, she immediately scolded the dog. You little thing, who told you to bite my bedsheet? Little Black dragged the bedsheet, scattering all her toiletries everywhere. The old lady saw this scene and understood everything clearly. She pulled her arm back and said, Aunt Wu, Yulan is my daughter-in-law. Aunt Wu not only sneaks into the employer's house at night but also slacks off at work. Looking at the flowers and plants in the yard, it's clear no one has taken care of them for a long time. Aunt Wu quickly forced a smile and said, Madam, I just arrived here. I didn't expect Qin Yan to get married. The old lady snorted and said, Look at the dust on the windowsill. It's so thick. Are you just being lazy because you like my grandson and want to be nice? Aunt Wu didn't expect the old lady to be so blunt. Her face turned red with embarrassment. The old lady said, Aunt Wu, I won't argue about the wages for your previous laziness. Hand over the keys and don't come back. Aunt Wu wanted to say something but looked around, and no one spoke up for her. Her face changed, and she looked a bit embarrassed. She handed the keys to the old lady. The old lady didn't take them and said coldly, Give them to Yulan. Reluctantly, Aunt Wu handed the keys to Song Yulan, then gathered her things and left angrily. It wasn't that she didn't want to cause trouble, but her new employer also knew the Qin family. If she made a fuss and the new employer found out, she might lose her job. The old lady sighed and said, This family still needs a good lady boss. A nanny isn't enough. She turned around and said, Ji-chung, go find out if there's a good nanny available. It's okay to spend a bit more money, but this time, look carefully. Aunt Wu was unreasonable, relying on her many years here, but she was becoming more careless. Song Yulan smiled and said, No need, Grandma. It's just us at home, not much housework. She could tell Qin Yan didn't like outsiders in the house. If it weren't for Aunt Wu being left by Qin Yan's father, Qin Yan wouldn't have hired a nanny. She could feel that the Qin family genuinely cared for her, and she was not ungrateful. The old lady happily said, That's good. You are the lady of this house. Qin Jijun held up a large crab and smiled. Today, since the old lady is discharged, let's have a good meal. Third uncle will show off a bit. They had bought a lot of dishes on purpose. The old lady specifically told them that Qin Yan and Yulan had just arrived home, so there were probably many things they hadn't bought yet. They bought a lot of rice, flour, grains, oil, pork, and vegetables from the market. Qin Jijun had especially fresh in his hand, waving their claws proudly. These were a gift from his friend, just pulled out of the lake today, very fresh. Let me do it, third uncle, Song Yulan said as she took the ingredients from him. She felt eager to cook when she saw fresh ingredients. Qin Jijun didn't refuse. All right, I'll help you and your second uncle. Since tasting Song Yulan's hand-pulled noodles, he and his second brother couldn't forget them. They were excited to taste her cooking again. These big are from June, perfect for making spicy and fragrant crab dishes. But since the elderly lady just left the hospital, she shouldn't eat anything too spicy. As Song Yuelon thought this, she heard the elderly lady call out, "Jijun, don't make it too bland. Recently, I've been eating hospital food, and it has no flavor at all. I want to eat some spicy dishes." The elderly lady's hometown is famous for loving spicy food. She has loved spicy food since she was young, but over the years, her health issues have led doctors to advise her to eat less spicy. Chin Jijun smiled wryly. "Mom, the doctor already told you shouldn't eat spicy food recently. My brother didn't buy any chili peppers. They bought many vegetables on the way, but no chili peppers, to avoid making the elderly lady crave them." The elderly lady kept murmuring, always treating me like a child. Since the elderly lady couldn't eat spicy food, Song Yuelon decided to make braised crab in oil, which has a richer flavor than steamed crab and is more filling. "Grandma, how about I make some steamed buns to eat?" she suggested. She looked at the vegetables they brought, which included a large piece of fresh pork. They didn't have a refrigerator at home, and with the hot weather, fresh meat was hard to store. The elderly lady smiled happily. "Anything is fine. Whatever you make, I like," Chin Jicheong said. "I'll go chop the meat." Song Yuelon nodded. "I'll start making the dough." Since it was hot, the dough fermented quickly. She planned to make meat-filled buns. First, she would fry half of the meat filling, then mix in the remaining raw meat. She would add scallions, garlic water, soy sauce, and salt for flavor. The process was detailed, but Song Yuelon worked smoothly and methodically. Chin Jijun looked a bit surprised. These buns are so complicated to make. Usually their family also makes buns, but not this complicated. Song Yuelon, kneading dough, said, "Making them this way tastes better." Chin Jicheong agreed. "Listen to Yuelon, she's right." He was still thinking about the hand-pulled noodles from last time. When Song Yuelon started cooking, she entered her comfort zone. Soon, over 100 neat white buns appeared on the cutting board. She first steamed the first batch of buns, and then started preparing the. Chin Jicheong looked at the ugly buns in his hand. Why is there such a big difference? He put a lot of effort in, but each bun looked worse than the last. Chin Jijun looked a bit disgusted. "They're so ugly. You'll have to eat them yourself later. If you're clumsy, it's better not to make buns. Just quietly help out." Chin Jijun placed the cleaned on the stove. "I'll steam the." His young daughter might not want to handle live animals, and his wife couldn't bring herself to do it, so he always did it himself. Song Yuelon picked up a crab that was trying to escape. With a quick knife, she split it in half. The crab, now in two halves, was still snapping and waving its claws. She threw the crab into a basin nearby. She hadn't heard Chin Jijun clearly earlier. She turned back. "What did you say, third uncle?" Chin Jijun cleared his throat. "It's nothing, you keep busy." All that were cut in half. Now, the best time to enjoy the yellow crab roe was in June. Each one oozed yellowish juice, coated with flour, and was frying gently in the pan. She added a handful of peeled broad beans, stir-fried until slightly puffed, then put the fried into the pot. She added green onions, soy sauce, and a little rock sugar, then simmered for about 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the steamed buns were ready too. The aroma from the kitchen spread through the doorway into the living room. Chin Jicheong took a deep breath. "This smells so good." He had eaten both tea and buns before, but this taste was different. In those days, people's material life wasn't very rich, and many places still couldn't eat white flour or rice every day. People focused on filling their stomachs and didn't care much about the taste of food. At this moment, Chin Yen also came back. The elderly lady asked, "Did you get a good leave?" Chin Yen nodded and replied, "Yes, I took 10 days off." He didn't want to upset the elderly lady. Although he had asked for leave from work, he still brought work home to do. Anyway, once the elderly lady left, she wouldn't know. The elderly lady nodded in satisfaction. "Your wife is busy in the kitchen. If she can cook, I feel at ease." She thought the food in the cafeteria couldn't compare to home-cooked meals. Marrying Chin Yen was the right choice. At least he could enjoy a warm meal at home. "Steamed buns are here," Chin Jicheong said as he carried the buns into the living room. The buns, which looked plump and white earlier, had changed. The thin skin was oily, and the filling was large. Just a slight touch made the buns burst open. They looked delicious, even before tasting. Song Yuelon transferred from the pot to a plate. Turning around, she saw Qin Yan standing behind her. Surprised, she said, "Yanji, you're back." Song Yuelon's face was pink from cooking, with a light sheen of sweat on her forehead. Her sincere gaze towards Qin Yan reminded him of the little black dog in the yard. He couldn't help but be affected by her smile, and his expression softened.
Yes.
The elderly lady picked up a bun and took a bite. Freshly steamed buns were naturally fragrant. The plump, soft bun skin was tender, and the filling inside was juicy. A little pressure was enough to make the filling burst out. The meat was juicy and flavorful, making it almost impossible to resist swallowing it all at once. "My goodness, these buns smell amazing." The elderly lady praised sincerely. "Yuelon, your cooking skills are incredible." She had lived so many years and had never tasted such delicious buns. Song Yuelon smiled. "Grandma, as long as you like it." While cooking, she added a few drops of spiritual spring water, enhancing the flavor of the food. In the past 2 days, she had also figured out some patterns. The spiritual spring not only enhances the aroma of food but also boosts health. Yesterday, she was bitten twice by mosquitoes. After applying a little spiritual spring water, not only did the bites on her body fade, but even her scar on the knee became less noticeable. Qin Yan usually avoids foods that are complicated to prepare. Crab is one of those troublesome foods in his mind. It requires peeling, which is too much trouble, and he doesn't like to spend time on that. But today, he made an exception. Because today's crab looked too tempting. The bright red shell with thick oil and rich sauce shone with a glossy sheen. With a little effort, the crab meat easily went into his mouth. The delicious taste made him secretly sigh with pleasure. Qin Yan looked up at Song Yuelon and said, "It's very tasty." 5 people finished 50 buns, and Song Yuelon was a bit surprised herself. Her buns were quite big, about the size of her palm. Qin Jijun and Qin Jichang each ate 17, and one more person ate 18. Even Qin Yan, who usually stays quiet, ate 10 buns. The old lady also had a big appetite and ate 4 buns, wanting 2 more but was stopped by her sons. As for Song Yuelon, who had the smallest appetite, she only ate 2 buns and couldn't eat any more. Qin Jijun said, "Yuelon, you should eat more." This girl was so thin she looked like just bones. Song Yuelon nodded and said, "I'll try my best." Her eating capacity doesn't improve overnight. She works hard at every meal. After eating, Qin Jicheng brewed some tea to help digestion. The old lady took a small sip of tea, then put down her cup and said, "You two should discuss and pick a good date for the wedding. I need to arrange for some preparations in advance." She came today specifically to talk about their marriage. Now that the daughter-in-law has been brought home, she wants to seize the opportunity and get everything ready quickly. As long as Qin Yan isn't married and settled, the old lady's heart remains uneasy. Hearing this, Song Yuelon and Qin Yan exchanged a glance. Qin Yan gave her a comforting look. He responded, "Grandma, there's no need to rush the wedding for now." Before he finished speaking, the old lady eagerly interrupted him. "Not rush?
How can that be?"
"Since you've brought the girl home, you can't just let her live with you without a proper status, right?" The elderly lady earnestly said to Qin Yan, "Have you ever thought about what will happen if you keep delaying marriage? How will the neighbors see Yulan? They might gossip behind her back and talk about her. As a man, it's not a big deal, but Yulan is a girl. This can't be delayed." After hearing this, Qin Yan fell silent. He had planned to postpone the wedding as long as possible, hoping to avoid officially registering the marriage with Song Yulan. That way, even if they separated later, legally, Song Yulan would not have been married. But now, it seems he was too simple and hasty in his thinking. Qin Jijun tried to smooth things over, saying, "Let's find a good date and get married next month. While Yulan hasn't started school yet, we should hold the wedding." The elderly lady agreed, saying, "That's what I think too. School is about to start, so we need to hurry and have the wedding before then. Nowadays, it's common for college students to marry." A few years ago, some young people went to university after working on farms, and many married and had children before going to college. When Yulan turns 20, you too should get the marriage certificate. After saying this, the elderly lady turned to Song Yulan and kindly asked, Yulan, what do you think? Song Yulan smiled softly and replied, Grandma, I will follow your arrangements. The elderly lady's eyes narrowed into a smile. You're a good girl. Deep down, the elderly lady was very pleased with her soon-to-be granddaughter-in-law. She then asked, Ji-chung, how many buns are left? Ji-chung replied, Mom, there are probably about 100 left. Hearing this, the elderly lady immediately ordered, then go and pack these buns into 6 portions, 10 each. Next, she took Song Yulan's hand and said, Yulan, come with me to deliver some buns to the neighbors. Let everyone taste your good cooking. She did this not only to share the buns, but also to introduce Yulan to the neighbors properly. Today, Aunt Wu was an example. After all, with such a young girl living in Qin Yan's house, someone might start to have other thoughts. So, it's better to tell the neighbors in advance to avoid spreading false rumors. Qin Jiqiang felt a little sad for the buns. Can't we send them off with some? He wanted to pack a few buns to take with him when he left, but they had already been divided. He was really reluctant to part with them. Song Yuelan smiled and said, Second uncle, if you like to eat them, I can make some more for you. Qin Jiqiang chuckled happily. That would be a bit embarrassing. Qin Jijun teased, You have such a thick face, and you're still shy. Dear, do we have enough food at home to fill our stomachs? Aunt Wang was sitting in the main room mending shoes when she heard familiar voices and footsteps outside. She felt a surge of happiness. She quickly got up to greet at the door and said, Old Yang, you're back so soon? Yang Jun appeared, covered in dust and looking tired, but his eyes showed excitement and anticipation. He strode into the house and said, I didn't have time to rest this noon. I hurried and finished all the work I had. Then he went straight to the water jar in the yard, scooped up a bowl of cool water, and drank it eagerly. Afterward, he cupped some water to wash his face. Yang Jun is a professor at Jinghai Agricultural College. He often takes students to the fields. Usually, he dresses more like a farmer than a professor. Aunt Wang responded with a smile. Don't worry, Qin Yan's wife just brought some buns. I'll heat them up for you and you can eat. Yang Jun looked a bit puzzled and asked, Qin Yan's wife? When did that happen? I haven't heard anything about it. Aunt Wang explained as she headed to the kitchen. It was just delivered today at noon. Qin Yan's grandmother came along too. They said the wedding will be next month. That girl seems quite obedient and sensible, but she's pretty thin. Yang Jun scratched his head, still finding it hard to believe. He muttered, I didn't expect that Qin Yan would quietly find a wife. But I remember that old Han's daughter was always interested in Qin Yan. That girl is very good, beautiful, and kind. Plus, both families know each other well. Aunt Wang brought the hot steamed buns to the table and gave Yang Jun a sidelong look. She scolded gently, You, always worrying too much. Everyone has their own fate. Maybe Qin Yan and the new wife will have a happy and sweet life together in the future. Aunt Wang is from the countryside. After Yang Jun moved to the city, they got married. At that time, Yang Jun's family was against it, but there was nothing they could do. After they married, Yang Jun went back to university and eventually became a professor at Jinghai University. Aunt Wang still feels upset about her family's opposition back then. If she hadn't supported her husband to go to university, Yang Jun might not be where he is today. Yang Jun knew his wife was thinking about this again, so he said nothing and just picked up a bun from the table. Aunt Wang said, I haven't heated it for you yet. The bun had cooled down, but as soon as Yang Jun took the first bite, he was stunned. This bun? Curious, Aunt Wang asked, Is it not good? It was made with flour and meat. How could it not taste good? She also picked up a bun and took a bite. Her eyes lit up with surprise, not because it was bad, but because it was very delicious. The soft, fluffy outer skin hid tender, juicy meat inside. With a little effort, the juice would slide down her throat smoothly. Could Qin Yan's wife really be such a good cook? Song Yuelan still remembered her stall days. Today, she planned to try selling stockings. She left home with Xiaohei, just like yesterday. Xiaohei was excited because she was going out. In just one day, it remembered the way and led Song Yuelan to the same spot as before. Today, Song Yuelan arrived a bit later. When she finished organizing the stockings, the cotton spinning factory had already closed, and workers were leaving one after another. The woman who didn't buy stockings yesterday was looking around and saw Song Yuelon, her eyes brightening. "Girl, you're here." She squatted down and started choosing stockings. Song Yuelon took out a pair of tights. "Sister, do you want some tights?" The woman looked surprised. "Tights?" Song Yuelon nodded. "Just arrived from E-City, new styles." She then opened a pair and demonstrated. Made with new machines, very stretchy, and good coverage, she tugged at the tights to show their elasticity. After a few transactions, the aunt was completely captivated. "How much for a pair, Song Yuelon?" 25 yuan per pair. This price isn't high, especially compared to the stockings sold in department stores, which are more expensive. The main reason is that Jinghai is far from Wushi, and stockings are small items that haven't been shipped here yet. Song Yuelon is taking advantage of this time gap. The sooner she sells these, the more money she makes. After all, rare things are more valuable. In half a year, when stockings arrive in Wushi, they won't be sold at this price anymore. While they were talking, many female workers came over. Many saw the stockings and became interested immediately, especially one young female worker in the crowd. When she heard the price was only 25 yuan a pair, she didn't even try to bargain. She simply shouted confidently, "I want 2 pairs." For young people who aren't married yet, it's natural to want to spend a little more on themselves, especially on fashionable, popular stockings. Seeing that someone had already bought some, the other women couldn't sit still. They hurried forward, shouting, "Give me a pair too." Suddenly, Song Yuelon's stall became very lively. Within half an hour, her stall was completely cleared out. Song Yuelon packed up the money, feeling pleased. She estimated that after deducting costs, she had earned at least 400 yuan this time. Having money in her pocket gave her confidence. Feeling excited, Song Yuelon gently rubbed Xiaohei's head and said boldly, "Let's go buy some bones for you." Closing early, Song Yuelon planned to browse nearby stalls. Most of the vendors here sell farm produce and daily necessities. Today was very hot, and she wanted to make some cold noodles to eat. As she looked around with interest, suddenly, she heard a noisy argument nearby. Shameful. Someone's kid is sick, and they buy groceries with fake money. This world is unpredictable. It's so pitiful. Someone was cheated out of 7 or 8 yuan. Looking in the direction of the voices, she saw a woman about 50 years old standing nearby, her eyes red as if she had just cried. At her feet, there were some torn-up banknotes scattered on the ground. Even after being deceived, she had no desire to deceive others in the same way. Song Yuelon slowed down her steps. Her grandmother had also been cheated when buying vegetables before, and she had been feeling sad for several days. Seeing her older sister like this, Song Yuelon felt a bit sorry. 10 yuan wasn't much, but it could be a heavy burden for a family. Seeing the chili peppers at the other stall, Song Yuelon stepped forward and asked, "How much are these peppers?" The older sister wiped her tears and said, 1 mao per jin. Her family was from a nearby village. Her husband had passed away early, and she usually took care of a few acres of land. Her child was in the hospital with an illness, and they had no money. She collected some farm products from the village to sell in the city, helping to support the family. Although she didn't make much money from a jin of peppers, it was at least some income for the family. "All right, I'll take all these peppers," said Song Yuelon. The older sister immediately started weighing the peppers. The red peppers at the stall had been sun-dried and were not weighed on a scale. She said, "Miss, it's 18 jin in total. I'll sell it to you at 1 mao per jin. That's 1 yuan 80. Song Yuelon couldn't help but feel the hardship of rural life. So many peppers worth just a pair of socks. She handed over 10 yuan. The older sister hesitated and said, I don't have change." She had already given all her small change to the scammer earlier. Song Yuelon smiled and said, "No need to give change." She picked up the peppers and left with her little black dog. The older sister was a bit surprised and said, This isn't right," but Song Yuelon didn't give her a chance to protest and left with the peppers. The older sister wiped her tears and said, "I've met a good person." Honestly, when she first found out she had been scammed, she momentarily thought about buying some medicine and ending her life for her child's sake. but the world still has many good people. 18 Jean was still a bit much for Song Yuelon now. When she got home, she was all sweaty. But as soon as she arrived, she took out a cutting board and started chopping the peppers. When she was at the Song family, they rarely ate spicy food, so in the past 6 months, she hadn't tasted peppers much. But in summer, she wanted something a little spicy to stimulate her appetite. She learned how to make chili oil from her grandmother. Her grandmother's chili oil was spicy but not harsh, flavorful without being throat-burning, and truly special. Later, many regular customers came specifically to buy her chili oil. Over time, this unique chili oil became a major signature dish of her grandmother's restaurant. Song Yuelon carefully wrapped her hands with cloth before chopping the chili peppers. A small black dog nearby seemed attracted by the strong smell. It curiously sniffed the scattered chili on the ground. Suddenly, the dog sneezed loudly, then quickly stepped back, shaking its head and nose. Its funny behavior made Song Yuelon smile. "Little Black, stay back, or your nose might get uncomfortable." Inside the house, Qin Yan heard the noise from the yard. He put down what he was doing and came outside to check. Seeing the chili scattered on the ground, Qin Yan asked, "Chili?" Song Yuelon looked up and smiled, replying, "Yes, tonight I plan to make some cold noodles." Qin Yan looked confused and repeated, "Cold noodles." In modern Jinghai City, there are already many stalls selling cold noodles. But Qin Yan had never tried this snack before. Song Yuelon said, "You haven't tried it." Feeling a bit sympathetic, she added, "You should give it a try." Eating cold noodles in summer is very refreshing. The most important part of making chili oil is controlling the temperature. Without a thermometer, everything depends on experience. Song Yuelon watched the oil in the pot start to shimmer and produce tiny ripples, then turned off the heat. She kept a close eye on the oil temperature. If the heat was too high, the chili oil would turn bitter. She added green onions, garlic, cilantro, and onions into the oil, letting the residual heat slowly release their aroma, frying until golden, and then removing them. Next, she added spices and white sesame seeds, then turned the heat back on to warm the oil again. She had added a little spring water to the spices earlier to enhance their aroma. Finally, she added the freshly chopped chili peppers, and soon the entire kitchen was filled with the scent of chili oil. The kitchen window was open, and the aroma quickly spread throughout the alley behind the house. All that was left was to wait for the chili oil to cool completely. Before leaving, Song Yuelon had prepared the dough. After a whole afternoon of resting, the flour and water had separated. White batter was poured onto an iron tray, mixed well, then steamed in a pot, and cooled in cold water. Soon, a translucent cold noodle sheet was ready. In hot summer, Song Yuelon asked Qin Yan to set the table outside in the yard for meals. On the white cold noodles, she added shredded cucumber, shredded carrot, rice vinegar, sesame paste, and a spoonful of freshly made chili oil. Song Yuelon sat in front of the table, feeling all her tiredness melt away. She mixed the ingredients in her bowl. "Yanji, try this." She placed a portion in front of Qin Yan. In hot weather, it's easy to lose appetite, but just looking at the cold noodles, the aroma alone is tempting. Qin Yan took a bite, enjoying the smooth texture and chewy bite. The chili oil inside was fragrant but not spicy. Paired with fresh vegetables, it was very tasty. Qin Yan said, "It smells so good. Eating cold noodles in summer can be very addictive." Song Yuelon proudly said, "This is my secret recipe." In her previous life, her grandmother made good money selling chili oil. Not long after they started eating, there was a knock on the door. Song Yuelon, being close to the gate, said, "I'll go." She went to open the door, and outside was Aunt Wang, who had delivered buns earlier today. Aunt Wang handed a watermelon to Song Yuelon, saying, "Yuelon, this is a fresh watermelon just picked from the field. I brought it for you to try." Aunt Wang casually glanced around the yard and asked, "Are you eating?" She added, "Today your uncle came back and tried the buns you made. He said they were very delicious, the best he's ever had." Hearing the compliment, Song Yuelon felt even happier. She took the watermelon from Aunt Wang and said, "Thank you, Aunt Wang. I made some chili oil. Please take it home for your husband to try." Aunt Wang felt a bit shy. She came to thank her, so she didn't want to take anything from her. But after hearing about the freshly made chili oil, she didn't want to refuse. She had liked spicy food since she was young, but in Jinghai, spicy dishes weren't common. Sometimes she made her own chili oil, but it was usually just okay. Aunt Wang happily took the chili oil from Song Yuelan and went home. As soon as she held it, she smelled the fragrant aroma of the chili oil. It must be delicious. Today, Qin Jiqiang needs to go to Lini City, Jiangdu. He woke up a little late this morning. He took out a steamed bun, heated it in the pot for a while, then quickly packed it into his lunchbox. He thought he would eat it in the car later to save time. This time, he was taking his childhood friend's son with him to Jiangdu. Nowadays, becoming a truck driver is not easy. You need to learn how to drive first, and it's helpful to have someone familiar with the route to guide you. His childhood friend's son, Zhou Gang, recently got his truck driving license. His friend, old Zhou, asked Qin Jiqiang to look after his son. Qin Jiqiang naturally agreed without hesitation. As soon as he left the house, he saw Zhou Gang already waiting by the truck. The boy looked honest and simple. When he saw Qin Jiqiang come out, he immediately smiled brightly and said, "Good morning, Uncle Qin." Qin Jiqiang smiled and nodded back. "Let's go. First, we need to get some fuel." He opened the car door and sat in the front passenger seat. Zhou Gang responded and skillfully started the truck, heading toward the gas station. "All right, Uncle Qin." Zhou Gang drove the truck toward the gas station. Sitting in the car, Qin Jiqiang couldn't help but yawn loudly. He rubbed his eyes and reached for his lunchbox, took out a steaming bun, and took a big bite. Zhou Gang had actually eaten breakfast before coming. But when he smelled the tempting aroma of the bun, he couldn't resist. "It smells so good. Uncle Qin, where did you buy this bun?" Qin Jiqiang, sitting nearby, was eating happily. He replied with his mouth full,
I didn't buy it.
My niece-in-law made it." While speaking, he quickly finished another bun in his hand. At this moment, the whole cabin was filled with the strong smell of buns, making everyone's mouth water. Zhou Gang slowly stopped the truck to refuel. Taking this chance, he looked at Qin Jiqiang eagerly and asked Uncle Qin, "Can I have a bun to try? I haven't eaten breakfast yet." Qin Jiqiang was surprised at first, then showed a reluctant expression. "Hey, you little rascal, are you deliberately coming over to steal my bun?" However, seeing Zhou Gang's expression, he still felt a bit guilty and took a bun from his lunchbox to pass it over. Zhou Gang saw this and immediately smiled happily. Without hesitation, he took the bun and opened his mouth wide to take a big bite. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is so delicious." Although the bun had been left out overnight, after reheating, the skin was still soft and fluffy, with a great texture. The filling was tender, juicy, and perfectly seasoned. With each bite, he could taste the rich meat juice spreading in his mouth. It was so good that he couldn't stop eating, wishing he could swallow the whole tongue along with the bun. He turned to Qin Jiqiang, who had already finished 2 buns. Hearing this, Qin Jiqiang reached for the last bun and took a big bite. Zhou Gang looked a little regretful. "Uncle Qin, you have such delicious buns. Why didn't you bring more? By the way, you said earlier that your niece-in-law made these buns. Is she married?" Qin Jiqiang raised his hand and lightly tapped Zhou Gang's head, then scolded with a smile, "You little rascal. Always joking around and talking nonsense." Zhou Gang rubbed his head where he was tapped and chuckled. "Uncle Qin, your nephew is really lucky to marry such a good cook. This bun is even tastier than those made by professional chefs at my dad's hotel." Zhou Gang's father is the general manager of a state-run hotel. His family now runs the Jinghai Hiyue Hotel, which is both a restaurant and a hotel. The most expensive room in Hiyue Hotel costs 800 yuan a day. To put that in perspective, a worker's monthly salary is only about 1,000 yuan. More than half of the guests are foreigners. The chefs are recruited from top restaurants. Zhou Gang has been eating better than most since he was young, so he has a very refined palate. He believes that truly delicious food is rare. Qin Jiqiang looked proud. "That's because my niece-in-law from the Qin family is amazing." Zhou Gang thought for a moment. "Uncle Qin, can I meet your niece-in-law? Zhou Gang sincerely said, "Your niece-in-law cooks so well. She could definitely work at my dad's place. You know my dad's workplace, good pay and great benefits. If your niece-in-law is unemployed, going there would be a good choice. Working at a state-run restaurant also requires passing exams and becoming a formal employee, which is very desirable. Working in a restaurant means no exposure to the elements, and the job is easier than in a factory. Many see it as a good place to work. Once she shows her cooking skills, she will surely pass the test." Recently, the restaurant's pastry chef retired, and his father has been trying hard to find a skilled pastry chef. Qin Jicheng said, "No need to worry about that. My niece-in-law was accepted into Jinghai Xinglin Medical College this year. She is a real college student now, and she will be a doctor in the future." Zhou Gang sighed regretfully. That's a pity. He was thinking that if Qin's niece-in-law didn't have a job, she could work at his dad's place, and he would get to enjoy such buns more often. The thought of only being able to eat those buns once made Zhou Gang feel sad. Why not have your niece-in-law open a shop? I would definitely visit every day to support her. Qin Jicheng laughed. Get lost, you little rascal. Always dreaming of good things. He didn't even dare to imagine eating the food made by Song Yuelon every day. Qin Yan's luck is really good. In the past few days, Song Yuelon has been arriving early at her usual spot to set up her stall. Her reputation for selling stockings has been spreading gradually. More and more people are drawn to her small stall. Not only female workers from the food factory praise her stockings, but women from other factories have also heard about it. Some even travel from far away just to buy the stockings they like. Everyone says that the stockings from Song Yuelon are of high quality and much cheaper than in stores. In just 3 days, she successfully sold over 60 pairs of stockings. At the same time, the sales of regular socks are also impressive, reaching over 200 pairs. As her money gradually increased, Song Yuelon felt more at ease, no longer anxious or nervous like at the beginning. In recent days, she has learned about the surrounding environment quite well. Today, she intentionally finished selling socks early and planned to visit the bookstore. She didn't have any books about traditional Chinese medicine nearby and wanted to browse the bookstore to see if there were any suitable books. She also hoped to buy some acupuncture needles. Since she is planning to study traditional Chinese medicine and has plenty of free time during the holidays, it's useful to start learning early. There is a small, privately owned bookstore nearby. Used books cost much less than new ones, and they also offer book rentals, so the store's business is quite good. Song Yuelon went inside to look around and started searching for the books she wanted. Soon, she picked up 2 sets of new picture books. With not many entertainment options available, reading picture books is a good way to pass the time, especially those created by artists, which have high collection value. The bookstore is small, with narrow aisles that only one person can pass through. Song Yuelon almost tripped over a pile of books in the corner. These books were just brought in by the owner and were placed randomly, not yet organized. She was attracted by one particular book. This book wasn't a formal published volume, but seemed to be a handwritten manuscript. Curious, she picked it up and looked through it, her eyes widening. It was a book about acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine, detailing many real cases from the author's years of medical practice. Moreover, each case was followed by treatment methods and the author's insights and reflections on the illness. Traditional Chinese medicine requires a lot of time to build knowledge. People tend to trust experienced doctors more than young practitioners. For Song Yuelon, this book was like a timely rain, containing many cases she had never seen before. Afraid of missing such a precious manuscript, she squatted in front of the pile of books, searching through them one by one. She also found several handwritten manuscripts, which seemed to be written by the same person based on their notes. She collected all of them because knowledge is priceless and very important to her. She also found a book titled Comprehensive Guide to Plant Cultivation. Her yard is large, with 2 fruit trees and some roses, but there's still plenty of space left. She plans to grow some vegetables there. In her previous life, she enjoyed planting small onions and similar vegetables in foam boxes on her balcony, which was convenient and fresh to eat directly. After more than an hour of searching, she finally found all the books she wanted. Because the book was old, the shop owner didn't charge much. She bought 3 manuscripts, a book about planting, and altogether it cost less than 2 yuan. The most expensive items were her 2 sets of small storybooks. Nowadays, people usually buy small storybooks one at a time, but Song Yuan bought 2 sets at once. Each set has over 20 books, and holding them feels like a thick stack. Many people looked at her with envy. When she left the bookstore, Song Yuan saw Qin Yan standing next to Little Black. Qin Yan had gone to his workplace today to find some information. On her way home, she happened to see Little Black sitting quietly here. Little Black was excited to see her and rubbed against her leg as a greeting. Qin Yan saw Little Black and knew Song Yuan was nearby. Sure enough, he saw her come out of the bookstore. He naturally walked over and took the book from her hand. Looking at the title, Qin Yan asked, "Do you want to grow crops?" Song Yuan nodded. "There's a piece of land at home that's empty. I think I'll plant some vegetables." Qin Yan nodded. "Let's go." "Where to?" she asked. "To buy some seeds," he replied. The two went to a nearby friendship store. This store was much larger than the supply and marketing cooperative and had more items. Qin Yan went to buy seeds first, while Song Yuan looked around. After a few steps, she saw another counter with acupuncture needles. She had been trying to buy acupuncture needles from several supply stores, but hadn't succeeded. She was a bit excited and said to the clerk, "Hello, I'd like 4 boxes of acupuncture needles, please." The female clerk behind the counter was chatting animatedly with another clerk nearby. Seeing no response, Song Yuan raised her voice again. "Hello, I'd like 4 boxes of acupuncture needles, please." Finally, the clerk noticed her. The clerk, dressed in a white uniform, turned around slowly, first giving her a quick look, then speaking leisurely. "Do you understand the rules?" Back in her hometown, she had also encountered rude clerks like this. She knew that in this era, many shop clerks had quite bad tempers. However, to buy acupuncture needles smoothly, Song Yuan still endured her displeasure and patiently asked, "May I ask if there are any special rules for buying acupuncture needles?" The clerk sneered and said contemptuously, "Humph. Do I have to tell you for free? Not knowing these simple rules makes you look like an unworldly bumpkin." After saying this, she ignored Song Yuan and turned back to chat happily with the person beside her. At this moment, a foreign couple approached. The clerk, who had been cold towards Song Yuan, suddenly changed completely, her face full of smiles, quickly stepping forward to greet them. She was like a different person from before when answering Song Yuan's questions. This store was originally a foreign exchange shop, only serving foreigners and overseas Chinese. It had only recently opened to the general public. All the clerks had received English training and looked down on everyone. Qin Yan had just bought seeds at another counter. Seeing this scene, he walked over coldly and said, "What are the rules?" The clerk wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but the tall man's intense gaze made her feel pressured. She answered instinctively, "Acupuncture needles are medical equipment, so you need industrial tickets. Otherwise, you can use foreign exchange vouchers if you have them." After saying this, she went back to communicate with a foreign couple. Song Yuan felt a bit disappointed. She didn't have industrial tickets or foreign exchange vouchers. Qin Yan said, "I want all those acupuncture needles." The clerk turned around. "You can't buy them without tickets. Don't you understand?" Qin Yan took out 2 foreign exchange vouchers and placed them on the counter. The clerk was about to speak, surprised that he actually had foreign exchange vouchers. Song Yuan was a little excited. She didn't expect Qin Yan to have foreign exchange vouchers. She turned to the clerk and insisted, "First come, first served." She couldn't stand the clerk's obvious attitude of looking down on foreigners. Clearly, the foreign couple arrived later than they did. The clerk, hearing Song Yuan, said, "Nonsense. They are foreign friends, understand? Who do you think you are?" Qin Yan coldly replied, "Why are foreigners better? Are your knees so soft?" For the first time, Song Yuan heard Qin Yan speak such strong words and looked up in surprise. Her gaze just happened to catch his stern jawline. The waiter's face instantly turned very unhappy when Qin Yan compared himself to a dog. He angrily shouted, "Who has soft knees?" Song Yuan raised her voice and said, "It's obvious we arrived first, but You only treat the foreigners better just because they are from another country. Many customers nearby started whispering, they treat fellow citizens the same way, same treatment for foreigners. Forget it, I'm used to it. They just say a few words. Last time my friend came here, she was scolded and asked to leave. Their noise attracted the attention of other customers and even the store manager. The manager quickly stepped in to calm things down. Comrade, what do you want? I'll get it for you. When they mentioned acupuncture needles, the manager took out more than 10 boxes of needles from under the counter. The manager said, that will be 12 yuan in total. Recently, their store was featured in the newspaper, but not in a good way. There were harsh reviews. The newspaper criticized them severely, saying they were overly friendly and caring to foreign customers, but cold and indifferent to their own countrymen. The manager had just been scolded harshly by his superiors about this issue and was feeling upset. Who would have thought that the staff in the store would cause more trouble? Seeing the manager's attitude, Song Yuelan's anger eased a lot. She picked up the paper bag with the acupuncture needles and prepared to leave. The female staff member was still talking to the foreign couple. She only knew some basic English phrases. When she heard the other side speaking quickly and fluently, she became flustered and confused, her mind went blank, and she couldn't understand what they were trying to say. The manager nearby saw this and hurriedly tried to communicate with the foreign couple using his limited English. But even so, there was still a big language barrier and they couldn't communicate smoothly. Song Yuelan couldn't help but remind the manager, they're not speaking English. Although she didn't understand what they were saying, she could tell it wasn't English. The female staff member heard this and showed a hint of disdain, replying, what do you know? Don't just talk nonsense here. Qin Yan suddenly spoke and said, they're not speaking English, but German. The manager was very happy to hear this and quickly smiled as he asked Qin Yan, comrade, if you can understand what they're saying, could you please help us translate? Qin Yan smiled faintly and said, do I have the obligation to tell you that? The waitress's face turned bright red, and she muttered softly, I don't understand, but I still pretend to know. Although her voice was quiet, everyone around could hear clearly. The manager understood the reason immediately. Xiao Xia was a long-time employee here, and her favorite phrase was no obligation. Now hearing Qin Yan say the same thing, the manager realized that Xiao Xia's previous attitude must have upset the customers. He handled several complaints about Xiao Xia's service attitude every month. Qin Yan ignored their attitude and turned to talk with the couple. The foreign couple's faces lit up with surprise, and they became a bit excited. From their reactions, it was clear that Qin Yan not only spoke their language fluently, but also expressed himself very clearly and accurately. However, he did not tell the manager what he discussed with the couple. The manager, standing nearby, glared at the waitress and said sternly, Xiao Xia, apologized to the customer quickly. Xia Lily looked a bit reluctant. She lowered her head slightly and whispered to Qin Yan, sorry. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Qin Yan frowned and calmly said to the waitress, you shouldn't apologize to me. The person who really needs to apologize is her. Apologizing to Song Yuelan made Xia Lily feel very uncomfortable. In her eyes, Song Yuelan was just a young girl younger than herself. Why should she bow her head and admit her mistake? Thinking of this, Xia Lily's eyes started to turn red, but she stubbornly bit her lip and refused to apologize to Song Yuelan. At this moment, the manager's face grew darker. He warned seriously, Xiao Xia, if you don't apologize now, you won't get your bonus this month. This statement hit Xia Lily hard in her heart. Under the public eye, being scolded so openly by the manager, Xia Lily finally couldn't bear the inner feelings of frustration and shame. She shed tears and reluctantly turned to face Song Yuelan, softly saying with a crying voice, I'm sorry. After saying this, Xia Lily quickly turned around and ran away. Song Yuemei hurriedly pushed open the door and walked quickly to Li Ping's side. Song Yuemei couldn't believe it. Mom, everyone outside is saying Song Yuelan got into university? How is that possible? In her previous life, Song Yuelan never got into university. Where did the mistake happen? Otherwise, with Song Yuelan's abilities, how could she have gotten into university? Right now, Li Ping was busy cooking in the kitchen. Since Song Yuelan left home, all the chores had fallen on her alone. There was no one to help at home. Hearing her daughter's question, she muttered without turning around. Who can I blame? It's because she's smart and left early. Now she's in Jinghai, beyond reach. What's the use? She turned to continue scolding. And you silly girl. Always so naive, with no sense at all. Now that she's gone, you're only realizing you're worried. What's the point? Song Yuemei listened to Li Ping's words, feeling very upset but not daring to say more. She bit her lip and muttered softly. I also heard she got into a university in Jinghai. Jinghai is a big city. Few people from their small place have been there. Thinking of this, Song Yuemei felt full of jealousy and resentment. Why could Song Yuelon get into such a good university? Once in university, her future life would be completely different. Thinking about Song Yuelon going to university and getting a good job, Song Yuemei felt uncomfortable all over. That was originally hers. And Shueishan was also studying at a university in Tianyuan City, near Jinghai. If she went to university, she could stay with Shueishan forever. She would also have more confidence to marry him. Li Ping said impatiently, talking here is useless. If you have the ability, why don't you just take it away? Hearing this, Song Yuemei, who was feeling a bit down, suddenly brightened her eyes. Yes, take it away. Why didn't she think of that? If Song Yuelon can take my things, I can definitely take them back. Quickly, many ideas flashed through Song Yuemei's mind. That quiet, dull-looking girl, Song Yuelon, is usually very silent. Whenever there's a new piece of clothing at home, she always lets herself wear it first, and only after she's had her fill do the leftovers go to Song Yuelon. As for tasty food, good drinks, and useful items, they are all reserved for herself and her brother, Song Xian. This time, the university spot is no different. If she personally goes to Jinghai to scare Song Yuelon a little, the university spot will naturally belong to her. Eagerly, Song Yuemei spoke to Li Ping. Mom, please give me some money. I want to go to Jinghai. However, Li Ping hesitated when she heard this. After all, a trip to Jinghai is not a small expense. She frowned and thought for a moment before asking, Are you really confident you can get the university spot? Seeing her mother's reaction, Song Yuemei quickly said, Of course, she was so confident because in her previous life, she had seen many cases of students taking someone else's place at university. These people used various methods and tricks. They successfully replaced the original students who should have been admitted and entered their dream schools. Some of the impersonators were very sneaky. They managed to hide their actions for decades without being caught. Song Yuemei believed that if she was careful, she could also smoothly take back that university spot from Song Yuelon without anyone noticing. Shueishan isn't about to return to school early, so I can go with him. That way, it will be safer on the road. Besides, I already told Shueishan about our house, and if I go to university, Shueishan's parents will be happy. Our relationship will get closer, right? While saying this, Song Yuemei grabbed Li Ping's hand and shook it. She pouted and continued to beg. Mom, just trust me this once, okay? Li Ping nodded and said, Your dad will be back tonight. I will tell him. Song Yuemei immediately hugged Li Ping and said, Mom is the best. In their family, her mother makes the decisions. The roses in the yard had been pruned and tidied up, climbing all over the wall. There were many cut branches on the ground, weak and unhealthy. Roses grow quickly and vigorously. They are not afraid of pruning, as long as the branches get enough sunlight and air. After pruning, the roses look even more lively and full of energy. Song Yuelon started working on the soil in the yard again. She sprinkled seeds into the soil and gently covered them with a thin layer of earth. Xiaohei, go get the water bucket for me. Xiaohei heard the command, bit the water bucket, and placed it under the tap. He jumped up, pushed the tap open, and filled the bucket halfway with water. He then carried the water bucket back to his owner. Seeing Xiaohei wobble as he brought the water, Song Yuelon praised him quickly. Good boy. She was planting some leafy vegetables, which grow quickly, and she added some spiritual spring water to help them grow. Soon, they would be able to eat their own vegetables. At the other end of the yard, Qin Yan rolled up his pant legs. His calves were smooth, long, and muscular, full of strength. Even though he was doing rough work as a bricklayer, he looked relaxed with his eyes half closed. His shirt was soaked with sweat from the sun, making it hard to look away. Qin Yan placed the last brick and started applying mortar. He built a small kiln according to Song Yulan's design. When Song Yulan turned around and saw the nearly finished kiln, she stood up with a bit of surprise. Wow, it looks just like I imagined. The round, cute kiln looked quite charming. Their wedding date was set for the 8th of next month. According to the old lady, that was the best day of the year. Once the date was fixed, they needed to inform friends and family. Instead of sending formal invitations, they would give a bag of candies and a bag of peach cookies as a sign of good news. The old lady originally wanted to go to Jinghai Guangming food store to order everything. But when she heard how many peach cookies they needed and that the timing was tight, she immediately felt a bit worried. Peach cookies are very popular now, and they had no trouble selling them. Even if more money is spent, it will take some time to make it. The general manager of the food shop suggested that the elderly lady go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some, and visit several stores to gather enough. Everyone knows that freshly made pastries taste the best. However, the peach cookies from the supply and marketing cooperative are not freshly made. The elderly lady strives for perfection in every detail of the wedding. Song Yuan knew about this and volunteered to take charge of making the peach cookies. Let's build a kiln in the yard, and I will make the peach cookies. This is similar to how cookies are made. Currently, Jinghai doesn't sell ovens, so they can only build a kiln. She only drew a rough sketch, but unexpectedly, Qin Yan actually built it. Although Qin Yan spends most of his time working in the office, he is not just a man of theory. On the contrary, he is very good with his hands. Most people in this era are skilled at manual work. Often, when something breaks, they fix it themselves. Qin Yan quickly finished setting up the kiln. With this weather, the kiln will dry by tomorrow and be ready to use. Song Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Yan, thank you for your hard work. I will go prepare dinner now." Qin Yan nodded but didn't immediately clean the dirt off himself. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pants and lit one. His white shirt was inevitably stained with some mud, making it look a bit dirty. Amid the smoke, his features became blurry, and a faint scent of rose flowers filled the air. That was brought over just now by Song Yuan. Zhou Jia angrily looked at her son. "Zhao Shuisheng, are you still going to find Song Yuan?" Zhao Shuisheng stopped in his tracks. "Mom." Zhou Jia patted the table. "Don't call me Mom. I've told you before, don't you understand? That couple, the Jingwa family, are good people. Their second daughter got into university, and they still married her off. Married off so quickly, and no one in the neighborhood even heard a word. Marrying off their daughter so suddenly, there must be something going on. And you keep hanging out with Song Yuan all the time. Are you stupid?" Zhao Shuisheng opened his mouth but didn't dare to argue with Zhou Jia. He now has a close relationship with Song Yuan and doesn't want to part from her. Just then, Zhao Kun came home from work. He immediately sensed the tense atmosphere in the house and asked, "What's going on with you two?" Zhou Jia replied irritably, "Ask your son." Zhao Kun turned to Zhao Shuisheng and said sincerely, "Shuisheng, why did you make your mom angry?" Zhou Jia added, "I told him last time not to get too close to Song Yuan, but he wouldn't listen." Zhao Kun's face suddenly became serious. He looked at Zhao Shuisheng and asked, "Shuisheng, are you dating Song Yuan?" Caught off guard by his father's question, Zhao Shuisheng hesitated but nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Kun suddenly slammed his keys down. He said angrily, "I knew it. Recently, some people at the factory have been talking about how Song Jiangwo might get a big house. Right now, the factory was about to distribute 68 houses, and everyone was watching closely. A few days ago, several people had asked him casually, 'Director Zhao, does Song Jiangwo's family expect to get a big house this time?' He found it strange, but didn't want to ask directly, so he just laughed it off. Everyone was eager to get a house, and hundreds of workers watched the process. Today, after work, hearing his wife talk about it, he finally understood what those people meant. When Zhao Shuisheng heard his father mention the house distribution, he remembered Song Yuan's advice. He couldn't help but ask, "Dad, if they're giving out houses, could Yuan's family choose first?" Zhao Kun laughed bitterly. "Shuisheng, do you want your father to lose his position as deputy factory director?" He sighed. "You don't know how bad Song's reputation is outside. Short-sighted." Song Yueme, who didn't get into college, is considered a treasure, and Song Yuelon, who did get into college, is married off. That college is in Jinghai. Zhao Kun looked pained. Jinghai was the capital of the country, and their small town only had about 10 students a year getting into college. According to current policies, Song Yuelon would stay in Jinghai after graduation. Hearing his father say this, Zhao Shuixing didn't dare speak. No matter how much he liked Song Yueme, he couldn't joke about his father's future. Yesterday, Song Yuelon bought all the ingredients and started making peach cookies early in the morning. Peach cookies are very popular now. Both adults and children enjoy eating them. She used fresh lard, added sugar, and mixed until smooth. Then she added eggs and flour, kneading everything into a dough. Song Yuelon divided the dough into several small, equal-sized pieces. She picked up one piece, placed it in her palm, and gently pressed it to form a flat, round shape. She sprinkled black sesame seeds evenly over each small piece, then placed them into a preheated oven. Soon, a tempting aroma filled the oven. The sweet smell quickly spread throughout the yard. Even the nearby birds, chirping loudly on the branches, were attracted by the delicious scent. They stopped and tilted their heads, curious, looking into the yard. Wearing thick gloves, Song Yuelon opened the oven door. She took out the baking tray, and the first batch of peach cookies was ready. The heart-shaped cookies had irregular cracks, with black sesame seeds evenly sprinkled in the crevices, making them look very appetizing. Qin Yan came in wearing a dark blue sports outfit. He had just finished his morning run, with sweat dampening his hair, giving him a lively look. After spending a few days together, Song Yuelon realized that Qin Yan's life was very regular. He always went for a run and took a shower in the morning. After breakfast, he started his workday. He usually stopped working when it was time to eat. Although they lived under the same roof, they kept a proper distance and understood each other's routines, not interfering with each other's lives. When she heard the door open, Song Yuelon turned around and smiled. "You're back, Brother Yen." She was wearing a beige nightgown. The dress was long, only revealing her feet. Because it was very hot, she wore pink plastic slippers. Her toes were slender, and her skin was very fair. She placed the peach cookies on the stone table in the yard and said, "We'll start eating in a few minutes." Qin Yan quietly looked away and said, "Okay." Song Yuelon went to the kitchen to heat some milk. Qin Yan had ordered milk these days. He liked the taste of milk, and it helped strengthen his body. In recent days, she has gotten used to drinking a glass of milk every day. Today's breakfast is peach cookies and milk. When she comes out holding a hot glass of milk, Qin Yan is standing in the yard. He just took a shower, casually dried his wet hair with a towel, letting the water droplets slide down and air dry. After spending a few days together, Song Yuelon is now quite at ease with Qin Yan just after his shower. He is wearing a set of black silk loungewear, which softens his usual distant appearance. The clothes look simple, but on Qin Yan, they seem custom-made, perfectly highlighting his broad shoulders and chest muscles. Song Yuelon picks up a peach cookie and offers it to Qin Yan. "Try this." They are close enough that Song Yuelon can clearly smell a faint soap scent coming from Qin Yan. There are no extra fragrances added. This natural, fresh smell feels very warm and friendly, clean and refreshing. Qin Yan lowers his head and takes a bite of the peach cookie. The moment his lips touch the cookie, it falls apart like snowflakes. The shiny, oily inside of the cookie reveals walnuts inside. Song Yuelon dips a piece of cookie into the milk. The soaked cookie is fragrant, sweet, and has a milky aroma. This taste satisfies her, and she can't help but squint her eyes. This kind of sweet and oily treat is the most delicious at any time. Qin Yan comments, "Very tasty, not too sweet." He doesn't like very sweet food, but the peach cookies made by Song Yuelon are just right. Song Yuelon says, "We'll eat this batch ourselves. I deliberately used less sugar, but I'll add more sugar to the ones I give to others later." Sugar was rare at that time, and people didn't eat many snacks like this. They preferred things a bit sweeter. By the end of the morning, Song Yuelon had made 400 pieces of peach cookies. Since she made them herself, the cost was only for ingredients. Outside, store-bought peach cookies sell for about 3 cents each. 400 cookies cost only about 120 yuan, which is a month's salary for an ordinary worker. The ingredients for these cookies cost her less than 30 yuan. Song Yuan also bought yellow oil paper and rope. She made these peach cookies larger than the ones outside, about 2 sizes bigger, and packed 10 in a set. Qin Yan picked up the carved stamp from a few days ago, which had bright red double happiness characters on it. His father enjoyed carving stamps, and there were some carving tools at home. When he pressed the stamp onto the packaging paper of the peach cookies, a festive atmosphere instantly spread. Although they were just fake married, Qin Yan didn't feel tired of participating in such activities. In fact, he found some joy in it. His life had been quite routine, but since Song Yulan came into the family, small changes began to happen. They would discuss wedding details and plan what to have for breakfast the next day. Sometimes, they would work together to trim the messy branches in the yard. The house started to feel more lively, more like a home. Qin Yan casually looked up and his gaze happened to fall on Song Yulan, who was focused on packing the peach cookies. Perhaps because he had been in a good mood lately, her face, which was usually a bit pale, looked much healthier. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows on her face, adding a gentle and reserved warmth to her calm and tender aura. With so many relatives and friends coming to deliver peach cookies, Qin Yan alone couldn't handle it all. After lunch, Qin Jijiang came to pick up a lot of cookies to help deliver them. Getting married was a big event in life, and the elderly lady put in a lot of effort to make everything beautiful. As sons, they naturally did their best. Song Yulan gave Qin Jijiang 2 extra packs of cookies and also handed him 2 bottles of homemade chili oil. Qin Jijiang happily said, "I'll take some to your aunt." Although they were divorced, he still had a good relationship with his ex-wife. Usually, these two families often visited each other and kept in touch, just like before. If something happened at home, they would be the first to inform each other. Qin Yan planned to visit his teacher's house this afternoon. When he was in middle school, Professor Liang saw his potential and carefully mentored him until now. Recently, Professor Liang went back to his hometown for family visits and only returned to the city in the past couple of days. Now that Qin Yan is about to get married, it is only right and logical to be the first to share this good news with his elders. Song Yuan knows how important Professor Liang is to Qin Yan, so she prepared an extra gift. She thought for a moment and said, "Maybe I should bring some chili oil for Professor Liang?" Qin Yan mentioned that Professor Liang's hometown is in Sichuan City, where people love spicy food. "Qin Yan, I'll follow your suggestion. He is not as attentive as the other person in such matters." Professor Liang lives just across the street from their home. They took the gift and walked over on foot. When they reached the entrance of the community, someone stopped them to check their IDs. After verification, a security guard led them to Professor Liang's house. Seeing Professor Liang in person, Song Yuan gasped in surprise. She didn't expect Qin Yan's mentor to be such a prominent figure from textbooks. In her previous life, when she was in high school, she had seen his name in history books. Professor Liang was very happy to see Qin Yan and quickly invited them to sit down. Professor Liang sighed, "Getting married is wonderful. Now you have a home." Qin Yan is someone he watched grow up. Especially in academics, Qin Yan has a resilience that most people find hard to match. He supported Qin Yan's decision to study abroad, even though many people doubted and opposed it. At that time, their school held a special meeting to discuss this issue. Qin Yan's mother is a foreigner and married into a noble family in Wales. Some people worried that once he went abroad to study, he might be attracted by the vibrant outside world and forget his roots, refusing to return home. They thought this would waste the country's investment in cultivating talent. But Qin Yan insisted, and in the end, he went abroad to study. It proved that his judgment was correct. In just 2 years, with his effort and talent, Qin Yan completed courses that usually take 5 years to finish. When he finished his studies, he had no attachment to life abroad and decisively chose to return home immediately. His actions strongly proved those who doubted him wrong. This made Professor Liang very proud. Professor Liang heard that the chili oil and peach cookies were all made by Song Yuan herself, and he suddenly became interested. He opened a package of peach cookies and broke one off to eat. As soon as he took a bite, a strong aroma filled his mouth, and he could taste bits of walnut inside. Professor Liang kept praising, "Very good. This tastes better and smoother than the peach cookies from the Guangming food store. Qin Yan, you're lucky to have this." Getting praise from a senior like him made Song Yuan feel excited. At this moment, Professor Liang's grandson ran over. "Grandpa, I want to try too." Professor Liang handed the peach cookie to his grandson. The little boy, only 4 years old, looked lively and chubby. He took a bite and couldn't stop eating, munching happily. "This peach cookie smells so good." When Song Yuan made the cookies, she added lard, making them especially fragrant and sweet. Liang Kai pulled over a picture book. "Sister, can you tell me a story?" Qin Yan said, "Teacher, I have a new idea recently." Professor Liang stood up. "Let's go to the study to talk." Song Yuan looked up at Qin Yan and signaled with her eyes that she was completely fine with it. She opened a copy of Journey to the West with pictures. "Let's start by talking about a fairy stone." After hearing Qin Yan's idea, Professor Liang's face showed uncontrollable excitement. He spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. "This idea is good. If we can implement it according to this plan, we might be able to avoid foreign restrictions and create a new path for development." Qin Yan replied, "Yes, based on current theoretical analysis, it seems feasible. But we still need to wait until we can test it practically to be sure." Professor Liang patted Qin Yan's shoulder firmly. "All right, no time to waste. I'll report to the higher-ups immediately to get this project prioritized and supported." The two had a more in-depth discussion about this innovative idea. They kept improving each part of the plan and considering possible problems and solutions. Before they knew it, more than 2 hours had passed. The blank drawings were now filled with dense characters and notes. Professor Liang looked at the carefully drawn plans before him, feeling more excited than ever. He couldn't help but reach into his pocket to take out a cigarette. After lighting it, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. After calming his emotions a bit, Professor Liang suddenly remembered something. He turned to Qin Yan and asked, "Little Qin, you're about to get married. Have you told your mom?" Hearing this, Qin Yan fell into silence for a moment before softly replying, "Not yet." Professor Liang sighed gently and kindly advised, "No matter what, she is your biological mother. I believe she still cares about you deep down, so try to find a good time to tell her." Qin Yan nodded silently and whispered, "I understand, teacher." When Qin Yan left the study, he saw Song Yuan and Liang Kai playing happily. There was a tower made of building blocks on the floor. Liang Kai was learning to draw with Song Yuan. He had just been captivated by a story about Sun Wukong. Song Yuan casually drew a cute, cartoon-style version of Sun Wukong for him. This style wasn't common back then. Liang Kai was instantly enchanted. Song Yuan drew one cartoon character after another based on his requests. Finally, she drew a small black dog with a tilted head and short legs on the paper. The adorable drawing made everyone's heart tremble. He tried to imitate Song Yuan's style, and with her guidance, Liang Kai surprisingly managed to draw quite well. Professor Liang said, "Little Qin, your wife is a simple person. Only simple people can make children like her." Qin Yan's gaze fell on Song Yuan, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Yes, she's very good." After Qin Jiqiang finished delivering peach pastries to each household, the only one left was his childhood friend Zhou Yexing's house. Since he had some things to discuss with him, he decided to visit his friend's home directly. Before reaching the door, he met Zhou Yexing at the alley entrance. Zhou Yexing grabbed Qin Jiqiang's arm and smiled. "You're here today, so you can't run away. Your wife has been missing you for a long time. Don't leave tonight." Qin Jiqiang didn't hesitate and said, "All right, I'll have a couple of drinks with you tonight." They entered the house, and Zhou Yexing's wife, Ji He, smiled. "Your brother left a good bottle of wine recently. He said he wants to drink with you." Qin Jiqiang heard this and raised the bag of peach cookies he was holding. He said, "Here, sister-in-law, I brought some special peach cookies for you to try. That nephew of mine, Qin Yan, is getting married soon." Ji He took the peach cookies and placed them on the table. "Your nephew, Qin Yan? He's a good-looking young man. Which family is the girl from?" Ji He had seen Qin Yan a few times, but she had a strong impression of him. Her own son, Zhou Gang, was also quite good-looking, a bit of a handsome young man. But compared to Qin Yan, even as a mother who favored her own child, she had to admit there was a difference. Qin Yan not only looked good but also did very well in school. He became a researcher and a university professor at a young age, showing great promise. In contrast, her son Zhou Gang had failed to get into university after 2 attempts. She had wanted Zhou Gang to work at her husband's restaurant, but he refused, saying he couldn't stand restrictions. So, she and her husband decided to help Zhou Gang get a truck driver's license and asked Qin Jiqiang to help take care of him. Qin Jiqiang smiled and said, "A long time ago, my family arranged a marriage for Qin Yan. We just brought the girl home. My mother-in-law has been so happy, she can't stop smiling." They exchanged a few more friendly words about family matters, then Ji-hee turned and went into the kitchen to start preparing the meal. Qin Jiqiang sat at the dining table and said to old Zhou, who was making tea, "There's one more thing. Qin Yan is getting married. My mother-in-law wants to hold the wedding banquet at your restaurant." Zhou Yesheng, who was pouring water, looked a bit surprised. "Our restaurant isn't cheap. I can probably give you a discount." Zhou Yesheng is the manager of the He restaurant in Jinghai. Their hotel is a state-owned enterprise, initially only serving foreigners and overseas Chinese. The most expensive room costs about 800 yuan a night, which is a lot considering workers earn just over 100 yuan. Since the reform, they've started to serve more domestic guests. But few people hold engagement banquets there. Qin Jiqiang took a cup. "I know. That's what my mother-in-law wants. We'll do our best." Zhou Yesheng said, "All right, bring your nephew to my place tomorrow, and I'll introduce you." The Qin family truly values this granddaughter-in-law, which is why they were willing to spend a lot of money to hold their wedding banquet. Zhou Gang slept all afternoon and just got up from bed. He rubbed his eyes and then realized Uncle Qin was at his house. He went over to greet him and sat on the sofa. At this moment, he felt a bit hungry. He saw some snacks on the coffee table and unwrapped them without hesitation. After opening, he found they were peach cookies. Zhou Gang frowned slightly. He disliked peach cookies the most. When he was a child, he once ate 8 or 9 pieces of peach cookies in one afternoon after being kept at home by his parents. Since then, he didn't like them anymore. But now, he was really hungry, so Zhou Gang reluctantly took a bite. After just 2 bites, he found the taste was quite good. He turned on the TV and started eating the peach cookies while watching, until Ji-hee came out and asked him to serve the tray. "Gongzi, you said you didn't like peach cookies." Zhou Gang then realized he had unknowingly eaten 5 or 6 pieces. He swallowed the cookies in his mouth and said, "Mom, you should try this. It's really delicious." Then he turned to Qin Jiqiang and asked, "Uncle Qin, where did you buy this?" Qin Jiqiang on his way here had already eaten a few pieces of the cookies and naturally knew the taste. He looked a bit proud and said, "I didn't buy it. It was made by Qin Yan's wife." Zhou Gang took another bite. The girl who makes buns, he still remembered the buns from last time and didn't expect that the peach cookies were also made by her. At this moment, Zhou Yesheng also became interested. "Let me try." Their restaurant had hired many good chefs. Zhou Gang's living conditions since childhood had been better than those of his peers. While others would count their snacks carefully, Zhou Gang ate them as if they were meals. He was very particular about taste, and even said the cookies were delicious. Zhou Yesheng also became interested. He picked up a piece of the peach cookie and took a bite. The crispy shell broke in his mouth, and a sweet aroma quickly spread. His eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Jiqiang with a surprised expression. Zhou Yesheng said, "Jiqiang is your niece-in-law a chef? Her skills with these peach cookies are really good." An expert could see the skill involved. Jiqiang was diligently looking for talented chefs for his family's He restaurant. Zhou Yesheng repeatedly asked the chefs to demonstrate their cooking skills and personally tasted each dish they prepared. He would only start recruiting talented chefs when he was sure of their skills and their dishes met his standards for taste, texture, and presentation. He would increase their salaries and offer generous benefits to attract top chefs to his hotel. Because he put so much effort into managing the hotel, it gained a well-known reputation as food at Hiu, whether local food lovers or tourists from afar. Everyone who visited praised the delicious food at Hiyu Hotel. Zhou Yesheng believed that only experienced chefs could make the delicate peach pastry. The crispy crust and rich flavor left a lasting taste in the mouth. Qin Jiqiang shook his head. No, she is a college student. Zhou Yesheng felt a bit regretful. I was hoping your niece-in-law came from far away. If she has no job, she could work at our hotel. He wasn't trying to use connections. Their hotel was always hiring, but they lacked skilled workers. A good chef takes 2 or 3 years to fully learn their craft, which takes a lot of time. If Qin Jiqiang's niece-in-law wanted to work at their hotel, her skill with the peach pastry alone would earn her the job. He had also heard Zhou Gang say that the girl's steamed buns were delicious. But when he heard she was a college student, he decided to give up on the idea. Qin Jiqiang was a little proud and couldn't help showing off. She even gave me 2 bottles of chili oil. We'll try them later. He said, then I'll go make a cold dish. She prepared a simple salad with boiled pig's head meat and crushed cucumbers, added some seasonings and 2 spoonfuls of chili oil, then tossed everything together. It was fragrant and spicy, perfect for the hot summer when people had little appetite. The aroma immediately whetted everyone's appetite. The cucumber and pig's head meat salad became the highlight of the evening. The bright red chili oil shone with a glossy sheen. Zhou Gang picked up a chopstickful of cucumber and pig's head meat. The cucumber was crisp, and the savory aroma of the pig's head meat, enhanced by the spicy chili oil, was fully released. The spiciness slowly spread in his mouth without causing any choking. Zhou Gang's lips felt numb and tingly, but he couldn't stop eating. The pickled pig's head was eaten first. He saw that everyone wasn't satisfied and added 2 cucumber sticks, but they were still quickly finished. Zhou Yesheng sighed. Your niece-in-law, it's a pity she isn't a chef. With her skills, she could easily succeed in any restaurant. This morning, the sun was very hot. Qin Yan said she would take her to see the wedding banquet. Song Yuelan wore a light blue, lightweight long dress. Since she started earning money, she bought herself a new dress. Girls her age love to look pretty. When Song Yuelan came downstairs, she saw the other person playing with Little Black. Little Black was holding a stick in its mouth, dragging it over to Qin Yan. Qin Yan picked up the stick and threw it. Little Black excitedly jumped up and bit the stick. Then it turned around and happily brought it back to Qin Yan. It had fully adapted to this home and saw Qin Yan as its other owner. Song Yuelan looked up as she came downstairs and accidentally made eye contact with the other person. She saw a mysterious look in Qin Yan's eyes, thought she had imagined it, and looked again. Qin Yan's expression was normal. The light blue dress was fresh and elegant, like a gentle summer breeze, bringing a cool feeling. The long dress showed off her slim waist, and the hem reached her calves, moving with her. Song Yuelan greeted, Brother Yan. Qin Yan said, the dress suits you very well. Song Yuelan smiled and replied, thank you. In the yard, there was a new bicycle. Qin Yan's workplace was close, so she usually walked to work. Recently, she was preparing for the wedding and decided to buy a bicycle. Song Yuelan thought she would walk today, but Qin Yan was riding the bike with her. If she had known, she would have worn pants. Now it was too late to change. She sat sideways on the back of the bike, holding onto Qin Yan's waist to keep her balance. But she quickly let go of her hand. Qin Yan's body stiffened, and she bit her lip. Her ears turned slightly red. Hold on tight. Qin Yan rode the bike steadily and quickly with her long legs. When they hit a small stone, she instinctively dodged. Song Yuelan instinctively hugged the other person's waist, startling herself. Qin Yan rode his bike very fast, leaving the people on the street far behind. The hem of Song Yuelan's skirt was blown open by the breeze. The fabric, called Mingliang, is light and smooth, shining softly in the sunlight like blooming flowers. Qin Yan had a thought. It might be nice to keep things like this forever. After they arrived at Hiyue restaurant, Qin Jiqiang and Zhou Yesheng were already waiting for them. Zhou Gang was also curious about what Song Yuelan looked like, so he came along today. He first greeted Qin Yan, saying, Brother Qin. He had met Qin Yan a few times when they were kids. Qin Yan was 3 years older than him, and they even went to the same elementary school. Of course, Qin Yen quickly skipped ahead to middle school, so they only knew of each other. Zhou Yexing looked at Song Yuelan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He examined the slender girl carefully. He still couldn't believe that the delicious peach cookies and spicy chili oil he ate yesterday came from her hands. In his mind, someone who makes such tasty food should be an experienced, slightly chubby cook. But the girl in front of him looked fragile, thin and delicate, as if she couldn't withstand the wind. Zhou Gang happily stepped forward, extending his hand and saying, "Hello, my name is Zhou Gang." He was very excited to finally meet the niece-in-law that Uncle Qin had mentioned. His excitement wasn't because he had any special feelings for Song Yuelan, but simply because he was thrilled to see the real person behind those delicious foods. The buns, peach cookies, and chili oil were all so good. Song Yuelan nodded softly and said, "My name is Song Yuelan." Zhou Gang couldn't wait and asked, "How do you make those buns, peach cookies, and chili oil?" "They're so delicious. You should open a shop. Business would be great." For Zhou Gang, not being able to enjoy such tasty food often was a kind of regret. Song Yuelan smiled and nodded. "Thank you, but I don't plan to open a shop right now." Although she had earned some money from small businesses recently, for an ordinary student, it was already a significant amount. But if she wants to open a shop, it wouldn't be enough. Opening a shop needs many things, like rent, equipment, and raw materials, all of which cost a lot of money. Also, she is still in school and has a lot of studying to do. If she opens a shop, she wouldn't be able to handle everything. Song Yuelan plans to sell some socks and small accessories to support herself. Qin Yen quietly walks between the two of them and says, "Let's go, we'll take a look." Zhou Yexing personally takes Qin Yen and Song Yuelan around the restaurant, excitedly introducing the dishes for the wedding banquet as they walk. The original site of the Yueha restaurant was a private garden owned by an official. Over the years, the garden has changed and been turned into a restaurant, but it still keeps many of its old charms. Back then, conditions were not as rich and diverse as today, and supplies were limited, but holding a wedding banquet here was still quite impressive. Zhou Yexing confidently patted his chest and said, "You can trust our restaurant's cooking. Later, you can stay for lunch and try the dishes." At this moment, a waiter hurried over, looking a little anxious and catching his breath, saying, "Manager Zhou, the inspection team has arrived." Zhou Yexing's cheerful face immediately frowned, and he looked surprised. "They're not supposed to come until next month." "Why are they here now?" The waiter added, "There are quite a few people." Zhou Yexing understood the importance of this inspection team. It affects the restaurant's future development and reputation. He turned to Qin Yen, apologizing slightly. "Sorry, Xiao Qin. Something urgent came up here, and I can't leave. I'll have someone else show you around." He raised his voice, called a waiter, and carefully explained to him to give Qin Yen and his group a detailed introduction about the wedding banquet. Then he hurriedly left. Zhou Yexing felt more puzzled. Their restaurant is state-owned, and every year, an inspection team comes to rate and evaluate. Their hotel has been the top in Jinghai every year, so all staff performance is high. Other hotels in Jinghai are eager to surpass them. But the inspection team usually comes in September. Why are they here now? Zhou Yexing opened the office door and saw 6 or 7 members of the inspection team already sitting in the reception room, all looking directly at him. Manager Zhou, a middle-aged man in his early 40s, plump and cheerful, stood up from the crowd. He wore a warm smile and quickly approached to greet Zhou Yexing. Zhou Yexing was slightly surprised but quickly responded politely. "Manager Wang, why are you here so early today?" To ensure fairness, the inspection team is usually made up of managers from state-run hotels in neighboring cities. Every year, they evaluate state-owned hotels and inns. The better the ranking, the higher the performance bonus for the hotel. However, the annual evaluation is always scheduled for September. Why are they here so much earlier this year? Manager Wang chuckled happily. "This year, we changed the schedule. No prior notice. It's to better show your hotel's true strength." Zhou Yexing smiled and said, "Welcome, welcome. This manager Wang is a cousin of the general manager of the Jinghai Jishuan Hotel. Jishuan Hotel has always been a rival of Heyue Hotel. Over the years, the two have been secretly competing." He doesn't believe that the inspection team appearing suddenly this time isn't partly due to Manager Wang's influence. Manager Wang lowered his voice. Manager Zhou, you need to prepare well today. Did you see there's also a foreigner with the team? As soon as Zhou Yexing entered, he noticed a young foreign man in his 20s among the group. Manager Wang continued, that's a documentary director from Rhine country, here specifically to learn about us. You must treat him well. If he's satisfied with everything at our hotel, he might choose us as the filming location for his documentary. Then, our Hiyue hotel will become famous, and business will definitely boom. Zhou Yexing's face stiffened. Thank you, Manager Wang. He secretly cursed this old fox. Having a foreigner film a documentary is a good thing if it goes well, but if it doesn't, it could damage our reputation. Right now, Hiyue Hotel is in peak season. Why didn't Manager Wang bring the director to his own hotel? Everyone is unsure about this director and worried about messing up this opportunity. He was very confident about the Hiyue restaurant he managed, but there was one thing. Recently, Chef Liu, who made the restaurant's famous noodles, retired. The signature noodle dishes in the restaurant were Chef Liu's special skills, and no one else could quite replicate that flavor. However, Zhou Yexing comforted himself, thinking, how could it be so coincidental? This foreign director doesn't know much about Hiyue restaurant, so how could he happen to order those particular, more unique noodle dishes? During the restaurant's annual review, the inspection is divided into 3 parts: environment, service, and dishes. When it comes to evaluating the dishes, the inspection team has a special way of doing it. Each member randomly chooses a dish from the restaurant's rich menu and then gives a professional review based on color, aroma, taste, ingredient pairing, and cooking skills. The inspection team asked Victor to pick a dish he wanted to try. Victor looked around with interest. This was his first time in China. This ancient and mysterious country was like an endless, fascinating book to him. Although he had been here for over 20 days, every inch of land and every cultural site still filled him with curiosity. His eyes slowly scanned the traditional decorations in the restaurant, beautiful wood carvings and elegant paintings, seeming to tell stories of China's long history. People coming and going in the restaurant wore simple but warm smiles, making Director George truly feel the hospitality of the Chinese people. Ancient culture, long history, delicious food, honest and friendly people. Each aspect fascinated him. He was here to film a documentary about Asian culture. Next to him, the translator enthusiastically explained the history of Hiyue restaurant. The restaurant itself was full of history. Many famous people had dined here and praised the food highly. Victor took the menu handed to him by the translator. He couldn't read the words, but there were thoughtful photos next to each dish. The translator patiently explained what each dish was and what flavors to expect. When he heard about one dish, he became interested. Crab shell pastry. The translator had just explained that this pastry's name is related to, but its taste has nothing to do with.
What kind of food could that be?
George became interested. Translation. Mr. Victor, would you like to try this? Victor nodded. I want to taste this crab shell pastry. When Zhou Yexing heard that the other person wanted to eat the crab shell pastry, he felt nervous, worried that something might go wrong. Our restaurant's crab shell pastry is quite a specialty. A few days ago, Chef Liu retired and went back to his hometown. Others can also make this pastry, but the taste is always a bit different from Chef Liu's. It would be fine to serve it to the foreign guest, but the inspection team has already tasted Chef Liu's pastry. They would definitely notice if there's a problem. However, since the foreign director ordered it, refusing might seem rude. If they're not satisfied with the pastry this time, Zhou Yexing would be in a tough spot. He secretly cursed Wang Pengzi for bringing the director here for no good reason. Manager Wang turned to the translator and said, "Tell Mr. Victor that the crab shell pastry at Hiyue restaurant is a special feature of our place." Zhou Yexing forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, I'll have someone prepare it right away." Song Yuelan looked at the menu with curiosity. The waiter explained the dishes to her. She was very interested in cooking, so she listened carefully. Zhou Gang wanted to go over and talk to Song Yuelan about buns. Qin Jiqiang, seeing this, subtly kicked him.
They're choosing a wedding banquet.
Why are you in such a hurry? Zhou Gang blushed. He turned to Qin Yan. The other person didn't give him a look, but looked kindly at Song Yuelan. Zhou Yesheng hurried to the back kitchen. Seeing his father's unhappy expression, Zhou Gang asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Zhou Yesheng said, "The inspection team's director of a documentary specifically asked for that crab shell pastry. I'll have the pastry chef prepare it quickly." Zhou Gang knew what the inspection team meant. "Dad, there's something not quite right." After hesitating, Zhou Gang forced himself to speak. Little Shun from the pastry team said he accidentally hurt his hand and went to the hospital for a checkup. Zhou Yesheng looked surprised. What? The roof was leaking, and just when things seemed to get worse, Xiao Shun, who had only learned crab shell pastry from Master Lu, got injured. "Dad, maybe you should negotiate with the assessment team and ask them to change the dish," Zhou Gang cautiously suggested, thinking it might be a good solution. Zhou Yesheng couldn't help but curse. "Change it? No way." Manager Wang held the crab shell pastry high and then announced in front of many people in the room that they wanted to change the dish. This seemed like a deliberate attempt to make others laugh at them. In the future, where would their restaurant's reputation stand? People would probably gossip behind their backs, saying they couldn't even make a proper crab shell pastry. As Zhou Yesheng walked, he said, "You should spend more time with Uncle Qin and the others. I need to check the kitchen." Zhou Gang stood still, eyes slightly narrowed, as if thinking about something. As Zhou Yesheng turned around, he quickly spoke and instinctively looked towards Song Yuelan, who was talking to someone nearby. "Dad, should you ask Uncle Qin's wife? He has tasted her buns and peach pastries, and her cooking skills are excellent." He thought that if Song Yuelan, with her superb cooking skills, could make crab shell pastry, it would be especially outstanding. Zhou Yesheng was awakened by Zhou Gang's words. Yes, if Song Yuelan could make crab shell pastry, her skills would surely surpass those of the apprentices. Song Yuelan. Crab shell pastry. Zhou Gang's eyes lit up as he looked at her. "Can you make it?" Song Yuelan nodded. "If you're talking about the baked pastry with crab shell, I can make it." Crab shell pastry is a type of Sioux-style dim sum. When she was young, her grandmother often made it for her.
Zhou Gang klappte excitedly.
"Great," Zhou Yesheng explained the situation. "If you can make it, could you help Uncle out?" Song Yuelan glanced at Qin Yan. Qin Yan looked down at her. "Yuelan, it's up to you." She nodded. "Then I'll give it a try." After all, the crab shell pastry she knew was from 40 years ago, so she wasn't entirely sure if her version would match what Zhou Yesheng needed. But she was eager to see what the kitchens of modern restaurants looked like. It would be even better if she could exchange ideas with skilled chefs. Zhou Yesheng relaxed and said, "I'll take you to the pastry team." He prepared himself, knowing he did his best. If the result wasn't good, he could feel at peace. Zhou Yesheng led Song Yuelan to the back kitchen. Song Yuelan couldn't help but look back at Qin Yan. When going to a new place, she usually felt a little nervous. It would be much better if she knew someone there. In her past life, she liked to carry a small toy to help calm her nerves when she went out. When she first crossed over, it took her a long time to get used to everything. Recently, she had been staying with Qin Yan, and she instinctively looked at him. Qin Yan seemed to notice her unease. He walked beside her, slightly turned his head, and softly said with confidence, "I'll be with you." In the back kitchen of the contract restaurant at the pastry station, Kai Dalla's mood was as refreshing as drinking a big bowl of chilled plum juice on a hot summer day. Very happy. He casually rested his hands in front of him, slightly raised his head, and a hidden smile played on his lips. His eyes were full of pride. Master Lu, the head of the pastry team, had retired. In the whole team, only he and Xiao Shun were apprentices trained directly by Master Lu. Usually, the two of them competed secretly, like fighting roosters, always trying to outdo each other. Now that the master was gone, the team leader position was vacant. Kai Dalla's mind was racing with plans. He was eager to take this chance to move up. The salary for the team leader was just one level higher than his current one, and he could earn over 30 more yuan each month. This news was like a spark that ignited his fighting spirit instantly. What made him feel even more that heaven was helping him was that Xiao Shun was injured today. It was a perfect opportunity for him to show his skills. He crossed his arms and loudly ordered the others in the team to help him. "You, sieve the flour again, make it as fine as possible. You, quickly prepare the filling, don't let the taste go wrong. He made the whole pastry team busy and flustered. Although everyone was a bit unhappy inside, they didn't want to offend him right before the inspection. They could only work quietly according to his instructions. Who made Kai Dalu the most senior member of the pastry team now? At this moment, Kai Dalu quickly saw Zhou Yexing and his group walking toward the pastry section. He immediately stepped forward to greet them. Manager Zhou, you're here. He patted his chest confidently and said, I heard the guests want to eat crab shell pastries, so you can rest assured. I will do my best. I tell you, I learned how to make crab shell pastries from Master Lu for several years. I control the heat and ingredients very precisely. Later, the pastries I make will be fragrant and crispy. Zhou Yexing smiled twice. He was only worried about Kai Dalu and wanted Song Yuan to try. Kai Dalu learned pastry skills from Master Lu for a few years, but never mastered the core techniques. If you eat his pastries, they are not bad, and the texture is okay. The taste is also acceptable, without major flaws. But that's the problem. It's like a glass of plain water, nothing special or memorable. It's always ordinary, neither good nor bad. Recently, Kai Dalu repeatedly expressed his desire to become the head of the pastry team. Zhou Yexing is not the kind of person to favor unfairness. He always upholds fairness and justice. If Kai Dalu truly has the skills and ability, he would definitely be promoted without hesitation to lead the pastry team. He also hopes the pastry team will improve and bring more glory to Hiyue Restaurant. But the current situation is clear. Kai Dalu's skills are not enough. If an unskilled person becomes the team leader, the pastries will remain bland and unremarkable. Customers will be dissatisfied, and the restaurant's reputation could be ruined. That would damage Hiyue Restaurant's name.
So, he thought of letting Song Yuan try.
When Kai Dalu heard that the young girl behind manager Zhou was here to make crab shell pastries, his face turned green. He wondered which corner this girl had come from and why she was so carefree, coming to the back kitchen to make pastries without checking what kind of place this was. Kai Dalu rubbed his hands nervously. Manager Zhou, the pastry team has me. Rest assured, if you bring in an outsider, we don't know her skills and she might cause trouble. Zhou Yexing stood there with a confident look in his eyes. He crossed his arms and slightly frowned, saying, I've decided to let Yuan try. Let's split into two groups. He paused, looked around the kitchen, and then said, start working at the same time and see how it goes. At this point, Zhou Yexing was simply too tired of being polite with Kai Dalu. In his mind, whoever makes the tastiest crab shell pastry would be the best. That was the fairest way. Also, Song Yuan was someone he had gone through great trouble to invite to help. He couldn't just watch his staff offend her, or no one would want to help in the future. Kai Dalu could only grit his teeth and squeeze out, yes, manager. There were 4 people in the pastry team besides Kai Dalu. Kai Dalu smiled and said, Miss Song, if you want someone to help you, just tell me. He was secretly planning. He knew the pastry team well. If Song Yuan really asked for help, he wouldn't assign her experienced workers. He looked down on the young girl, thinking she was just a beginner. This time, he wanted to prove to Manager Zhou and the assessment team that he could do well with the crab shell pastry. He didn't believe he was inferior to a young girl. Song Yuan shook her head. No need. She enjoyed the feeling of working alone in the kitchen, taking her time. Every step, every stir-fry felt like creating a piece of art. Making crab shell pastry wasn't complicated. She could do it herself. When Kai Dalu heard this, he was secretly pleased. He had been worried she would ask for help from experienced workers, but now that wasn't a problem. He thought to himself, if she really couldn't make the crab shell pastry well, it was her own choice not to ask for help. With that in mind, he immediately turned around and started busying himself with his team. He directed everyone to prepare ingredients and loudly organized the work. Song Yuan looked around the kitchen. All the tools she needed were there, from simple pots and bowls to professional baking equipment. Everything was available. As expected of a top hotel, the conditions in the kitchen are truly different, Song Yuan thought to herself with admiration. She took a deep breath, filling her lungs with the fresh aroma of ingredients and the unique smoky scent of the kitchen, which made her even more excited for the cooking to come. Crab shell pastry is a traditional snack with 2 flavors, salty and sweet. the taste of crab shell pastry doesn't really relate to. It's named because of its shape, which resembles a crab. There are many types of fillings. Zhou Yixing didn't specify which flavor to make. Song Yuelon planned to make her favorite fillings, mustard greens and rose. A salty and a sweet filling together make a good match. Rose filling isn't part of the traditional crab shell pastry, but she made it before in her past life, and she really liked the flavor. When Kai Dala heard Song Yuelon ask if rose could be used, he was a bit surprised. He had never heard of using roses for crab shell pastry. He finally understood that this young girl was relying on her so-called innovation to impress manager Zhou. He was about to say that there was no edible rose, but then he remembered that the kitchen had recently received some rose tea, which could be considered edible roses. He decided to give her the roses and see what level she was at. Kai Dala smiled and said, "Here's some rose tea. See if you can use this." Song Yuelon took the roses and said, "Thank you. That's enough." She first kneaded the dough, mixing pork with the dough to form a ball, preparing the dough in advance. There's a saying, first smell the aroma of the pastry, then enjoy the crispness as it melts in your mouth. This poem praises the crispness of crab shell pastry, showing how flaky and crunchy the outer shell is. Mustard green filling is easy to prepare, similar to the filling for steamed buns, so it's not difficult for her. Her main focus was on the rose jam. She had only made this filling twice in her past life, so she needed to be careful. Dried flowers slowly unfurled in hot water, the once shriveled petals becoming plump. She removed the flower stalks and stamens. Using scissors, she carefully cut the petals into small pieces. She deliberately didn't cut the petals too finely, leaving some texture of small petal pieces. She strained the rose petals to extract the water and added sugar. As she added the rose water, the petals in the pot began to soften, and the liquid became richer. The rose sauce in the pot became thicker as it simmered gently, but it still remained somewhat fluid. Letting the rose jam sit for a few more days would make its flavor richer. Song Yuelon thought for a moment and decided to add a bit of spiritual spring water to enhance the taste of the rose jam. She remembered Uncle Zhou mentioning that this crab shell pastry was very important to their restaurant, so she wanted to be careful and do her best. She focused her mind and summoned a drop of spiritual spring water from her space. That drop of water appeared out of nowhere and fell into the pot. A tiny splash arose as the water entered the pot, quickly blending into the rose jam. De Lu Kai's team had already started baking. They had many people, so they finished a large batch in no time. Kai De Lu used a new oven recently bought by the restaurant. Baking pastries in this oven was much faster than using their old kiln. All they had to do was put the baking tray inside and take it out when done. Simple and convenient. The kiln still needed someone to watch over it, which was quite troublesome. His master preferred using the kiln. He had mentioned several times that the oven was much faster. But his master always shook his head and said, "It's not quite right." Kai De Lu thought his master was too traditional and didn't understand innovation. Once the rose jam was ready, they started filling the pastries. Repeated rolling and folding were key to creating the flaky layers of the crab shell pastry. Song Yuelon's technique was very skillful. She quickly rolled out the dough, folded it, rolled again, and folded repeatedly until the layers became distinct. She gently shaped the rolled dough into a small bowl, added the right amount of filling, and pinched the edges together, forming the initial shape of the crab shell pastry. Song Yuelon worked quickly, able to make one in just a few seconds. The speed of her wrapping was not much slower than usual. Qin Yan watched Song Yuelon at work. There was an indescribable charm about her while cooking. She shined brightly in her craft, making it hard to look away. Zhou Gang's eyes were fixed on Song Yuelon, specifically on her crab shell pastry. He was very curious about what flavor the pastry would have, especially since she used rose flowers. The idea of making something edible from roses intrigued him. Thinking of this, Zhou Gang couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhou Yixing turned to look at his son's eager face, and his mouth twitched. "Don't you have something to do later?" Zhou Gang tilted his head. It's okay. I don't have to go." The crab shell pastry was almost ready to come out of the oven, and he couldn't possibly leave now. He dipped one side of the prepared crab shell pastry in sesame seeds. Master Lu often used a kiln that looked like a wooden barrel, bending over to place each crab shell pastry inside. Inside the kiln, the charcoal fire burned brightly, sparking and flickering, welcoming the pastries. Song Yuelan's face turned slightly red from the heat of the kiln. Kai Dalla's team had already finished making the crab yolk shells. He personally opened the oven. Manager Zhou, try some. He brought out a plate of crab yolk shells for tasting. Zhou Yexing picked one up and took a bite. Kai Dalla looked at Zhou Yexing nervously. Manager Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Yexing frowned slightly. That was the feeling he had. It wasn't that Kai Dalla's cooking was bad, but it wasn't outstanding either. If sold outside, it would probably be popular, but it wouldn't be very impressive. The people dining with them were all food lovers who had high standards for their food. Zhou Yexing swallowed the crab shell pastry in his mouth. It's okay. Kai Dalla's heart lifted. Shall we serve the dishes now? Zhou Yexing waved his hand. Not yet. Qin Jiqiang picked up a piece of crab shell pastry from a plate. After 2 bites, he was surprised. The flavor was pretty good. Why did old Zhou still want Song Yuelan to make it again? Qin Yan didn't give Kai Dalu a look. He wasn't interested in other people's food. As the temperature and time went on, the crab shell pastries inside the kiln finally puffed up, looking golden and tempting. Song Yuelan used a spatula to carefully remove the crab shells from the kiln wall. She moved gently to avoid breaking them. Before Song Yuelan could say anything, Zhou Gang stepped forward. I'll help carry the tray, sister-in-law. He had been feeling that Qin Yan's attitude toward him was a bit strange. After thinking for a moment, he realized that being too enthusiastic with Song Yuelan might not be good. Although he swore to himself that he was just curious about the delicious food Song Yuelan made. So this time, he changed how he addressed her. He truly believed he was just treating Song Yuelan as his sister-in-law, but he was very curious about the crab shell pastry she made. Zhou Gang didn't care about the heat of the freshly baked crab shell pastry and immediately put it in his mouth. As a result, he burned his tongue and grimaced. Freshly baked crab shell pastry is naturally the most fragrant. He was eating one filled with mustard greens and pork. Without using his teeth, just pressing his lips together, the flaky crust easily fell apart. The filling of the crab shell pastry isn't as much as in a bun. Fresh mustard greens mixed with pork create a taste that can only be described as fresh. Biting into it, the filling was juicy. Others also took turns to pick up a crab shell pastry. Zhou Yexing got one filled with rose petals. He was very curious about this flavor. He had heard that some places eat roses, but here they mostly use them for tea. He lowered his head and took a bite. A unique aroma spread in his mouth. This scent wasn't from vegetables or meat, but a light, elegant floral fragrance. After making the filling with roses, it surprisingly had such a wonderful taste. The fragrant aroma lingered on his lips and teeth. It felt like walking through a garden of roses. Truly memorable flavor that stays on the lips and teeth. Song Yuelan picked up a crab shell pastry and handed it to Qin Yan. Brother Yan, try this. Zhou Gang had already started eating his second one, but Qin Yan hadn't taken a bite yet. Qin Yan took the pastry seriously and bit into it. Song Yuelan raised her eyebrows. How is it? Before Qin Yan could answer, Zhou Gang shouted loudly, delicious. So fragrant, sister-in-law. This rose-flavored one is so good. Can you make me another batch? Qin Yan was focused on eating his pastry and said seriously, very tasty. Although Qin Yan's comments were simple each time, Song Yuelan could tell they came from his heart. She was a bit excited. Later, we'll bring some to Grandma. After finishing the banquet arrangements, they planned to visit Grandma. Zhou Yexing almost got annoyed at his son. You, kid, enough already. Beside them, Kai Dalu looked a bit stunned. What was going on? Everyone was praising how delicious Song Yuelan's crab shell pastry was. Wasn't this clearly a way to embarrass him? He was a bit upset and said, Manager Zhou, I know Song Yuelan is your relative, but you don't have to go so far. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Just now, when Zhou Gang called her sister-in-law, he felt nervous. It was obvious that Song Yuelan was being favored unfairly. The manager's son called her sister-in-law, so maybe this girl was being brought in from outside. In the past, other teams had similar situations. When the team leader left, they didn't promote someone from within but hired someone new. Kai Dala felt a little anxious. Today was a great opportunity. If manager Zhou really supported Song Yuelon, he would have no chance left. So he spoke his honest thoughts. After saying it, he felt a bit regretful, but he couldn't show weakness now. The other colleagues in the pastry group were watching. If he backed down now, how could he become the team leader in the future? Before Zhou Yexing could speak, Zhou Gang suddenly jumped up like a cat that had been stepped on its tail. He shouted loudly, "How can you tell lies like that? Whether this thing is tasty or not, can't we tell?" While speaking, Zhou Gang angrily picked up a crab shell pastry, intending to give it to Kai Dalo for a taste. Just as he was about to hand it over, he suddenly frowned, as if he remembered something, and paused sharply. He quickly broke the crab shell pastry into 2 halves, then, with a look of, "Serves you right," handed 1 half to Kai Dalu. Seeing this, Kai Dalu's lips twitched slightly, and he secretly cursed, "Who are you trying to mock?" Although he felt a bit annoyed inside, he still took the half of the crab shell pastry. Zhou Yexing watched Kai Dalu's reaction and didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled slightly and then turned to the others in the pastry group, speaking gently, "You all should try some too." The members of the pastry group were actually a bit dismissive of Song Yuelon, who was brought in by Zhou Yexing. They had all entered through strict exams. And this girl looked young. What real skills could she have? So, when Zhou Yexing asked them to try the crab shell pastry, they were reluctant. But since they couldn't refuse directly, they each took one, unwillingly. Kai Dala lowered his head and took a bite of the crab shell pastry. Suddenly, he seemed frozen, stiffening completely. He had been about to say something, but his mouth shut tightly, and he couldn't speak at all. Moreover, his face turned bright red instantly. The others in the pastry team exchanged glances. The taste of this crab shell pastry was not much worse than their master's, especially the one with rose jam filling, which even surpassed the traditional fillings made by their master. The floral aroma was long-lasting, more like eating a delicious rose flower than a snack. Seeing their expressions, it was clear that Kai Dalu and the others were convinced. Zhou Gang ate while teasing them. "Hey, they're still college students, just here to help." Zhou Gang grew up in a restaurant, so he could easily see through these complicated feelings. He was just standing up for Song Yuelon. Food is the original sin. It's the same wherever you put it. Zhou Yexing looked at Kai Dalu and said seriously, "Everyone's fine with this, right? Let's serve the dishes." When the waiter placed the dishes ordered by the inspection team on the table, everyone's attention was drawn to the food. There were 8 dishes on the table. Zhou Yexing introduced the dishes to the inspection team. Manager Wang waved his hand. "Old Zhou, this isn't our first time here. We're familiar with everything. Just start eating." He specifically brought people to He restaurant because he heard that the pastry master there had recently retired. Zhou Yexing was looking for a pastry chef everywhere, even heard about it in the neighboring city. This time, he brought a foreign director along, mainly to see a joke. After all, He restaurant had been ranked first in evaluations year after year. He was somewhat dissatisfied. If he could see Zhou Yexing embarrass himself during this visit, that would be perfect. Of course, even if nothing unexpected happened and He restaurant remained first, they wouldn't get any more rewards. Victor immediately saw the crab shell pastry he ordered. He had eaten many delicacies in China these days. This crab shell pastry looked smaller than the sesame seed cakes he had eaten before. It was golden and stacked neatly on a plate. He picked up a fork and stabbed one. The fork pierced the outer shell of the crab shell pastry, causing the crispy layer to scatter as if startled. Victor lowered his head and took a bite, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Is there filling inside this thing?" The assessment team secretly chuckled to themselves. They had heard from the translator that Director Victor was very passionate about food during his trip in China. But no one expected that a piece of crab shell pastry would captivate him so completely. Manager Wang warmly said, "Translator Zhang, please tell Director Victor that there are other good dishes here. He can try more." The blonde, Blue-eyed diner was carefully licking every crumb from the crispy shell of the crab shell pastry, as if in reverence. After hearing the translator, Victor said, "No, no, no. This crab shell pastry is the most delicious thing I've ever tasted. It's simply amazing." Victor loved sweets and especially enjoyed desserts. His home even had a dedicated pastry chef. He believed he had tried many desserts, but none matched the surprise he felt from this crab shell pastry. Both flavors are delicious. He never thought desserts could also be savory. The sweet version of the crab shell pastry, with its light, moist filling, was sweet but not overwhelming, and the filling had a bit of texture. Seeing Victor so happy, others also started to pick up the crab shell pastry. Zhou Yexing looked proud as he watched their expressions. It was just as he expected. The rose-filled crab shell pastry would surely amaze them. Manager Wang was surprised. "Old Zhou, where did you find such a pastry chef?" He didn't know there was such a talented baker in Jinghai. Such an excellent person had been found by Zhou Yexing. Zhou Yexing smiled mysteriously. "Guess, Manager Wang." Victor only took a bite of the other dishes, focusing most of his attention on the crab shell pastry. Seeing how much he liked it, the others felt shy to continue eating. But after tasting the flavor of the crab shell pastry earlier, they agreed it was very delicious. Victor finished the remaining pastry and said to the translator, "Please tell Manager Zhou that I want to meet the person who made this food." He was curious about what kind of person could create such a dish. Maybe this is a good material. Zhou Yexing felt a bit awkward when Victor wanted to meet Song Yuelan. Song Yuelan is not an employee at their shop, but here to help. It might not be appropriate to bring someone over suddenly. Victor was already eager and stood up quickly, walking over to Zhou Yexing. "Translator Zhang, Manager Zhou, Mr. Victor wants to see the other person himself. Since he wants to meet the person, he should go himself." Manager Wang: "Old Zhou, we'll go with you to see what kind of person he is. Of course, it would be even better if he could be recruited by their hotel." Song Yuelan was still busy in front of the chopping board. There was some leftover crab shell pastry dough. Earlier, Manager Zhou said she could take the remaining crab shell pastry. Song Yuelan planned to finish and then bring some to Qin Yan's grandmother to try. All the pastry team, except Kai Dalu, gathered around to watch how she made it. After tasting her crab shell pastry, everyone in the pastry team was very impressed with Song Yuelan. She really has real skill. Song Yuelan was generous and answered questions from the pastry team. She even demonstrated step by step. Everyone listened carefully, feeling inspired. They could tell she was not holding back, which made them admire her even more. When Master Lu was here, only Kai Dalu and Xiao Xin could learn directly from him. Others were not allowed close. A young woman in her early 20s from the pastry team liked Song Yuelan even more. There was only one girl in the pastry team, and she was about the same age as Song Yuelan. They quickly became friends while chatting. Li Chue whispered curiously, "Who is the person you came with?" When Qin Yan entered, Li Chue noticed immediately. She heard Zhou call Song Yuelan sister-in-law, but the tall man hardly spoke. Song Yuelan paused her work and looked up at Qin Yan, their eyes meeting. At this distance, Qin Yan probably heard their conversation. Song Yuelan whispered, "He is my fiancé." Li Chue exclaimed, "You're getting married so early?" She looked at Song Yuelan and thought she was a high school student. Qin Yan was her older brother. She didn't expect the two of them to be getting married. Before she could say anything else, loud noises came from outside the kitchen. Then 8 or 9 people walked in, making the small back kitchen feel even more crowded. Zhou Yexing introduced, "Yulan, this is Mr. Victor. He tasted your crab shell pastry and liked it very much, so he wanted to meet you." Hearing this, Song Yuelan felt a little surprised inside. She didn't expect the director to be so eager to meet her. Victor's gaze fell on Song Yuelan, showing a hint of surprise. He thought that someone who could make such delicious crab shell pastry would be an experienced chef. But this girl completely changed his expectations. Victor asked with interest, "Hello, I am Victor.
How old are you?
Are you working here?" His eyes moved over Song Yuelan, as if observing her reaction. Hearing the translation, Song Yuelan felt nervous under everyone's watch. Her hands unconsciously clenched her clothes. After hesitating for a moment, She gently shook her head. Victor couldn't help but step closer, wanting to say something to her. Victor. At this moment, he heard a familiar voice and instinctively looked for the speaker. His eyes landed on a figure not far away. When he saw the person's face clearly, Victor's eyes widened in disbelief. His face showed shock. Yen, why are you here? The world is so small. He unexpectedly met his senior here. Victor and Qin Yan are schoolmates. Although he is 2 years older than Qin Yan was a grade above him when he was in school. When he first started school, he had heard Qin Yan's name. When Victor entered campus, he already knew about Qin Yan. That man from the mysterious Eastern ancient country was famous for his outstanding grades and unique personality. He was loved by many professors, but was very indifferent in social interactions. Excellent, restrained, disciplined. That was his impression of Qin Yan. He was also one of the few friends he had in common with Qin Yan. Just at graduation, Qin Yan hurriedly returned to his country and didn't leave any contact information. He didn't expect to meet the other person here. Victor excitedly walked up to Qin Yan. Wow, I thought I wouldn't see you in China. Qin Yan's expression remained very calm. He replied softly, Yeah, I didn't expect to either. What are you doing here? Victor said, I've been wanting to film a documentary lately. He added, I didn't realize the food here is so delicious. So, I wanted to meet someone who can make such tasty food. Maybe it's good material for my film. He then gave a friendly smile to Song Yuelan. Qin Yan looked down and said, Introduce yourself. Victor looked confused. Qin Yan moved next to Song Yuelan and said, My fiancé. Victor looked at Qin Yan in shock, stunned by his words. He was surprised that Qin Yan, who was usually so distant, was getting married. He was also surprised that Qin Yan's fiancée was the girl they had just met. For a moment, Victor didn't know what to say. A group of people around them looked at them curiously. They were speaking in a foreign language, so others couldn't understand what they were saying. Qin Yan told Song Yuelan, Wait for me, I'll be right back. She nodded, able to tell they knew each other. Qin Yan said, Let's go outside and talk. Victor followed behind Qin Yan as they left the kitchen. He was eager and said, I didn't expect you to be getting married. I thought after that thing, you... Qin Yan interrupted him. It's all in the past. Victor nodded. Yeah, I guess so. Victor asked, By the way, is your fiancée a chef? She cooks so well. Qin Yan shook his head. No, Victor became even more curious. Then what does she do? What other foods can she make? How old is she? Qin Yan's eyes turned cold. Victor felt his gaze and, feeling a bit uncomfortable, raised his hands quickly to explain, I swear, I was just curious because her cooking is so good. That's all. He paused briefly, then said, Actually, I want to film her cooking as part of my documentary. The recent dish inspired him. Food represents a part of Chinese culture. Qin Yan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, You need to ask her directly about that. His tone was calm, with no sign of emotion. Victor quickly nodded. Can you ask her for me? If she agrees, I can pay her some money. Qin Yan slightly frowned and asked, How much? Victor hesitated, then held up 5 fingers and said, How about $500? Victor knew that $500 was a lot of money in China today. Qin Yan's face remained expressionless. 1,000. Victor's eyes widened. Yen, you've really gone bad. Although the official exchange rate is less than 2 yuan per dollar in the market, $1 can actually exchange for 5 or 6 yuan. Qin Yan looked at Victor without expression and said softly, Up to you. But Victor quickly stopped him, smiling flatteringly. 1,000 is fine. I never said I wouldn't do it, he added cheerfully, but you have to let me attend your wedding. Thinking about the chance to attend Qin Yan's wedding, Victor felt excited and hopeful. Suddenly, Victor seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, By the way, the stocks you told me to buy before, I made quite a bit of money. When he was in school, Victor followed Qin Yan's advice and bought some stocks, which made him a lot of profit. Yen, you could stay in Rhine and better use your talents. Victor kept rambling. But seeing Qin Yan's cold, icy gaze, he immediately raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong, I won't say anything more. Victor knew he had spoken out of turn. Back in school, the professors wanted Qin Yan to stay, but he refused. Besides the professors, Others also tried, but Qin Yan made it clear he wouldn't stay. Do you have any other stock tips? I'll double the reward. Song Yuelan sat on the back of the bicycle, a gentle breeze softly blowing through her hair. Despite this, her heart was full of curiosity. She couldn't help but ask, Brother Yen, do you know that foreign director? Qin Yan's voice came from ahead, calm and straightforward. He's a college friend. Suddenly, Song Yuelan remembered what Qin Yan's grandmother had mentioned earlier about Qin Yan studying abroad.
She realized something.
Qin Yan continued, he wants to make a documentary about you cooking, and he'll pay you $2,000. Hearing $2,000, Song Yuelan's body jolted suddenly. Did she hear right? That's a pretty big amount. Her heartbeat quickened. She couldn't help but raise her voice. What? She leaned forward instinctively, gripping the back seat, moving closer to Qin Yan's back. Qin Yan felt her breath as she spoke, warm and gentle, making his ears turn slightly red. He tried to keep his voice steady. Do you want to go? Song Yuelan's voice trembled with excitement. Yes, yes. She answered almost without hesitation. The reward of $2,000 was just too tempting. Brother Yen, thank you so much. Her happiness was obvious, and she said, I'll treat you to something delicious. She believed this opportunity was thanks to Qin Yan's help. The foreign director wouldn't choose her without a reason. It must be because of Qin Yan. Qin Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Don't thank me. It's your own ability. His voice carried a faint smile, as if he found her reaction a little amusing. Song Yuelan already saw a big sum of money calling her. She swung her feet and hummed a little tune happily. Hearing Song Yuelan's lively voice, Qin Yan's lips unconsciously softened a bit. Some might see her actions as greedy, but in Qin Yan's eyes, they were quite cute. He knew Song Yuelan had been working at a street stall recently. Although he had given her money, she didn't seem to plan to use it. So, this money was also a bit of his own selfishness. Song Yuelan looked around at her surroundings. Grandmother Qin Yan lives in a traditional courtyard in the city center. This area will become very valuable in the future. The old lady is cooling off under a tree with some neighbors. She sees Qin Yan walking over with Song Yuelan and immediately smiles. My grandson has brought his fiancée. A few older women nearby start to look at the new couple. Qin Yan's appearance is well known, but everyone is seeing his fiancée for the first time. Song Yuelan wears a light blue dress, with her hair braided into two thick, black braids that hang over her shoulders and sway gently with her movements. She has a small, delicate face that looks a bit fragile, giving the impression of a quiet girl. Such good luck, old sister-in-law. Your daughter-in-law is so well-behaved. The old lady feels proud. The buns she made last time were all her own work. She's really skillful. The other women remember the buns the old lady brought last time and start chatting happily. Song Yuelan politely greets everyone. The old lady stands up and takes them home. The wedding banquet is booked. Qin Yan confirms, it's booked. The old lady cheerfully says, don't worry about the cost, I'll pay. Qin Yan replies, no need, I have money. The old lady gives her grandson a look. Your money is your money. Why look down on my wife's money? Qin Yan honestly answers, no. Her husband works far away most of the year, so she raises the children alone with hard work. Life is tough, but she never complains. The allowance her husband sends back is very limited, so she has to stretch every penny and live carefully. Despite the hardships, she keeps the house tidy inside and out. She not only manages the chores but also teaches her children to be thrifty and hardworking. Under her careful care, the children grow up and become successful with their own families. They all understand how hard their mother works, so they send her money every month. The old lady begins to save some money herself. People in the city can't buy land in the countryside. So, she starts paying attention to nearby property listings. The old lady and her husband live in a courtyard in Jinghai, originally shared by 3 families. The other 2 families are moving out for various reasons, and they find it too troublesome to rent out the house. The elderly woman saw this as a good opportunity. She had some money, and the house was not expensive. Without hesitation, she bought the courtyard all at once. The elderly woman couldn't live alone in such a big courtyard. Moreover, she was worried about her children, so her third son, Chin Ji-jun, and his family moved in to live with her. Chin Ji-jun has a wife and twin daughters. The daughters are only in elementary school. Chin Ji-jun hadn't finished work yet. His wife, Gao Xiuying, had the day off and was at home. She saw Qin Yen bring a girl inside. Gao Xiuying immediately went to greet them warmly, smiling and saying, "Oh, this must be Yulan. Come in and sit inside." Qin Yen introduced. "This is Annie-san." Song Yulan politely greeted Gao Xiuying. "Hello, Annie-san." Gao Xiuying quickly responded, "Hello, hello, come inside quickly. It's too hot outside." She warmly led everyone into the house. As soon as they entered, Gao Xiuying went to the water well in the yard and brought up a melon. She skillfully cut it open. Smiling, she said to Song Yulan, "Here, try this. It's a new variety we just developed this year called amber melon." She works at the Agricultural Research Institute, responsible for breeding new fruit varieties. The amber melon has a shiny brown skin, and the inside, when cut open, is white. The workers who cultivated this melon named it because of its outer appearance. Gao Xiuying handed a piece of the white-fleshed melon to Song Yulan. She took the melon, gently bit into it. The cool taste spread instantly in her mouth, refreshing and energizing. However, Song Yulan soon realized that the melon wasn't very sweet. Seeing her bite, Gao Xiuying quickly asked, "How does it taste?" While speaking, she also took a piece of amber melon and ate it in a few bites. Gao Xiuying clicked her tongue and commented, "This melon just isn't sweet." She looked a bit regretful and said, "It's good in other ways, grows fast, and doesn't have many diseases. The taste isn't sweet, which is a big problem." She sighed and said, "If the melons aren't sweet, they won't sell well. Poor-selling melons can't be promoted to farmers. If they grow without making money, it's bad for the farmers. Farmers rely on their land all year. If the harvest is bad, the whole year is hard." The old lady said, "Our yard is full of these melons now. I've given several neighbors some. Nowadays, free fruit is still popular." Song Yulan looked at the yard. Gao Xiuying had made a small patch in the yard and planted some amber melons. In just 2 months, the melons covered the ground. Lately, the old lady kept giving melons to neighbors, but the melons in the field still grew well. Song Yulan thought to herself, "This melon has so many good points. I've been planting vegetables at home too. Maybe I should grow some." She remembered she had 2 trees at home. She had asked Qin Yen before. One was an apple tree, but she didn't know what the other was. The trees were still small and hadn't borne fruit yet. Maybe she could grow this kind of melon herself. Song Yulan asked, "Third aunt, do you have seeds? I want to plant some too." Gao Xiuying smiled and said, "You don't need seeds for this melon. When you leave, I'll give you a cutting. Just stick it in the ground and it will grow easily." The old lady thought for a moment and said, "I think we should still hold the wedding here. On the day of the return visit, you can move back to your own house. This is a tradition in Jinghai. The couple gets married in the old house, symbolizing they will grow old together." Qin Yen and Song Yulan naturally agreed. The old lady said, "Yulan, I heard that now brides start wearing wedding dresses. Xiao Yen, you should buy a suit too. You two can go shopping and make 2 sets of clothes." At this time, TV shows from Hong Kong City were also popular and wedding dresses became trendy. The old lady was very attentive to the wedding, and Song Yulan felt a bit touched. She and Qin Yen had dinner here, then they took advantage of the evening to go home. Zhou Gang reached out to grab the crab shell cake, but Zhou Yexing slapped his hand away. "Leave some for your mom." Zhou Gang rubbed his hand where he was hit and muttered, "Oh." When Song Yulan left, she also left some crab shell yellow for the kitchen. Zhou Gang, shamelessly, packed some to take away. Zhou Gang casually asked, "Dad, is that director really going to film a documentary here?" Zhou Yexing nodded and replied, "The translator said he wants to film Song Yulan cooking, and he might use our restaurant's place." Zhou Gang thought for a moment and said, "Song Yulan's cooking is really good. It's a pity she doesn't open a shop." He couldn't help but sigh, feeling a faint sense of sadness. It seemed like Zhou Gang had an idea. His eyes lit up, and he said to Zhou Yexing, "Dad, why don't I ask Song Yulan if she wants to partner with me to open a shop?" The more Zhou Gang thought about it, the more he believed this idea was possible. He thought that Song Yuelon didn't want to open a shop simply because she found it too troublesome now. After all, not many years had passed. In a big city like Jinghai, although many people sell things on the street, not many are opening restaurants now. Opening a restaurant is not as simple as setting up a stall. It involves many complicated aspects. First, opening a restaurant requires applying for a food quota, which is not easy. Food supplies are still tight, and the government controls how food is distributed. Without enough food quota, a restaurant can't operate normally. Buying vegetables is also a big problem. At that time, the vegetable market wasn't as developed as now, with limited types and quantities. Purchasing vegetables also involves considering costs and quality, which is a huge challenge for someone without experience. Finally, obtaining a business license is essential. This process involves visiting many departments, submitting various documents, and going through multiple approvals before finally getting a legal operating permit. Song Yuelon probably didn't want to open a shop because she was scared off by these troubles. But for him, these things weren't difficult. He had rich social experience and connections, so he was fully capable of solving these problems. Zhou Gang became more excited the more he thought about it, as if he already saw a bright future of partnering with Song Yuelon to open a shop. He couldn't wait to tell his father, "Dad, do you think I should team up with Song Yuelon to open a shop? Her cooking skills are so good, the business will definitely be booming." Thinking about earning money in the future, and often enjoying the delicious food made by Song Yuelon made Zhou Gang very excited. However, Zhou Yesheng frowned and said, "Don't jump to conclusions. Opening a shop is not easy. It requires careful planning and consideration of many factors." At that moment, Zhou Gang's mother, Ji He, came home from work. As soon as she entered, she overheard her son and Zhou Gang talking. Curious, she asked, "What are you guys talking about?" Seeing this, Zhou Gang quickly repeated his idea and looked at his mother with hope, asking, "Mom, what do you think about opening a shop?" Ji He's eyes lit up and she smiled, saying, "That's a good idea. If Song Yuelon is willing to work with us, she just needs to provide her skills, and we can handle the rest." Ji He strongly supported this idea. She thought it was a good chance for Zhou Gang to try starting a business. She continued, "Old Zhou, you should ask Song Yuelon what she thinks. If it works out, great. If not, it's okay, just to try." She believed that since the family had saved some money over the years, it wouldn't hurt to let the kids give it a shot. Ji He's younger brother recently opened a clothing store, and it's doing very well. This made her even more confident that opening a shop was a good choice. Song Yuelon looked out the window. She still had some socks and stockings left. She originally planned to sell them today at the market. But unexpectedly, the weather turned bad. It started raining last night and hadn't stopped by this morning. After washing up, she went downstairs to check on Xiaohei in the yard. Yesterday, when the weather looked bad, Qin Yan moved Xiaohei's nest under the eaves to keep it dry. They also tried to let Xiaohei come inside. But Xiaohei was very sensible and refused to go inside, so they had to make a small nest for it in the yard. When Xiaohei saw Song Yuelon come out, it immediately crawled out of its nest, rubbed against her legs, and barked twice toward the rain in the yard. Song Yuelon patted its head and said, "All right, Xiaohei, no more barking. How about we have wontons for breakfast today?" Since she couldn't go out to sell today, she had plenty of time to do something that took a little longer. A few days ago, she bought more than 20 duck eggs at the market and started pickling them. She used a few drops of spiritual spring water when pickling. Today, she opened the jar and picked up an egg. The pale blue duck egg. She tapped away the empty shell, and with chopsticks, she lifted it. The yolk was golden and oily, making it look very tempting. Song Yuelon thought, "I'll make wontons with egg yolk filling. I can't waste the freshly pickled duck eggs." Since the pickling time was short, the egg whites weren't salty. They taste good when eaten plain with porridge. Food should not be wasted. Song Yuelon peeled some egg yolks and set them aside. The pork she bought yesterday, she added a few drops of spiritual spring water, and it was just as fresh as new. She chopped the pork with green onions and garlic into filling. She took out the pork bone broth she simmered yesterday from the fridge. A few days ago, the family bought several new appliances. They added a refrigerator, washing machine, and TV. In a slightly well-off family in Jinghai, the for big items for marriage are essential. Since Song Yuelon doesn't know how to use a sewing machine, she didn't ask for one. Instead, she bought a set of new kitchenware. Wontons are best when made fresh and eaten immediately. She added egg yolk to the pork filling. She cupped her hands, gently pinched, and formed a wonton. Standing in the middle of the living room, Song Yuelon looked at the clock on the wall. The hands pointed to 8 o'clock, and the minute hand was exactly overlapping the hour hand, forming a perfect right angle. Her brow furrowed slightly, and a feeling of unease rose in her heart. Usually at this time, Qin Yan would have finished his morning run, washed up, and was ready to start the day. But today was unusual. The living room was empty, with no sign of him. A doubt arose in Song Yuelon's mind. Qin Yan was not someone who liked to sleep in. Where could he be now? She slowly walked toward Qin Yan's bedroom. Gently knocking on the door, she softly asked, "Yanji?" There was no response inside, only silence. She murmured to herself, "Not here." Her voice echoed in the empty corridor, sounding lonely. Outside, it was pouring rain. With such weather, where could Qin Yan go? Just as Song Yuelon was about to turn and leave, suddenly, a faint sound came from the bedroom. The sound seemed muffled by something, unclear and hard to distinguish. Her heart tightened. She immediately stopped and knocked again, raising her voice. "Yanji?" This time, the sounds inside the house became a little clearer, but still not very clear. Then, Song Yuelon heard a dull crashing sound, as if something heavy had fallen from above. Her heart suddenly sped up, and a bad feeling rose in her chest. Without thinking much, Song Yuelon quickly pushed open the bedroom door and rushed inside. The curtains were tightly closed, making the room look a bit dark. She hurried to the bed. There was no one on the bed. Qin Yan was lying on the floor. He was biting his teeth tightly, but struggling to breathe, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead onto his collar, and his lips looked pale. The sound she heard earlier was the sound of Qin Yan falling from the bed. She quickly reached out and gently touched his forehead, feeling a hot sensation. "Yanji, you have a fever. We need to go to the hospital quickly." Her voice showed some worry. Qin Yan slowly opened his eyes, looking a bit confused. After a moment, he recognized that the person in front of him was Song Yuelon. "Yuelon," his voice was hoarse and low. "There's no need to go to the hospital," Qin Yan said with difficulty. "The medicine is in the right drawer of the desk." Song Yuelon hurried to the desk, opened the drawer, and indeed saw a white medicine bottle inside. But the label on the bottle was written in English, which she couldn't understand. "What kind of medicine is this?" Song Yuelon asked with doubt. Qin Yan didn't answer, just signaled for her to bring the medicine over. Song Yuelon poured a glass of water and handed the medicine to Qin Yan. He took the medicine without hesitation and swallowed it. At the moment he swallowed the medicine, Song Yuelon noticed he was biting his lips tightly, as if trying to endure something. Her worry grew stronger. She felt that Qin Yan's condition might be worse than it seemed. "Yanga, I think we should go to the hospital. Only then can I feel at ease," Song Yuelon insisted. After saying that, she turned to get an umbrella, but suddenly felt her wrist being grabbed by Qin Yan. "No need." Qin Yan's voice was still hoarse, but carried a firm tone that couldn't be questioned. "But you look like this." Song Yuelon looked at him worriedly. Qin Yan took a deep breath and slowly said, "It's an old problem. Once I take the medicine, I'll be fine." He went to bed a little late yesterday and forgot to take his medicine in advance. His leg injury tends to worsen when it rains. Song Yuelon looked at Qin Yan with suspicion and thought to herself, "Old problem?" Qin Yan seemed to notice her doubt and slowly explained, "My leg injury is an old illness." This was the second time Qin Yan mentioned his leg injury. After a moment of silence, Song Yuelon finally gathered her courage and said, "Brother Yan, can I see your injured leg? I've learned a little acupuncture on my own. I'm not very skilled, but maybe I can help." Lately, Qin Yan had received a lot of help from her, and Song Yuelon really wanted to do something for him. Qin Yan hesitated slightly, but eventually nodded and agreed to her request. He slowly sat up, looking a bit strained. Seeing this, Song Yuelon quickly stepped forward to support him. Qin Yan was wearing loose pajamas, and the pant leg was easy to pull up. Usually, Qin Yan wore long pants, so this was the first time Song Yuelon saw his right leg injury. A brown scar stretched from his calf to his knee, creating a stark contrast with the smooth skin around it. The jagged stitches were still clearly visible. Song Yuelon gasped in shock. Qin Yan looked down and asked, "Did I scare you?" She shook her head. "How did you get hurt like this?" Seeing these scars, one could easily imagine the fierce scene when he was injured. It must have been a very serious wound to leave such deep marks. Qin Yan said, "On the 4th floor, I jumped down and there were steel spikes below, causing a puncture wound." His voice was deep and calm, as if he was talking about something unrelated to himself. Song Yuelon carefully touched the scars with her fingertips, and when she heard his words, her hand trembled. She felt a bit sorry for him. "It must have hurt a lot," Qin Yan softly replied. "It's okay. It's all over now." That night, Qin Yan jumped from the 4th floor, not expecting there to be steel spikes on the ground. He fell heavily, and the steel spike pierced his right leg. Because it was late at night, no one saw what happened, and he went to the hospital by himself. Originally, he was supposed to return to his country that day, but a sudden leg injury forced him to stay in a foreign hospital for treatment. Qin Yan was not in the mood to rest and recover. Just as his wound was starting to heal, he eagerly demanded to go back home. His primary doctor had warned him sternly, "If you don't stay in the hospital for at least 3 months to recover, you might have lasting problems, and your right leg could be permanently damaged." At that time, Qin Yan only wanted to leave that place and didn't pay much attention to the doctor's advice. Over the years, his right leg sometimes acted up again, but he never regretted his decision. Seeing this, Song Yuelon quickly called out, "Wait for me." Before she finished speaking, she turned and rushed to her bedroom. The acupuncture needles she bought last time had never been used. She remembered reading a similar case in a medical notebook and thought she could try acupuncture to ease Qin Yan's pain. Song Yuelon quickly took out the acupuncture needles from her room. She also brought out a spiritual spring from her space. This spring not only nourishes the skin, but also helps reduce scars. Softly, she said, "It might hurt a little." Qin Yan nodded. The candle flame heated the silver needle. She first tested the needle tip lightly, then carefully inserted it, silently reciting the technique. She precisely found the points at the intersection of Yinlinquan and Sanyinjiao, coordinating her movements with a gentle pressing and slow lifting rhythm. Qin Yan felt a faint warm sensation rising from his originally cold right leg. The pain in his leg eased significantly. Song Yuelon looked up and asked, "How do you feel?" Qin Yan replied, "Very comfortable." She sighed in relief. "That means it works. Keep up with the acupuncture and you'll get better. After the session, you should apply heat again. The heat pack is made from the spiritual spring and can help with scar removal." Qin Yan softly said, "Thank you." Song Yuelon smiled. "Brother Yan, there's no need to be so formal with me. You've helped me so much. If I kept thanking you every day, you'd find it too troublesome. After all," she added, "we are friends." She removed the silver needle and said, "You rest first. I'm going to cook some wontons." Worried he might feel stressed, she raised her voice slightly. "The ones with egg yolk filling. You probably haven't tried them before. I can eat a big bowl myself." Qin Yan chuckled softly. The large pot was warm with pork bone soup. Another pot was beginning to cook wontons. Soon, the thin, transparent wrappers floated gently in the broth. Next to them, 2 bowls held seasonings like pork fat, dried shrimp, and seaweed. She liked cilantro and green onions, so she added plenty of both. When she was about to add some to Qin Yan's bowl, she suddenly remembered that he didn't like cilantro or green onions, so she stopped. She scooped a spoonful of bone broth into her bowl, then retrieved the wontons and placed them in the soup. Through the semi-transparent wrappers, she could see pink meat filling and pale yellow salted egg yolk. The rain outside kept falling, but the warm wonton soup helped chase away the dampness. This morning, the two of them ate breakfast in the dining room. In the yard, Little Black happily chewed on the bone that Song Yuelon had given him. That was a bone from the pork bone soup earlier, with some meat still on it. It had hardly any salt, so the little dog enjoyed it just right. Qin Yan lowered his head and scooped a spoonful of wontons. The wontons with broth had tender, smooth outer skins. With a little effort, he could bite into the chewy meat filling. Inside, the salty egg yolk added a rich, oily flavor. The warm wontons eased Qin Yan's earlier pain, softening his heart. Whenever his leg pain flared up, he was used to taking medicine alone and quietly waiting for the pain to pass. He didn't tell his family because he was afraid the old lady would worry. He kept those pills ready all year round. As long as he endured that period, he would be fine. This year, his leg pain flared up more often, but he didn't mind. As long as he could finish his scientific research, everything else didn't matter to him. But this time was different. Song Yuelan was right beside him. Her presence made his previously empty heart feel settled. He began to realize that in this world, there was someone who cared about his pain and discomfort. Yang Jun bought 2 vegetarian dishes at the cafeteria and happily headed to the office. Old Yang, why haven't you been eating in the cafeteria these days? You've been coming back to the office to eat, Zhang Zhong asked curiously. He was Yang Jun's colleague and wanted to talk to him about some matters. For several days, I didn't see the other person at the cafeteria. This time, as soon as I left the cafeteria, I saw him carrying food to the office. Yang Jun cheerfully said, "Let's eat comfortably in the office." The two of us walked and talked along the way. Zhang Zhong said, "Old Yang, lately there's been reform in state-owned companies. My hometown has a state-owned food factory for sale. Do you think I should buy it myself?" Although Zhang Zhong went to the same school as Yang Jun and earns a decent salary, he has a lot of family responsibilities. He has 3 sons. His wife stays at home to take care of the children, and the whole family depends on his income. Recently, his father passed away. After dividing the inheritance, his father's 5 children split 2,000 yuan each, without taking the house. His childhood friend came to him and said there's a small food factory for sale. He and his friend could buy it for 2,000 yuan each. Zhang Zhong hesitated because 2,000 yuan is a significant amount. Since he has a good relationship with Yang Jun, he wanted to ask him for advice. Yang Jun took a bottle of chili oil from his drawer, opened it, and a strong spicy smell quickly filled the air. The bright red chili oil contrasted with the yellow potatoes, making people feel hungry. Yang Jun looked satisfied as he looked at his lunchbox, tightened the lid, and put the chili oil back in the drawer. Zhang Zhong asked curiously, "Did you just want to add some chili oil to your food?" He was about to say it wasn't a big deal. But the aroma of the chili oil had already reached his nose. He clearly smelled the fragrance, and his eyes lit up. Smiling, he said, "The taste is good. Let me try." He reached out to grab Yang Jun's lunchbox. Yang Jun immediately looked alert. "Haven't you already eaten?" Zhang Zhong said. "Hey, old Yang, why are you so stingy? I'll bring you some sausage tomorrow." Yang Jun looked at him with a pained expression and handed over a small portion.
Eat less.
"That's all I have." A few days ago, his wife brought back a bottle of chili oil from the neighbor. He didn't usually eat spicy food, but after trying it once, he couldn't stop. It was so addictive. He took some from home and added it to his dishes over the past few days, making his meals much more enjoyable. Zhang Zhong took a small bite of the chili sauce, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Yang Jun. "Old Yang, your sister-in-law's cooking is pretty good. It's spicy but not overpowering, and it's oily and smooth on the tongue." Yang Jun took a bite of bread and a bite of vegetables, feeling too lazy to answer him, and ate quickly and noisily. Zhang Zhong reminisced about the spicy oil in his mouth. "Old Yang, I just told you about my food processing factory. Since your wife is so good at making chili oil, why not sell me the recipe?" As he spoke, he was thinking to himself that if he really took over the factory, selling chili oil might be a good idea. Most importantly, this chili sauce only needs a little to make people very hungry and go well with rice. Yang Jun looked up at him. "This chili oil isn't made by your wife." He finished his meal quickly and then slowly told him. Zhang Zhong was surprised to hear Yang Jun and quickly asked, "What? Not made by your wife?" Yang Jun chuckled. "If your wife had this cooking skill, I wouldn't be eating in the cafeteria." Hearing this, Zhang Zhong became even more confused. He scratched his head and asked suspiciously, "Then who made this chili oil?" Yang Jun said, Qin Jixiang's daughter-in-law made it. Zhang Zhong listened to the complicated relationship and paused for a moment. Qin Jixiang was also a professor at Jinghai University, and he was about 5 or 6 years younger than Yang Jun and Zhang Zhong. They all taught at the same university, so they were colleagues. Unfortunately, Qin Jixiang passed away 5 or 6 years ago. He had a son named Qin Yan. Zhang Zhong still remembered Qin Yan a little. When he was a child, Qin Jixiang often brought him to the workplace. At that time, there were other children playing together, but Qin Yan was especially noticeable among them, so Zhang Zhong's impression of him was very deep. Other boys of 7 or 8 years old were lively and full of energy, running around all day, without stopping. But Qin Yan was different. He always sat quietly at Qin Jixiang's desk, reading carefully. Once, a few boys were very naughty, and Zhang Zhong thought it wouldn't do to let them continue like that, so he had to think of a way to make them quiet for a while. He gathered all the children and gave each of them a test paper. He told them that whoever finished the test first would get a piece of chocolate as a reward. At that time, chocolate was a very rare treat. Although Qin Yan was not as mischievous as other children, he still received a test paper. Surprisingly, he handed in the paper in less than 5 minutes. Zhang Zhong was amazed and widened his eyes. To keep the children quiet for a while, these questions were beyond their age level. Zhang Zhong looked at Qin Yan's paper with suspicion and chuckled. Hey, why don't you show your work on the application problems? Qin Yan looked expressionless and coldly replied, Isn't it obvious what the answer is? Zhang Zhong was unsure about Qin Yan's answer, but after carefully checking the numbers he provided, he found they were correct. He was almost in disbelief and gave Qin Yan a harder test paper. Qin Yan easily finished this one too. He kept increasing the difficulty until the questions involved middle school math, at which point Qin Yan started writing out the steps to solve the problems. At that time, Zhang Zhong asked, Did your dad teach you math? Qin Yan replied seriously, Isn't it all in the books? He was confused by Zhang Zhong's question. These problems could be understood just by reading, so why did someone need to teach him? Zhang Zhong realized that Qin Yan seemed to have extraordinary talent in math. This news spread throughout Jinghai University, especially among the math and physics teachers, who became very interested in Qin Yan. Professor Liang liked Qin Yan particularly, and even regarded him as his personal disciple, teaching him carefully. Zhang Zhong sighed and asked, When did Qin Yan get married? Yang Jun smiled and answered, The wedding is coming up in a few days. Zhang Zhong said, Old Yang, can you help me? Give me some chili oil. He planned to share it with his friends and discuss buying that food factory. If they bought it, they could get the recipe for Qin Yan's wife's chili oil. He thought the recipe would sell well. Yang Jun reluctantly took out the chili oil and said, Use a little less and dig out some. This chili oil could last for 3 or 5 more days if used sparingly. Yang Jun, got it. If this thing really happens, I will treat you to spicy oil for a lifetime. It rained continuously for 3 days. Song Yuelan and Qin Yan stayed at home and didn't go out. During these 3 days, she kept treating Qin Yan's leg injury. One treatment cycle lasts 3 days, and in 10 days, she will continue with acupuncture. Today marks the end of one cycle. Next, Qin Yan needs to rest for 10 more days before continuing acupuncture. After these 3 days of treatment, Qin Yan clearly felt that his right leg was getting better, and even the scars on his leg had faded a bit. Qin Yan rested at home for 10 days, and today he finally returned to work. Song Yuelan planned to take Xiaohei out to see if she could find a good place to set up a stall. The weather was very hot, with bright sunshine, and the rainwater on the ground dried quickly, leaving only some damp patches. Xiaohei obediently stayed by Song Yuelan's feet. At their usual spot, she laid out her socks, and someone squatted down to browse. There are not many styles. She only had about 10 pairs of socks and 5 or 6 pairs of stockings left. Song Yuelan, if you want all the socks, I can give you a better price. The woman choosing socks was immediately interested. How much, Song Yuelan? 1 yuan 3 per pair. This was 2 mao cheaper than before, and the woman was tempted. Although she didn't like the colors very much, the price was attractive. Then I'll take them all, she said generously. Song Yuelan also slightly lowered the price on the remaining stockings. Recently, some people around her noticed her good business and started selling socks too. But they didn't have stockings, so Song Yuelan still had an advantage. After selling her socks, Song Yuelan thought about making more money and trading some other items. In the current market, whoever has trendy new products can earn the first pot of gold and make money. Hey girl, I finally found you. With a cheerful shout, a middle-aged woman with a big smile quickly approached Song Yuelan. Startled by her sudden enthusiasm, Song Yuelan looked at her in surprise. She quickly searched her memory about this woman but couldn't recall anything. Big sister seemed to notice Song Yuelan's confusion. She quickly explained, "Last time I lost my money and was worried about how to buy medicine for my son. It was you who bought my chili and didn't ask for the money back. You really helped me a lot." Song Yuelan then realized that this big sister was the vendor she met at the market that day. "Thank you so much." The big sister excitedly took Song Yuelan's hand, her eyes a bit moist. "Girl, you are truly my great benefactor. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." A brave person is often stumped by a small problem. After being scammed, she had no money on her. If it weren't for Song Yuelan's 10 yuan, she wouldn't have enough to pay for her child's medical bills that day. Song Yuelan quickly waved her hand. "Big sister, don't say that. How is your son now?" The big sister's smile grew brighter. "He's almost better. Come with me." She then pulled Song Yuelan toward her stall. The big sister, smiling happily, led Song Yuelan and kept talking about her family. "My surname is Tang. Everyone calls me Sister Tang. I came from Yun Province. I have a son and a daughter. My son's illness is almost cured. If it weren't for Song Yuelan's money, she wouldn't have received her family's help. Her son's condition was serious, and she couldn't even imagine what would happen if it got worse. Girl, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Take this fish home to eat." A lively big fish was flipping and jumping on the stall. Sister Tang bent down and picked up the biggest fish. Song Yuelan shook her head. "I can't take it," Sister Tang smiled. "It's been raining heavily these days. Many fish washed out of the river near our village. Catching them ourselves is easy. If you don't take this fish, I won't sleep well tonight," she said warmly. Sister Tang's 8-year-old daughter was helping her watch the stall. When she heard her mother talking to the other girl, her daughter immediately realized that this older sister was the one who had helped her brother. She looked up and fixed her eyes on Song Yuelan. "Sister, please take the fish." Sister Tang quickly waved her hand. "Oh, I call her girl, but if you call her sister, it would be a different level of respect." After hearing her mother, Sister Tang's daughter looked up with some confusion and glanced at Song Yuelan again, seeming to not fully understand her mother's words. In her mind, only young people could be called older sisters. She looked at Song Yuelan again and said seriously, "But sister, you really look very young." Song Yuelan playfully replied, "Thank you. You can call me that too." "Huh? Your arm." Song Yuelan's attention was on Sister Tang's daughter's arm. The girl's arm looked weak and limp at her side. Sister Tang said, "When we left in a hurry, she said her arm couldn't move. I'll find a doctor to check it later." Today, she brought a lot of fresh fish. The fish wouldn't wait long, and she needed to sell some before taking the child to see a doctor. Song Yuelan crouched down and asked Sister Tang's daughter, "What's your name?" "Tang Tang," the girl answered obediently. Song Yuelan praised her. "What a sweet name." She took a piece of candy from her pocket and said, "Would you like to have something sweet?" She reached out to the injured arm of Tang Dang and said, "Let's be friends, so you can take this candy." There was a cracking sound. Tang Dang didn't feel anything at first. She raised her injured arm and took the candy from Song Yuelan, saying, "Thank you, older sister." She didn't realize it herself, but Sister Tang was happily surprised and said, "Tang Tang, can you move your arm now?" She only saw Song Yuelan lift her daughter's arm, and suddenly her daughter could move it. People nearby, who were selling fish, all exclaimed in amazement, "How did you do that? So quick." It was really just a blink of an eye. In her past life, Song Yuelan's grandfather often treated small patients. Many children came for treatment, mostly because of dislocated arms that couldn't move. Traditional Chinese bone setting is a well-known method for treating dislocations and other bone problems. Under her grandfather's guidance, Song Yulan learned the techniques of Chinese bone setting and often helped him treat small patients. She was very familiar with this method of realignment. Her movements were quick and gentle, surprising everyone around. Good technique. A woman in her early 50s who was preparing to sell fish nearby noticed Song Yulan's treatment process. She stopped her work and watched Song Yulan carefully. She looked at Song Yulan with admiration in her eyes. "Have you studied traditional Chinese medicine?" The other person was friendly, and Song Yulan nodded. "A little." The middle-aged woman was pleased. "You have a lot of talent." Song Yulan's skills were confident and quick. Even though she was young, having such skill was rare. The middle-aged woman smiled as she looked at Song Yulan with a hint of hope in her eyes. "Have you thought about studying traditional Chinese medicine? It's good to nurture this girl. She has great potential." Song Yulan obediently replied, "This year, I was accepted to Jinghai Xinglin Medical College, where I will study traditional Chinese medicine." The woman couldn't hide her happiness. "Good, good." She introduced herself. "My name is Hua Yongchun. I am a teacher at Xinglin Medical College. After you start school, would you like to come to me? Experience is very important in traditional Chinese medicine." If she was willing, Hua Yongchun planned to take Song Yulan out for practice and learning when she wasn't in class. Hearing this, Song Yulan's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you Professor Hua?" Hua Yongchun was a bit surprised by Song Yulan's reaction, but mostly happy. She smiled and asked, "You know me?" Excited, Song Yulan nodded eagerly. "I'm a big fan of yours." She continued, "I saw your article on acupuncture in a magazine. It was very impressive." Although Professor Hua was a woman, her medical skills were outstanding. Throughout her life, she had healed many people. In her previous life, Song Yulan had heard of the famous Professor Hua, but she was already over 90 and gradually retired. Professor Hua was not only skilled in acupuncture and bone setting but also had deep insights into Chinese herbal medicine. Her herbal formulas often worked wonders, curing difficult illnesses and helping many patients regain health. Although Hua Yongchun didn't fully understand the meaning of fan, she could feel the girl's admiration from her words and actions. She warmly took Song Yulan's hand and said, "When you officially enroll, just come find me." Nowadays, most students preferred Western medicine, and traditional Chinese medicine was often seen as a last resort. Therefore, a talented and passionate student like Song Yulan was very rare. Hua Yongchun naturally wouldn't let such a promising student go easily. Two people were having a pleasant conversation, and before they knew it, a lot of time had passed. Professor Hua suddenly remembered something, slapped his head, and said, "Oh dear, my memory is terrible. I almost forgot about picking up my grandson." Before leaving, Professor Hua repeatedly reminded Song Yulan, "Remember to come see me at the Chinese medicine department after school starts." Only after seeing Song Yulan nod firmly did he feel at ease and turn to leave. People nearby overheard their conversation and admired Song Yulan's skills even more. "Look, the professor is accepting students right on the street. He's not very old, but his medical skills are impressive." Sister Tang handled a live fish and handed it to Song Yulan, saying, "This is good news. Girl, go home and cook the fish to celebrate with your family. Nowadays, college students are quite remarkable. Yulan is a kind and beautiful girl." Song Yulan washed the fish in the yard. Besides the big fish Sister Tang gave her, she was lucky enough to find some crayfish for sale. Recently, it rained a lot, and many fish and shrimp were washed up in the river. People living near the river couldn't resist fishing them out. Anything they couldn't eat, they sold. Eating crayfish wasn't popular in Jinghai yet, so they were very cheap. She bought a big bucket full for just 1 yuan. Yulan loved eating crayfish. In summer, she enjoyed boiling a pot of crayfish at night and drinking cola, so relaxing. Qin Yan wasn't coming home for lunch. It was only after 3 p.m., and she was leisurely preparing dinner to pass the time. The big fish Sister Tang gave her was enough to stew, so Yulan planned to cook it all. Qin Yan wouldn't be home for lunch today, so she would just reheat the fish tomorrow noon. Yulan planted some amber melon seedlings given by Aunt 3 in the ground. She planted several. While planting, she kept muttering, "Little seedlings, grow quickly so I can eat your melon soon, and make them a bit sweeter, okay?" Yulon drew water from the spiritual spring and sprinkled it into the soil. She liked the taste of amber melons, and it would be perfect if they were a little sweeter. "Qin Yan, are you leaving now?" Zhang Zhou looked surprised. He had been on a business trip recently, and Qin Yan had also taken leave, so they hadn't seen each other for a while. "Today, I finally saw you." Zhang Zhou wanted to invite Qin Yan to play chess with him to satisfy his chess craving, especially since his business trip had made him really restless. Zhang Zhou asked curiously, "Are you not staying at home today?" Qin Yan usually stays at the research institute like him and rarely goes home. Zhang Zhou was thinking about asking Qin Yan to stay and play chess with him and have a few drinks later. Qin Yan replied simply, "Not staying." Zhang Zhou was a bit disappointed and continued to persuade him, "Stay here. Neither of us has a partner. Tonight, I'll keep you company with chess and drinks. Wouldn't that be nice?" Zhang Zhou is lively by nature. He's a few years older than Qin Yan, and the cafeteria ladies at the institute can chat with him about family stories for a long time. Although Qin Yan is usually cold and distant, Zhang Zhou doesn't mind. He keeps boldly going to talk to Qin Yan every day. Over time, Qin Yan gradually got used to it. Zhang Zhou's family lives elsewhere, so he usually stays at the institute. He thought Qin Yan would agree to stay as usual, but unexpectedly, Qin Yan refused this time. Zhang Zhou teased, "Why are you in such a hurry to go home? Do you have a wife waiting for you?" Qin Yan just responded calmly, Zhang Zhou kept talking. "I brought a good bottle of red wine. How about we play chess and enjoy some wine together?" He was talking to himself, not noticing Qin Yan's earlier answer to the same question. Suddenly, Zhang Zhou seemed to realize something and quickly snapped back to attention, shouting, "Wait!" Qin Yan, his voice trembled a little. He looked at Qin Yan with wide eyes, full of disbelief, and his lips trembled uncontrollably as he stammered, "You. What did you just say?" After calming down a bit, Zhang Zhou hurriedly asked again, You have a wife." Finally, Zhang Zhou couldn't hold back and swore. He felt like his worldview was about to be overturned. "Brothers walking together, whoever gets single first is a dog," he angrily shouted. "How can you have a wife before me?" Faced with Zhang Zhou's doubts and protests, Qin Yan's lips curled slightly, and he answered calmly, "Actually, I do." He has gone on more than 10 blind dates, but each one ended in failure. Either others were not satisfied with him, or he was not interested in them. This made him the joke of the research institute, where everyone called him that guy Zhang Zhou who has had many blind dates. Only he and Qin Yan remain unmarried in the whole institute. Zhang Zhou doesn't mind this at all, and even boldly says, "Anyway, Qin Yan doesn't have a partner either." Now that he knows Qin Yan is single, his feelings become very complicated. He can't help but wonder, what about Han family's younger sister? Qin Yan frowns slightly and asks, "Who is that?" His own marriage has nothing to do with others. Zhang Zhou sighs helplessly. Such unrequited love, like flowers falling and water flowing away. Han family's younger sister is Han Huaiqiao. She is the second daughter of Professor Han from the neighboring Chemistry Research Institute. Once, she came to their institute to visit and fell in love with Qin Yan at first sight. She often finds excuses to come to the research institute to play, bringing snacks and asking about Qin Yan. Everyone in both institutes knows Han Huaiqiao likes Qin Yan. But Qin Yan has no impression of her and doesn't even know who she is. For a moment, Zhang Zhou isn't sure whether to pity himself or pity Han Huaiqiao. After all, he is now the only lonely person in the institute. Could there be anything more sad? Zhang Zhou covers his chest and says, "Tonight, I can only drink alone to comfort my wounded heart." Qin Yan turns to leave but remembers that Yuan Lan said she wanted to drink soda yesterday. So he decides to go to the supply and marketing cooperative first. Song Yuelan finds the biggest iron pot at home. The fish is too large for a normal pot. She scoops out some lard, melts it, and adds green onions, garlic, and seasonings to stir-fry for aroma. She puts the fish into the pot, frying until both sides change color, then adds soybean paste and cooking wine for flavor. Finally, she pours in water, covers the pot, and simmers on low heat. During this time, Song Yuelon mixes cornmeal and white flour to make dough, then continues cooking for another half-hour before sticking pancakes to the edge of the pot. She keeps preparing crayfish. Although the water quality is good now, handling crayfish still requires care. Each crayfish must have its head removed and the vein pulled out. Song Yuelon acted like a quick and organized killer, moving swiftly. There are so many small lobsters, they can be eaten over several days. She cooked them all together, and if they didn't finish, she stored the leftovers in the fridge to enjoy later. Because there are so many, she planned to make 2 flavors, spicy and garlic. She likes both flavors. Song Yuelon peeled garlic, put it into an iron basin, then covered it with another basin and shook it vigorously. The garlic skins quickly came off. For garlic paste, she used a lot of garlic to make it tasty. The small lobsters needed to be fried first, then stewed. In the hot oil, Song Yuelon kept stirring the lobsters. She opened the lid to check the fish stew. It was ready to serve. She washed her hands and pinched off a yellow dough. A simple cornmeal pancake was cooked steadily on the iron pan. She repeated this process, and soon, pancakes lined the edge of the pan. Song Yuelon added noodles, eggplant, tofu, and other favorite vegetables into the pot. After cooking for another 20 minutes, the fish stew in the iron pot was ready to eat. "I'll do it, don't move." Suddenly, Qin Yan's calm and gentle voice came from behind Song Yuelon. She turned around quickly, smiling happily. "Brother Yan, you're back?" The sizzling sound of the oil in the kitchen and the fire on the stove made it hard for her to hear Qin Yan returning home. When Qin Yan entered, he saw Song Yuelon trying to lift a heavy pot from the stove. The pot looked quite heavy, making her seem even more delicate. But she didn't mind. "Brother Yan, don't underestimate me. I've gained a lot of strength now." Her words were true. Since drinking the spiritual spring water, her health had improved significantly. Compared to when she first left home, she was much healthier and stronger now. Qin Yan smiled. Girls shouldn't overexert themselves. He moved the iron pot to a nearby table and casually asked, "What are we having today?" Song Yuelon proudly pointed to the 2 pots on the stove. "Today, I made stewed fish in an iron pot and 2 flavors of small lobsters. Summer nights aren't complete without small lobsters."
"Cola," she said happily.
She had noticed the soda Qin Yan brought back. Yesterday, she said that on such a hot day, a cold soda would be very refreshing. However, the supply store near our home has run out of stock recently. Qin Yan picked up a soda. "I'll put it in the fridge," Song Yuelon said. "There's half a jar of honeydew in the fridge. If you're feeling hot, you can eat some." A knocking sound came from the yard. Qin Yan went to open the door. Outside were Qin Jiqiang and Zhou Yesheng, father and son. Qin Jiqiang smiled and asked, "Little Yan, is Yuelon here?" Qin Yan looked a bit confused. "Second uncle, are you looking for Yuelon?" Zhou Yesheng felt a little embarrassed. "Gongzi and I have something to discuss with her." Qin Yan nodded. "Come in first." As soon as the 3 entered the yard, they smelled a delicious aroma. Qin Jiqiang said, "Oh, are you cooking now? It's only 5 o'clock, but the smell suggests the dishes are almost ready." Zhou Gang whispered, "What are you cooking that smells so good?" Zhou Yesheng glared at his son. "Don't forget what you're here for." Song Yuelon was busy cooking 2 pots at once, spicy on the left, garlic on the right. Qin Yan approached the kitchen. "Zhou Yesheng is looking for you." Song Yuelon looked puzzled. "Me?" She turned down the stove flame, unsure what Uncle Zhou wanted. Song Yuelon left the kitchen. Zhou Gang took the initiative to greet her. Sister-in-law. Now, his business plan was almost ready, and only Song Yuelon was left. Seeing this, Zhou Yesheng cleared his throat. "Yuelon, Uncle came here today to talk to you about something." Zhou Gang was pleased to hear this. He thought his father was very reliable, helping him at this crucial moment. Song Yuelon said, "Uncle, just tell me." Zhou Yesheng continued, "Last time, you helped us a lot with the Yuelian restaurant." "Thank you very much." After hearing this, Song Yuelon quickly waved her hand. "Uncle, you're too kind." "It was just a small favor." Zhou Yesheng looked helpless. "The pastry chef at our restaurant, I've been trying hard to find a suitable person, but I haven't had any luck. He paused and then said, I heard you got into college this year, so you probably can't work at our place. Would this work? Would you like to come to our restaurant as a part-time pastry chef? You only need to spare some time to guide a few apprentices in our pastry team. Our hired chefs are paid per session, 50 yuan each time, 2 hours a day. Would you be interested? Every year, state-owned restaurants have exchange activities. After all, the country is so large, with countless different cuisines and cooking styles. Each year, they invite top chefs from other cities to visit and teach apprentices new dishes and cooking skills. This is what we call hiring external chefs. Usually, only experienced master chefs are invited for this role. External chefs are typically paid based on the number of classes they teach. They usually come for about 10 days to half a month. After teaching 5 or 6 dishes, they return to their own restaurants to continue working. Their families are back home, so they can't stay away for long. This short-term work is very attractive to chefs because it pays well and offers good benefits. Compared to their busy kitchen work, this job is much more relaxed and comfortable. So, many chefs are happy to take on such jobs. After all, their monthly salary is only a little over 100 yuan. But earning 500 yuan for 10 days of work as an external chef is like earning 3 months' salary. And the work isn't tiring. It's a very good opportunity. Zhou Yexing returned home and thought carefully about the situation. He realized it was very hard to find a chef with better pastry skills than Song Yuelan. After some deep thinking, he came up with an idea. Zhou Gang, however, got anxious and said to Zhou Yexing, Dad, isn't this about my matter? Why has it changed? It's not what he expected. If Song Yuelan becomes a pastry chef, can she still run her shop? Zhou Gang was very worried. He had hoped Zhou Yexing could help solve his problem, but now things seemed to be getting more complicated. When Song Yuelan heard Zhou Yexing's words, she quickly said, Thank you, uncle. Of course I would love to. She secretly felt relieved because she had sold all her socks and was worried about how to find other sources of income. She knows there are some wholesale markets near Jinghai, where most vendors go to buy goods. These wholesale markets are quite transparent in their profits, making it hard to earn more money, like selling stockings. If she wants higher profits, she needs to go south to buy goods so she can sell at better prices. However, Song Yuelan faces 2 problems. First, her wedding with Qin Yan is coming up, and she can't leave suddenly to go south. Second, going alone to the south has safety concerns. The journey is long, and she would carry a lot of cash. Even if she has a safe place to store her goods, if bad people attack her, she might not escape. Zhou Yexing's suggestion gives her some security. This job can provide a steady income and won't interfere with her studies. Also, Song Yuelan is confident in her cooking skills. She can make many kinds of pastries, and even if she teaches only one each time, she believes the pastry group will take a year to learn everything. Zhou Yexing stands up excitedly. That's great. That's great. Just come to my place tomorrow to sign the contract. Zhou Gang interrupts. Sister-in-law, don't be in such a hurry. Let me say a few words. Suddenly, Song Yuelan remembers the crayfish cooking on the stove. She quickly stands up and rushes to the kitchen. Oh no, my crayfish. At the kitchen door, she stops and turns back. Second uncle, Uncle Zhou, Gengzi, stay and have dinner with us. Zhou Yexing has given her such a good job and she really should thank him. Today, she has cooked so many dishes, enough for everyone to enjoy. Seeing the dishes on the table, Zhou Gang's eyes widened. The rich, red-braised fish in a cast-iron pot, shining with a brown glaze, is mesmerizing. Golden pancakes are stacked high on a plate. The delicious aroma fills the room, almost lifting the roof. Even the unexperienced crayfish come in 2 flavors. Song Yuelan arranges the bowls and chopsticks. I don't know if it suits your taste. Everyone's mind is filled with, how could it not suit their taste? It's perfect. Today they are truly lucky to eat such good food. The cast-iron pot is steaming hot. Everyone reached for the big fish with their first chopstick. The fish had almost no small bones, and the large pieces of garlic and meat were slightly dipped in the sauce. The fish meat was fresh and tender, easy to bite through without much effort. Although it was a river fish, it was well prepared and had no muddy taste. Not only the fish, but also the side dishes like eggplant and tofu were full of flavor. Especially the tofu, cooked just right, soaked in the broth, and biting into it made people feel very satisfied. Qin Yan took out some wine from home. He rarely drank alcohol, but Qin Jiqiang and Zhou Yexing drank quite a bit with the fish. A sip of wine, and a bite of meat. This feeling was like that of a fairy. Song Yuelan had eaten most of the fish, and then started on the corn pancakes. The pancakes were cooked in an iron pan, with a crispy, slightly charred crust. Biting into them was a bit hard, and Song Yuelan liked this texture very much. She slowly finished the pancake, and then realized she had eaten quite a lot. There were still some small lobsters left. Zhou couldn't help but cough twice. He had just inhaled a drop of chili oil and choked a little, but he still couldn't resist the spicy, fragrant lobster. He picked up a lobster head and took a bite, tasting the tender lobster roe, fragrant, spicy, and deliciously sweet, with a firm bite. One lobster after another. He couldn't stop. Qin Yan ate faster than Song Yuelan. After finishing his food, he started peeling the small lobsters. The white, tender lobster meat was piled on the plate. He naturally placed the plate in front of Song Yuelan. She looked down at the peeled lobsters and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" There were so many peeled lobsters. It was hard not to be tempted. Qin Yan replied, "I've already eaten." A smile appeared in Song Yuelan's eyes. "Then I'll help myself." She picked up a toothpick, skewered a bunch of lobster meat, dipped it in the lobster broth, and took a bite. A strong, spicy, and numbing flavor flooded her mouth, catching her off guard but making her unable to stop. In an instant, her eyes welled up with tears from the heat. Qin Yan took a can of soda from the fridge and handed it to Song Yuelan. Everyone else in the room wasn't interested in soda, except her. She took a few sips, and the spiciness in her mouth gradually subsided. She shook her head and said, "I won't eat spicy food anymore." Her body cannot eat spicy food, but she still made garlic-flavored crayfish. Qin Yan agreed willingly. Okay. He dried his hands with a tissue and started peeling garlic-flavored crayfish for Song Yuelan. In love, men often like to fulfill their partner's small requests. Song Yuelan opened her mouth but didn't speak. She originally wanted to peel the shrimp herself. She felt a bit shy about always eating the shrimp peeled by Qin Yan. In her past life, peeling shrimp was more like a romantic gesture between a man and a woman. But now, stopping the other person seemed a bit deliberate. Song Yuelan slowly finished eating the shrimp meat from the plate. Her gaze naturally fell on Qin Yan's hands. Qin Yan's hands were very handsome. To be precise, every part of his body was attractive. In her past life, Song Yuelan often interacted with internet celebrities and stars, and Qin Yan's appearance was not inferior to theirs. His palms were large, his fingers long, and his joints clear. Even actions like peeling shrimp, which are full of everyday charm, looked beautiful in his hands. The two of them, one eating and one peeling, caused Song Yuelan to unconsciously eat quite a lot. Qin Yan peeled shrimp faster than she ate, leaving quite a few behind. He saw that Song Yuelan no longer wanted to eat. He picked up the plate of shrimp and finished them in a few bites. Although she hadn't touched those shrimp, Song Yuelan still felt that he was eating her leftovers. Her face turned slightly red. Suddenly, she remembered that in front of others, Qin Yan doing this was normal, and she shouldn't let others see that they were faking a marriage. Thinking of this, Song Yuelan unconsciously relaxed her body and smiled to herself, thinking she was overthinking. Qin Jiqiang was a bit surprised. He knew Qin Yan didn't like to eat complicated foods. When they were kids, he wouldn't touch things like shrimp or, if adults peeled them for him, he would refuse. But even the most trouble-averse man would peel shrimp for his wife. Qin Jiqiang couldn't help but feel that Qin Yan was quite good at caring for his wife. The dinner took quite a while, and in the end, not even the juice from the crayfish was left. Seeing everyone finish the corn pancakes, Song Yuelan added some noodles to soak in the crayfish sauce. The noodles coated with crayfish sauce were just as delicious as the shrimp meat. Zhou Gang was slurping the noodles loudly. To be honest, the last plate was cleaner than Xiaohei's bowl. Xiaohei always licks his bowl clean after eating, so it doesn't need washing. Zhou Gang, holding his stomach and a bit tipsy, said, "Sister-in-law, no one in Jinghai is better at cooking than you." Song Yulan just took it as politeness and replied, "You're flattering me." Zhou sat up straight and said, "Seriously, sister-in-law, you have to believe me. Recently, he has been trying to persuade Song Yulan to partner with him to open a shop. He has eaten at many restaurants in Jinghai, and honestly, no one's cooking is better than hers. Especially after tasting her iron pot fish and crayfish today, he was even more convinced." Thinking of this, Zhou felt a bit sad. He took out a few crumpled pieces of paper from his pocket and said, "Sister-in-law, I really want to open a shop with you. Who would have thought my dad would cut in and take over?" Zhou thought that after Song Yulan went to work as a freelance chef at Hiyue restaurant, she probably wasn't interested in partnering with him anymore. He even went to the library to research and spent a lot of brainpower writing a plan. Now, showing it to Song Yulan isn't a waste. Curious, Song Yulan took the papers. From what was written, Zhou really put a lot of effort into it. He considered many details that Song Yulan hadn't thought of. Zhou had been planning that since Song Yulan would be going to college and wouldn't be able to help at the shop every day, his initial idea was to open a steamed bun shop. A steamed bun shop is relatively simple. It doesn't require stir-frying, just preparing the fillings, wrapping, and steaming. All these steps could be done by workers in a streamlined process. This way, Song Yulan only needed to participate with her skills as a partner. Other tasks like buying ingredients, selling buns, and handling permits would be Zhou responsibility. Song Yulan carefully looked at Zhou plan, thought for a moment, and said, "It's not a bad idea." Hearing this, Zhou was very excited and quickly asked, "Sister-in-law, do you agree?" Song Yulan nodded and said, "Trying to open a steamed bun shop first isn't a bad idea." She then changed the subject and reminded him, "But I see you haven't found a good place to open the shop yet. The place to open the shop shouldn't be too far from home. After all, Jinghai is so big, and it would be very inconvenient to go see the shop after school if it's too far away." Zhou listened and felt a bit worried. He scratched his head and said, "I've looked at several places recently, but none are ideal. Some are too remote, and others are a bit far." Qin Yan took the business plan from Song Yulan, quickly glanced at it, then looked at her and asked, "You want to open a bun shop?" Song Yulan nodded and said, "That's what I want." In her previous life, she wanted to open a small shop like her grandmother did, but back then, she was too busy with work and couldn't do it. Qin Yan said calmly, "I have a few shops you can look at. Instead of letting Song Yulan run around looking for a suitable place, it would be better to let her open the shop at his location. That way, he could feel more at ease." Hearing Qin Yan's words, Zhou was very happy. He had been worried about finding a shop, but now the problem was easily solved. Zhou thought for a moment and said, "Let's set the rent at the market price. Rent is one of the biggest costs for a business. If you want it to last long, everyone should be honest about the expenses." Qin Yan replied, "No need." He didn't care much about the rent. Helping Song Yulan achieve her dream was more important to him. Seeing this, Zhou quickly said, "If we don't pay rent, then let's use shares instead. The main expense in opening a shop is rent." His uncle's clothing store moved because the landlord increased the rent. Location is very important for a restaurant. Qin Yan said, "Tomorrow, I will take you to see the shops." Zhou nodded repeatedly, grateful. "All right, then we can discuss the details later." The next day, Qin Yan took Song Yulan and Zhou to see those shops. "Are these all yours?" Song Yulan asked in disbelief. In later generations, in such prime locations, the annual rent for a shop can reach 7 figures, which is astonishing. Qin Yan explained, "They were all bought by my father." Qin Jixiang had gone to university in Gangcheng when he was young. Back then, property prices in Gangcheng were not cheap. Qin Jixiang was keenly aware that as the city developed, Jinghai's property prices would eventually soar just like Gangcheng's. He decisively used some of his earnings from Hengqing to buy this row of houses, which were originally considered dangerous buildings. At that time, no one paid attention to these houses, so the prices were very low. Later, a road was built here, making these houses very suitable for opening shops. Qin Jixiang renovated the houses, dividing them into separate storefronts for rent. There are 12 shops in total, and business is quite good. Qin Yan and his team were interested in the front shop. Recently, someone just moved out. Song Yulan looked around and said, "This place is really big. Such a large space might be a bit wasteful for a bun shop." Zhou Gang smiled and explained, "It is a bit big, but I think this location is very good." He pointed to Jinghai University nearby and said, "It's close to the school and there are many residents around, so customer flow won't be a problem." Qin Yan decided, "Let's rent this place." Zhou Gang secretly calculated that, besides rent, the renovation and material costs would be over 10,000 yuan. Qin Yan used the rent as investment, so he and Qin Yan each held a 20% share, while the remaining 60% belonged to Song Yulan. Zhou Gang said, "Brother Qin, you can handle the remaining payment for my wife and me. I heard that you two are getting married in a few days. After your wedding, we will open the shop." The soon-to-be married couple still had many things to do, and Zhou Gang thought he was being considerate. Qin Yan handed the shop key to Zhou Gang and said, "All right, we're leaving now." He still needed to go dress shopping with Song Yulan today. Trying on wedding dresses for the wedding. Jinghai is quietly becoming popular for wedding dress fashion. Song Yulan's eyes finally settled on a pink wedding dress. She immediately liked the most eye-catching dress in the store. The pink wedding dress was playful and had a light, sweet vibe. In her past life, she had taken vintage photos from the 1980s, which had a charming style. She never thought she would really come to this era. The shop assistant brought out the wedding dress for her to try on. She enthusiastically introduced, "This is a new style brought back from the south by the store manager. Jinghai is the only one with it, and no one has worn it yet." When Song Yulan entered the fitting room, the shop manager happened to come inside from outside. "Shop manager, what about that pink wedding dress? Her friend said she planned to try it on this afternoon." The shop manager heard the staff mention someone was trying on a dress. She turned to Qin Yan and asked, "Customer, do you know when your wedding date is?" Qin Yan replied, "Next month, the 8th. The shop manager looked a bit uncomfortable and said politely, "Sorry, that dress has already been reserved for another customer on that day. Her friend was also getting married on the 8th of next month." Just then, the door of the fitting room slowly opened, and Song Yulan stepped out in the pink wedding dress. She was very happy with the dress, unable to hide her joy. She gently spun around, and the skirt fluttered like a blooming flower. The light-colored, sandy fabric was light and flowing, subtly revealing her smooth skin. The ruffled decorations extended from the neckline down to the hem, layered like clouds, soft and dreamy. Perhaps because she had left her oppressive home, Song Yulan's face looked healthier recently. Her fair skin and pink dress made her look radiant and bright. This reminded Qin Yan of the bunch of pink and white roses blooming at home. Beautiful and cheerful. "Do I look good?" Song Yulan asked eagerly, looking at Qin Yan. Qin Yan slightly smiled and clearly said, "You look good." After receiving the positive response, Song Yulan happily said, "Then I'll take this one." The shop manager wanted to say something to explain, but Qin Yan suddenly interrupted. Qin Yan looked at Song Yulan and said, "Yes, you go change first." He was sure she didn't hear their conversation. Qin Yan tilted his head with a cold expression and said, "I'll buy this dress." She deserved this wedding dress, and he didn't want to disappoint her. Song Yulan had never been loved by her parents and had come to Jinghai alone with him from a remote place. Jinghai was so big, yet she had no relatives here. He couldn't help but want to take better care of her. The shop manager hesitated and said, "Customer, this dress is a bit expensive, and there's no need to buy a wedding dress since it's only worn once." Qin Yan asked, "How much?" The shop manager hesitated and said, 2,000 yuan. If the other person was willing to pay that much, selling it wouldn't be a problem. After hearing the price, Qin Yan looked a bit indifferent and casually said, "Okay." The store manager was completely surprised that Qin Yan agreed so quickly. Qin Yan asked again, "Do you accept foreign exchange coupons here?" The store manager quickly replied, "Yes, we do. Foreign exchange coupons are very rare in the market and are worth a lot. You can use them to buy popular items like watches, TVs, and more." Qin Yan thought about how Song Yulan looked in her wedding dress earlier. The bright sunlight shone through the glass window onto the store's tiles. In a few days, they would get married. Thinking of this, he felt his heart beating faster, as if it was being warmed by the hot sunlight. Han Huiqiao was staring blankly at the glass window of the wedding dress shop. She kept feeling that the man inside looked a bit like Qin Yan. Huiqiao, what are you looking at? A friend's voice sounded nearby, curious. Han Huiqiao snapped out of her thoughts and forced a smile. Oh, nothing. Didn't we agree to shop carefully today? Her friend muttered. Why are you suddenly zoning out? Han Huiqiao took a deep breath, trying to focus on her friend. All right, let's go. You said you wanted to pick the prettiest dress to try on for Qin Yan, right? Her friend pulled her arm and they walked into a nearby clothing store. But Han Huiqiao's mind was elsewhere. Her eyes kept drifting outside, as if she was searching for something. Hey, what's wrong with you? Her friend finally complained. You've been distracted since earlier. Hesitating, Han Huiqiao bit her lip and ran out of the clothing store. It seemed that Qin Yan's man had already left with his friends on a bicycle. Her heart started pounding faster. She hurried after him, wanting to see his face clearly. She only saw the side of the back of the bicycle. The girl turned her head casually, and their eyes met. A strange feeling of panic rose in Han Huiqiao's heart. Her friend ran out behind her. What's going on? Why are you so flustered? Han Huiqiao hesitated. I think I saw Qin Yan at the wedding dress shop just now. Her friend asked. Qin Yan? He could never go to that kind of place. Friend, come on, you haven't seen him in a long time. You're just overthinking. I heard that he's already finished his holiday. Let's check the research institute tomorrow. Han Huiqiao finally calmed down. That's right. How could Qin Yan go to the wedding dress shop? I've liked him for so long, and I've never seen him get close to that girl, let alone marry her. Qin Yan only took half a day off today. He took Song Yulan to the entrance of Hiyue restaurant. I'll come pick you up this afternoon. Song Yulan nodded. I understand. Qin Yan saw her obedient look and felt a bit playful. He ruffled her hair. Song Yulan stepped back and widened her eyes. Don't touch my head. Qin Yan. Song Yulan seriously said. Touching your head won't make you taller. Song Yulan. I now jump 100 times in the yard every day. She's only 20, and with more sleep and eating more protein, she still has hope. She is currently only 1.64 meters tall, but she still hopes to grow to 1.68 meters like in her previous life. Qin Yan chuckled softly. Okay, you will definitely grow taller. Seeing Song Yulan walk into the restaurant, Qin Yan rode away on his bike. When the front desk heard she was here to sign a contract, they immediately showed a friendly smile. Hello, you must be Miss Song Yulan, right? Manager Zhou mentioned you earlier. After speaking, the front desk stood up and led Song Yulan to the office. Inside the office, Song Yulan signed her name on the relevant documents, completing the contract process. Then, the front desk took her to the pastry team. It was around 3 p.m., and the kitchen was not busy. When Song Yulan entered the pastry team, the apprentices saw her and immediately smiled kindly, greeting her proactively. Unlike others, a man in his 20s looked at Song Yulan with a cautious gaze. This man was the same Master Xiao Shen who had injured his palm last time. Xiao Shen and Kai Dalu had always been rivals. Last time, Xiao Shen accidentally got injured, and the task of entertaining Victor, which should have been his responsibility, was handed over to Kai Dalu. Later, Xiao Shen heard that during the final pastry making, a young girl was asked to make crab shell pastries. These days, Xiao Shen hoped to regain some ground at work. But unexpectedly, that girl returned to the pastry team, this time as a hired instructor from outside, teaching them how to make pastries. Xiao Shen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He felt that the current situation was simply disrespectful to him. Clearly, he was the true disciple of the master. He had diligently studied under his master for 3 full years. Now, suddenly, an inexperienced girl appeared and dared to claim she wanted to be his master? It was utterly ridiculous. He didn't believe he could be controlled by a girl. Xiao Shen looked directly at Song Yulan with a cold smile and said, You must be Song Yulan, right? The pastry team is well managed by me. I don't need you to interfere. You can stay here for a while, and when the time is up, you can leave. His words were so blunt that he showed no respect to Song Yulan. It was clear he saw her as someone who got in through connections. Song Yulan responded calmly, I was personally hired by Manager Zhou. This is my teaching time. If you don't want to learn, you can leave now. Seeing this, Xiao Shun's anger grew stronger. His temper was already impatient, and now he couldn't hold back. He took off his hat and slammed it on the table, saying, "Who do you think you are to teach me? Do you have a chef's certificate? How many years have you studied cooking? Aren't you just relying on connections?" Xiao Shun's words came out rapidly, like a barrage of fire. He had heard from Kai Dalu that when the director first arrived, this Ly managed to stand out because of her connections. The others in the pastry team looked unhappy. They had all been present that day and had tasted Song Yulan's cooking themselves. The flavor was truly unforgettable. Li Chue couldn't stay silent anymore. Yulan is talented and capable. Hearing this, Xiao Shun suddenly turned around, glaring at Li Chue with a cold smile on his face. "I knew it. You must have been bought too." He had once liked Li Chue. Li Chue had never responded to his kindness. This made Xiao Shun's good feelings gradually turn into dislike. When Li Chue heard Xiao Shun's words, she suddenly became very angry. She raised her voice and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who has been bribed? Don't accuse people without proof." Xiao Shun's temper was also stirred up by Li Chue's shout. He angrily shouted, "Fine. You dare to talk back to me? I tell you, I stand by my words today. It's her or me." Dalu Kai watched the argument between the two with a secret smile. He didn't care who was right or wrong. Anyway, whether it was Xiao Shun or Song Yulan, anyone leaving the pastry team was good for him. Seeing that Li Chue wouldn't back down, Xiao Shun turned to the other two and asked, "You guys decide. Who do you want to follow?" Li Chue said, "I want to learn from Yulan." The two looked at each other, hesitant. They admitted that Song Yulan's cooking was good, but she only came once a week. Xiao Shun was the boss of the pastry team. It didn't seem worth offending Xiao Shun for Yulan. Song Yulan asked, "Are you not going to make things difficult for them? Let's have a contest. If I lose, I will tell Manager Zhou I want to quit." Xiao Shun raised his chin. "That's what I want to hear. If I lose, I will resign." He didn't believe he couldn't beat a girl. Xiao Shun asked, "What do you want to compete in?" Song Yulan thought for a moment. "Since I am your teacher, you come up with the challenge." She wanted him to lose convincingly so she could continue her work smoothly. Xiao Shun agreed. "All right, let's make Western-style bread," he said. "After we finish, we'll put the bread in the hall for customers to taste. Let the customers vote." Currently, Chinese pastries were more popular outside, and their shop also had some foreign customers. So, the pastry team also made Western-style pastries. Song Yulan nodded. "Okay." She turned to Li Chue and asked, "Would you like to team up with me?" Li Chue replied, "Of course." She didn't like Xiao Shun. He had hinted at wanting to date her at first. However, Xiao Shun was quick-tempered and would suddenly become angry. She didn't like people with such unstable emotions. Since he didn't speak directly, she pretended not to notice. When Xiao Shun saw she didn't respond, he started to exclude her and sometimes spoke to her in a sarcastic way. This job was hard for her to get, and she had cried several times in private. Xiao Shun's behavior this time was really too much. Li Chue quickly walked into the kitchen, holding a bunch of ingredients in her arms. "Teacher Song, I've brought everything," Li Chue said with a smile. There are 2 kitchens in the pastry group. To avoid conflicts with Xiao Shun's team, they went to the smaller kitchen. Song Yulan was handling the ingredients and said, "Don't call me teacher anymore. It sounds strange." Li Chue was a few years older than her. Li Chue replied seriously, "That's not right. No matter the age, you are still a teacher." Also, Li Chue lowered her voice. "Look at how they act, so proud. When you teach them, you must keep them in line." Song Yulan smiled. "Do you really think I can win?" Li Chue was a bit proud. "Of course. The other day, I brought home some crab shell pastries, and my family said they were delicious. Even her 80-something grandmother enjoyed them very much and ate 2 pieces in one go. She was so happy, like a child, saying she had never tasted such good pastries before." "But why do you want me to bring meat?" Song Yulan blinked. "Have you ever tried meat floss bread?" Li Chue shook her head. "No. Once it's ready, you can try it." Song Yulan was confident she wouldn't lose, since in later generations, there were many more types of bread than now. They could make two kinds, and probably neither had been eaten before. Without specific requests, she liked to make the bread she enjoyed. She and Xiaoshen's team each prepared two types of bread. Song Yuelon planned to make croissants and meat floss bread, one sweet and one savory. They boiled pork tenderloin with green onions and in a pressure cooker. Then she shredded the meat and added soy sauce, oyster sauce, and other seasonings. Finally, gently mix it in the blender, then slowly fry it in a flat pan. Song Yuelon assigned this task to Li Yuechu. The butter for the croissant dough needs to be softened in advance. Mix eggs, sugar, yeast, milk, and salt evenly, then add flour and knead into a firm dough. Finally, add the butter and knead until fully absorbed. The dough for meat floss bread is slightly different from that of croissants, but the steps are similar. Li Chuyu finished making the meat floss and came over to knead the dough together. After rolling out the croissant dough, divide it into 12 parts. Cut each part into a triangle shape and roll from the back to the front. Brush a layer of egg yolk on top for a better color. Song Yuelon gave her one-on-one lessons, explaining carefully. Song Yuelon. For meat floss bread, besides the meat floss, the most important thing is the sauce. When she was young, she thought the best part of store-bought meat floss bread was the white sauce. Many bakeries use ready-made sauces to save trouble. She did a lot of research online and tried several recipes until she found a good one. Beat eggs, sugar, corn oil, salt, milk powder, and vinegar in a certain ratio. This mixture tastes the best. The baking tools in the pastry group are very complete, and with the whipping tools, they quickly make a creamy, white salad dressing. At this time, the outer crust of the meat floss bread is also baked. It's about 2 to 3 centimeters thick, square-shaped, placed on the baking tray. The golden bread is sprinkled with chopped green onions, diced ham, and white sesame seeds. Li Chuyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. I think it already smells very good. Song Yuelon. Don't worry, it will taste even better. She turned the meat floss bread upside down, spread the freshly made salad dressing on the back, then layered a thick amount of meat floss. Next, she rolled the bread's outer crust inward. This way, the meat floss and sauce are tightly wrapped inside. Finally, she sliced it into pieces about the size of a palm, with each piece thicker than a fist, revealing a hearty meat floss bread. Song Yuelon handed it to Li Chuyu. Try it. Li Chuyu was very curious about this meat floss bread while making it. It has meat floss and sauce, plus ham and green onions on top, which makes it sound more like a scallion pancake. After seeing this meat floss bread, she felt she was overthinking. The thick meat floss bread was hard to bite through. She opened her mouth wide and took a big bite. The firm yet soft texture, salty aroma, and flavor surprised her. The fluffy, tender meat floss and the thick, sweet sauce blended together. All the flavors mixed, and Li Chuyu was completely convinced. Li Chuyu, teacher Song, this is so delicious. The oven made a sound again. Song Yuelon turned around to get the baked croissants. Try the croissants later. Xiaoshen looked very satisfied with his finished products. Kai Dalo flattered him. Senior brother, we're sure to win this time. He really couldn't believe that Song Yuelon was so talented she could even make Western-style bread. Xiaoshen slightly smiled, showing confidence, and said, Don't worry, Lao Kai, I am very sure I can beat her. Even if Song Yuelon is good at making bread, she can't compare to my two specialties. He made 2 types of bread, old-fashioned bread and red bean paste bread. These breads are his master's signature recipes and are loved by customers. His master often made these kinds of bread. Many customers specifically come to buy bread from the restaurant. Sometimes, these 2 types of bread are sold out. Xiaoshen looked impatient, frowned, and said to the person beside him, Go call those 2 people. Don't be so scared and hesitate to come out. Who's scared? A voice replied. Everyone looked over and saw Li Chuyu and Song Yuelon pushing a cart slowly out. The cart carried their homemade bread. Li Chuyu held her head high, walking confidently to Xiaoshen. She said without backing down, Let's be clear first. We agreed on this beforehand. Don't cheat if you lose. Seeing this, Xiaoshen smirked coldly and replied mockingly, All right, if I lose, I'll resign and call you Teacher Song's grandma. How about that? Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, He Restaurant opens a special window to sell freshly made snacks of the day. This window is located on one side of the restaurant, separated from the other window, forming two separate selling areas. The action of the pastry team caught the attention of many staff members inside. Everyone gathered around, curious to find out what was happening. "What's going on?" someone asked confused. "I heard that Xiaoxin was upset with the teacher earlier, and they made a bet," explained someone nearby. "What are they betting on?" another person asked. "Who makes the better bread?" the first person replied excitedly. "I'm quite curious. I haven't tasted the new teacher's bread yet. It smells really good." One person sniffed the delicious bread aroma in the air and swallowed hard. Before he could speak, another person quickly stopped him. "Don't say anything careless. If Xiaoxin hears, he'll definitely give you a scolding," warned the other. Xiaoxin is known for having a quick temper throughout the restaurant. Last time, he argued with the housekeeping team, and the scene was so intense it almost involved the police. In the end, Manager Zhou had to step in to calm things down. Since then, everyone has kept their distance from Xiaoxin, afraid of offending him accidentally. Xiaoxin sold 2 loaves of bread right at the start. Li Chua felt a bit uneasy, but Song Yulan remained calm and unaffected. Song Yulan calmly took out a meat floss bread and a croissant. She sliced them into small pieces and neatly arranged them on plates as samples. Seeing this, Xiaoxin sneered, "What's the use of doing all this?" He turned his head with disdain and said to the others in the pastry team, "You can keep selling here. I'm going to rest for a while." After saying that, he turned and left. Just then, a customer approached the window. She was initially attracted by the old-fashioned bread displayed inside, planning to buy 2 to try. However, when her eyes shifted to the neighboring window, she was suddenly drawn to the bread placed in front of 2 young women. A plump, golden-brown bread, round and full, decorated with chopped green onions and diced ham. The cross-section is filled with shredded meat, and it looks like it will fall apart if touched. She has never seen this type of bread before. It looks very special. She couldn't help but ask, "What kind of bread is this?" Song Yuan smiled and handed the sample bread to the customer. She enthusiastically explained, "This is meat floss bread and croissant bread, both freshly made this afternoon. You can try them first." The customer was a bit surprised. She had never encountered a situation where she could taste before buying. Song Yuan seemed to notice her hesitation and quickly explained, "It's okay if you don't buy. Just try the taste first." The customer used a toothpick to pick up a piece of meat floss bread. The soft, fluffy texture combined with the aroma of meat floss with a hint of salty flavor. The customer widened her eyes. "This is the first time I've had salty bread." It was unexpectedly delicious. Song Yuan explained, "The meat floss and sauce inside are all homemade. Kids and elderly can eat it too." The customer asked, "How much is one?" Song Yuan replied, 3 cents for a triangle-shaped piece of meat floss bread. This price is 5 cents higher than the 2 types of bread next door at Xiaoxin's shop. But her meat floss bread uses good ingredients and contains quite a lot of meat. The customer didn't hesitate because of the 5-cent difference. She happily said, "Then give me 2 pieces of the meat floss bread." The bread with meat inside feels like a great deal, and these 2 young women's attitude was very good. They not only let her taste but also explained the making process and features of the bread in detail. Without hesitation, she said, "Yes, give me 2 of the meat floss bread." Although the price is 5 cents higher than the 2 types of bread next door, she felt it was worth it. Li Chua breathed a sigh of relief and quickly packed the bread for her. A few other customers standing behind also stepped forward. "Hey, I want to try too." Song Yuan generously allowed them to taste. Some customers originally wanted to buy the traditional bread, but after tasting, they changed their minds immediately. Everyone who tried the meat floss bread ended up buying it. It was delicious, and a slightly higher price was justified. The meat floss bread quickly became the most popular type of bread. Everyone who has tried them usually buys 2 or 4, and they sell out quickly. When the last meat floss bread was bought, the next customer couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. He sighed softly. "Oh, I wanted to try that meat floss bread." Seeing this, Song Yuan quickly comforted him. "We also have croissants here. They smell very good too." She casually picked up a toothpick, inserted a small piece of croissant, and handed it to the customer. The man, in his early 40s, took the croissant, looked at it carefully, and asked, "Does this croissant have filling inside?" Song Yuelon smiled and replied, "No, but I added some raisins inside to make the taste richer." The man looked a bit regretful and said, "Without filling, it doesn't feel very worth it. The old-fashioned bread sold by Xiaoshen's group costs only 2 cents each, while the red bean paste bread costs 2.5 cents. Compared to that, most people prefer the red bean paste bread because it is filling and is more cost-effective." Although the croissants sound special, since they have no filling, the man felt they weren't very worth it. Song Yuelon seemed to notice his concern and warmly invited him again. "Why not try one first? Maybe you like the taste. Even without filling, it has plenty of butter inside. You can enjoy the rich, milky aroma. Croissants are all about the layers inside, so not having filling makes the texture better." The man, interested after hearing all this, asked, "Are they really that good?" He picked up a croissant. The outside was very crispy, and a milky scent filled his mouth. In contrast, the inside was very soft. It was moist and light. The man's eyes widened and said, "Delicious." He then said, "I'll take 4. Based on past experience, the bread should almost be sold out by now." When Kai Dalu saw Xiaoshen walking over, he looked a bit nervous. He stammered, "Senior brother, there are still quite a few left." Hearing this, Xiaoshen's face suddenly changed. He quickly stepped forward, looking at Kai Dalu with disbelief. "How is that possible? There are still so many bread left." He then turned to look at Song Yuelon's side. He saw a long line in front of her stall. Her bread was almost sold out, with only the last tray remaining. Looking at his own side, only 1/5 of the bread had been sold. Xiaoshen's first thought was that Song Yuelon was cheating. If he lost this competition, the consequences would be unthinkable. He felt a cold chill down his spine and broke out in a cold sweat. No, he absolutely could not lose. Xiaoshen immediately started calling out, "Freshly baked bread, fresh bread." Normally, Xiaoshen wouldn't speak so humbly to sell his bread. But today was special. His reputation depended on how well the bread sold. So, even though he felt a bit reluctant, he had to grit his teeth and shout. His loud call indeed attracted a young woman in her early 20s. She softly said, "Give me a sesame seed bun." She was a college student from Jinghai, coming here by bus every week to buy a bun. Xiaoshen looked expressionless and asked suspiciously, "Just one?" The girl nodded without hesitation and replied, "Yes, just one." Seeing this, Xiaoshen couldn't help but show a hint of disdain, muttering, "Is one enough?" Others buy 10 or 8 at a time. The girl felt a little annoyed at Xiaoshen's words but still firmly said, "I only want one." Xiaoshen muttered, "What a poor person." His voice was quiet, but the girl caught it clearly. She immediately became unhappy and retorted, "What are you talking about?" Xiaoshen's temper was also ignited by her response. He shot back confidently, "Just saying, if you only buy one bun, what else would you be if not poor?" The girl was surprised that Xiaoshen was so rude. Her face grew angrier and she scolded, "What kind of attitude is that?" She came here every week to buy a bread, not because she couldn't afford more, but because she had a small appetite. Her favorite thing was the fresh bread with its unique aroma and taste. Xiaoshen slammed the tongs down hard and said impatiently, "I'm not selling anymore. Don't waste my time." In state-run restaurants, work is as stable as a secure job. For Xiaoshen, customers who buy bread are just small roles, not important clients. So, he naturally had little patience or enthusiasm to serve such customers. The girl was quite angry. She hadn't even finished eating when she turned and saw 2 girls looking at her from the next stall. One girl smiled and said, "We just made this bread. You can try it first and buy later. Want to give it a try?" Song Yuelon watched Xiaoshen and the girl interact, feeling a bit thoughtful. In today's world, as long as the service attitude is good, selling things is easy. Now, waiters are confident, and in a few decades, everyone's service will be even better. Places like Haidaleo and Pangshilai are known for their good service and quality. The girl was about to turn and leave when she saw Song Yuelon warmly inviting her to taste the croissant. She hesitated for a moment but finally couldn't resist and took a piece. As the croissant entered her mouth, her eyebrows raised slightly, showing surprise at the flavor. She chewed carefully, savoring the sweet and crispy taste. "What kind of bread is this?" Song Yuelon smiled and replied, "This is a croissant, a French bread." A hint of excitement appeared in the girl's eyes. She quickly said, "How many do you have?" "I want them all." Song Yuelon looked at her in surprise, then smiled and said, "There are about 7 or 8 left." "Do you think you can finish them all by yourself?" The girl waved her hand casually. "I can share them with my classmates." Song Yuelon nodded. "All right then." She quickly packed all the croissants into a bag and handed it to the girl, while reminding her, "Try to finish them within 3 days so they stay fresh." The girl took the bag, feeling much happier. She glared at Xiaoshen and muttered, "People are so different." Xiaoshen watched helplessly as Song Yuelon quickly sold out all the bread. His face turned bright red, and everyone's eyes were on him, making him feel very embarrassed and awkward. He clearly remembered what he had just said. Resign? If he resigned, his father would be furious. And he called Song Yuelon Grandma Song. Xiaoshen clenched his teeth painfully. He really couldn't say those words. Why did he lose? And so badly? Li Chua finally felt her frustration ease. She smiled slightly and said, "Someone probably won't forget what they said, right?" Hearing this, Xiaoshen couldn't help but look directly at Song Yuelon. She was walking toward him. Xiaoshen clenched his fists, his arms trembling slightly. Xiaoshen couldn't help but speak. He imagined how arrogant Song Yuelon would be.
His throat felt dry.
He wanted to say something, but his voice was stuck and wouldn't come out. Song Yuelon walked past him without even a glance. No teasing, no mockery. Xiaoshen felt like he'd been slapped several times, his face pale. That hurt more than a punch. From Song Yuelon's attitude, it was clear she didn't see him as important. But she completely ignored Xiaoshen. In fact, she didn't care whether Xiaoshen resigned or not. Her goal here was very clear: to teach the members of the pastry team to make various pastries. As long as she did her job well and earned her salary, everything else didn't matter. Her competition with Xiaoshen was just to gain respect. Song Yuelon looked up at the clock on the wall and said calmly, "I'll come again next weekend." Her voice was steady and firm, unaffected by Xiaoshen's attitude. "If you want to learn." Before she finished, a voice interrupted, "I want to learn." It was a member of the pastry team. Then, another person nearby quickly agreed, "Me too." When Kai Dallas saw the situation, he quickly rubbed his hands together. He smiled warmly and said to Song Yuelon, "Teacher Song, next time you come, please tell us in advance what materials you'll need, so we can prepare ahead." His attitude was very friendly, and he didn't mind his previous behavior towards Song Yuelon. Song Yuelon nodded and said, "See you next week." Today was a very important day for Song Jiangwo and Li Ping's family. It was the day they received their new houses. They woke up early for this special occasion. Even Song Xian and Song Yueme, who usually loved sleeping in, were woken up early. Today, there was no work at the factory, and everyone had to go to the big hall for the housing meeting. Li Ping even put on makeup for the event. All 4 family members went together because it was a big family matter, and everyone should be there. When they entered the hall, they immediately drew many people's attention. Song Yueme was wearing a new red polka dot dress and high heels, making a clicking sound as she walked, which was very eye-catching. "Oh, Li Ping, your whole family is here," someone greeted warmly. Li Ping showed a proud smile and replied, "Today is a big day. Your family is getting a house today, so it's probably settled, right?" Another person asked curiously. Li Ping smiled modestly and said, "It's not quite like that. Everyone has an equal chance." One person teased, "How can you be the same as us? You're about to become related to Director Zhao, so your house is definitely secure. Haha, you're so lucky." Others agreed. At that moment, the factory leader began to speak on stage. Li Ping said, "The leader is speaking now, so let's not talk." She raised her head as she spoke, showing a look that was hard to hide. After the factory director finished speaking, the deputy director announced the list of 68 families selected. The entire hall was silent, with everyone listening carefully, afraid to miss any name. Li Ping's face was originally smiling, but as the list was read out, her smile froze. replaced by a look of disbelief. She widened her eyes and listened carefully to each name. She never heard her family's name called. Someone nearby whispered, "Li Ping, I didn't hear your family's name either." Li Ping's face slightly changed, but she forced herself to stay calm and replied, "Maybe you just missed it." Another person muttered, "No way, I was listening carefully." This made Li Ping look even more upset. She was a bit angry and said, "You don't understand. Director Xiao definitely wouldn't forget us. His son is going to marry our Yume." Song Jiangwo, who was nearby, said loudly, "I didn't hear it either." Seeing this, Song Yume quickly interrupted, "There are so many people. It's normal if they accidentally missed our family. Let's go ask Director Zhao." After the list was announced at the factory, they would choose houses in the afternoon. Zhao Kun announced the meeting was over, and the crowd started to leave gradually. Li Ping was very anxious. She tightly held onto Song Jiangwo and her two children, pushing against the crowd to move toward Zhao Kun. They reached Zhao Kun. Li Ping asked anxiously, "Director Zhao, did you forget our family?" At this moment, many people had gathered around Zhao Kun, all asking about the house assignment. Zhao Kun's face tightened slightly. He looked at Li Ping seriously and replied, "Your family was not left out. But this time, your family didn't get a house." Li Ping's voice suddenly became sharp. "How is that possible?" She widened her eyes, looking very surprised. "Even if it's based on points, it should be our turn." Li Ping and Song Jiangwo had worked at the factory for many years. Their points were enough every year. How could they not get a house? Zhao Kun calmly explained, "Don't worry. The house assignment is open, fair, and transparent." He paused and then said, "Your family's score in the democratic review was 4 or 5 points lower than others, so your total score was lower." Li Ping looked suspicious and asked, "Democratic review?" Zhao Kun explained, 2 days ago, the factory issued a form for employees to rate each candidate's moral character." Then he added, "Your family's score was the lowest." This democratic evaluation score is given anonymously each time housing is assigned. Usually, everyone gives each other a perfect score of 100. After all, housing is a big matter. No one wants to cause trouble for others at such a critical moment. They worry that if they are unfair now, they might be treated the same way when it's their turn. However, this year, there was an exception, the Song Jiangwo family. Their score in the moral character category was only in the 70s. The final housing assignment is based on the total of work points and democratic evaluation scores, ranked from highest to lowest. Li Ping's family originally had enough work points, but because their democratic evaluation score was too low, their overall ranking dropped from around 30-something to 69th. Hearing this, Li Ping felt dizzy. This ranking was very ironic. Song Yume looked in disbelief. How is that possible? Uncle Zhao must have made a mistake. In their previous life, their family clearly received a house, so why didn't they this time? It didn't make sense. Zhao Shuixing smiled and said, "No rush. If we didn't get a house this time, we can try next time." Li Ping almost tripped, and Song Xian quickly held her. Li Ping kept saying, "I don't believe it. How could that be?" Song Yume was so upset she almost cried. "Uncle Zhao, did you make a mistake? How could our family only score in the 70s? Zhao Kun's face turned cold. "Housing is a big matter. How could there be a mistake? I'll post the score sheet on the notice board later. You can check it yourself." After saying that, he ignored Li Ping's family and turned to leave. Everyone nearby had already heard everything clearly. Moral character score is only in the 70s. She even married her daughter off immediately instead of letting her go to school. What kind of good family is that? I think Song Yuelan is a good girl. She got into college but still married her off so harshly. Li Ping is usually a very competitive person, always wanting to be better than others. Recently, Song Yume and Zhao Shuixing have been dating, and no one in the factory was unaware. Everyone was convinced that the Song Jiangwo family would definitely get a big house. So this time, they didn't get the house, which surprised them. Song Yume felt upset inside, thinking again about Song Yulan. What's so special about getting into college? Li Ping took several deep breaths before she finally calmed down. Li Ping shook her head and said, "I don't believe it. I need to ask the factory director. Song Jangwo suddenly pulled her hand away and said, "You go ahead." He had been hoping for this house for many years, and now it was gone. Waiting for the next chance?
Who knows when that will be?
He had already told his good friends that this house wasn't for his family. How could he face others if he couldn't get it? It's all Li Ping's fault. She insisted that Song Yulan marry in place of Song Yomei. Everyone laughed at them. They treated college students like they were nothing. Song Yulan got into college, and with Song Xian, their family now had 2 college students. If Song Yulan went to college, who wouldn't envy him at the factory? At that moment, Song Jangwo started to regret everything. The old factory director smiled kindly and looked at Zhao Kun. "Zhao Kun, I knew I was right about you." His voice showed real happiness and praise. Recently, there was a big rumor in the factory. Zhao Kun's son, Zhao Shuisheng, was dating Song Jangwo's daughter. The old factory director knew about Song Jangwo. He didn't think highly of him. He thought Song Yulan, who was a good college student, had given up her studies too easily, which was a pity. He sighed, believing young people should focus on studying. He was always worried that Zhao Kun might favor his own family when it came to housing, because there was a special relationship between Song Jangwo and Zhao Kun. If Zhao Kun really favored Song Jangwo's family, it wouldn't be fair to others. But this time, Zhao Kun's actions completely eased the old director's worries. Zhao Kun didn't treat their family differently because of his relationship with Song Jangwo, which made the old director very happy. Seeing this, Zhao Kun smiled modestly and replied, "Director, you're too kind. This factory belongs to everyone, not just me. I will treat everyone fairly and justly." The old factory director nodded with satisfaction after hearing this and then sighed, "I'm getting old, and it's time for me to retire. You, on the other hand, are young, capable, and full of energy." Zhao Kun felt a little happy but didn't show it on his face. The old director has always been honest and upright. He worked his way up from a small worker at the bottom, so he understands how hard and difficult it is. Because of this, he hates those who use connections to get ahead. Zhao Kun understands the old director's character, so when it came to the housing assignment, he chose fairness and justice, giving no special treatment to anyone. It turned out that his decision was right. He would definitely not help Song Jangwo's family. Moreover, if Song Jangwo's family couldn't get a house, that would be even better. This way, his fairness and impartiality would be clear. Everyone in the factory knew that his son, Zhao Shuisheng, was dating Song Yomei. Just the day before yesterday, during the democratic evaluation, he subtly hinted to a few people. As expected, Song Jangwo's score ended up being the lowest. This was only natural, given that his family was now infamous. To make the room cooler, Song Yulan decisively opened both the window and the door. A fresh breeze blew in through the window and then slipped out through the door, creating a cool draft. She sprinkled some spiritual spring water on the green plants on the windowsill. A few days ago, she checked the information and found that the plant she brought from home was an orchid. The orchid's leaves had become much denser, each one swaying in the breeze. Song Yulan watered it with spiritual spring water every few days. Recently, she kept using the spiritual spring from her space, which had gone from just a cup of water to a bowl of water. It seemed that the more she used it, the more spiritual spring she had. So, she had been cooking with the spiritual spring these days. The vegetables in the yard, the orchids from home, and herself all radiated a lively, thriving spirit. She was holding a traditional Chinese medicine notebook she bought at the bookstore last time, flipping through it while resting her legs on the windowsill. She stretched her legs and read at the same time. The weather today was not very hot. A gentle breeze blew as she silently recited her notes while stretching her legs. She had been exercising a lot these days, jumping in the yard every day and practicing basic dance moves. She really enjoyed dancing. When she was a child, her mother forced her to dance, but as she grew older, she gradually started to like it. Her current body was very talented and flexible. In just a few days of practice, she could perform some dance moves. When Qin Yan entered Song Yulan's bedroom, he saw this scene. The girl was wearing a simple white dress, barefoot, standing on one leg with the other leg resting on the windowsill. She leaned slightly forward, using her waist muscles, making her whole body look tense, like a stretched bow. Under her delicate shoulder blades, the slight curves resembled a butterfly in flight, light and lively. The most eye-catching part was her legs. They stretched straight without any fat, as if carved from white jade. Song Yulan looked fragile, and her legs seemed delicate, evoking a sense of tenderness. He vaguely thought she was like a young bamboo shoot, slender but full of life. Qin Yan looked away and knocked on the doorframe. Hearing the sound, Song Yulan turned around and pulled back her leg. "Brother Yan?" Qin Yan said. The wedding dress shop delivered the clothes. They had ordered a wedding dress and a cheongsam from the shop. After the shop finished making the cheongsam, they delivered both the wedding dress and the cheongsam together. Song Yulan nodded. "I'll try them on later." Qin Yan looked at her, a slight smile on his face, and casually asked, "Are you nervous?" Song Yulan was caught off guard by his sudden question and paused for a moment. But she quickly understood that Qin Yan was asking if she felt nervous about the upcoming wedding. She smiled gently and honestly replied, "Honestly, I am a little nervous." Getting married was a new experience for her, both in this life and the last. But she soon relaxed again. She playfully saluted Qin Yan and said, "But don't worry, Brother Yan, I will definitely complete the task successfully." Song Yulan turned her back to the window. Her body was bathed in a warm light, and the wind outside carried the scent of roses. For a moment, Qin Yan thought the fragrance was from Song Yulan herself. Qin Yan pursed his lips and said, "Don't worry, I feel very at ease." Before 4 a.m., Song Yulan got up. She washed her face with cold water and woke up fully. Because her family home was too far away. She and Qin Yan now lived at her family's place, which she considered her home, and she was going to the courtyard of Qin Yan's grandmother for the ceremony. She had only been in Jinghai for a short time. For this wedding, she asked Li Chuiyue to be her bridesmaid. Qin Yan's third aunt and the neighbor, Aunt Wang, also arrived early to act as family members. There were 3 or 4 people inside the house, working smoothly. Auntie put the wrapped dumplings aside. "Yulan, have you dressed properly?" Li Chuiyue was helping Yulan zip up her wedding dress and said loudly, "Yes, I've finished." Annie patted her head and said, "I forgot." Then she took out a red sash from her bag. She hurried upstairs, saying, "Come, tie the red sash around her waist. May your wealth be endless, and may you have a harmonious marriage for 100 years." Li Chuiyue heard this and quickly ran to the dressing table, frantically searching. However, after a long search, she only found the fabric from the boutonniere, but not the boutonniere itself. Today, Teacher Song looked so beautiful. It would be a real pity if a small detail like this affected her overall appearance. The boutonniere was an important part of the groom's ceremony when he came to pick up the bride. In this part, both sides would exchange boutonnieres. Song Yulan comforted her, saying, "There are many flowers at home, and the roses in the yard are beautiful." As she spoke, she was about to stand up. Li Chuiyue patted her head and said, "Yes, I didn't think of that. You sit here, I'll go get it." She quickly ran to the yard, found a pair of scissors. She cut the largest, most lush pair of roses from the wall. Compared to fake flowers, real roses are much more lively as boutonnieres. Song Yulan sat at the dressing table, doing her makeup. The current popular style was the Hong Kong city look. Her lips were painted bright red, giving them a glossy appearance. Song Yulan leaned closer to the mirror and noticed that, at some point, small dimples had appeared on her lips. The dimples were tiny but full. Her lips are quite pale, but when she puts on lipstick, her whole face looks lively. Aunt Sen couldn't help but sigh. So beautiful, the bride. At this moment, there was a knocking sound from downstairs. Outside, someone cheerfully called out, "Open the door. The bride's coming." Laughter and happy voices came from the yard, filling the space with a lively atmosphere. Li Chuiyue stood at the door of the second-floor bedroom, wearing a playful smile, her eyes on Song Yulan sitting on the bed. "Teacher Song, later I might make things a bit difficult for the groom. Don't feel sorry for him," Li Chuiyue said happily, then closed the bedroom door, blocking out the noisy outside world. Not long after, Song Yuelon heard footsteps going up the stairs. The sound grew closer, a bit noisy. Then, there was a gentle knocking, accompanied by a deep, warm voice. Yuelon. Song Yuelon's heart skipped a beat. She recognized Qin Yan's voice. Maybe because today was their wedding day. She felt that Qin Yan's voice sounded softer than usual. Before she could respond, Li Chua suddenly made a shushing gesture at her. She deliberately raised her voice and asked, "Who are you?" Qin Yan outside seemed to pause for a moment, then replied, "I'm Qin Yan." Li Chua slightly smiled and raised her voice. "Who is Qin Yan? What are you here for?" Before she finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from outside the door, loud and continuous, clearly from others who came to see the wedding and were teasing. Among them, Zhang Zhou's laughter was the loudest. It was rare to see Qin Yan flustered. The bride can't be taken away so easily. You need to show enough sincerity, Li Chua continued. Sincerity, sincerity. Zhang Zhou heard this and quickly squatted down, stuffing red envelopes through the door. He clearly came prepared, knowing that the bridesmaids' red envelopes must not be few. 1, 2, 3. The red envelopes kept flying into the room like rain through the... Li Chua was a bit dizzy from the continuous rain of red envelopes and couldn't help but think, "Wow, so many." Zhang Zhou outside shouted, "Is that enough?" "That's not enough. I'll give more." Li Chua quickly replied, "That's enough, that's enough." But she was secretly thinking, if they just opened the door and let them in, wouldn't that be too easy for them? After a moment of thought, Li Chua had a clever idea. She smiled and said to Qin Yan outside the door, "Groom, giving a red envelope isn't enough. You also need to say some nice words to win over our bride's heart. Only then will she be willing to go with you. Open the door first. The groom needs to see the bride before he can say anything," Zhang Zhou said confidently. Li Chua thought for a moment and opened the door. Outside, a group of people stood there, and Song Yulan immediately saw Qin Yan. He was dressed in a well-fitted dark suit, with smooth lines that perfectly fit his body. He wore a simple white shirt underneath, clean and neat, creating a strong contrast with the dark suit, highlighting his sharp and fresh look. The collar of his white shirt was slightly open, revealing a bit of his strong neck. He held a big bouquet of bright red roses, vibrant and eye-catching, matching his dark red tie. The two shades of red intertwined with his dark suit, not too flashy, but just right to add a festive touch for the wedding. Qin Yan's hair was combed back, showing his full forehead, making his features more defined. He had a gentle smile on his face. She rarely saw him smile, and it was like the summer sun, bright and warm, making her feel a little dizzy. She unconsciously clenched her skirt. Qin Yan's heart felt warm. After today, he and Song Yulan would be officially married. This feeling was strange. He couldn't quite describe it, but it was more comfortable than solving a difficult math problem. He felt his chest getting hotter and hotter, almost igniting him completely. The heat was so intense that even his throat felt a little dry. He heard himself say, "I will treat you well." That was his true feeling. The crowd's cheers became a background noise, and Song Yulan felt a little warmth from his words. In this atmosphere, it was really hard not to feel moved. Especially with someone as handsome as Qin Yan, she felt powerless to resist. Song Yulan quietly clenched her thigh, trying to stay calm. "Song Yulan, stay clear-headed." Zhang Zhou led the cheer. "Kiss each other." Li Chua looked at the two of them blankly, her nose feeling a bit sore. The couple was very well matched. Even outsiders would envy them. Li Chua picked up the boutonniere. The bride and groom exchanged boutonnieres. Qin Yan took the boutonniere and stepped closer to Song Yulan. When the bride leaves her family home, she can't step on the ground. Song Yulan sat on the bed, wearing a pink wedding dress, looking up at herself. The layers of her wedding dress made her face look even smaller. Qin Yan bent down and pinned the boutonniere on her. They were very close. Song Yulan slightly tilted her head, and she could clearly see Qin Yan's freshly trimmed hair, neat and tidy. When it was her turn to pin the boutonniere on Qin Yan, maybe because they were too close, she didn't do it properly at first. Don't rush. Qin Yan comforted her. His breath brushed her face, and her hands started to tremble uncontrollably, making the simple task very difficult. Finally, the rose was pinned on Qin Yan's chest. Qin Yan looked down, his thick eyelashes casting tiny shadows under his eyes. Relax a little, Song Yuelon. Suddenly feeling weightless, she instinctively reached out to grab something but touched the man's strong shoulder blades. His palm pressed against her lower back, and his fingertips gently stroked through the thin fabric. The warm sensation climbed up her spine. The silk and satin rubbed softly, making faint sounds. Qin Yan's breathing suddenly grew heavier, his broad shoulders tightening into a cold, hard arc. Qin Yan swallowed hard and sighed. So light. Song Yuemei looked at Zhao Shuisheng with a pitiful expression. She spoke with a crying tone. Brother Shuisheng, our family didn't get a room. Zhao Shuisheng felt guilty. Yuemei, it's not that I don't want to help you. My dad also has no choice. There are so many people watching at the factory. He really wants to help you, so he asked everyone to give your family more points. Hearing Zhao Shuisheng's words, Song Yuemei felt a little better. But she still felt something was wrong, so she asked again, then why are our scores still so low? Zhao Shuisheng frowned. Did your family offend someone recently? Song Yuemei wiped her eyes. How could that be? My parents are honest people. They have always been kind to others. Zhao Shuisheng looked a bit troubled. Really? I heard about your sister. Song Yuemei's face instantly darkened when Zhao Shuisheng mentioned Song Yuan. She impatiently interrupted him and said, she just saw someone with money and insisted on marrying them. What does that have to do with us not getting a house? That marriage was originally mine. I was thinking only of you, but that girl took it away. But Song Yulan saw that the other person was from Jinghai and just went along. Song Yuemei continued, Brother Shuisheng, people outside are just talking nonsense. Don't believe them. Zhao Shuisheng nodded. Song Yuemei suddenly seemed to remember something and excitedly said, when school starts, I'll go to college with you, okay? Zhao Shuisheng was surprised and asked loudly, why would you go with me? His voice was a bit loud, attracting the attention of passers-by. Song Yuemei covered his mouth. Lower your voice, she whispered. Song Yulan got married and isn't going to college. I want to go instead. Zhao Shuisheng looked suspicious. Really? Song Yuemei swore. Of course, there's no lie. My parents even gave her money. She wasn't lying. When Song Yulan left, she did take some money from home. So, she was determined to go to that college. Song Yuemei said, I'll go to a university in Jinghai. Jinghai is close to your school. Maybe we'll be together again. Zhao Shuisheng hesitated. Is that possible? Song Yuemei replied. Why not? When I registered, I just said I was Song Yulan. Who would suspect? She had seen many cases of people pretending to be others to get into college. Once, a neighbor of hers did that, went to a teacher's college pretending to be someone else, and was assigned as a teacher. It wasn't discovered until they were about to retire. But what difference did it make then? A lifetime had already passed, and she was confident she wouldn't get caught. Song Yuemei said, Shuisheng, you need to help me. Your little uncle works in the household registration office, right? I want to change my name. She had thought about this for a long time. She planned to change her name to Song Yulan and take her place at the college. She plans to return to her hometown after a few years. This way, if someone asks when she will get into college, she can deliberately delay her answer by a year or two. After all, the people back home probably won't go out of their way to find out her real situation. Zhao Shuisheng looked hesitant and muttered, Is that okay? Seeing this, Song Yuemei quickly comforted him. Of course it is. I've already talked to Song Yulan about it. Zhao Shuisheng frowned slightly, seeming worried. Song Yuemei softly said, Don't you want to stay with me forever? She continued, Our family no longer has a house, Brother Shuisheng. Won't you agree to this small request? Her tone carried a hint of pleading. Zhao Shuisheng was silent for a moment, then finally made up his mind and slowly nodded. Okay. Since they had already discussed it, it probably wouldn't be too difficult to make it happen. Zhao Shuisheng thought that if Song Yuemei really could go to college, it would be a good thing for him too. Thinking of this, he nodded again and said to Song Yuemei, Give me your household registration book. I'll help you handle it. Hearing this, Song Yuemei felt relieved and a happy smile appeared on her face. She threw herself into Zhao Shuisheng's arms, playfully saying, You are the best to me. Song Yueme hugged Zhao Shuixing tightly. In her life, she was determined to become Zhao Shuixing's main wife. From 4 in the morning until 10 at night, the wedding lasted for 18 hours. Song Yuelan sat on a carved wooden bed in the courtyard, seemingly still lost in a long, unreal dream. Her body finally couldn't support sitting like that anymore. She collapsed onto the bed, soft and limp. Her eyes gazed blankly at the wooden beams above. So tired, Song Yuelan sighed, feeling that getting married was really exhausting. Today, she had been like a robot following a set program. At first, it was a bit strange, but by the end, she felt numb. She smiled at countless people today, moving from north to south. Mechanically, she repeated all the wedding rituals, her face almost stiff. She couldn't help but reach out and rub her cheeks. Looking back to her previous life, she thought that attending a friend's wedding was just a simple meal. When it was her turn to get married, she realized how complicated marriage really was. Absolutely no more next time, was Song Yuelan's thought. From time to time, she heard people talking in the yard. Suddenly, she heard the door opening. Song Yuelan was too lazy to get up and look, so she lazily tilted her head and looked toward the door. Qin Yan came in carrying food. Are you hungry? I brought you something to eat, Qin Yan said as he entered the room. Song Yuelan rolled on the bed a little. She got up and sat by the table. She took the noodles, blew on them carefully, then took a sip of the soup, feeling much better. Mumbling vaguely, Song Yuelan asked, Brother Yan, are you not eating? Qin Yan shook his head. He had drunk a lot of alcohol today and felt a bit excited with no appetite. I'm not hungry. He sat beside Song Yuelan and watched her eat. Her eating looked very good and tempting. Qin Yan's eyes darkened slightly and he casually said, Tonight, I hope you don't mind sharing a room with me. In this courtyard, Grandma and the third uncle's family all lived here. Naturally, they couldn't have separate rooms like at home. Song Yuelan took a big bite of noodles and casually said, No problem, Qin Yan, I'll sleep on the floor. After saying that, he moved the bedding from the bed and laid it on the floor beside the bed. Just as he was about to continue tidying up, a soft knock on the door suddenly sounded. Hearing the sound, Song Yuelan quickly put down her chopsticks and hurried to open the door. When she opened it, she saw Qin Yan's grandma standing outside. Grandma smiled and said, I brought you some hangover soup. I see Xiao Yan drank quite a bit. She handed the bowl of soup to Song Yuelan. Song Yuelan quickly took the bowl with both hands, grateful, and said, Thank you, Grandma. Grandma stood at the door, peeking through the door at the bedding beside the bed. She was momentarily stunned and asked with confusion, You all, after just getting married, who wouldn't sleep in the same bed as their new spouse? Seeing this, Song Yuelan quickly regained her composure and hurriedly explained, Grandma, it's like this. I accidentally got my hairpin caught in the quilt just now, and Yengo is helping me find it. Grandma Qin Yan listened and finally relaxed a little. She smiled and said, Oh, I see. You should look for it quickly so you don't delay your sleep. Song Yuelan nodded repeatedly and replied, Yes, Grandma. You should rest early too. You've had a long day. After Grandma Qin Yan turned to leave, Song Yuelan immediately let out a sigh of relief. She quickly turned around and tidied up the bedding on the ground. She kept muttering, Hurry Yengo, go to bed. Otherwise, if Grandma suddenly comes again in the morning, it will be even harder to explain. Qin Yan pretended not to understand and asked, Go to bed and sleep? Song Yuelan nodded vigorously. Yes, acting. Of course, it has to be more real. If Grandma surprises us in the morning and finds us sleeping separately, how can we explain? Today was so tiring that she couldn't promise to get up early to tidy the bed. She decided to let the other person sleep in the bed. Qin Yan remained calm and said, That's not very good. Song Yuelan was a bit anxious. What's wrong with that? Yengo, aren't you worried I might take advantage of you? She raised her hand and swore, I swear, my sleeping posture is very good. Brother Yan, can you help me zip up my dress? Qin Yan turned around. Song Yuelan was sitting on the bed, about to turn around herself. But Qin Yan moved faster. He took 2 steps to her and bent down to unzip her dress. His fingertips accidentally touched her back skin, causing Song Yuelon to shiver. She forced a small, polite smile and explained, "I'm a bit ticklish." Qin Yan withdrew his hand without saying anything. Sometimes, Song Yuelon felt Qin Yan was quite intimidating, especially when his body was close to hers, making her feel more overwhelmed. His body leaned down as if he could envelop her completely. Fortunately, all of this was just a brief moment. Soon, Qin Yan straightened up, and the feeling of pressure disappeared. Song Yuelon let out a breath, thinking it was probably just her imagination. After Qin Yan left, she hurried to change into a nightgown, then quickly washed her face and brushed her teeth. She was really exhausted and too sleepy. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep, not even noticing when Qin Yan returned. Qin Yan went to the eaves of the house and couldn't help but light a cigarette. Tonight's moon was very beautiful, big and round, lighting up half the yard. At this moment, Qin Jijun was also in the yard and saw Qin Yan. "You're not asleep yet." Qin Yan took a puff of his cigarette. "Third uncle." Qin Jijun patted his nephew's shoulder. "Your dad must be very happy today." It was a sad regret that his brother didn't see Qin Yan's wedding on such a joyful day. Qin Jijun felt the mood was a bit heavy and changed the subject. "How does it feel to get married?" Qin Yan bit his cigarette and replied, "Very good." Qin Jijun nodded. "That's good." Since returning from abroad, Qin Yan had learned to smoke. He knew smoking was bad for health. He was a doctor after all, but he never stopped Qin Yan. Qin Yan smoked rarely. It was more about releasing stress than addiction. He didn't want to take away this small right from his nephew. Sometimes he thought it was good to vent. Qin Jijun said, "Rest early." Qin Yan nodded, and he was left alone in the yard. The cigarette tip flickered constantly in the darkness. Qin Yan took a deep breath and exhaled smoke. The blue-gray smoke blurred his features. He made up his mind that since they were already married, he would take things slowly. In the morning, Song Yuelon was awakened by the heat. Today, the sunlight was very strong, almost shining through the curtains. When she tried to open her eyes, she was still confused about where she was. All she could see was a familiar pattern of her pajamas. She sat up and realized she had been sleeping close to Qin Yan. They were too close, which made her feel hot. Song Yuelon's face turned red, and she quietly moved back. Yesterday, she had proudly claimed she slept well, but this morning she was proven wrong. She moved back while secretly glancing at Qin Yan. Compared to her sleeping position, Qin Yan's sleep was very neat. His hands were resting calmly on his sides, and even his breathing was steady. But even her gentle movements had woken him up. When Qin Yan opened his eyes, his gaze was clear, not at all like someone just waking up. "Qin Yan, good morning." Song Yuelon secretly felt glad she woke up early. "Good morning, Brother Yan." Qin Yan sat up. "Are you hungry?" Song Yuelon touched her stomach. "A little." "Qin Yan, then let's go eat." Song Yuelon looked at the clock in surprise. It's already 10 o'clock. She had slept for so long. Today was their second day of marriage, and waking up so late didn't seem right. Song Yuelon took her qipao from her bag. Qin Yan went to wash up, and she hurried to change out of her pajamas. The zipper on the qipao was hard to pull up, but after the second try, Song Yuelon shamelessly asked Qin Yan for help. She stood in front of the mirror, arranging her hair. She remembered her third aunt saying that new brides should wear their hair in a bun during the first few days after marriage. She rolled the ends of her hair inward to form a loose bun. Song Yuelon didn't have a suitable hairpin, so she simply clipped 2 roses from her bedside onto her hair. Last night, she saw those 2 roses, which looked like a brooch, and thought they were very beautiful. She couldn't bear to throw them away. She placed the 2 roses in a small bottle with a few drops of spiritual spring water and kept it by her bed. Because the roses had been nourished by the spiritual spring, they didn't wither. Instead, they bloomed even more beautifully. She was in front of the mirror, playing with her hair. But her eyes were drawn to the reflection of Qin Yan in the mirror. Qin Yan was standing near the bed, completely unaware that he was being watched. He reached out and grabbed the hem of his pullover, pulling it slightly. His well-defined back was fully on display for Song Yuelon to see. Song Yuelon looked at herself in the mirror. Qin Yan's figure was really good, much better than the male celebrities she had seen in her past life. Broad shoulders, a slim waist, and a strong waistline. It made her face feel warm and her heart race. Qin Yan's hand, however, moved toward his waistband. Song Yuelon didn't dare to look any longer. She turned around quickly and said to the door, "Brother Yan, I'll wait for you outside." The door closed with a loud sound. Grandma Qin looked at Song Yuelon getting up and smiled. "You're awake. Are you hungry?" Auntie Sen stood nearby and praised, "You look even more beautiful than a flower." Song Yuelon was wearing a dark red cheongsam embroidered with silver orchids. The pink roses in her hair made her look playful. Although she was newly married, her aura seemed more like that of a young girl. The old lady took Song Yuelon's hand and smiled. "Young girl, no matter how you dress, you look lovely. Here, this is for you." The old lady took off a transparent jade bracelet from her wrist and put it on Song Yuelon's wrist. Song Yuelon lowered her head. "Grandma, I can't accept this." Grandma interrupted her. "I've prepared a gift for Qin's daughter-in-law. If you don't believe it, ask Auntie San." Auntie Sen nodded. "Yuelon, just accept it. I have one too. If you don't take it, the old lady will be upset tonight." Since Auntie Sen said so, Song Yuelon naturally couldn't refuse. Auntie San was about to go to the kitchen to cook. Song Yuelon planned to go with her. Auntie San stopped her. "The new bride shouldn't do housework," she whispered. "No need to feel embarrassed. When I just got married, the old lady didn't let me do chores either. This is an important time in your life. Just enjoy yourself these days." She excitedly said, "Mom, I'm going out now." "Where are you going?" Huiqiao's mom called from behind. "I'm going to the research institute." Huiqiao's voice sounded far away, followed by a loud bang as the door closed. Her footsteps gradually faded. Not long after, Mr. Han came home from work. As soon as he entered, he noticed only his wife was there and asked casually, "Where is Huiqiao?" Huiqiao's mom replied, "She went to the research institute." "Did you see her?" Hearing this, Mr. Han immediately understood. He frowned and said, "Did she go to see Qin Yan?" Huiqiao's mom nodded, showing a hint of helplessness. Huiqiao is the youngest daughter in the family. She has been spoiled by everyone since she was little, especially by her father, who loves her very much. Everyone knows she likes Qin Yan, and they let her do as she wishes. Seeing this, Mr. Han was unhappy. He snorted and said, "Nonsense. Qin Yan is already married. Why is she still going to see him?" Huiqiao's mom was surprised and asked, "What? Qin Yan is married? When did that happen?" She hadn't heard anything about it. Mr. Han said, "I just found out today." Huiqiao's mom was worried. "What if Huiqiao gets upset when she finds out?" Mr. Han replied, "She doesn't know either. Why should she tell us? It's all her own wish. Huiqiao knows Qin Yan is married now. It's probably better she gives up. She is about to start her second year of college. Last semester, she only passed 2 courses after retaking exams. She should focus on studying properly." Huiqiao went to Qin Yan's research institute and greeted the security guard. His father works at the nearby research institute, so their places are close. She knows the guard well. When she entered, everyone was whispering about something. But as soon as they saw her, they stopped talking and greeted her. She felt a bit strange, but didn't ask directly. Instead, she decided to go find Zhang Zhou. Before she reached the office, she heard Zhang Zhou speaking. "Hey, did you see how Qin Yan looked yesterday?" Huiqiao slowed down on purpose when she heard about Qin Yan. "You see, don't think he's calm and cool usually. On his wedding day, he was nervous too. When he was receiving the bride, I saw him take deep breaths several times." Han Huiqiao was buzzing with excitement after hearing Zhang Zhou's words.
Qin Yan?
Getting married? Did she hear it wrong? Han Huiqiao stood frozen in place, looking incredulous. Zhang Zhou was happily talking about funny stories of Qin Yan's wedding preparations. At this moment, he noticed everyone in the office had fallen silent. He felt confused and stopped talking, turning to look at the door. Han Huiqiao was quietly standing outside, her face showing mixed emotions. Jiang Zhou felt a bit awkward and quickly forced a smile, saying, Huaiqiao, you're here. Han Huaiqiao had previously brought some snacks to Jiang Zhou. As the saying goes, people are soft-spoken when they eat, and they are short-tempered when they take. Jiang Zhou felt a little embarrassed around her. Her eyes were red as she asked, Did you just say Qin Yan got married? Is that true? She was very shocked by this news because she had never heard that Qin Yan had a partner, let alone that she was married. Jiang Zhou scratched his head, feeling helpless, and replied, Yes, it's true. I attended the wedding yesterday. The scene was indeed a bit awkward. But, after all, Qin Yan didn't know Han Huaiqiao, and there was no need to tell her about the wedding. Jiang Zhou wanted to change the subject and picked up some candies from the table, asking, Do you want some of these candies? The candies were wrapped in red paper, clearly wedding candies. However, Han Huaiqiao found the red paper very glaring, as if mocking her. She suddenly took a step back and said bitterly, I won't eat them. After saying that, she turned and ran away. Little ball, kick the foot, Malin blooms on the 21st. 28256, 28257. Sister-in-law, you're so amazing. In the yard, Qin Jijun's twin daughters looked at Song Yulan with starry eyes. Song Yulan skillfully moved through the elastic band. Every move she made was perfect, and the elastic seemed to come alive under her feet, bouncing with her rhythm. The two little girls held the elastic, watching her with admiration. If their sister-in-law taught them this set of moves, they would be able to walk confidently at school. Finally, the elastic band was taller than all of them. Song Yulan easily jumped over the elastic band, which was higher than her height. Her movements were smooth and flowing, with no hesitation. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, This isn't hard. With more practice, I can do it. When she was a child, she often played jump rope with her classmates. Conquering two little girls was no problem for her. After playing with the elastic band, the two little girls suggested, Sister-in-law, let's play with bean bags. Xiaohei was also brought into the courtyard, and this game could be played there too. So, the twins pulled him into the game. The three of them and the dog played happily. They threw the bean bags too hard, and one flew over the wall. Song Yulan gasped, I'll go pick it up. Wait here for me. She stepped outside the yard and followed the wall to look for it. Song Yulan found it strange. The bean bag was definitely nearby, but she couldn't find it. Not far away, she faintly heard Qin Yan talking. Curious, she instinctively moved toward the sound. She was standing at a corner, just slightly tilting her head. She could see Qin Yan talking with a girl. Qin Yan saw Song Yulan playing with the twins. She was so absorbed in the game that her face was flushed from exercise. He bought some ice pops from the nearby supply store to help them cool down. But before he could go inside, a stranger stopped him. Qin Yan was sure he didn't know this person. But the stranger started talking nonsense. Qin Yan said impatiently, I don't know you. Don't come looking for me again. Han Huaiqiao knew that after Qin Yan got married, he didn't want to believe it. She knew where Qin Yan's family lived. But the stranger wasn't at home, so she went to Qin Yan's grandmother's house. After a long wait, she finally saw Qin Yan there. As soon as she saw Qin Yan, Han Huaiqiao's emotions collapsed. I've liked you for a long time. You said you didn't like anyone. Why did you suddenly get married? Song Yulan was curious inside. She pricked up her ears to listen more clearly. She wondered what kind of relationship that girl had with Qin Yan. From this conversation, it sounded like she was a secret crush. At this moment, she heard Qin Yan say, Yulan, come here. Song Yulan opened her eyes wide, wondering when Qin Yan had realized she was here. She had no choice but to nervously walk over to Qin Yan's side. Han Huaiqiao also noticed Song Yulan and immediately recognized her as the girl they met outside the wedding dress shop that day.
So, what she saw that day was Qin Yan.
Tears streamed down her face even more fiercely. Qin Yan coldly said, If you suddenly come over and say strange things, it will cause a lot of trouble for me and my wife. I hope we don't meet again in the future. I won't say the same thing twice. Qin Yan's words grew colder with each sentence. Although it was hot summer, Song Yulan could feel a chilling coldness in his tone. Qin Yan grabbed Song Yulan's hand and pulled her away. She was pulled along by him and couldn't help but follow. Just as she was about to step out of Han Huiqiao's line of sight, she couldn't help but glance back at the girl who had been crying in place. He slightly tightened his grip on Song Yuelan's hand. She immediately turned around, looking fierce. Qin Yan held Song Yuelan's hand but didn't go straight home. Only after making sure no one else was around did he slowly loosen his grip. He looked at Song Yuelan, silent for a moment, then asked, "Do you have anything you want to ask?" Song Yuelan thought to herself that this was a strange question. Should she ask or not? She hesitated but finally decided to test the waters and asked, "How did you know I was there?" Qin Yan raised an eyebrow, seeming a bit surprised by her question. He was silent for a moment and then said, "Footsteps." Song Yuelan suddenly understood. She had said she didn't see Qin Yan turn around, so how could he know she was there? She nodded, then remembered the girl and carefully chose her words, saying, "That girl looks a bit pitiful." Hearing this, Qin Yan's brow furrowed slightly. He looked at Song Yuelan intently and after a moment he slowly spoke, "You feel sorry for her?" Hearing the dangerous tone in his voice, Song Yuelan quickly said, "Of course not. When dealing with someone you dislike, you should be as ruthless as autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves." "Yan Go, well done." Qin Yan finally chuckled softly and said, "I hope in the future you'll ask me directly about anything you're curious about. Don't doubt, don't guess, and don't try to understand him through others." Song Yuelan suddenly remembered Qin Yan's leg injury and asked, "How did you hurt your leg?" Immediately, she felt that this question might not be appropriate. Song Yuelan said, "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." Qin Yan slightly smiled and said, "I've mentioned that my parents are divorced." He then broke off a piece of ice cream and handed it to Song Yuelan, telling her to eat while listening. A few years ago, Qin Yan's father went to study in Port City, where he met Qin Yan's mother. Qin Yan's mother was a wealthy businesswoman from Port City. Her grandparents were Hungarian and also ran businesses there. The story of Qin Yan's parents is a bit like the beginning of a romantic novel. His mother fell in love at first sight with Qin Yan's father. Their love naturally faced opposition from Qin Yan's grandparents. But Qin Yan's mother was someone who valued love above all else and was willing to risk everything for it. Her family had no choice but to give in, and before they could get married, Qin Yan was born. At that time, Qin Yan's father was just a college student. To take care of his pregnant wife, he juggled studying and working. His pride prevented him from bowing to his wife's family. During that period, Port City was experiencing rapid economic growth, with many industries thriving. Qin Yan's father, through his effort and talent, earned a good income. Although his income was relatively high, it still couldn't meet his wife's material demands. Qin Yan's mother had grown up in a privileged environment and had material pursuits far beyond ordinary people's. A simple dress could cost as much as several months' salary for Qin Yan's father. This huge gap in spending created great pressure for him, but Qin Yan's mother was unaware of it. At that time, Qin Yan was only about 3 or 4 years old. His memories of family life were mostly filled with his parents' frequent arguments. There were hardly any other happy moments. His mother often cried and complained about life's hardships. Even when Qin Yan was hungry all day, she had no time to care for him. Not long after, Qin Yan's parents' marriage ended. Qin Yan's mother quickly found a man who could satisfy her material desires and left Qin Yan and his father without hesitation. Qin's mother's family also strongly opposed her taking the child, worried that Qin Yan's presence might affect her pursuit of happiness. Faced with these changes, Qin's father was exhausted both physically and emotionally. He took his son back to Jinghai and started a new life. From then on, Qin Yan had no contact with his mother's side. He only went abroad to study. There, he met a noble lady. Yes, Qin's mother. Qin Yan's eyes looked very much like his grandfather's, which made Qin's mother suspicious. When she learned that Qin Yan was her son, her motherly love from over 10 years ago suddenly returned. Qin's mother visited Qin Yan every day. When she found out he was doing well in school, she kept asking him to stay. Although he refused her many times, she never gave up. Later, Seeing that Qin Yan was determined to leave, she came up with an idea. Qin's mother had a friend's daughter who liked Qin Yan, and she kept trying to match them. One day, she gave the girl and Qin Yan some special medicine to influence feelings, then locked them in a room together. Song Yuelan looked at Qin Yan with a mix of feelings, feeling a little sad. She knew Qin Yan's personality and believed he wouldn't give in easily. Qin Yan broke the window without hesitation, planning to escape through it. That day, it was pouring rain outside, and the ground was slippery. He had just taken the medicine to influence feelings, so his body was a bit out of control. As Qin Yan tried to climb out the window, his foot slipped, and he fell straight from the 4th floor. Song Yuelan looked up at Qin Yan. Although he spoke calmly, she could imagine how intense that night had been. She had seen the scar and could picture how fierce the situation was. She never expected that behind that scar was such a cruel story. Qin Yan said, "That's how I hurt my leg." He lowered his eyes, looking harmless. Song Yuelan felt mixed emotions, even sadness. Qin Yan was a good person and shouldn't have gone through this. She blinked, tears forming in her eyes. Qin Yan looked at Song Yuelan and smiled slightly. "Feeling uncomfortable? Don't worry, I have you to help treat my leg." Qin Yan, being a scientist, couldn't be confined by a leg injury. Qin Yan reminded her, "The ice cream is melting." Song Yuelan looked down quickly and saw that her ice cream was slowly melting, with cream dripping down the stick. She felt a little annoyed because this cream ice cream was very easy to melt. She licked the cream on the ice cream. Qin Yan watched her movements with interest. Sometimes, showing weakness can make others feel soft. He knew Song Yuelan was a kind-hearted person, so he didn't mind sharing his experiences with her. He hoped she would feel sorry for him. Song Yuelan and Qin Yan stayed at their grandmother's house for 3 days. Today was the day to return to her husband's home, but since Song Yuelan didn't have a family in Jinghai, this part was skipped. She sat in the living room eating breakfast. Today, no one was at home. Her third uncle and aunt went to work, her grandmother went to the market with her close friend, and the twins went to their grandparents' house. After waking up, Qin Yan was not there. A breakfast was specially left for her on the table, and Song Yuelan ate it slowly. Then she heard sounds outside the door. There was a lively call from the yard. She looked up and saw Qin Yan walking in. "Where did you go?" Qin Yan strode in, holding a straw hat, which he placed directly on her head. "After breakfast, I'll take you somewhere. Bring 2 sets of clothes to change into." Song Yuelan became more curious. "Where exactly are we going?" Qin Yan replied, "You'll find out when we get there." She hurriedly finished her breakfast and went to get 2 sets of clothes. When she stepped outside, she saw Qin Yan get into a black car nearby. She put her things down and sat in the passenger seat, looking at him curiously. "Where did this car come from?" Qin Yan said, "Borrowed." Song Yuelan asked, "Can you drive?" Qin Yan replied, "I learned while studying abroad." Actually, she could drive too, but only automatic cars. She rolled down the window, letting the cool breeze in. Leaning back in her seat, she sighed, "This is so comfortable." Anyway, Qin Yan couldn't sell her, so she just enjoyed herself. When Song Yuelan's gaze fell on the blue sea, a wave of joy rose in her heart. The ocean, Jinghai's neighboring city, Tianyuan, is a coastal city famous for its beautiful sea views. Qin Yan carefully parked the car, then turned to Song Yuelan and said, "Let's go." Song Yuelan eagerly opened the car door. This was her first time seeing the ocean of this era with her own eyes. Compared to later times, the ocean here seemed bluer and clearer, like a pure world untouched by pollution. She looked around and saw that there weren't many tall buildings nearby. The horizon stretched far away, beautiful enough to make her heart race. Suddenly, she thought that if she had known she was coming here, she should have brought some tools like shovels. There weren't many people on the beach, so there might be some good things to find, and she could take the opportunity to go to the sea. Qin Yan seemed to notice her thoughts and said, "Let's go to the island." Song Yuelan asked curiously, "Go to the island?" Qin Yan explained, "There is a small island over there. We can go see it and come back tomorrow." Although she had seen the ocean before, she had never been on an island. This idea made her very excited. "Sounds good." No wonder Qin Yan asked her to bring 2 sets of clothes for changing. If she had known they were going to the island, she would have bought a pretty swimsuit. They took a small fishing boat to the island. The island had about 40 or 50 households, mostly fishermen. Many children looked at them curiously because outsiders rarely came here. Qin Yan led her to a house, and an uncle in his 50s or 60s came out. Qin Yan said, "Uncle Tian, I brought my wife here to stay for a couple of days." Uncle Tian looked excited and said, "Oh, you have a wife now? Congratulations, congratulations." He then took out a bunch of keys, unlocked one, and handed it to Qin Yan. "The house is still the same as before. I'll send some firewood and food supplies later." Qin Yan took the keys and thanked him. Song Yuelon followed his lead and asked, "Have you been here before?" Qin Yan slowed down and said, "When I was tired, I would come here to stay for a couple of days. Long periods of work can be tiring, and he hadn't been to this small island often. Coming here a few days a year was quite relaxing." Qin Yan led Song Yuelon to a small house. This house was a bit smaller than others, but it had everything needed. Outside, there was even a small yard surrounded by a low wall. "Qin Yan, we'll stay here tonight. The bedroom is neatly made with clean bedding, clearly taken care of." "Qin Yan, this is Uncle Tian's house. He is the village chief here. Since he occasionally stays for a few days, he decided to rent this house long-term. Uncle Tian's wife often comes to clean the house or air out the bedding, just in case Qin Yan visits someday. Outside is the sea, so Song Yuelon naturally can't stay inside for long." Qin Yan picks up some seaside tools. "Come on, let's go for a walk." Song Yuelon is excited. "Can we catch big sea snails or fish?" She has watched many videos of seaside catching before, and she really wants to try. Qin Yan chuckles softly. "Yes, I will make sure you catch some." Qin Yan knows this island well. He takes Song Yuelon to a quiet beach. There are no other people nearby, only the two of them. Song Yuelon spots her first target, a proud, big crab. She quickly grabs her metal tongs and puts the crab into a small bucket nearby. 1-2, Song Yuelon is lucky and catches quite a few right away. She then looks around for Qin Yan's location. Qin Yan has changed into swim shorts, showing his tall, strong figure. He is standing on the biggest rock by the shore. Suddenly, he jumps into the sea. Song Yuelon's eyes widen. This looks so cool. Soon, Qin Yan swims back to shore, holding a big fish. Song Yuelon runs over with her bucket. "Put it here. Looks like tonight's seafood feast is secured." Song Yuelon is a bit excited. "Brother Yan, your dive was so cool." "Qin Yan, can you swim? Want to try it?" Song Yuelon nods. "Yes, I can." "Qin Yan, come with me." He pulls Song Yuelon back onto the rock. Standing there, Song Yuelon realizes this place is higher than she thought. Her legs feel a bit weak. Qin Yan immediately wraps his arms around her from behind. "Leave it to me." His body is wet with seawater, pressed close to hers, and Song Yuelon feels her breathing quicken. Qin Yan whispered in her ear, "Relax. When we go into the sea later, you can open your eyes and look around." Next, Song Yuelon felt a sense of weightlessness. They both fell into the sea together. Startled, Song Yuelon remembered Qin Yan's words and opened her eyes. The clear underwater world was filled with colorful small fish swimming around, and vibrant coral reefs swayed gently. She felt like she was part of this underwater scene. Then, she sensed a force breaking through the water. Qin Yan lifted her out of the sea. Both of them were soaked from head to toe. The sea breeze made her shiver. As the sunset dipped below the horizon, the golden glow painted the entire sea surface in bright, beautiful gold. Seagulls circled in the sky, their wings shining silver in the sunlight as they flew in groups. Sunlight shone on Song Yuelon, water droplets falling from her like tiny sparkling gems. She looked at the scene before her and said, "It's so beautiful." Qin Yan glanced at her and softly agreed. "Yes, very beautiful." Song Yuelon enjoyed her long-awaited seafood feast. They had caught many small sea creatures by the shore. Back at the same house, there were ingredients and firewood at the door. It was probably brought by Uncle Tian. First, Song Yuelon changed her clothes and started cooking. The freshly caught seafood was delicious even when simply steamed. She took some small seafood and steamed it directly. Among the ingredients Uncle Tian brought were a few lively big prawns, some salted duck eggs, and vegetables. She planned to make egg yolk shrimp congee. The island was surrounded by sea breeze, and they had just played in the water for a long time. A warm meal would help chase away the cold. She heated a clay pot, poured in oil, and stir-fried the shrimp heads to release shrimp oil. Then she added a few slices to remove the fishy smell and add flavor. Once the shrimp heads were cooked, she added salted egg yolk and stir-fried until bubbling, then poured in water and brought it to a boil. She removed the shrimp heads and added rice. She didn't waste the egg whites from the salted eggs. She poured them into the congee and simmered gently. After the congee was ready, she went to see Qin Yan in the yard. Qin Yan had already cleaned and gutted the big fish she caught. She planned to roast the fish. Qin Yan used firewood from the yard to make a simple, makeshift grill. The fire has already been lit. Song Yuelon smiled and said, "Leave the rest to me." She placed the fish on the charcoal fire and brushed a layer of oil on it. Fish grilled over charcoal tastes much better. In the past, many shops would just fry the fish for convenience and then stew it, but that doesn't taste as good. The fish cooks quickly. After about 10 minutes, the fish skin on the grill turns golden and sizzles with oil. She sprinkled a little cumin on it, and Song Yuelon sniffed the aroma. It seemed like the smell could be smelled all over the island. Suddenly, she saw a curious orange cat peeking over the wall. It meowed softly. Meow. Apparently, it was attracted by the smell of the grilled fish. Song Yuelon squinted and asked, "Meow meow, do you want to eat fish? Come here so I can pet you." The orange cat seemed to understand and immediately jumped down from the wall, running to lie at Song Yuelon's feet. She found it amusing and threw a piece of fish to it. The cat bit it and ran away quickly. "Hey, I haven't even pet you yet," she called after it. But the cat had already jumped back onto the wall and even flicked its tail at her in a teasing way. Qin Yan moved the table outside into the yard. Song Yuelon intentionally cooked the fish a little longer so it would be dry and flavorful when eaten. The porridge in the clay pot was also ready. She placed the grilled fish on a plate and said, "Dinner is ready." The steamed seafood didn't need any sauce. It was naturally sweet and fresh. She opened a crab's shell, revealing its fat body. The crab roe had solidified into orange chunks, smelling fragrant and delicious. Qin Yan wasn't very interested in seafood, but he enjoyed watching Song Yuelon eat. He peeled the shell and placed the crab meat into a plate. She no longer looked as reserved as before. With someone helping peel the crab, she felt very happy, able to enjoy the rich flavor in one bite. Qin Yan lowered his head and drank the porridge. The egg yolk and shrimp had turned the white rice into a golden color. Every spoonful had a slightly grainy texture from the egg yolk, and the salted egg white balanced the saltiness of the rice. The shrimp was cooked perfectly. Since it was added last, the residual heat from the pot cooked the shrimp just right. It was firm and tender, fresh and juicy. Qin Yan said, "It tastes good. Are you eating?" A woman in her early 40s stands outside the courtyard wall, waving. Qin Yan stands up. "Auntie Tian." Song Yuelon also stands up. "Annie Tian." Annie Tian says, "I heard from your uncle that you brought your wife today. I came especially to see you." She walks into the yard and puts down a big bag of things. All homemade dried seafood inside. "Please don't mind." Before Qin Yan can refuse, Annie Tian continues, "Xiao Qin, you don't eat, and your wife doesn't either. Every time you come, you refuse everything. But this time you should take some. Otherwise, it would seem like we're being too formal." Seeing Song Yuelon look confused, Annie Tian explains, "Thanks to Xiao Qin, our big stone son got into university. Every time he visits, he refuses things. I don't know how to thank him enough. The island's education is much behind the mainland." Their son, Deshur, repeated a year, and just then Qin Yan came to the island. Qin Yan introduced him to a high school outside, and Deshur finally got into university. Deshur told her that the principal saw the letter from Qin Yan and immediately allowed him to study there. It was a great favor, and she couldn't help but thank him. Qin Yan says, "Deshur is also a good student. He had checked Deshur's grades before writing that letter." Annie Tian says, "That's because of your help." Song Yulan says, Annie Tian, I just cooked some porridge. Please take some home to eat. There's still porridge in the clay pot. She scoops a big bowl of egg yolk and shrimp porridge for Annie Tian to try. Annie Tian takes the big bowl of porridge. It looks so good. She hadn't cooked dinner, so she and old Tian planned to just have a bowl of porridge tonight. Auntie Tian hands the hot shrimp porridge to old Tian. Old Tian is curious. Where did this porridge come from? Auntie Tian says, Xiaoqin's wife made it. Old Tian takes a sip of the rice porridge, eyes shining with surprise. Really good. The rice aroma is rich, the shrimp are firm, and the salted egg yolk adds a salty flavor. He never thought salted egg yolk could go so well with shrimp porridge. But together, they create an unexpectedly delicious taste. Auntie Tian takes a sip of the porridge and nods. Xiaoqin's wife is a great cook. Tomorrow, I'll ask her how she made it. They have salted duck eggs and shrimp at home, but she never thought of eating them this way. After dinner, the sky darkened. Some parts of the island still didn't have electricity. The oil lamp flickered as Song Yuelan soaked her feet in warm water. Then she heard a cat meowing. Qin Yan carried an orange cat into the house. The orange cat was very obedient in his hands, quietly being held by the scruff of its neck. Seeing Song Yuelan, it immediately went, meow. Qin Yan said, Caught you stealing food. I found you. There was still some grilled fish left in the kitchen, which they hadn't finished, and the cat came back to steal more. Song Yuelan took the cat and scratched its nose, saying, You ate my fish and still want to run away? She then started to gently pet and rub the cat's head. In her past life, her grandmother had a cat at home. That cat was about her age, and she was very sad when it passed away. The orange cat allowed Song Yuelan to pet it and occasionally looked up at Qin Yan and meowed twice. But when it saw Qin Yan ignoring it, it looked sad and called out twice, without the arrogant attitude it had during the day after eating grilled fish. Song Yuelan petted the big orange cat all over until it was so anxious it meowed loudly, trying to get her to stop. Then she slowly fed it until it was full and let it go home. She yawned and said, Time to sleep, Brother Yan. Inside the house, there was a large kong, a traditional heated bed, big enough for 4 people to lie on. Suddenly, outside the door, a dog barked loudly. Then they heard a woman's crying and shouting, Child, I fainted. I need to go to the hospital. Please help me. Song Yuelan immediately became alert. What happened? She asked. There weren't many people on the island. Everyone lived close together. When the woman cried out, almost half the island's families heard her. Many people came out of their houses. What's wrong? Someone shouted loudly. Zhang's daughter suddenly has a fever and fainted, another person answered. Uncle Tian heard this and hurried out, looking serious. Quick, find some people to row a boat and take the child to the hospital outside, he said. One person looked worried and said, Village chief, the big boats have already gone out to fish. Only small boats are left. The big boats had gone fishing, and Zhang's husband was among them. The small boats were at home now, but the sea was rough at night, so it wasn't safe to go out. Uncle Tian, we also need to send the person for treatment. I will go and open the boat. A little medical knowledge. Can I take a look? A girl's voice asked. Everyone looked over. It was the young couple who arrived on the island today. Uncle Tian expressed gratitude. Sorry to trouble you, young lady. Zhang's wife, let the young lady take a look first. The woman immediately became excited upon hearing this. Even if they took the boat to see a doctor outside, once on land, riding a bike to the city, and reaching the hospital, it would take at least 4 or 5 hours. The child's condition couldn't be delayed. She felt uncertain inside. Unexpectedly, there was already a doctor on the island, which gave her a little hope. Song Yuelan crouched down to look at the girl. The girl, about 3 or 4 years old, was being held tightly by her mother. She touched the girl's forehead. It was very hot, and she twitched occasionally, drooling white foam, with purple lips. Zhang Jie wrapped the child in a thick quilt. Song Yuelan shook her head. You can't cover her with so many quilts. The child's temperature was too high. If she couldn't release the heat, her condition would worsen. Zhang Jie hesitated and muttered, My mother-in-law said that covering with a quilt helps sweat and recover faster. In the afternoon, the child had a slight fever. She deliberately let the child rest on the bed, but by evening, she couldn't wake her for dinner. Uncle Tion, who was nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. He scolded, "You didn't listen to the doctor, but listen to your mother-in-law." Zhang Jie suddenly woke up and quickly loosened the quilt from the child. Song Yuelon immediately ordered, "Carry the child to the bed and let her lie on her side." Qin Yan heard this and without hesitation, picked up the child and walked quickly into the room. Zhang Jie was now so frightened she was at a loss. She stumbled and followed Qin Yan. Song Yuelon took out acupuncture needles. The most important thing now was to reduce the child's fever, or her condition could become dangerous. She took the girl's left hand. She inserted the needle at the outer wrist, twisting it left and right to guide the energy. When she felt the energy was enough, she slowly pushed the needle into the naguan point. Next, she took a silver needle and pricked the girl's earlobe. Instantly, a large black lump appeared on the earlobe, and the blood flowing out was black. After a while, the child suddenly coughed twice. Although the two coughs were mild, for Song Yuelon, they were a good sign, at least indicating that the child was no longer having convulsions. She turned around and said, "Give the child more water to drink, maybe some orange or something similar to eat." After all, the child had a high fever for a long time, so it was very important to replenish with saline and vitamin C promptly. Since it was hard to find these items on the island, they could only use warm water and oranges as substitutes. Aunt Tian quickly responded, "I have oranges at home. I'll go back and bring 2. After saying that, she hurriedly turned and left. Just then, the child slowly opened his eyes, mumbling, "Mom, my ear hurts." Hearing the child's cry, Sister Zhang, who had been watching nearby, finally felt relieved. She said excitedly, "Good child, you're awake now. You really scared me." Others in the room said, "Fortunately, this lady was here. Thank goodness. She just gave a few injections and the child woke up." Amazing! Everyone's praise sounded endless. Uncle Tian patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said, "It's thanks to your wife." Song Yuelon advised, "We still need to prepare more fever medicine. Logistics on the island are difficult, and it's very inconvenient if someone has a headache or fever and needs to go out." Sister Zhang sniffed and said, "We had some at home, but I finished them a while ago and forgot to buy more." Song Yuelon continued, "High fever convulsions in children can easily happen again, so we must be very careful. It's best to buy a thermometer so you can check the child's temperature anytime. From now on, if the child's temperature exceeds 38.5 degrees Celsius, give her fever medicine immediately." Sister Zhang nodded repeatedly, grateful beyond words. Song Yuelon said, "Let's observe here for a while." Sister Zhang nodded and said, "Thank you, comrade. I only have this one child. If it weren't for you." Before she finished, tears welled up in her eyes. She was nearly 40 years old when she had this daughter with her husband. If something happened to the child, she didn't want to live anymore. Song Yuelon and Qin Yan sat side by side on the kong, a traditional bed. Although the child had woken up, they still needed to closely monitor his temperature. Sister Zhang occasionally feeds her daughter warm water to keep her hydrated. Song Yuelon sometimes checks the child's temperature and gives her simple massage. Late at night, Sister Zhang gently touches her daughter's forehead and is happy to find she no longer has a fever. She happily picks up her daughter and softly says, "Comrade, thank you so much.
We will leave now."
She feels a bit embarrassed to trouble them so late at night. Qin Yan nods, and Song Yuelon leans on his shoulder, having just fallen asleep. He doesn't move, glances at his watch, and sees it's already 3 a.m. The house is quiet again, with only faint breathing sounds. Qin Yan bends down and places the bed. Song Yuelon mumbles a few words. He softly says, "Sleep now." Hearing this, Song Yuelon turns over and finally falls into a deep sleep. When Song Yuelon wakes up, it is very bright outside. She remembers the girl and hurriedly gets out of bed. Is the child okay now? She steps outside and Qin Yan, standing in the yard, notices her concern. "Don't worry, she had a fever last night and has gone back to normal." Song Yuelon nods, but she is stunned to see 2 or 3 baskets of seafood in the yard. Qin Yan explains, Sister Zhang's husband came back from fishing this morning and brought these over. Song Yulan was still sleeping then and didn't wake her. Song Yulan says, this is too much. The baskets are full of large seafood. Big mackerel, conchs, cuttlefish. Just looking at them makes people hungry. Qin Yan says, take them. People by the sea are simple, and they would feel uncomfortable if they didn't accept the gifts. Song Yulan looks at the fresh big mackerel in the basket and licks her lips. Brother Yan, have you ever eaten mackerel dumplings? To enjoy fresh mackerel dumplings, the two decide quickly and set off by boat to go home. While Qin Yan isn't paying attention, Song Yulan secretly drops a few drops of spiritual spring water into the seafood. At the dock, Qin Yan drives. Private cars in the 1980s are few, and there is no traffic jam. On the way, Qin Yan also buys a bunch of ice pops to keep the seafood fresh. It only takes them a little over 3 hours to reach home. They discussed in the car and decided to go to Grandma's house. They couldn't finish all the seafood they bought. Qin Yan just stopped the car when Song Yulan saw a blonde foreigner walking out of an alley, looking very sad. Qin Yan's eyes twitched because he saw that the person had noticed them. Victor immediately smiled brightly and cheerfully called out, Yan, you're finally back. Qin Yan was direct. What are you here for? Victor widened his eyes. You're so cold. I came specifically to see you. I've already developed the photos. Victor took out the wedding photos he took of Qin Yan and Song Yulan that day. Song Yulan couldn't understand what they were saying. She turned to Qin Yan and asked, should we let your friend stay for dinner? Victor looked curious. What are they talking about? Qin Yan raised an eyebrow. You should leave now. Victor immediately looked a bit hurt. There's something at home, so I need to go back quickly. You forgot I said I wanted to film some documentary footage of your wife. He booked a flight for 3 days later, so he came to find Qin Yan and Song Yulan. Luckily, they weren't home, but he was lucky enough to run into them returning. Qin Yan said, you're lucky. He hadn't even tried the fish dumplings made with mackerel. They couldn't finish all the seafood at once, so some was stored in the fridge. Song Yulan chose a nearly 1-meter-long mackerel. Fresh mackerel must be used for the dumplings. Frozen fish wouldn't taste the same. She cut the mackerel along the middle of the fish bones, using a small spoon to scrape down the pinkish fish meat along the backbone. Gently chopping the fish meat, keeping some texture, makes it tastier. She had tasted this mackerel dumpling when she traveled to a seaside city in her previous life. It was so delicious that she couldn't forget it. Since then, she made it a habit to make mackerel dumplings twice a year herself. Mackerel isn't available in every season, so it's considered a seasonal food. Victor and the cameraman set up the camera. He deliberately dimmed the lights. The lens moved over the mottled brick wall and focused on Song Yulan's gentle, smiling face, covered in flour. In this centuries-old courtyard, the family is busy preparing a special meal. There is a warm and simple feeling in the air. The twin children gather around Song Yulan curiously. Sister-in-law, are we going to eat dumplings? Dumplings are usually only eaten during festivals. But today, they are surprised to find they can enjoy them even without a festival. Song Yulan nods. Have you ever seen green dumplings? The older twin, Huan, rests her chin on her hand and asks curiously, green dumplings too? Aren't dumplings usually white? Song Yulan smiles. You'll see soon enough. She has previously eaten seafood dumplings that use different colors to show different fillings. Green dumplings are not special. They are made by coloring the dough with spinach juice. The twins' eyes widen as they see the dough turn green. It really turned green. Kids love bright, colorful things. In her past life, she had experience taking care of children for relatives. Kids who don't like eating often change the shape or color of their food, and then they want to eat more. She pours scallion and water into the fish filling, seasons it, and stirs clockwise until it's well mixed. Then she adds pork fat and chives to the filling. The elderly woman and the third and also start making dumplings together. The twins watch and imitate the adults, carefully wrapping their own dumplings. Everyone chats and laughs as they work, and soon, all the dumplings are made. Qin Yanjin boils water for cooking the dumplings. Victor looks at the camera with some curiosity. He has eaten dumplings before, but has never seen how they are made. It looks quite complicated. At this moment, Chin Ji-jun comes home from work and sees the busy scene at home, smiling. I knew I'd see magpies calling as soon as I left the house today. So, we're having dumplings today. The third aunt laughs. Not just any dumplings, but fish-filled ones. You probably haven't tried them before. Chin Ji-jun says. No, I haven't. I've never heard of fish dumplings before. Soon, the green fish dumplings float in the boiling water. To help Victor film the process, the dumplings are wrapped under the shade of a tree in the yard. Very quickly, the dumplings in the pot look like little gold ingots, floating to the surface. Victor turns the camera toward the pot and can't help asking, when can we eat them? Only Chin Yen understood what he said. He was too lazy to translate for him. The green dumplings, like jade, steamed in the porcelain dish. Victor aimed his camera at the twins and asked, how does it taste? The two little girls didn't answer, but their expressions already showed him. The light yellow broth, with tiny pieces of fish, combined the spicy aroma of chives, the richness of pork fat, and the sweetness of mackerel, all bursting on the tongue. After finishing filming the last few shots, Victor hurriedly turned off the camera. He was very curious about the taste of these dumplings. To help him, who didn't know how to use chopsticks, Auntie brought him a spoon. Victor scooped up a dumpling and took a bite. The dumpling skin was soft yet chewy, and hot broth immediately burst out inside. A wonderful aroma filled his entire mouth. It was a bit hot, but Victor couldn't stop himself. He took a deep breath to cool his tongue and looked at Chin Yen with envy. Yen, I really envy you. Chin Yen replied casually. You can get married too. Victor immediately shook his head. If I could cook like your wife, I would be very happy. Chin Yen was straightforward. Then stay single. You won't find anyone, Victor. Zhou Jie was watching TV and casually said, yeah, same as always. Why are you asking him? Zhao Shuisheng. A friend wants to change his name. He asked me to find out. Zhou Jie frowned. What kind of friend? If you're not close, don't help him. Just a few days ago, I heard your aunt say that the household registration checks have become stricter. Changing your name as an adult isn't so easy anymore. Zhao Shuisheng replied flatly. Oh, Zhou Jie put down the remote and asked, what kind of friend? Zhao Shuisheng didn't dare to mention Song Yuemei's name and casually said, an old classmate. If it can't be done, forget it. Zhou Jie nodded. Your dad's promotion is settled. You need to stay low-key recently, understand? This was a critical time for old Zhao. The family couldn't afford to fall behind. Zhao Shuisheng smiled a little. Don't worry, Mom. I'm not a kid anymore. Zhou Jie responded casually and then continued watching TV. Zhao Shuisheng walked back to his bedroom. He opened the drawer and found Song Yuemei's household registration book. She had given it to him several days ago, and yesterday, she even asked how things were going. He had always been kind to Song Yuemei and was very proud in front of her. Naturally, he refused to show any weakness, saying that he was already working on it. Now he realized that changing Song Yuemei's name would definitely be known by his mother. His mother already didn't like Song Yuemei. Zhao Shuisheng stared at the household registration book in the drawer, lost in thought. Suddenly, he remembered the small advertisement posted on the telephone pole. Song Yuemei happily took the household registration book. Shuisheng, you really did it. She carefully looked through the book in her hands. This was her hope for the future. Zhao Shuisheng felt a bit proud. Of course. Don't you see who I am? Song Yuemei held his hand. I knew you were amazing. When are we going to Jinghai? Zhao Shuisheng thought for a moment. In 10 days. I'll book the train tickets. In 10 days, school would start again. Song Yuemei nodded in agreement. She knew going to Jinghai would cost a lot of money, so she said, I'll go back and tell my mom. I'll ask for more money. After all, she wanted to live a good life in this new place and not be looked down upon. In less than 10 years, Zhao Shuisheng would be a wealthy man, not just a modest millionaire, but a true millionaire. So she just needed to wait patiently. Chin Yen lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the stack of photos taken by Victor in his hand. His fingers gently flipped through the pictures. It had to be said, Victor, as a director, had a good eye for beauty. These photos were not just simple records. They looked more like vivid paintings, vividly showing the beauty of Song Yuelan. Qin Yan examined each photo carefully, as if he could see the scene at that moment through the lens. Every smile and subtle expression of Song Yuelan was captured perfectly. Although they had been together day and night, Qin Yan still noticed that Song Yuelan's appearance had changed somewhat since they first met. His gaze slowly swept over her eyes, mouth, and nose. Especially the photo where she was looking up at him. Her smile was like spring flowers blooming, just like the beautiful rose on her chest, eye-catching and charming. I liked every look of her. He took out that photo, put it in a wooden frame, and placed it on his desk. Song Yuelan had only been in his bedroom once. He didn't know when she would find out about the photo. Song Yuelan sat on the floor, counting the dollars one by one. This was her biggest income recently, making her very happy. When Qin Yan handed her the $2,000 earlier, her hands trembled a little. She roughly calculated that this money could buy her a house in Jinghai. Houses in Jinghai are very expensive now. She wanted to buy several, so she could live comfortably just by renting them out. She carefully stored the money away, but then she felt a dull pain in her stomach. She rubbed her stomach, and suddenly a warm flow came from below. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly went to the bathroom. She had been here for so long and never had her period. But today it finally arrived. At this time, most people used rough paper. She hurriedly looked for a few sheets, then went downstairs to get a bowl of warm water and slowly drank it. But her lower abdomen still felt uncomfortable. She decided to take a nap because, when her aunt's pain was bad before, sleeping would help a lot. She didn't know how much time had passed when she heard someone calling her. Song Yuelan opened her eyes drowsily. "Brother Yen." Qin Yan looked at her pale face, lying on the bed. "Are you feeling unwell?" Sweat covered her forehead. She opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly vomited. Severe menstrual pain can cause vomiting. Qin Yan didn't bother to tidy up. He picked her up and carried her out of the room. Fortunately, she hadn't returned the car today. Song Yuelan leaned on the seat and softly said, "Brother Yen, you don't need to go to the hospital." Qin Yan started the car. "No, I have to." Song Yuelan was carried to the emergency room by Qin Yan. She was trembling all over. Qin Yan held her tightly, trying to keep her warm. A 40-year-old female doctor saw them and said, "Follow me." She hurriedly led them to the treatment room. "Doctor, what's wrong?" "Qin Yan, I went to call her earlier and found her body temperature was very low. She was confused, and she had just vomited." "Doctor, what did she eat today?" At this moment, Song Yuelan regained consciousness. "Doctor, I have menstrual pain." The doctor suddenly understood. "Oh, it's menstrual pain. I will prescribe you 2 painkillers. Go home and rest." "Qin Yan, take painkillers," the doctor explained. "Menstrual pain is hard to treat directly. Just get through these days, and it will get better." She looked at Song Yuelan. "Is this your first time here?" Song Yuelan nodded. "Doctor, having your period at this age means your body might be a bit undernourished. Eat more nutritious food at home." "Qin Yan, so, is there no cure?" The doctor glanced at Qin Yan. "Who are you to her?" "Qin Yan, her husband." "Doctor, you must be Qin Yan." Qin Yan looked a bit confused. "You remember me?" "Doctor, it's normal if you don't remember. I saw you a few times when you were a child." Qin Yan's eyes are very distinctive. She had some guesses earlier, but she didn't expect it to be really Qin Yan. The doctor smiled and explained, "Maybe you should have children sooner. That can also help with menstrual pain." Song Yuelan weakly, "I have a traditional medicine recipe that can treat menstrual pain. In her past life, she suffered from menstrual pain. Her grandfather gave her a prescription, and just a few doses could cure her." "Doctor, that's even better. We have a traditional medicine pharmacy here. You can show the recipe to the doctor there and get the medicine." "Oh, and by the way," the doctor remembered something. "Are you newlyweds?" Qin Yan nodded. The female doctor thought for a moment. "I'll write you a note. You can go to the family planning office and pick up 2 boxes of condoms directly. Nowadays, family planning supplies are not available everywhere. Don't forget, if your menstrual pain is cured, we should still follow the policy. It's better to delay having more children. Your wife is still young and early pregnancy isn't good for her health. Be careful." Song Yuelan took a deep breath. wishing she could go back 5 minutes to avoid meeting this enthusiastic sister. Qin Yan's ears turned slightly red, and she nodded stiffly. The doctor then said, "When you go to get medicine, also buy some brown sugar from the supply store. It can help with menstrual pain." The female doctor turned to look at Song Yuelan. "Oh, why is your face so red? Young people should learn more about biology," she replied. "Yesterday, there was a newlywed couple who didn't know they had an ectopic pregnancy. They lost a lot of blood, and we almost couldn't save them. You're both so young. It's better to wait a bit before having children." Qin Yan first went to get medicine for Song Yuelan. Then, he went to the supply store and bought 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, of brown sugar. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a discussion nearby. "This is imported, you know. The quality is very good, much better than menstrual pads and toilet paper," said the clerk. A female customer seemed interested but hesitated when she saw the price tag. "This is so expensive. A pack of toilet paper costs only 2 mao, about 20 cents, and a pack of sanitary pads is nearly 2 yuan. Pork costs just over 1 yuan per jin, so you could buy more than a jin of pork with that money." The female customer was clearly weighing her options in her mind. She hesitated for a moment but finally shook her head and decided not to buy. Qin Yan approached the counter. "Does the customer want to buy toilet paper?" The clerk asked. "Sanitary pads?" Qin Yan replied, "Yes, the imported kind." The clerk was surprised. "Oh," Qin Yan clarified, "the one you just mentioned, the imported version." The clerk said, "That's for women," but before she finished, she suddenly realized something. Her eyes lit up, and she said, "Are you buying this for your wife?" She secretly admired the thoughtfulness of the person. Even now, there was a man buying this for his wife. Even women are reluctant to spend that much money on such items. This type of sanitary pad has been in the store for a week, but it hasn't sold well. It was a new product on the shelves, but sales were disappointing. The manager specifically instructed to promote this product more to customers. However, most people hesitated once they saw the price. After all, enduring a little discomfort could save money, and if they hadn't used such products all these years, they could still get by. That's what most women think. The clerk asked, "How many packs would you like?" Qin Yan thought for a moment. 10 packs. Actually, he wasn't quite sure how much of this thing he could use, but he thought buying more wouldn't hurt. The clerk immediately said, "I'll pack it for you." While packing, she admired, "You and your wife have a very good relationship." The clerk noticed the brown sugar in Qin Yan's hand and quickly reminded him, "If your wife has menstrual pain, besides drinking more brown sugar water, she should also avoid cold water and cold foods as much as possible." Qin Yan nodded and took the items. When he left the supply store, he saw the family planning department across the street. Qin Yan rarely hesitated, but after hearing what the female doctor just said, he felt a bit conflicted. His hand slowly reached into his pocket, feeling for the doctor's recent prescription. It was a very thin piece of paper, almost see-through. Because he pressed too hard, the paper became a bit crumpled, and the smooth surface turned uneven. After 2 minutes, Qin Yan took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision, and stepped into the family planning department. There is a saying, "Being prepared prevents trouble." He liked to plan ahead. After Song Yulan returned home, Qin Yan asked her to rest in bed. She had just taken 2 painkillers and was feeling much better. Qin Yan insisted, and she didn't refuse. Lying on the bed, Song Yulan heard the busy sounds from downstairs. After a while, she heard Qin Yan's footsteps. He was holding a blanket and carrying several things. "Qin Yan," the doctor said to keep warm. He wrapped her in the blanket and then took a hot water bottle to prepare a cup of brown sugar water for Song Yulan. She took the cup and drank it quickly. Qin Yan then came back downstairs and soon returned with a bowl of herbal medicine. Song Yulan frowned. "This medicine smells too bitter." Qin Yan raised an eyebrow. "You're so delicate." She forced herself to drink the medicine. The bitter taste spread in her throat, making her grimace. "Song Yulan, Brother Yan, you should give me the medicine first, so it's bitter at first and sweet later. That's the right order." Her tongue felt numb from the bitterness. Qin Yan looked at her pitiful expression and couldn't help but find it funny. He softly said, "Open your mouth." Song Yulan instinctively listened. "Open her mouth," and then she felt a strong smell of milk. She bit twice. Milk candy. Yanji, are there any more candies? Song Yuelon asked eagerly. Qin Yan, it's almost time to sleep. I won't give you any now. Remember to brush your teeth. By the way, Qin Yan casually picked up a sanitary pad. I bought this for you. After saying that, he placed it by the bed and hurriedly left. Song Yuelon reached out and unwrapped it. So, there are sanitary pads now? No. Did Qin Yan buy this on purpose? Song Yuelon twisted her body like a pretzel, touching her slightly hot face. It's the first time someone bought her this kind of thing. In her previous life, when she was in high school, she first got her period. Back then, her grandparents had passed away and her parents were divorced. Her monthly living expenses were very little and her parents' support was often late. A kind senior at school lent her a sanitary pad. Later, she had to save part of her limited allowance to buy these pads. So, she often went hungry for a few meals each month to save enough money. It wasn't until she went to college that her situation gradually improved. Why did she finally choose to become a blogger? Mainly because she was tired of being poor. Every time she needed money, her parents would ask, "Did your dad, mom, give you any?" Only after a while would they transfer the money. Actually, her parents weren't short of money. After remarriage, their children wore clothes worth thousands. But they just didn't want to spend money on her anymore. Song Yuelon lay on the bed feeling a mix of sadness and happiness. In the quiet bedroom, she whispered to herself. Zhou Gang was a bit excited as he took Song Yuelon to see the newly renovated shop. Sister-in-law, what do you think? During the renovation, Song Yuelon suggested using glass to separate the kitchen. That way, people cooking inside could be seen from outside. For a restaurant to last long, cleanliness is very important. As she predicted, the kitchen was separated with large glass panels. Zhou Gang also introduced the staff to her. Sister-in-law, these 3 aunties are all introduced to us by my dad. Zhou Yesheng specially invited 3 retired aunties from Hiyue restaurant to help out. These aunties are quick workers and trustworthy people. They are in their early 50s and have little to do at home. When they heard Zhou Gang's bun shop needed help, they were very happy to come. After all, earning a little more money is much better than staying at home. Song Yuelon asked, "So, are we opening tomorrow?" She checked the calendar before leaving and saw that tomorrow was marked as the opening day. Zhou Gang quickly nodded. "Yes, sister-in-law. If you need any ingredients, I will go buy them later. The shop was almost ready, just missing ingredients." Song Yuelon thought for a moment and said, "Let's prepare 2 flavors of filling, soy sauce pork and mushroom with bok choy. The soy sauce pork buns will be a bit more expensive than regular buns." She was worried about sales, so she prepared vegetarian buns as well. They planned to make 600 buns first, see how they sell, and then decide what to do next. Today was Song Yuelon's first day opening the shop. She woke up early and felt very excited. Qin Yan also needed to go to the research institute today. They left together. She went to the shop and he went to work. Song Yuelon happily jumped off her bicycle. "Yanji, don't forget to come to the shop for buns at noon." Qin Yan's research institute was not far from here. He nodded to show he understood. Zhou Gang came out to greet them. "Sister-in-law, the ingredients are all cleaned and ready." Song Yuelon nodded. Now she could start preparing so they wouldn't miss the noon sale. She began teaching how to make the dough. The aunties at the shop usually cook at home, so they picked up the skills quickly. They prepared both the soy sauce pork filling and the mushroom with bok choy filling at the same time. The pork filling for the soy sauce buns needed to be fried in advance. The bok choy needed to be blanched first, and adding a little baking soda helps keep the greens bright. Don't chop the bok choy too finely, or it won't taste good when hot. The mushrooms also needed to be stir-fried in oil before mixing with the greens and seasoning. Seasoning is the most important part of cooking. Especially in Chinese cuisine, the amount of seasoning added is very delicate. The term appropriate amount doesn't have a fixed standard. It depends on the cook's feel and experience. The amount of seasoning added affects the final taste. The subtle differences in taste can only be truly understood by someone who has mastered cooking skills. That's why, even with the same ingredients, the flavors can vary. Song Yuelon naturally knows this well, so she isn't worried about anti-copying her techniques. After all, making delicious steamed buns quickly is not an easy task. 3 people can easily make 600 buns. Song Yuelan turned to prepare chili oil. Different people have different preferences for how they like to enjoy buns. Some like to dip their buns in vinegar, while others prefer the spicy flavor of chili oil. So, it's always good to prepare a little extra to satisfy different tastes. Zhou Gang was excited when he saw the buns steaming. He had tasted one last time and almost forgot how it tasted. He stared at the freshly steamed buns, occasionally glancing at his watch. Finally, the first batch of braised pork buns was ready. Song Yuelan opened the steamer. "Zhou Gang, auntie, you should try this flavor first." The 3 aunties helping out couldn't hold back their excitement. Song Yuelan's way of making buns was a bit different from how they did at home. He had already smelled the delicious aroma while preparing the filling. Zhou Gang tore open a soft, large bun, and steam billowed out. He blew on it and took a big bite. This is the taste. Hua Yongchun was walking happily on the street. She had just left Jinghai University, and recently, a formal notice had been issued. This news was a huge positive for Xinglin Medical College. Feeling very happy, everything around her seemed brighter. Turning a corner, a tempting aroma of bread wafted into her nose. Hua Yongchun patted her stomach, which was growling loudly. She had hurried out without breakfast this morning, and now her hunger was even stronger. Following the smell, she looked toward the glass display window, where a red banner with "Grand Opening" fluttered in the morning breeze. Hua Yongchun entered the shop. "Boss, are you open now? Do you have buns with different fillings?" Song Yuelan turned around and saw Professor Hua, immediately surprised. "Professor Hua." Hua Yongchun paused for a moment. Song Yuelan took off her chef's hat and mask, and only then did the other recognize her. "Song Yuelan." Hua Yongchun was a bit surprised and said, "This bun shop is yours." Song Yuelan nodded. "I opened it with a friend." "Professor Hua, you are our first customer. Let me treat you to some food." Song Yuelan then asked the aunt to serve 2 meat buns and 2 vegetable buns. "Try these and tell us what you think. Please give us some feedback." Hua Yongchun replied, "That's not right. Since you're working with someone else, I can't just eat your buns for free." She picked up a bun and took a bite. She was eating a vegetable bun with bok choy and mushrooms. In recent years, Hua Yongchun had been focusing on health, eating less meat. When she took her first bite, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. The bun had a soft, fragrant crust, with bright green bok choy and brown mushrooms inside. The bok choy was crunchy, and the mushrooms were smooth and chewy. You could really taste the fresh flavor of the vegetables. Although it was a vegetarian bun, it was very tasty. Hua Yongchun finished the bun in 3 bites and sighed. "Yulan, I've lived half my life, and I've never had such delicious buns." Song Yulan's eyes curved into a crescent shape. "Thank you, Professor Hua." Hearing praise from her idol made her very happy. Hua Yongchun said, "I'm not joking. It's great that your bun shop is here. Anyone who has tried the shop would probably want to line up to buy." Hua Yongchun thought for a moment. "Yulan, if I want to eat your buns in the future." Song Yulan immediately responded, "Teacher, I can bring some to you." Hua Yongchun shook her head. "No, just let me buy them without waiting in line." Nowadays, even the better government-run pastry shops usually have long lines, especially during festivals, when they sometimes ask friends for help. She wanted to reserve some in advance with Yulan. Song Yulan quickly said, "No problem, Professor Hua." Hua Yongchun whispered, "I have good news for you." Song Yulan immediately leaned in and lowered her voice. "What is it?" Professor Hua said, "Our Xinglin Medical College is merging into Jinghai University this year, becoming a part of Jinghai University." Song Yulan's eyes widened. "Really?" Professor Hua confirmed, "Yes, it's true. I just received the notice today. When school starts, you'll find out. This year, students will graduate with diplomas from Jinghai University." Song Yuelan couldn't hide her excitement. This was Jing University, the dream of students across the country. She remembered that Xinglin Medical School had merged into Jinghai University, but she wasn't sure exactly when. The year after Xinglin Medical School merged into Jinghai University, the admission scores rose sharply. At that time, students in their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years at Xinglin Medical School received diplomas stamped with Xinglin Hospital's name. Only the first-year students of Xinglin Medical School used Jinghai University's name on their diplomas when they graduated. This event caused a big fuss, and many students envied the first-year students of that batch. It was a clear example of students working hard and the school working even harder. Song Yuelon never expected such good news to come her way. It was like winning a lottery. She almost fainted from excitement. Just then, a customer walked in and asked, "What kind of filling is in the buns, and how much do they cost?" Zhou Gang replied, "Soy sauce pork is $2.50 and vegetable with mushroom is $1.50. The customer looked surprised. "Your prices are higher than others. Other shops sell meat buns for 2 cents and vegetarian buns for 1 cent. This shop is 5 cents more expensive." Zhou Gang picked up a bun and tore it open. "Don't just listen to the price. Look at our ingredients and smell the aroma." He held a raw, juicy soy sauce pork bun in front of the customer. The sauce was almost soaking through the bun skin, and the hand-cut pork pieces, bright red and shiny, trembled slightly as Zhou Gang moved. The customer couldn't help but take a deep breath. Who could resist that smell? He was feeling bold and said, "Give me 2 of those." The customer chose the soy sauce pork bun first. When Zhou Gang showed it to him earlier, he couldn't hold back. It looked too good. The freshly steamed bun was hot, so he mimicked Zhou Gang and tore it open from the middle. Juice spilled out, and he hurriedly lowered his head to catch it with his mouth. As soon as he bit into the soy sauce pork bun, a rich, meaty aroma filled his senses. The seasoned meat filling was juicy, oily, and slightly chewy. The more he chewed, the more delicious it became, filling his mouth with satisfaction. He finished a large bun in just a few bites. At that moment, Zhou Gang had just packed the chili oil he made earlier and placed it on his table. Zhou Gang enthusiastically said, "The freshly made chili oil is the best when eaten with buns." A customer scooped some chili oil onto a plate and dipped a bit of bun into it. The slightly spicy taste, combined with a flavorful meat-filled bun, made it even more delicious. It was spicy and fragrant, and eating it was very satisfying. The customer kept praising, "Your buns are really tasty." Zhou Gang started eating his 4th bun.
"See?
"I told you, my buns are different from others." This morning, he deliberately skipped breakfast so he could enjoy his favorite big bun at noon. It was worth the wait. Zhou Gang was not modest at all because he was confident in his buns. He believed everyone who tried them would be impressed by their taste. An elderly man in his 60s slowly passed by the shop. He wore simple clothes and held a fishing rod. His eyes were drawn to the customers in the bun shop. He looked closely and recognized one of the customers, Old Meng. "Old Meng, you're already eating at noon," the elderly man greeted with a smile. Old Meng heard the voice, looked up, and saw Fong Datsai. He quickly responded with a smile. "Brother Fong, you're here too. Come in, I'll treat you to a bun." Fong Datsai shook his head. "I ate late this morning. I'll eat later." He planned to go fishing and intentionally ate a late breakfast so he could stay by the river longer. But the smell of the buns kept drifting into his nose, making him unable to resist smelling them a few more times. Seeing this, Old Meng quickly said, "Boss, bring me 4 meat buns and 4 vegetarian buns." Then he turned to Fong Datsai and said, "Brother Fong, come in and try these buns before deciding whether to eat or not. If you don't try them today, it's like making a trip here for nothing." Seeing Old Meng's confident look, Fong Datsai's curiosity was fully piqued. He couldn't help but ask, "Are they really that good?" "I was planning to go fishing," he added. Old Meng was straightforward. "Your broken fish can be caught anytime. First, eat the buns." He then forcefully handed a meat-filled bun to Fong Datsai. Seeing his surprised expression, Old Meng felt a bit proud. "How about these buns?" Fong Datsai nodded repeatedly. "The taste is really good." He quickly ate 3 large buns, then slowed down a bit. If he hadn't eaten a big breakfast earlier, eating 3 more buns wouldn't be a problem for him. Old Meng reminisced about the spicy chili oil. "Boss, do you sell your chili oil here?" Song Yulan turned to explain. "Sorry, we don't sell it. But today is our first day open, so we can give you a little to try." Of course, Song Yulan wanted to make money, but making chili oil is quite complicated. You have to watch the heat carefully, and the oil can have a strong smell. It's summer now, and just making that pot of chili oil made her feel very hot. Song Yulan turned and said, "Auntie, Pack 3 servings of chili oil. She then handed a portion to Professor Hua. Teacher, try it at home. Hua Yongchun smiled. I won't refuse. Don't forget to come find me when school starts. Song Yulan handed the other 2 portions to the guests. Come often if you like. If you have suggestions for improvement, please tell us. This bun shop mainly serves the neighbors around. To keep it running long-term, it must be clean, hygienic, and taste good. Old Meng and Fong Datsai took the chili oil and smiled. Boss, your cooking skills are excellent. Don't worry, we'll help promote your shop. They each bought 6 more buns. The taste is so good, it must be shared with their families. By now, it was around 11 a.m. People started coming in to buy buns one after another. At first, some hesitated when they heard the buns cost 25 cents each, especially for the meat-filled ones, and a few left. But some couldn't resist the tempting aroma. If 5 cents more is the price, so be it, as long as the food is delicious. Some customers didn't eat in the shop. They took their buns to go. Holding them in hand, the smell was even more tempting, and they couldn't help but take a bite. After the first bite, they turned back to the shop. I'll have 4 more buns. Some sat inside to eat, but most people's first reaction after finishing was to buy more. These buns really taste great. Most people started with 4, and some even ordered 8. Soon most of the buns were sold out. Song Yulan kept 8 buns aside, reserved for Qin Yan. It's almost 1 o'clock, and she hasn't seen the other person come to eat. She wonders if he has something to do. She stands at the shop entrance, looking toward the street corner. Suddenly, she sees a familiar figure. She jumps down from the steps. Finished work? Qin Yan stops his bicycle. Yes, he takes a thermos from his bike and hands it to Song Yulan. Song Yulan opens the lid, revealing the same traditional medicine. Qin Yan probably went home first to prepare the medicine and then came to the bun shop, which is why he's so late. Song Yulan feels a little touched. She frowns as she drinks the medicine and, as expected, gets a piece of milk candy. Boss, are there any more buns? A young man in his early 20s asks. He only bought 2 meat buns earlier, but it wasn't enough, so he came back specifically to buy more. Zhou Gang glances at the steamer. Sorry, we're sold out. The young man turns and sees Qin Yan holding a bun, looking a bit confused. That person came later than me, right? How did he get the buns? Zhou Gang chuckles twice. He's one of the bosses, and he's also our big boss's partner. The young man looks a little reluctant but glances at Qin Yan's bun. Having a partner might not make others jealous, but if the partner is good at cooking, it definitely makes people envious. The young man is forced to eat some dog food, metaphor for feeling envious. He promises to come earlier tomorrow. The buns are sold out, and Zhou Gang begins to count the money. They sold 600 buns for a total of 120 yuan. They don't have to pay rent, which is a big advantage. After deducting the costs of ingredients and labor, Zhou Gang finds that the profit margin is as high as 50%. He counts the money twice, surprised that such a simple bun shop can be so profitable. Zhou Gang feels excited as he records everything in the ledger. Older sister-in-law, wait a moment. He sees Song Yulan and Qin Yan about to leave and quickly calls them back. He hands the ledger to Song Yulan. Brother Qin, sister-in-law, look. Today's trial run earned 60 yuan. Based on today's performance, they can increase production tomorrow. Song Yulan glances at the ledger. Then we should make more tomorrow. Zhou Gang nods. I'll go buy ingredients later. Song Yulan thinks for a moment. Just prepare enough materials for 1,800 buns. Zhou Gang. So many, Song Yulan. Are you not confident in our buns? Zhou Gang. How is that possible? Our buns are the best in Jinghai. Since they just opened, they are gradually building up their business. Unexpectedly, Song Yulan plans to sell nearly 2,000 buns the next day. Song Yulan. Then let's prepare these. She is quite confident about the sales of these buns. Zhou Gang nods. All right, sister-in-law. I'll go prepare the vegetables. Song Yulan then reminds him. Buy more soybeans. Tomorrow we'll make tofu buns. She has already planned in her mind to come early tomorrow and prepare the tofu first. After all, homemade tofu tastes much better. Instead of going home for dinner as usual, Song Yulan and Qin Yan choose to have lunch at a nearby park. The park is next to a lake, with beautiful surroundings and a pleasant view. They walk to a shady spot under a tree and sit on a bench. Song Yulan has already eaten and feels a bit bored, so she picks up some stones and starts playing a skipping stone game. After tossing 2 stones, she turns and notices Grandpa Fong, who just came to eat at the shop, sitting by the lake fishing. Song Yulan observes carefully and sees that many others are also fishing by the lake. These people have folding stools, straw hats, and fishing rods, looking like they plan to stay all day. It turns out that there is already a group of fishing enthusiasts here. Most of these fishermen are retired workers. They come here in their free time to enjoy fishing, looking very relaxed. Song Yulan withdraws her hand. Grandpa Fong, fishing? Grandpa Fong nods seriously, takes out a bun, and eats while staring at the lake. Seeing him so serious, Song Yulan becomes curious. Have you caught any fish? Just as she speaks, Grandpa Fong's mouth twitches slightly. Song Yulan quickly notices the empty plastic bucket beside him and suddenly realizes the truth. She sticks out her tongue in embarrassment. Qin Yan eats his bun leisurely. Qin Yan, wanna go fishing? Song Yulan quickly shakes her head. I don't know how. I've never fished before. Qin Yan, I've actually gone fishing before. He then picked up a dry, broken branch from the ground, stood up, and walked over to Grandpa Fong. Politely, Qin Yan asked Grandpa Fong to lend him some fishing line. Grandpa Fong looked at him and couldn't help but smile, feeling both amused and a bit helpless. He looked at the simple branch in Qin Yan's hand and kindly reminded him, "Young man, this won't work. You need proper fishing gear to catch fish." The fishing rod was a special gift from his daughter, bought at a local shop, imported and quite expensive. Qin Yan turned around and asked, "Do you have acupuncture needles with you?" Song Yulan nodded and took out some acupuncture needles from her bag. Qin Yan bent the needles into hook shapes. He used a piece of preserved meat as bait. Song Yulan asked, "Can you really catch fish like this?" Qin Yan replied, "Let's try." He then cast the fishing line into the lake. Besides Grandpa Fong, there were many other fishing enthusiasts nearby. Seeing Qin Yan using such simple tools, some of them couldn't help but laugh quietly, thinking it was a waste of time and impossible to catch anything. In less than 5 minutes, the calm water suddenly rippled, followed by splashes as if something was struggling fiercely underwater. Qin Yan quickly pulled up his fishing rod, and a big fish was hauled out of the water. The fish flopped in the air, sparkling in the sunlight. Song Yulan exclaimed, "Mandarin fish." The phrase, "peach blossoms flow with the water and mandarin fish are fat," refers to this kind of fish. It has tender meat and has been praised by scholars and poets for its delicious taste for centuries. Grandpa Fong, hearing Song Yulan shout, glanced over secretly. This kid has good luck. Qin Yan didn't seem overly excited about catching the fish. He calmly took a thick branch, threaded the fish onto it, and then adjusted his bait. He cast the line back into the water and waited quietly for the next catch. Soon, the water rippled again, and Qin Yan's rod shook violently. He quickly pulled it up, and another large mandarin fish was caught. At this point, not only Grandpa Fong but also the other people fishing nearby couldn't help but look at Qin Yan. It can be said that luck was on our side once, but twice seems too coincidental. Song Yulan was sitting there watching the fish, already thinking about how to cook them. One steamed, one braised. Song Yulan looked up and said, "Brother Yan, if we can catch some grass carp, we can make smoked fish." Qin Yan nodded and got up to buy 2 hot corns outside the park. He handed one to Song Yulan and used the remaining corn as bait. While nibbling on the corn, Song Yulan kept glancing at the water. Soon, there was movement in the water again. A big, fierce-looking grass carp was caught. This fish was large enough to almost break Qin Yan's fishing rod. The big grass carp kept flipping on the shore, looking very powerful. That's when Song Yulan realized Qin Yan's eyes were different. This was amazing. He could catch any fish he wanted. Qin Yan rebaited his hook, as if he had disturbed a fish nest, catching one fish after another. Although none were as big as the first one, there were many. Fong Detsai finally couldn't hold back anymore. Catching a few fish in such a short time could only mean one thing: he was skilled. Qin Yan turned to Song Yulan and asked, "Is this enough?" Song Yuelon quickly replied, "Yes, it's more than enough. With so many grass carp, sharing them with the people nearby would be enough for everyone to eat." Qin Yen put away his fishing rod and said, "Let's go." He used grass to tie up the fish. Fong Datsai watched as the two of them turned to leave and finally couldn't hold back, calling out, "Wait a moment." Song Yuelon stopped and asked curiously, "What is it, Mr. Fong?" Fong Datsai scratched his head awkwardly and hesitated before asking, May I ask, young man, how did you catch these fish?" He had been fishing here for 10 days straight but hadn't caught anything, always being teased by his wife. Seeing Qin Yen catch fish so easily, he felt very envious. Qin Yen looked at Fong Datsai and casually said, "Oh, I just put the rod in the water and waited. Fish will bite after a while." Fong Datsai was clearly not satisfied with this answer and asked eagerly, "It's that simple? No special tricks?" Qin Yen said, "There is no skill involved. He fishes casually, just relying on good luck." Fong Datsai noticed that Qin Yen didn't seem to have any special method, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Can I trade you a fish?" Song Yuelon looked at Fong Datsai with curiosity and asked, "What do you want to trade?" Fong Datsai quickly took out a small, gray, hard object about the size of a fingernail from his pocket. He handed it to Song Yuelon and said, "Take a look at this. It's a rhinoceros horn. Have you heard of it?" Song Yuelon nodded. "Rhinoceros horn?" She looked surprised. Rhinoceros horn is a very rare traditional medicine ingredient. She had heard of it but had never seen it in person. Some traditional medicine recipes do require this valuable ingredient. However, by the 1990s, it became protected and rhinoceros horns disappeared from the market. Fong Datsai said, "It's just a small piece, but it's worth some money. Would you like to trade?" If he hadn't had little money on him, he wouldn't have traded this. His daughter is a medicine seller, and their family has many medicinal ingredients. This rhinoceros horn was given to him by his daughter to help calm his nerves. Song Yuelon hesitated. "Old Fong, are you really willing to trade?" She was worried he might change his mind. Rhinoceros horn is a good medicinal ingredient, but she had never seen it before. Later, everyone used water buffalo horn as a substitute. Recently, she read in a medical book about an ointment that was very helpful for Qin Yan's leg injury, and one of the ingredients was rhinoceros horn. She had planned to buy water buffalo horn for it, but unexpectedly, she found a piece of rhinoceros horn. Old Fong didn't care much about this piece of horn. Honestly, he had quite a few at home. Some were even complete. Seeing Song Yuelon's hesitation, he said, "What? Look down on me. A gentleman's word is hard to take back. If you trade, I won't regret it." Song Yuemei and Zhao Shuixing squeezed onto the train. They were sitting in hard seats, and it would take over 50 hours to reach Tianyuan City. Song Yuemei looked around curiously. It was her first time traveling far away. Li Ping had originally planned to give her only 50 yuan. But Song Yuemei insisted on having 100 yuan. Throughout the journey, Zhao Shuixing's money was all in her hands. She thought this was perfectly fine. After all, their relationship was very special, so it was natural for her to manage his money. When it was time to eat, the people around took out various snacks from their luggage. Song Yuemei also found some large pancakes from her bag. "Brother Shuixing, time to eat." However, a hint of discomfort flashed across Zhao Shuixing's face. Previously, he had only eaten on the train's dining car. He hesitated for a moment and then replied, "I'm not hungry." Song Yuemei looked a bit confused and quickly explained, "These are freshly made pancakes by my mom. They're so tasty. Try one." Zhao Shuixing turned away and said, "You eat first." As they got closer to the school, he felt a little uneasy. He had spent a year at university in Tianyuan City, seeing many people and things. His family was quite well known in their small hometown. But when he thought about Tianyuan City, a big city, his status seemed less important. In his class, most students came from good families, many of whom were children of officials. Compared to that, his sense of superiority was insignificant in the university environment. At the start of the semester, he fell for Han Huiqiao from Jinghai Xinglin Medical College. She was visiting their school to find someone, and he saw her by chance. He fell in love at first sight and secretly admired her for a long time. One day, he finally gathered courage, approached her, and asked her out to eat, but she refused. That evening, when he returned to his dorm, he overheard some classmates talking about him outside the door. That Zhao Shuixing actually asked Han Huiqiao from Jinghai Xinglin Medical College to go out with him. This sentence was like a bomb, causing a big stir in the dorm. Does he not realize how unrealistic that is? Someone quickly agreed, full of mockery. Many people from our school are chasing her. Another side. She's the campus beauty of the medical college. I heard her father is a senior researcher at an institute. The class monitor from the next class is also after her. Someone added, people don't like us. She has someone she likes now, one person said. Who does she like? Everyone asked eagerly, their curiosity fully aroused. I heard it's some kind of professor, but not a student. This answer surprised everyone because students usually think professors are older. The people in the room fell silent, clearly shocked by this news. Most professors at the school are over 50 years old. Han Huiqiao, however, likes someone like that, which is hard to understand. But that professor seems very young, only 25 or 26. While everyone was silent, someone added this, and everyone was again surprised. A 25 or 26-year-old professor. For the college students here who are around 20, that seems almost impossible. Sometimes, the gap between people is bigger than between a person and a dog. So, I say Zhao Shuixing doesn't even know his own strength, someone summarized, sounding disdainful. Exactly, he's from a small place and hasn't seen much of the world, another agreed. Zhao Shuixing didn't listen to what was said after that. He turned and hurriedly left. Since then, he never chased after Han Huiqiao again. This time, when he went back to his hometown during the holiday, Song Yuemei took the initiative to pursue him, boosting his pride. He helped Song Yuemei this time also to feel better about himself. They didn't look down on him, but he still wanted to find a university girl as his girlfriend. He took another look at Song Yuemei and decided to dress up nicely. Han Huiqiao was much more fashionable than Song Yuemei. She definitely wouldn't be so rude on the train as to take out a big pancake to eat. Song Yulan carefully examined the horn she had just obtained. This thing was truly rare and hard to find. She was a bit excited. Yen Ge, I'll go buy some medicinal herbs. With this, the ointment would be easy to make with other herbs. The two went to a herbal shop again, and Qin Yan finally took Song Yulan home. Song Yulan first went to her bedroom and found her traditional Chinese medicine notes. Every type of herb has strict requirements for soaking time and the order in which they are prepared. Song Yulan found all the clay basins at home and soaked the medicinal herbs in advance, adding plenty of spiritual spring water. She hoped Qin Yan's leg would heal soon. After preparing the herbs, Song Yulan started to process the grass carp caught by Qin Yan. She neatly her hair, ready to work hard. She went to the water jar, took the knife from home, and carefully sharpened it along the edge of the jar to make the blade even sharper. At this moment, she heard a knocking sound. A soft knock came from the door. Song Yulan put down her knife, quickly walked to the door and opened it. It was Aunt Wang from next door. As their families grew closer, Song Yulan often shared delicious food with Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang is good at sewing. When Song Yulan wore her wedding qipao some time ago, it was a bit big, so Aunt Wang helped her alter it. Aunt Wang was holding a pair of jeans. Yulan, I've finished adjusting your pants. Song Yulan looked surprised and said quickly, already? That was fast. She was very thin and even the smallest size of pants still felt a bit loose. 2 days ago, she bought a pair of jeans and asked Aunt Wang to help make the waist smaller. Aunt Wang smiled. I haven't had much work these days. Her eyes were drawn to the fish in the yard. Are you processing fish? Song Yulan nodded and replied, yes, I plan to make smoked fish. Aunt Wang, you should try some later. Aunt Wang said, your cooking skills have really improved. We've enjoyed a lot of your food. Usually, Song Yulan often brought them fresh ingredients. She felt guilty and would sometimes share her fresh produce with them. Aunt Wang said, with so many fish, I'll help you. Song Yulan, still young, wasn't sure she could kill such lively fish. She said, then I won't refuse. Having someone help would definitely make processing the fish faster. Aunt Wang said, Let me kill the fish. Song Yuelon shook her head. No need. She quickly knocked out a large grass carp, scaled it, cut open its belly, and sliced it into pieces. Her movements were smooth and quick, taking only 2 or 3 minutes to process one fish. Aunt Wong was a bit surprised. Yuelon, you're so skilled. Song Yuelon appears delicate, but her fish-cutting skills are quick and confident. She is just as skilled as the fish sellers. Song Yuelon smiles and explains, I used to help my family with chores, and I often killed fish. In her past life, when she helped her grandmother, who was older, she was the one to do the physical work like killing fish. At first, she was afraid to do it, but after practicing many times, she became more skilled. Aunt Wong is surprised and says, I thought the way you make smoked fish was similar to how we smoke cured meat back home. But it turns out to be different. This smoked fish is first fried, then marinated. Song Yuelon first prepares the sauce needed for the smoked fish, then starts frying the fish. Aunt Wong and Song Yuelon move the pot to the yard to fry the fish outside. Aunt Wong comments that she now understands why Song Yuelon's fried fish tastes so good. They don't usually use so much oil for frying at home. They only do it a couple of times during the New Year. Song Yuelon puts the fish into the pot and fries it twice, making sure it is cooked thoroughly and crispy. The fish's color changes from pinkish white to an appealing golden yellow. Soon, the yard fills with the aroma of fried fish. She uses a slotted spoon to lift the fried fish onto a prepared plate. As she moves, the fish makes a sizzling sound, making it easy to imagine how crispy it is. Eagerly, Song Yuelon picks up a piece of fried fish and offers it to Aunt Wong, saying warmly, Auntie, try this. It smells so good. Aunt Wong smiles and takes a bite. With a crisp, the fish breaks apart in her mouth, releasing a tempting aroma. She can't help but praise, wow, this fish is so crispy. Song Yuelon also takes a piece of fried fish. Before frying, she had seasoned the fish with scallions, garlic, and salt. Although it tastes a bit bland on its own, soaking it in the sauce makes the flavor just right. The two of them eat fried fish and chat casually. Before they know it, they've eaten several pieces. Little Black, smelling the delicious aroma, happily wags its tail. From Song Yuelon's hand, I took a piece of fried fish and found a shady spot to comfortably lie down and slowly enjoy this delicious food. Recently, Xiao He has changed a lot. Since coming to Jinghai, his diet has improved a lot. Song Yuelon always adds spiritual spring water to his meals. The effects of this spiritual spring water on Xiao He are obvious. He has quickly grown from a small puppy into an adult dog, and his body has become stronger and more muscular. Now he is good at guarding the house and warning of strangers. But he remembers guests who come once and doesn't bark loudly to scare them. The fried fish pieces are fully soaked in sauce, flavorful and tender. The brown sauce gives the fried fish a shiny, bright appearance. Aunt Wong took a bite of smoked fish. The thoroughly fried fish meat has absorbed the sauce in its gaps. The soaked fried fish remains crispy, with a salty and slightly sweet flavor from the sauce. The fish meat is dry and fragrant, chewy and firm. Because fresh fish was used and cleaned carefully, there is no fishy smell at all. It tastes purely of fresh, sweet fish. Aunt Wong's eyes lit up. This is delicious. Yuelon, if you sell this smoked fish, it will definitely sell well. Song Yuelon smiled and said, it's a bit troublesome to prepare, so I just make it for ourselves. Frying and curing are both involved, and the fish and seasonings are not cheap. If I sell it at a stall, the price won't be low. Aunt Wong took a big bowl of smoked fish home. Unexpectedly, Yang Jun and Zhang Zhong were both at home. Aunt Wong smiled and said, Zhang Zhong, it's rare for you to come to my house. You're lucky today. Our neighbor next door made smoked fish today, and it tastes really good. Stay and have a meal with us later. Then Aunt Wong went to the kitchen to prepare 2 dishes. Zhang Zhong slightly curled his lips. Thanks for your trouble, sister-in-law. Yang Jun looked a bit puzzled. What's wrong with you today? Your expression is strange. Zhang Zhong hasn't been acting normal at work these past 2 days. He always looks gloomy and seems to have something on his mind. When asked, he refuses to say. Zhang Zhong covered his face and sighed deeply. Old Yang, I've been tricked. Yang Jun was shocked. Who cheated you? Zhang Zhong looked up. Do you remember I said I wanted to buy a food factory? Yang Jun nodded. Yes, you wanted to buy it with your childhood friend to make chili oil. Zhang Zhong said, I just paid 2,000 yuan, but my friend suddenly backed out. Yang Jun asked, What? What did the factory say? Zhang Zhong explained, the factory can't even pay the workers now. There are only 7 or 8 people left. The manager there refused to return the money, saying they had to follow the contract. Zhang Zhong, in his 40s, had bloodshot eyes. I haven't slept in 3 days. I didn't even dare tell my wife and kids. His father had passed away, and the 2,000 yuan he received was about to be lost without any warning. His wife was unemployed, and his parents-in-law lived with them. They also had 3 children in school. Everyone in the family was looking to him. Yang Jun was silent. Zhang Zhong, what do you want to do next? Zhang Zhong rubbed his face. I still want to take over the food factory, he said. Lately, I've been reading the newspapers and studying policies. He said, the country is reforming and encouraging small businesses. I think if I work hard, there's still hope.
Yang Jun nodded.
Zhang Zhong, I have 2,000 yuan here. You can take it and use it. His family only had a married daughter, and they didn't have many expenses. Zhang Zhong touched his face. I'm not borrowing money from you. I want you to help me get in touch with the person who makes chili oil. He believed that for the food business to succeed, the key was to have good ingredients. He wanted to buy the chili oil recipe. Yang Jun said, you should ask your sister-in-law for help with this. He usually didn't deal much with Song Yuelan, but his wife often interacted with her. At this moment, Aunt Wang started serving dishes. She carefully placed smoked fish in the middle. You must try this smoked fish. I ate 2 or 3 pieces this afternoon. Yang Jun invited, Zhang Zhong, you should try some too. Zhang Zhong picked up his chopsticks. He wasn't in the mood to eat, but after taking a bite of the smoked fish, all his attention was on it. Yang Jun sighed. Did Yulan make this too? Aunt Wang replied, who else but her has this cooking skill? It's a great dish to go with drinks, Yang Jun commented. Every bite releases rich juices in the mouth, bringing a strong salty aroma with a hint of sweetness. The fish, soaked for so long, remains crispy. It's full of flavor, fresh and delicious. Everyone's attention is focused on this smoked fish. Zhang Zhong looked up and said, Sister-in-law, please help me introduce me to Comrade Song Yulan. The survival of the food factory depends on her. Zhang Zhong felt a bit nervous inside. His gaze hesitated as he looked at Qin Yan and Song Yulan. He knew very well that what he was about to do was a bit bold, but since things had come to this, he could only try his luck. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, then said to Song Yulan, Comrade Song Yulan, I really have no other choice. Can you tell me how much you want to sell your chili oil recipe for? Song Yulan thought for a moment, then asked, what is the current situation at the food factory? Is it still running normally? Zhang Zhong quickly answered, now there are only 7 or 8 elderly workers left. All of them are older. They've worked at the food factory their whole lives, and they don't have many other skills. If they leave, they wouldn't know what to do. From the start, Zhang Zhong discussed with his childhood friend not to dismiss these workers, but to let them continue working at the factory. At least they could maintain their current lives. I visited the factory before. The machines are quite new, bought just a couple of years ago. The factory originally planned to expand, but it turns out the boss embezzled all the money. Although he was caught, the money couldn't be recovered. Plus, the factory's performance was poor and they couldn't pay the workers. This issue dragged on for almost 1.5 years, and many people left the factory. Even the best factory can't withstand such turmoil, and in the end, it had to be sold. Actually, the factory was sold for 40,000 yuan, which isn't expensive considering all the machinery inside. He had already discussed with his childhood friend to invest 2,000 yuan each, then gather some more money to buy Song Yulan's recipe. Making the factory run again should not be too difficult. Now, a childhood friend suddenly withdrew, even though he had already paid the money. This put him in a very awkward situation, caught between a rock and a hard place. After some heartfelt persuasion, he finally convinced the factory manager to give him some time to delay the payment deadline. 3 months is neither too long nor too short. Song Yuelan has never sold her recipe before, so she doesn't know exactly how much to sell it for. However, she is quite interested in Zhongzhong's food factory. Today, when selling buns, many customers expressed interest in buying her chili oil. If she made the chili oil herself, she would be exhausted and still couldn't produce much. Plus, making chili oil is very pungent and uncomfortable. If the food factory really adopts her chili oil recipe, then she wouldn't need to make chili oil herself for her bun shop anymore. She could just use the factory's product, which would be more convenient and save effort. Don't underestimate these seemingly small things like chili oil. In her past life, she was very fond of a chili sauce brand, which became famous worldwide for its unique taste and quality. It was a well-known brand across the country, even a major contributor to local taxes, and gained a lot of fame. Of course, Song Yuelon doesn't dare to hope her food factory will reach that level, but earning more money is always good. Qin Yan, you can think about it carefully. No need to rush your decision. Zhongzhong quickly agreed. Yes, Yuelon, I was too eager. Take your time to consider and give me your answer later. Song Yuelon thought that visiting the food factory in person might help her understand the situation better. Song Yuelon, can I go see that food factory? Zhongzhong was very happy to hear this and quickly replied, Of course. I happen to be going there tomorrow. I'll send you the address, and you can visit any time. He then took out a pen from his pocket, wrote down the factory's detailed location on a piece of paper, and handed it to Song Yuelon. She looked at the paper and saw that the factory was in the suburbs of Jinghai, about an hour's drive away. The conversation was almost over, and Zhongzhong and Aunt Wang stood up to leave. Aunt Wang watched Zhongzhong and old Yang walk away and softly said, Yuelon, you must think carefully about this matter. Don't let our family cause trouble or lose face. Aunt Wang also knew how valuable the chili oil recipe was. She thought maybe selling it to a big food company could earn more money. She didn't want Song Yuelon to casually sell the chili oil recipe just because of her family. That would make her feel guilty. Song Yuelon nodded and said, I understand, Auntie. After everyone left, Qin Yan said, I'll go with you to look tomorrow. Yuelon asked, Brother Yan, are you not working tomorrow? Qin Yan replied, I have the day off. Yuelon patted her head and said, I haven't been to school for a while, so I forget what day it is. Right now, they don't have a regular weekend off, just alternating days off. The first week is a double day off, the second week is a single day off. This week happens to be a double day off. Yuelon said, I'll make the ointment later. The medicinal herbs shouldn't be soaked for too long. She took out a new clay pot she bought today. When making the ointment, metal utensils must not be used, or it could affect the medicine. In the yard, a small stove was lit. Making the ointment requires patience. She started a small fire in the yard. The flame was just right for slowly cooking the ointment. Yuelon sat on a small stool, focused on the clay pot, occasionally stirring the herbs gently with a wooden spatula. Little Black lay quietly at her feet, sometimes turning over or rolling around, seeming to want to make her happy. Qin Yan brought over a bowl of dark herbal medicine. Time to take the medicine. Yuelon looked at the dark medicine and wrinkled her nose. It's so bitter. Qin Yan chuckled. Aren't you studying Chinese medicine? Shouldn't you be used to bitter medicine? Yuelon drank all the medicine in one gulp, then frowned and said, It's different. A football coach isn't necessarily the best at playing football. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yan handed her a piece of milk candy. Her expression relaxed a lot. Qin Yan turned on the yard light and took out some documents to look at outside. The two of them each went about their own tasks, not disturbing each other. The ointment in the clay pot was getting thicker and thicker. It was cooked until midnight before it was just right. Song Yuelon extinguished the fire and looked at the pot. Once it dries naturally, it will be ready. She stood up, yawned, and stretched lazily. Turning around, she saw Qin Yan standing behind her. The warm yellow light shone on him, making him look softer than usual. Then Song Yuelon heard Qin Yan say, Happy birthday. She opened her eyes wide, a little surprised. What date is it today? Qin Yan softly replied, The 7th day of the 7th lunar month. He looked at her ID and knew that, according to the lunar calendar, Song Yuelon was born on this day. This year, the leap 6th month and the Qixi festival had already passed, falling at the end of August on the solar calendar. Her birthday is also on the Qixi festival day. She had thought that her ability to travel to this place might be related to her birthday. Since her grandparents passed away, she had never celebrated her birthday. This year, on her 20th birthday, someone said happy birthday to her. Her nose felt a little sore. She nervously looked at the gift in Qin Yan's hand. Is this for me? Qin Yan placed the small box into her palm. Open it and see. Song Yuelan untied the red bow on top, which was crooked and uneven. It looked like Qin Yan had tied it himself. Inside was a silver wristwatch with a delicate band. In the 1980s, most ordinary people knew little about luxury brands. But Song Yuelan recognized the brand of the watch immediately. It was a very expensive foreign luxury watch. After becoming a blogger, Song Yuelan had enough money to buy such a watch, but she still thought the price was too high. Song Yuelan asked, "Is it expensive?" Qin Yan casually said, "It's a new brand of watch, very cheap." If she didn't know the brand, she might have been fooled. Qin Yan took the watch and put it on her wrist. The silver band wrapped around her slender, fair wrist. The diamonds on the watch reflected tiny flashes of light. In her heart, Song Yuelan secretly thought, "He's lying." Song Yuelan carefully stored the watch. She liked it very much, but she couldn't keep it. When she parted from Qin Yan, she would have to return the watch. She thought about the day she might have to part ways with Qin Yan and felt a sense of sadness and loss. She sniffed gently. Today was her birthday, so she couldn't feel too down. Qin Yan noticed her mood and asked, "What's wrong?" Song Yuelan smiled and said, "I'm so happy. I haven't celebrated my birthday in a long time." Qin Yan couldn't help but reach out and gently touch her lips. It was right at the lips' peak, which was a little redder than the rest. His hand stiffened as he realized what he was doing. Song Yuelan looked up at him. Qin Yan kept a calm face and said, "There's something on top." Song Yuelan felt a bit confused but nodded casually. "Oh," Qin Yan said, "rest early. Tomorrow we'll go register our marriage." They had agreed that once Song Yuelan turned 20, she would go to register. She didn't say anything, just nodded obediently. She stood up and went upstairs, glancing back and saying, "Thank you, Brother Yan." After saying that, she hurried back upstairs, touching her chest. Maybe because she ran so fast, her heart was beating quickly. Song Yuelan held the bright red marriage certificate. Inside was a photo of her and Qin Yan sitting side by side, stamped with an official seal. At the moment they registered, they were legally recognized as a couple. Qin Yan opened his own certificate expressionlessly and examined it carefully. He felt a strange sense of satisfaction inside and touched his lips with his hand. He could tell that she was no longer as naive as before. Seizing this moment, he wanted to put in some effort, making it natural and smooth for Song Yuelan to fully get used to him. Qin Yan was in a good mood and said, "Let's go. We'll visit that food factory." Song Yuelan put the marriage certificate away and got into the car. This morning, Qin Yan had borrowed the car. They first went to a bun shop, where Song Yuelan prepared the filling, because they needed to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and later to the food factory. The tofu buns they planned to sell today were postponed until tomorrow. However, as soon as the bun shop opened, someone came to ask when the buns would be ready. This was a good sign. Song Yuelan looked out the window at the changing scenery and soon arrived at the food factory that Zhang Zhong had mentioned. The factory was built at the foot of a small hill. Surrounded by mountains and water, the scenery is quite beautiful. "Comrades Qin Yan and Yulan, you've finally arrived," Zhang Zhong said with a big smile. "This is Manager Xia from the food factory. He will give you a detailed introduction to the place," Zhang Zhong continued. Manager Xia, who is a bit older, looks very kind and friendly. He warmly greets Song Yuelan and Qin Yan, saying, "Comrades, welcome to visit our food factory. Please follow me." As he walks, he explains, "Our food factory was once very successful. At its peak, there were over 100 workers." There is a hint of nostalgia in his voice. But now, those 2 factory buildings are unused. He points to 2 factory structures nearby. "This side is where we bought new machines," he says, leading them into the production workshop. Inside, many machines are covered with thick oil paper cloth because they haven't been used for a long time. The manager looks a bit sad and says, If these machines stay unused for too long, they will break. Then, they see a group of workers in their 50s and 60s. 7 or 8 of them stand together, knowing that visitors are coming today. They have not received their wages for 8 months, so they stand here specially. These workers look tired and worried because they haven't been paid in 8 months. The factory is about to be sold, and they are eager to know who will take over. If the new owner wants to keep them working, they hope to stay here. One woman in her 50s says, "Boss, we've all done this kind of work before. Don't worry, as long as we get paid, we will work hard." Most of these workers live nearby, close to the factory. Now, at their age, they have elderly parents and children to care for. They are doing odd jobs outside to support their families. Their families have elders and kids to look after, so they can't leave home. Manager Sia points to a large empty lot nearby and says, "See that piece of land? Our factory bought it. Business was good back then, and they wanted to buy it to expand production." He tells Zhang Zhong, "If you pay an extra 15,000 yuan, I will sell you this empty land too." Zhang Zhong said his childhood friend quit, and he couldn't come up with the money. "I also want to sell this empty land separately." Song Yulan immediately felt interested when she saw the land. Although this location is now in the suburbs, in 10 years it will become a new district. This new land is worth buying. After seeing the factory, she thought it could be a good investment. However, after selling socks and the $2,000 she earned, her money in RMB was only about 15,000 yuan. That was just enough to buy the land, but she had no more money left. Qin Yan said, "Let's discuss this." Zhang Zhong and manager Xia nodded repeatedly. They found a quiet place to talk. Qin Yan asked, "Do you want that land?" Song Yulan nodded. Qin Yan said, "I can contribute some money." Song Yulan asked, "Brother Yan, do you really trust me? What if we lose?" Qin Yan smiled and said, "Of course I trust you." He asked, "Do you think it will lose money?" Qin Yan explained, "The city is expanding faster and faster. If the city center is full, it will spread outward. Although this is in the suburbs, the transportation is good. With patience, it will develop naturally." Song Yulan believed that buying this land was a good idea for future economic growth. She didn't expect Qin Yan, without knowing the future, had already predicted this. Song Yulan and Qin Yan discussed, and each of them would contribute 7,500 yuan for the land. As for the food factory, Song Yulan planned to invest with her recipe. She couldn't decide on a fair price for the chili oil recipe. Selling it too high made her feel guilty. Selling it too low made her uncomfortable. Zhang Zhong, in his current situation, was struggling to gather money for the factory. Instead of buying outright, he preferred to invest as a partner. By investing with his skills, no matter how much profit they made, as long as the factory operated, he would always have income. Hearing that Song Yulan wanted to invest with her recipe, Zhang Zhong was very happy. He didn't have enough money now, but if Song Yulan invested with her skills, his financial pressure would be much lighter. They quickly agreed that Song Yulan would hold a 30% share in the chili oil business. Zhang Zhong asked manager Xia to witness and drafted a contract. Manager Xia was very happy to hear that Song Yulan and Qin Yan were interested in that piece of land. He rubbed his hands and said, "If you are willing, we can go to the village now to transfer the ownership. Selling this land will allow us to pay everyone's wages." Qin Yan and Song Yulan went out without bringing cash, but since it was still early, they could go back to get the money and sign the contract later. Song Yulan agreed, saying she was about to start school and couldn't come often. Since they had time now, they should take care of these matters quickly to avoid problems later. Manager Xia was a bit excited and said, "I'll wait for you both here at the factory, no matter how late." Qin Yan looked at Zhang Zhong and said, "Let's talk." Zhang Zhong looked confused and asked, "Comrade Qin Yan, what's the matter?" Qin Yan asked, "How much money do you still need?" Zhang Zhong looked uncomfortable and replied, "Actually, I still need 25,000 yuan. Besides the 20,000 yuan owed to the factory, they needed at least 5,000 yuan to buy raw materials and keep the factory running." Manager Xia gave him 3 months, and he planned to get the factory running first. Once it was operating and earning income, he would gather some money from relatives and then try to get a bank loan. He had seen a policy in the newspaper recently where the government was offering loans to small and micro businesses. He had never applied before, but he wanted to try. Nowadays, Many people are scared of loans for business, worried about not being able to pay back. But with so many difficulties now, he could only face them one by one. He couldn't accept the fact that he was being played by his childhood friend. He was determined to prove himself. He couldn't just fall here and never get up again. Qin Yan said seriously, I can lend you this money. I want to buy a share. How about giving me a 30% stake? Zhang Zhong was surprised and asked, Really? This wasn't something that fell from the sky. Qin Yan looked at Song Yulan, who was sitting quietly in the car, and said, Yes, but don't let Yulan know for now. Zhang Zhong nodded repeatedly and said, Okay. The workers gathered around Manager Xia and Zhang Zhong and asked, Manager, boss, what's really going on? Manager Xia was a bit excited and said, We sold the land in front of the factory. Really? Then we can pay everyone's wages. This food factory was originally run by the village a few years ago. At first, it made good money, and the workers were all from the village. However, they chose an unreliable factory manager. As a result, the factory's money was misused and the manager ended up in jail, but he didn't tell anyone where the money was. After discussing, the villagers decided to sell the factory. The money from the sale would be used to pay the workers' wages. The factory owed wages to about 7 or 8 workers, and many others owed 3 or 4 months' pay. Seeing the bad situation, they all looked for other jobs. The money from selling the factory and the land was just enough to pay the workers. This was also what Manager Xia fought hard to get the village leaders to agree to. Fortunately, someone bought the factory, so the workers' wages could finally be paid. Then a worker asked, Boss, when will you start work here? Can we work with you? Zhang Zhong nodded and said, As soon as the money arrives, I will start immediately. I won't delay even a minute. The workers' faces finally relaxed. This was the best news they had heard in a long time. Song Yume got off the train and followed Zhao Shuixing closely. Zhao Shuixing said, Later, I will get you a room at the guest house. You stay here for now, and in a few days you can go see Song Yulan. By the way, do you know where she lives? Song Yume knew where Song Yulan lived because she had been here before in her past life. She nodded and said, Of course I know. Zhao Shuixing said, Since she agreed to let you attend university, you should be a little more low-key. In his memory, Song Yulan was not very noticeable. He had only met her once, and she seemed very shy, even afraid to look up at people. That time, he didn't even see her face clearly. Song Yume nodded and said, I understand. Don't worry, Zhao Shuixing, a surprised female voice called out. Zhao Shuixing turned around, surprised to see his classmate here. With a new semester starting, many college students were returning by train. 5 or 6 young people in their 20s were standing together, talking and laughing. They looked very noticeable at the busy train station. Zhao Shuixing immediately spotted Han Huiqiao among the crowd. She was wearing a light yellow dress and standing there, catching everyone's attention. He felt a bit embarrassed at first. Now, it's clear that Song Yume and the other person are very different. At this moment, Song Yume couldn't help but grab his arm. Song Yume. Who are they? Zhao Shuixing calmly pulled back his arm. Classmates. He stepped forward to greet them. You're back today, too? One of the girls said, We arrived a few days early, just in time for the classmates gathering. Who is that girl you're with? The girl speaking looked at Song Yume beside Zhao Shuixing with curiosity.
Zhao Shuixing glanced at Han Huikao.
The other person didn't speak, just stood there. Zhao Shuixing smiled and said, A friend from my hometown. After saying that, he turned to introduce Song Yume. These are my classmates. Song Yume immediately smiled and said, Hello, I'm Song Yuelan. When she arrived in this city, she wanted to introduce herself as Song Yuelan to strangers. Huan Huiqiao, hearing the name, immediately turned to look at her. Your name is Song Yuelan. Are so many people named that? Recently, she really disliked those 3 words. The moment Song Yume appeared, her instincts warned her. Based on her many years of understanding of Zhao Shuixing, his attention was entirely on Han Huiqiao just now. On this train ride, the closer they got to the university, the more distracted Zhao Shuixing seemed. When Han Huiqiao appeared just now, her nerves tightened. It was clear she was waiting here for him. Since Qin Yan got married, Han Huiqiao had been feeling very down lately. Her family was worried about her mood and suggested she go out and hang out with friends. Coincidentally, a local classmate said she was going to the train station to pick someone up and invited her to join. So she came along. She had slept until 10 o'clock today before waking up. She had a very long dream. In the dream, Qin Yan was married, but his relationship with that woman was not good. They divorced in less than a year. After the divorce, Qin Yan kept working. Later, he had a leg problem and ended up in a wheelchair. In her dream, she also saw that Qin Yan started investing while studying abroad and earned a lot of money. Moreover, Qin Yan's grandfather left him a large inheritance. The amount was so big that it could support several generations to live comfortably. Although he had so much wealth, Qin Yan was not satisfied or indulgent. Instead, he always chose to pursue scientific research. In his middle age, Qin Yan met a famous doctor. After several years of treatment, his leg injury was not fully healed, but he could walk slowly, without problems. After waking up, Han Huiqiao kept thinking about this dream. She felt the dream was very real, as if it was true. Her heart felt a little more balanced, realizing Qin Yan would no longer be with the woman named Song Yuan. Qin Yan's final abilities far exceeded her expectations. If, during the years when Qin Yan had his leg injury, she had taken the initiative to get close to him, it would have been like giving him timely help. When Qin Yan divorced Song Yuan and later had his leg injury, she could have appeared to take care of him. Maybe he would refuse her once or twice, but she didn't believe he would always refuse. She initially liked Qin Yan because of his good looks. But after having this dream, she found it harder to let go of him. Qin Yan's life afterward was smooth and successful, full of fame and fortune, exactly the life she dreamed of. Although he had a small flaw in his body, no one is perfect, and she didn't mind his physical condition at all. In her dream, Song Huiqiao not only saw Qin Yan's bright future, but also glimpsed the promising future of Qin's family. Especially Qin Yan's nephew, who became a famous CEO of a tech company and a well-known wealthy person nationwide. Qin Yan played a big role in this success. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. As long as she patiently waited and took steady steps, Qin Yan would eventually belong to her. Those enviable lives would also belong to her. When she heard the name of Zhao Shuixing's friend, she was surprised and wondered how such coincidence could happen. Zhao Shuixing's friend had the same name as Qin Yan's current wife. Han Huiqiao thought for a moment and said, "What a coincidence, you have the same name as someone I know. Are you here for travel?" Song Yumei heard someone say they had the same name as her. Her instinctive reaction was that this person must have met Song Yulan before. But she refused to show any weakness. She could tell that most people in the group admired this person named Han Huiqiao. It's just a university. Who can't get into one? Song Yumei smiled and said, "It's quite a coincidence. I'm not here for sightseeing. I'm here to attend university. Today, I was accepted to Jinghai Xinglin Medical College. Zhao Shuixing had just said she was a friend from her hometown, which made her feel quite annoyed. She couldn't lose to Han Huiqiao, a woman who seemed to be trying to attract Shuixing's attention. One person said, "Jinghai Xinglin Medical College, Huiqiao, you go there too?" Han Huiqiao smirked and replied, "What a coincidence." Yellow soybeans were ground into white soy milk. Song Yulan used brine to turn the soy milk into tofu pudding. Today, she woke up early to make tofu. The aunties in the shop helped her make the tofu. Today, they planned to make spicy vermicelli tofu buns. Yesterday, they prepared 1,800 buns, but they weren't enough to sell. Today, she prepared 1,000 spicy vermicelli tofu buns. The tofu was cut into small pieces and blanched, then mixed with soaked vermicelli. Finally, she seasoned it with chili oil. The shop opened earlier than yesterday, and there were already people waiting outside. Old Mengjin noticed that the filling inside the transparent kitchen window looked different from yesterday. "Is there a new flavor today?" Song Yulan turned around and said, "Yes, today we have spicy vermicelli tofu. You can try it." Old Meng said, "With chili, I definitely want to try it." Besides the delicious buns, what attracted him most was the smell of chili oil. It wasn't too spicy, but it was flavorful and exciting to eat. Old Meng said, then I'll buy more. Our whole family loves tofu. The first batch of buns was quickly ready. When he opened the steamer, a rich aroma filled the air. Old Meng carefully examined the buns inside. The tofu buns were round and full, with a white skin showing the color of chili oil. Just looking at them made his mouth water. He took the first hot bun out of the steamer and didn't wait for it to cool down. He took a big bite. The tofu has no bean smell at all, and inside there are soft, smooth rice noodles that soak up the soup. Old Meng eats and inhales happily. Boss, this new flavor is also delicious. People waiting in line behind are eager to try the spicy tofu buns if they like spicy food. A girl around 20 years old looks at the menu and whispers, "Spicy rice noodle tofu?" She has never tried spicy buns before. "Give me 1 tofu bun and 1 soy sauce pork bun." Song Yuelan takes the buns and packs them for her. She notices the girl has a lot of luggage beside her and casually asks, "Are you a new student?" This bun shop is close to Jinghai University, and more students have been coming around these days. The girl nods. "I'm from Xinglin Medical College. I just registered at the school. They said it merged, so I came to Jinghai University." Song Yuelan is a bit surprised. "You're from Xinglin Medical College too?" "Me too." The girl's eyes light up. "Are you a freshman too?" Song Yuelan nods. There are many more customers waiting in line behind them, so the girl doesn't chat much. She waves excitedly. "Let's get to know each other better once we start university." After walking a few steps, the girl can't help but bite into her bun. The aroma keeps drifting into her nose. She really can't wait any longer. The soft bun skin, with a fresh wheat scent when bitten. The soy sauce pork bun is juicy and flavorful, oily but not greasy. Full of the smell of meat, she eats quickly, finishing a large bun in just a few bites. Then she looks again at the spicy rice noodle bun she's never tried before. The chopped rice noodles soak up the sauce, chewy and refreshing, with a spicy, fragrant flavor that stimulates her taste buds. She turns around and glances at the bun shop again. She forgets to ask the name of her classmate from the same school. After school starts, she definitely wants to make friends with her. This bun smells so good. Song Yuelan sees a familiar car pull up in front of the bun shop. She smiles and quickly packs her buns. She turns around. "Zhou Gang, I'm leaving now." Zhou Gang responds with a nod. Song Yuelan jumps down from the steps and runs toward the car. "Today, I made a new flavor of bun." Song Yuelan smiled as she handed the steamed bun to Qin Yan. She turned and saw someone sitting in the back seat of the car. Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou greeted Song Yuelan with a smile. "Sister-in-law, I heard you opened a bun shop. Next time, I'll definitely come to support you." Song Yuelan packed 2 buns and handed one to Jiang Zhou. "Thank you. I have another one here."
Please take it.
Jiang Zhou smiled twice. "That's very kind of you." Even though he said that, he already took the bun from her hand. Qin Yan set the bun aside. He didn't drive home. He turned onto a side street and parked the car at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's entrance. Qin Yan got out of the car. "Come with me." Song Yuelan was a bit curious. "What are you going to buy? There's nothing the family needs right now." She followed Qin Yan as he headed straight to the candy counter. Qin Yan said, "I want a can of milk candies." The milk candies in the display are stored in metal cans. Right now, milk candies are more expensive than other sweets, so many people buy just a few pieces at a time. It's rare for a clerk to see someone buy a whole large can of milk candies directly. The clerk asked, "Comrade, do you want a can of milk candies?" Seeing Qin Yan nod, the clerk said, "I'll go get a new box of milk candies for you." Song Yuelan hesitated. "Buying so much candy, we won't be able to finish it. That can probably weighs about 3 or 4 jin of milk candies." Qin Yan whispered, "Take your time eating it at home." Recently, Qin Yan has been giving her a piece of milk candy after she takes her medicine every day. Holding the heavy can of milk candies in her arms, Song Yuelan felt a bit puzzled. She always felt that Qin Yan's mood was a little off. Qin Yan drove home, and they both got out of the car. Song Yuelan looked at Jiang Zhou, who was still in the car, with some curiosity. "Is he not coming in?" Qin Yan didn't mind. "It's fine. Don't worry about him." They entered the house, walking into the yard. Song Yuelan kept feeling that Qin Yan seemed a bit strange today. She looked up and couldn't help asking, "Brother Yen, what's going on?" Qin Yan's voice was slightly hoarse. "I have to go on a business trip for a while." Hearing this, Song Yuelan asked, "Where are you going?" Qin Yan's gaze fell on her. He was silent for a moment. "Sorry, I can't tell you." Song Yuelan's heart moved suddenly, and she remembered that Qin Yan's work was very secretive. So many things needed to be kept confidential. She softly asked with a gentle smile, "When will you come back?" "I'll come to pick you up then." Qin Yan didn't answer. Seeing this, Song Yuelan understood and softly said, "You can't tell me, right?" She felt a little sad because she didn't know where Qin Yan was going or when he would return. She took a deep breath and asked, "When will you leave?" Qin Yan replied, "Right now." He came specifically to say goodbye to her. He added, "But I promise, as soon as you finish that jar of milk candies, I will come back." Song Yuelan looked down at the milk candy jar with a rabbit drawing. She liked eating milk candies very much. In her past life, she used to buy a pound of milk candies and eat them slowly at home. Once, out of boredom, she counted that a pound of milk candies had about 80 or 90 pieces. She also had 300 or 400 candies in her arms. The sudden separation made her feel a little sad. She forced a smile and said, "Work well. I will wait for you to come back." Qin Yan said, "You should stay at your grandma's house these days." "I really don't feel comfortable with you living alone here." Song Yuelan nodded obediently. "I know. After school starts, I will stay in the school dormitory, and during holidays, I will go stay at grandma's." He couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her cheek, saying, "Sorry, I can't go with you to school." Her skin seemed to have become even fairer these days. It was as delicate and smooth as white jade. Qin Yan's hand lingered on her cheek for a moment, feeling that silky touch, then slowly released it. Originally, Qin Yan planned to personally see her off to school when Song Yuelan started. But now, the plan has changed, and he has to give up that idea. Song Yuelan hugged the milk candy jar tightly and comforted him. "Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. You don't have to worry about me." Qin Yan took out a yellow envelope from his pocket and handed it to her. "This is my salary for a year," he said. "Keep it. Don't be reluctant to use it. Spend it where you need to. As long as you're doing well, I can rest assured." Qin Yan continued to give instructions. "If you encounter any trouble, tell Uncle Air or Uncle San directly. They will help you. Also, remember to brew the medicine for your menstrual pain yourself. Don't be lazy." He looked at Song Yuelan standing in front of him, wishing he could tuck her into his pocket like a treasure and take her with him. But reasons still outweighed emotion. Qin Yan made up his mind and said, "I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Parting ways is for a better reunion." He needs to live up to his responsibilities. Song Yuelan watched his figure walk away and suddenly remembered something. Wait. She quickly ran up to the second floor. She had prepared a medicinal ointment that day, but hadn't given it to Qin Yan yet. Breathless, she handed it to him. "This ointment, apply it to your injured area every day." And also, Song Yuelan went to the kitchen to find 2 bottles of chili oil. "Take these with you." She wasn't sure how the food over there was, but bringing her homemade chili oil was better than nothing. Suddenly, Song Yuelan found herself in a refreshing embrace. Her nose lightly touched his neck, and a faint, fresh scent entered her nostrils. It was the smell of Qin Yan's usual soap. Because they were so close, she could only see a few strands of black hair near Qin Yan's ear. His breathing was close, with a slight warmth that brushed her cheek, making her face feel a little ticklish. Qin Yan released her, took a deep breath, looked at Song Yuelan intently, then strode away. Jiang Zhou, sitting in the car, was happily eating a bun. He was eating eagerly when he heard the door open. He looked up. His mouth was still full of half a bun when he saw Qin Yan sit into the car with a serious expression. They had previously received a secret mission. They weren't told where they were going, nor were they allowed to say goodbye to their families. After they left, someone would inform their families. Qin Yan's return to say goodbye this time was an exception. He started the car smoothly, glanced at the rear-view mirror. Song Yuelan ran out to see him off. In the mirror, she looked small. She stood there, holding tightly to a jar of milk candies, watching their car leave, looking lonely and a bit pitiful. Jiang Zhou turned back and said, "Sister-in-law, I brought this for you." He then waved his hand at Song Yuelon. Jiang Zhou asked, "Qin Yan, won't you look back? The newlyweds are about to part ways, which feels a bit cruel." Qin Yan didn't speak. He only saw that Song Yuelon was no longer in the rear-view mirror as the car turned. He roughly took a cigarette from his pocket. He lit his lighter and clicked it several times before lighting the cigarette. He took a deep puff but couldn't help coughing twice. He didn't like this brand. It was a bit harsh.